dance, let's see what you got. I'm a sailor pain, and I lost my leg. Climb up the top stairs, I lost my leg. What you got? I'm shipping up to Boston. Shipping up to Boston. To Boston. I'm shipping up to find my wooden leg. I'm a sailor pig, and I lost my leg. Coming up the top stairs, I lost my leg. Let's say I'm shipping up to Boston. I'm shipping up to Boston. Shipping up to Boston. I'm shipping up to find my wooden leg. Good night, Galicia. Thank you.
Woo! Good afternoon, my friends. It is officially the afternoon. It does not feel like that to me right now. Now, yeah, man. It's really great to see you guys. This, if all goes well, this is gonna be an unforgettable stream. Okay, unfucking forgettable. Okay. Now, I have committed to doing this for the next 12 hours. That means that I will be signing off at midnight tonight. And we've got a lot of stuff. I've got a lot of great guests lined up. I wouldn't say lined up because I am, make no mistake, the least organized or the most disorganized YouTuber in fucking existence. But because, I mean, the last time I was live is when I decided I was going to do this. I thought about doing it, and then I was like, you know what? I'm fucking doing it. We're doing it. So that's it. That's how these decisions get made here. And and I don't really, I don't know, man. It's always kind of worked for me. So you know, if it irks people too fucking bad, go take some medication for your OCD or whatever. But yeah, I like to do things on the fly here if I can, and I got really lucky because I sent out yesterday and a few today a lot of invitations, and so I know a few will be showing up, and the few that I know will be showing up, you guys are gonna love. And then maybe some surprises, possibly, hopefully. But nevertheless, whether the surprises happen or not, we are going to have a good time. And what we're going to do, this is a fundraiser for Karen Reed's defense. As you know, Karen Reed is factually innocent of what she's being accused of. She's being accused of murdering Boston police officer John O'Keefe with her Lexus SUV on January 29th, 2022. And we're all pretty much aware of the fact that that just didn't happen at this point. And even if you think it happened, you could only think that it was an accident. And I even still think you're stupid if you think it was an accident and it happened at all. But even if you think it was an accident, the fact that if you are a patriot and if you believe in America's justice system and how it works, and what our forefathers had in mind for this, Karen Reed deserves to go free, period. It's just that simple. Anybody who has gone through what she's going through, with such little evidence and with so much exculpatory evidence and with so much evidence of clear corruption happening in everyone's face, then you need to help Karen Reed out in any way that you can. Now, even being here is showing support, and I appreciate it. But I do not have this stream monetized. I do not have my super chats turned on. So now my Venmo thing is up here in case you want to buy me lunch, because I am going to be here for 12 hours. But the reason why we're here is linked to the top, and that is Karen Reed's Defense Fund. And last time we raised a lot of, I don't even remember how much it was, but it was a lot. But we raised a lot of money for her. And right now, Karen Reed needs all the support that she can get, because it's not cheap to have to take on a entire local government who's trying to railroad you. That's expensive. It's expensive, to say the least. And the biggest issue I have is that it's happening in everyone's face. It's already happening in everyone's face. And nobody who the culprits don't even seem to care. It's very, very, very bizarre. So this is the reason why, besides the obvious reason that Karen Reed is innocent and she deserves her freedom, and she deserves all the support that she can get as far as legal support. Besides the obvious reasons for that, Karen Reed also, sorry, I got distracted by chat here. Oh no, Kyle, we are not, dude, listen, it's fucking noon, okay? What kind of degenerate do you think I am? I'm drinking coffee. But I don't know. I might order a couple of bottles of wine before the end of the night. We'll see. I don't know. Yeah, besides the obvious reasons that we should support Karen Reed, it's because she's not only fighting for her own freedom, she's fighting for everyone's right to a fair trial, everyone's civil rights. She is the one up against this local government, and the kind of precedent that this could set is extremely dangerous, and it could set a dangerous precedent for the whole country, not just in Massachusetts, but the whole country. And if Norfolk County continues to operate in the manner at which it does, this whole country could be in trouble. And that's not an understatement. I would encourage you to ask anybody who has a law degree. They'll tell you the same thing, because I've had this conversation with numerous people with law degrees, and they absolutely agree with me. So this is this is much more important, even though it very little seems more important than an innocent woman being framed and being there to support her. This is actually way bigger than Karen Reed. And it's really important that we are aware of that. So what we're going to do, I'm going to leave that link up there, and please, as generous as you're feeling, it doesn't matter if it's $1, anything that you can do, is going to be greatly appreciated. And I promise you this, having had the pleasure of spending significant time with Karen Reed's family, in short spurts, but I've gotten to break bread with them. I've gotten to talk with them, and they are extremely, just for lack of a better term, extremely grateful to everyone and the support that they're showing, and everyone sharing this on their social media and talking about it and getting people at their jobs to talk about it, talking about it around the dinner table, as long as it doesn't cause a problem. I don't want you guys getting into fights with your loved ones, coworkers and stuff. What's up, James Jackson? Good to see you, buddy. And I saw LV Cops is in the house. He asked me for a link. I gotta send him. I sent him one yesterday, but I guess he lost it in the mail. But now I'm also probably gonna seem a little goofy because I I don't know why, but I suffer from insomnia from time to time. And last night of all nights, I was just fucking Edward Norton in Fight Club. And I now the good part is that I finally finished Yellowstone. Like all of the remainder episodes finally dropped on Peacock. And I watched the rest of Yellowstone. So that kept me from going crazy in my thoughts. But it was great. Yellowstone is amazing. I'd go so far as to say it's the best show since Breaking Bad. Amazing. Very good. And what did I think of Adolescence? Yeah, Adolescence. I posted about that. I finished that. Really, really sad. Really sad. But extremely well done. Like just a like when you think of a mini series or a movie as a project, that project was extremely well executed by the makers of that movie or that mini series. It's amazing. I highly recommend it. And hold on one second. Let me do this right quick. So, and if you see me just rambling on and on, I got 12 hours. So y'all can kiss my ass. Um I got 12 hours to kill here, people. So there's gonna be a lot of just bullshit going on here. But the idea is just to hang out. This is kind of a virtual standout, if you will, more or less. So think of it that way. Hold on here. There we go. But yeah, man. And the last live I did, um, I gotta say, man, that's up there with one of my favorites because yeah, I had never talked to Larry Foreman, the DUI guy, even though like I'm a big fan of his channel. And I know that he's a Karen Reed supporter. And I had never actually like talked to him. And I was sitting there and I was just like, doing what you do on your phone, just and I'm like, I saw one of his videos, I started laughing, and I ended up immediately messaging him like, dude, why the fuck have I never had you on my show? Why haven't we done a show? And he's like, yeah, I don't know. Why haven't we? And then it was just as quick as that. Tomorrow? Yeah, sure. And so we did. And none of it was organized at all. Dude's camera wasn't working, and but uh you could tell he's a genuine guy. You could tell that he's a genuine guy on his channel. And he believes in what he's talking about because I mean he came on here and it was just a very, very natural conversation. And that's how I like to have these shows, man. I'm not a journalist. I don't conduct interviews. So I just like to have, if I have a guest on the show, I just like to hang out and talk with them and just have a natural conversation. Now, and as you can see, I'm rocking my St. Patty's Day gear. It's actually a Boston Celtics hoodie that somebody gifted me in Boston, which I'm very grateful for. Like I get a lot of gifts from really nice people when I'm there. Really grateful. And so yeah, so I'm wearing this, but it's cool because it also is, it's St. Patty's Day. Um Now I have no idea what I'm going to go over first because there's quite a bit. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to search through Twitter. Now, also one thing to keep in mind is there might be a lot of like document drops that, some motions that drop today. I don't know, but I would imagine it's Monday and, they don't take court off for St. Patty's Day. So, they just wear green and pinch each other, I guess, when you don't. But I don't know. Just imagine Bev and Spanky just. Oh, look, you're not wearing green. Come here. Come here. Oh my God, dude. Mr. Brennan, I noticed that you weren't wearing any green today. Um, yeah, I'm not going to allow that. Come here. Pinch, pinch. Dude. Oh my gosh, hold on. I saw something earlier that I totally wanted to go over. Hold on. Where's my man at? There we go. There we go. We'll start off with this just little Joe flip ahead. Joe flip ahead.
Just in time for St. Patrick's Day, crowds are coming by the dozens to get an up-close view at what some say is a piece of Irish folklore.
Some people in the Crichton area of Mobile say a leprechaun is taking up residence in their neighborhood. A leprechaun. NBC 15's Brian Johnson has more.
A leprechaun.
Curiosity
A
leads to
leprechaun, you
large
say?
crowds in Mobile's Crichton community. Many of you bringing binoculars,
Yeah, this is old,
camcorders,
but it's
even
great.
camera phones to take pictures.
To me, it look like a leprechaun to me. All you gotta do is look up in the tree. Who else in the leprechaun say yeah?
Eyewitnesses say the leprechaun only comes out at night. If you shine a light in its direction, it suddenly disappears.
Wow.
This amateur sketch
That's
resembles
convenient.
what many of you say the leprechaun looks like.
Oh my god, this is fucking too much. Of course, when you shine a light on it, it disappears. Of course.
Others find it hard to believe and have come up with their own theories and explanations for the image.
My theory is it's casting a shadow from the other limb.
Could be a crackhead that got hold to the wrong stuff, and it told him to get up in a tree and play a leprechaun.
We're gonna get down to the bottom of this. Yeah, it's still on there, guy. Don't be afraid.
That dude said we're gonna get to the bottom of this. Hold on, he's on the job. Hold on.
We're gonna get down to the bottom of this. Yeah, it's still on there, guy. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid, man.
This guy helping to direct traffic says he's prepared for his encounter with the leprechaun. He's suited up from head.
I always love how the news is always really passive aggressive and shit. You ever notice that shit? Like, listen to what they just said. This gentleman directing traffic, like all fucking condescending and shit, sarcastic as fuck. This gentleman directing traffic.
Still on there, guy. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid, man.
This guy helping to direct traffic says he's
Like, I remember when I used to cover fucking Bullhorn Betty and those idiots. Like, when they got news coverage, they were just referred to as hecklers. Like, the news would be like, a group of hecklers gathered outside of the Quentin Simon home. Like, Betty was all loud about being a protester, but they wouldn't give them that dignity. They just wouldn't. They would just call them hecklers because they were just clowns.
prepared for his encounter with the leprechaun. He's suited up from head to toe.
This wars off spells right here. This is a special leprechaun flute, which has been passed down from thousands of years ago from my great-great-grandfather who was Irish.
Fucking PVC pipe, dude. Hold on, I gotta get a good look at that's a fucking PVC pipe, bro. Look at that shit. It's got that
flute, which has been passed down from thousands of years ago from my great-great-grandfather who was Irish. I just came to help out.
Others just came to get lucky in hopes a pot of gold may be buried under this tree.
I'm gonna run a backhoe and uproot that tree. I want to know where to go. I want to go. Give me the gold. I want to go.
This is Brian Johnson, NBC 15 News.
I mean, that's how you get to the bottom of it, dude. Listen, you don't just assume that there is a magic portal at the bottom of the tree. You uproot the tree and you check. You don't take those kind of chances. You don't just assume. You know what I mean? Like you uproot the tree, you start digging. If you seen a fucking leprechaun, uproot the tree, start digging. Now, chances are, if you're on meth, you already begun the process of uprooting that tree and digging. But I digress. Hold on. Let's celebrate a little Joe Flipperhead in the meantime, while we wait for our first guest. Oh, here we go. This is Bettero and Flip Ahead, putting the screws to Spanky, bro.
Kente. Yabba dabba dabba do. Huh? You look something? Ha, mishy gishy gushy gushy mishy meshy mushy motherfucker. Huh? Eh? Look at that here. Negro, you cannot travel halfway around the world and not speak any motherfucking English. Mimi sizungumzi Kiingereza mimi sijui. English, motherfucker. Kente.
Now make sure, listen, if you donate, I should start this now actually. If you donate, make sure when you write a note, you can do it anonymously or whatever, but make sure when you write a note, just put Glare stream or what the fuck ever, just Glare or something. You know, Glare is a retard, whatever the fuck you want. Who cares? Just donate, but make sure that you reference this channel to some degree.
Dabba 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 do. Huh? You look something? Ha, mishy gishy gushy gushy mishy meshy mushy motherfucker. Huh? Eh? Look at that here. Negro, you cannot travel halfway around the world and not speak any motherfucking English. Mimi sizungumzi Kiingereza. English, motherfucker.
All right, it's playing over and over. You gotta hold on. It's a really short one. Oh my god. Look at these pictures that he puts up, dude. Look at these fucking pictures. Like he makes these pictures, dude. Oh my fucking god, bro. And I guarantee you, Alan Jackson loves that shit. I guarantee you he loves that shit. I promise you he does. This is the funniest shit ever. Joe Flipperhead is an artiste. And then this was, oh yeah, look at this is a classic right here. This is oh my god. So sometime shortly after this picture was taken, that is up here. This is, you know, we're bunking together. Shortly after this picture was taken, see, I have a beer in my hand, and I blacked out some point, which is really weird because sometimes I black out, sometimes I don't. We'll talk about that a little bit more too. But I totally blacked out that night, and I couldn't remember. Like I remember, like I remember certain things that I couldn't remember before, like now. And LV cops, they know what's up, because after seeing the footage that they shot on the ride back to the hotel, that was interesting. But that did refresh my memory a little bit. But mainly what happened was, and I don't want to out this person, but they privately told me, dude, I was there and I remember exactly what happened. Because I thought for a second that some weird girl drugged me or something. And it didn't make sense because I knew I didn't drink that much, you know? But it turns out I did. It's just that my memory lapse went way earlier because I don't really remember taking this picture. And I was still drinking beer. And this person refreshed my memory and said, hey, I remember. Like, you don't remember what happened? And sometime around, like just around the time this picture was being taken, probably right when it was being taken, Bettero says to me, You're drinking beer, you pussy. And then apparently I switched to whiskey. And that'll do it. That'll absolutely do it. But good times were had. They were absolutely had. But yeah, that's me and Bettero and Flipperhead bunking together. And then of course this wonderful picture. We love this picture. Flipperhead. Oh my goodness. Good stuff. Now what I'm not going to do, I am going to direct you guys to do this, but because I'm not going to do it because it's too early. But Microdots just dropped a new video. I will play the trailer though. But Microdots just dropped a new video in his Patreon. So you definitely want to subscribe to Microdots Patreon and check that out. Because it's dope. Let's go over that real quick. Dude, I watched some of the weirdest shit on YouTube, dude. Like I'm looking at my history and I'm like, what the fuck? That's what insomnia does. Yeah, so it's going to be a long day for me. So bear with me, my friends. Oh, that's way back. Hold on, man. All right. I have to do this the old-fashioned way. Yeah, so his newest video is called The Drop Off. But this is just the trailer for it. This is just a preview. It's too new for me to go over it. Like you guys need to subscribe to his Patreon to watch it, but it's totally worth it. You got to do it. And it's worth it just to support Microdots because he's brilliant. Shit is intense, dude. Yo, that shit is intense. Patreon.com/microdots, y'all. Now, I say fuck it. I say fuck it. I say, Well, actually, hold on. I don't think I've seen this one yet. Have we watched this one yet? Let's just watch this. Watch something to get us talking.
Provided by the defense in reciprocal discovery. This is information provided by the federal government after numerous requests, two requests.
Hank Brennan's courtroom theatrics may appear compelling at first glance, but a closer examination reveals them to be little more than empty rhetoric, ultimately lacking substance. Brennan just claimed that the emails he's referring to were sent to him by the federal government, when in reality the defense had turned them over to him pursuant to Rule 14 for the second trial. Watch again as the ever-discerning Elizabeth Little immediately catches his mistake, an oversight that Karen Reed and Alan Jackson clearly recognize as well.
And insistent the best I can to get as much information as I can. Another
That shit is so dope. Like the way he catches that and then like explains it, narrates it.
Would be fair to say because you had a lot of nighttime visibility work, your cases frequently involve pedestrians. Yes, unfortunately, there is a direct correlation between the time of day and pedestrian fatalities. Statistically speaking, most pedestrian fatalities occur during the evening and night hours. That would have been nice to have.
They did have it. Either Hank Brennan is feigning ignorance about this detail from Dr. Wolf's testimony in the first trial, or he is genuinely unaware, making him either woefully unprepared or deliberately misleading.
And
I'm going to go with the latter. I've seen too much where he just ignores. Like one example is the February 2nd, 2022 motion filed by David Yannetti in regards to them preserving evidence. He just acts like it never happened. He continues to say that the defense never filed a motion when they don't even have to file a motion. It's not even like, it's just something that David Yannetti had the foresight to do. But Brennan, in each time the issue of the Sallyport video or the Canton PD footage comes up, he acts like that never happened. He just pretends and he lies. He straight up lies and says the defense never filed a motion to preserve evidence. But we know he did. We know David Yannetti did. He did at the day of Karen Reed's arraignment. He did this.
Commonwealth, like the defense, is entitled to discovery. So if they can produce the discovery, I'd welcome ARCA.
There's an old adage among lawyers that says, if you have the facts on your side, pound the facts. If you have the law on your side, pound the law. If you have neither the facts nor the law, pound the table. Every appearance Hank Brennan has made since assuming the role of lead prosecutor has been underwhelming, this hearing especially so. I have no doubt that the defense will respond decisively, relegating him back to the head seat at the kids' table, right alongside Adam Lally and Laura McLaughlin where he belongs. It's still a mystery as to why Hank Brennan would want to subject his career, his reputation, and himself to the prosecution of an innocent woman.
That's the question.
Perhaps he resents being perpetually.
That is the question. Okay. And I was discussing this with somebody in DMs yesterday. That's the question. The question we need to all be asking. Because we're all in agreement, I think, that there is definitely corruption. Whether there's underhanded, behind the scenes dealings going on, I don't know. I mean, obviously there has to be some sort of discussion taking place. But we're all in agreement that this is a miscarriage of justice. All the way up to, at the very least, up to Beverly Cannoni, the judge. Right? So, right, definitely Brady violations, right? Up the yin yang, just in like since pretrial 1.0. Like an insane amount of Brady violations. Oh, cool. Okay, cool. LV Cops just sent me more pictures. We'll go over those later. LV Cops just sent me more pictures of that one evening, that fundraiser. That's the question. This is the question that we all need to be asking, folks. This is very and it's really simple, because I think at this point it's very safe to assume that there is clear corruption taking place here. Now, why? We could all pretty much agree too that Hank Brennan doesn't seem to have any case against Karen Reed. We could all agree that it is extremely unusual. Some of us think it's just plain dirty and suspicious, but others might just say that it's unusual, that there's no assistant DA at the Norfolk County DA's office under Michael Morrissey's watch that is going to take this case on. So he hires a special prosecutor, and he hires a defense attorney as a special prosecutor, and he hires Whitey Bulger's defense attorney as his special prosecutor. Whitey Bulger being arguably the most notorious gangster in Boston's history. And he's handpicked special prosecutor by Michael Morrissey to prosecute a case where there's no case, and where the majority of the greater Boston area believes that Karen Reed is being framed by the Norfolk County DA's office, or at the very least, the Massachusetts State Police. Whether they even know about Canton or not, they're hearing the basics now. They're hearing the basics now. And it's getting around. Now tonight, just to get a little off track here, tonight is the premiere of the Karen Reed ID channel documentary. Now, here's how this is going to go. Cherry is running a watch party for my members who have access to the Discord. And so I'm still going to be live when this is going on, and I'm still going to watch it, and we're all going to watch it in real time together. I just can't stream it on YouTube, but Cherry will be streaming it. She says that she's going to be streaming it on Discord. So if you have access to my Discord and you're a member, you can watch it. Now, I don't know about new members. I've got to get a hold of Cherry and get her email again. I think it's Cherry something K69 at Outlook. I'm not sure exactly what. I got to know exactly what it is, and I don't know it. What's up, Joe? Flip ahead. But yeah, you would have to send proof of your membership to her, and then she'll send you an invite to the Discord. And this is, specifically for those of you who aren't in the country and you can't watch it. You don't have a cable provider that will stream it because you're in Canada or you're in England or wherever. And I think I don't even know what time it's on. I'm going to figure it out. We've got plenty of time. 9 p.m. Eastern. Thank you so much. So 9 p.m. Eastern, that's going to happen. So we are going to watch that. So you can, if you're a member already and you already are in the Discord, then you can watch it with Cherry and a bunch of the other members. Yeah, I'm going to get a hold of Cherry's the exact email. I need to just save it somewhere. And then get you guys to send her your proof of membership, and then she'll send you an invite to the Discord and you can watch it there. But here I have my first guest. Who is this? Who could it be? Who could it be? It's Hefty, y'all.
Oh, happy St. Patrick's Day.
What's up? Happy St. Patrick's Day. Yes, you're wearing green. Look at you.
Wearing green. Yes. Happy
And you
St.
didn't-
Patrick's Day, chat and mods.
And you didn't do a stream today. You usually do them on Mondays.
I saved it all for this 12-hour stream.
That is so nice. That is so pleasant. Thank you so much. So yeah. So what I was getting at is I was saying that with all of these things that we know, right? Why would a judge and a special prosecutor risk their entire reputations and careers on pushing this case through? That's my big question. That's the question I think we all need to be asking.
Yeah.
What is the motive? What is the there this isn't just people being stubborn. You don't do that because you're stubborn. There's clearly a network of court officers who are deliberately, whether it's the same agenda or each individually their own agenda, trying to railroad Karen Reed. Makes no sense.
Yeah. Makes absolutely no
what-
sense. And it's they just
Right.
want to win and stay laser focused.
So
on what
is it
they had said in the first
unreasonable?
place.
Is it unreasonable to suspect corruption and speculate that there's corruption? I mean,
No, because that's what it is.
right. Right.
That's the definition of it. And we're all seeing it. The world is seeing it.
Yeah. I mean, we got now I saw that Aiden posted something about a documentary filmmaker. Is that the same one who did this ID channel thing?
Did he recently post something?
Yeah,
about it?
like yesterday. Hold on. I'm going to cut off this microdots thing for now and then
I got my heated blanket.
oh, right on. Good for
I'm
you.
ready to
Stay
hang
warm.
for as long as you want to kick me out.
Stay warm. Right on. So, yeah, he went hard on this lady, dude. There she is. Here we go. So this is Terry Muir. He says Terry Muir approached me about being in her Karen Reed documentary multiple times and I rejected her. Now she's telling reporters that she didn't want to be associated with me due to my witness intimidation charges. This woman was given behind the scenes access to Reed's team and fully believed in her innocence. Then she got upset with Reed when the jury hung because it wasn't the end she wanted. Now she's flipping on her due to all of this, and this documentary is going to be McAlbert propaganda. She interviewed Plevin and Coffin Doofus, which tells you everything you need to know about her. She also had the audacity to accuse YouTubers of profiting off this case, while she is likely making 6 or 7 figures off this hit piece. And then he did write an article about it. Now, this is a lady from Unsolved Mysteries, so I don't. She's the lady who founded Unsolved Mysteries, but I don't know if she has anything to do with this. Is that okay? Oasis Cat is saying yes, that this is the same lady who did this documentary. So now, because it's advertised in her favor. Am I crazy? Like when you watch the trailer for this thing, it's advertised in her favor. Like, let's watch it. I'm not going to get copyright.
They make it
I'm not
dramatic
fucking...
at first as if it's not, or
well, they say it's her testimony that, and it's all her. It's all Karen Reed, so they're following her around and everything.
Broken Baker.
Oh, Broken Baker's in here. What's up, Broken Baker? Where is this shit? Yeah, we got a lot of stuff we can watch. Actually, I'm probably gonna go over. I definitely want to go over some Trooper Paul testimony. It's just
Yeah, we need some
that shit.
comedy. Why
That
not?
shit had me laughing so hard. I was watching some of it yesterday, and I was dying, bro.
Yeah, who was doing his
I want to
stuff?
go over some Higgins testimony too.
Brian LTL was doing, yes.
Oh, here we go. This is
Yeah, they were collecting all of his catchphrases and stuff. Just did.
I received this in my email on a Sunday morning. I think the date was March 5th. The email had come in from our cell expert, Rick Green, at 5 a.m. He had been up all night. He saw this, what he calls an artifact, which is the footprint on the cell phone of a Google search conducted on Jennifer McCabe's phone. It says January 29, 2022, at 2:27 and 40 seconds, house long to die in cold. And if that search was deleted by the user, you get a red yes flag in this column. And this would indicate that it was deleted. This is a photo. I'm on trial for my life right now. They want you to believe that I killed John, but their rush to prosecute me will bite them in the ass. If Jen McCabe knew at 2:27 that John was about to be or was placed in the cold, that's highly incriminating. Are you getting pissed? Yeah.
like
I can't even imagine what she felt when she
well,
found
think
it
about
out.
it. She's at no more fucks to give, dude. That's where she's at now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's where she's at now.
It's been 3 years.
It has.
But can you
I
imagine?
I don't blame her in the slightest bit.
Yeah.
My name is Karen Reed. I'm 44 years old. I've never been married. I don't have any kids. I don't envision myself having the white picket fence bullshit. I've worked in a financial services company for decades. I was a lecturer.
This is some raw shit, bro. I'm loving it.
At Bentley University. Now I'm being charged with murdering a Boston police officer. I could face life for second degree, life in prison. So as we approach trial, I'm moving to a hotel in Boston. It's weird, you're used to working all day and having a life and a career and a routine, and then you don't have it, and now you're fighting for your life. I still can't believe what's happening to me.
We make this prayer to Christ our Lord. Amen. Very nice. Very nice.
I've lived most of my life in Massachusetts. I have an older brother and a younger sister.
Good Nathan,
so I'm in the middle. Definitely the most outgoing. I've always been very reactionary and I guess a little maybe impetuous. I'm private, but I'm open. So when I'm with people, I'll tell them anything.
Bro, is that a young Bill?
Welcome back
That's
to Lifestyles
mind-blowing,
of the
dude.
Almost Rich and Famous. And I am your host, the lovely, the beautiful Karen Reed.
When she was a young girl, she would do plays constantly when we'd have if we had cookouts or the pool.
We're going to watch Mom. Everything you do is grand.
She always brought a lot of fun to, yeah, she's got a great personality. She really does.
It's my darling daughter. I was dean of business at Bentley University. I did that up until the time this event transpired.
Health, holiness, and happiness for everybody.
My father loved his job so much, and there's an old phrase, you love your job, you never work a day in your life.
Bill is a stud, yo. Like, and still, dude, like still. Like, it's wild, bro. Like, that dude is hardcore, bro. Check him out.
Holiness and happiness for everybody.
My father loved his job so much, and there's an old phrase, you love your job, you never work a day in your life, and that's my dad. And I mean, my dad's gonna be 76. I've just turned 44, and I need my dad more than ever. John died 2 years, 2 months ago, and we dated maybe just shy of 2 years.
Okay, first thing you need is the graham crackers. You reach into the bag, and you
Oh,
pull
look,
out
the
7
T-Rex
graham
arms.
crackers. Okay, also inside the bag, if you look, there is some chocolate bars.
Johnny and I grew up together on the same street. We met when we were 4. I went to the same nursery school. And we went to school, elementary, junior high, high school, all the way through. Stayed close friends during college. Stayed close friends when I was moving around the country for my job. He'd visit me wherever I lived. So I knew Johnny for over 40 years.
I mean, you can just watch all of these like right now.
Yeah, why not? It's getting us pumped.
I mean, this is the stuff they're going to show tonight, but
I love watching old home videos. Like,
let's see what these people are saying. Oh, this is that lady, this is the Terry Dunn lady. Let's see what she says. We got an interview with her.
the woman who did this?
Yeah.
Okay, Terry.
Of that 9 line. And Ted Cruz said, look, if you're not into geopolitics, you won't notice it. I mean, hello.
Not that fast.
Welcome back, everyone, to Pop Crime TV's The Outlier Podcast. I'm your host, Lauren Conlon, and today I have a very special guest that I'm very excited about, Terry Dunn Muir, the legendary co-creator of Unsolved Mysteries and the director of the highly anticipated 5-part docuseries, A Body in the Snow, The Trial of Karen Reed. Now, the tragic death of Officer John O'Keefe and the case against Karen Reed has truly captivated the nation here. Was it a tragic accident, a murder, or was Karen Reed framed? If you watch this channel, you know that I have gone deep. So, and I have my own thoughts, but Terry and her team had unprecedented access to the trial, Karen's attorneys, and even Karen Reed herself. So we're going to get into everything that they uncovered. And I mean, I have so many questions for Terry.
I wish I was that fucking bubbly, bro. You know, like
No, you don't.
She get any further into what the truth is here. So I'm going to bring Terry
let's
in.
see. Hold on. Let's see how many subs she has.
Hey, Terry, welcome to the show.
No, hi. Thanks so much for having me.
She's only got 10,000 subs, but I'm sure she'll grow. She'll get a lot more.
Thank you for being here. I was so grateful to receive early access to this documentary, this docuseries. I watched it. Oh my gosh, I was on the edge of my.
Yeah, I mean, the right thing to do is to like share her channel. I guess I'll do that. I just don't know what to make of her yet, so I'm struggling with that in my head. You know what I mean? Like anybody else, I'm like, stop what you're doing and sub to this channel. You know what I mean? But like, I don't even know what to make of this lady yet. You know what I mean? But I am playing her shit. So we got 12 hours. So here we go. I'm just gonna share it. If you want to sub to it, sub to it.
There you go.
At least click on it. You know what I mean? If you like it, give it a like.
My seat, but
your thoughts in the
I have to tell you, I had some strong opinions during the trial based on what I saw, and then I watched this, and I was thinking, well, maybe things are not quite what they seem. So let me just ask you, first of all, has Karen and her team, have they seen this documentary ahead of the release on March 17th?
No, they have not seen the documentary at all. Very, very early on.
All right, so they haven't seen the documentary. Now, remember, this is the lady that Turtle Boy had just wrote an article about that I just read. This is the lady he was talking about. So I'm just curious as to what she's going to say here.
On, we showed them just a very rough clip of about 5 minutes of footage that we had cut together just so they could see what they look like on camera. But other than that, they have not screened the series.
Wow. Okay. So they didn't need any type of let us sign off on this before you air it privileges or anything like that.
No, they didn't ask for that.
They didn't ask for that? Wow. I'm shocked. Okay. That's interesting.
Hey, what? What'd you say?
Because they trusted her to put out the truth.
Right.
I mean, when you sign up for something like that, that's what you're doing. You're trusting
But
that.
I mean, you are trusting it, but you're also not, like, I mean, the bottom line here is like when it comes to things like that, like, I mean, because anytime, even in YouTube, like, it's nowhere near the same caliber of thing, but like, even in YouTube, if like somebody invites me on as a guest, like in my mind, I'm mentally prepared for getting, fucking sideswiped in some way, shape, or form. You know what I mean? Like, and you just you compose yourself a certain way just to, so that it doesn't happen. You know what I mean? And then you don't really react to it or whatever. And if they're dicks, then you're just like, all right, well, thanks for having me. Bye. You know what I mean?
It's like
So
driving. Like you're driving,
so-
you know you're good, but you always have to have your guard up.
Sure, right. So, like, I'm sure
That's the
Karen and
trick.
her family, like, having been burned by 2020 and Dateline, they went into this. You could tell Karen was at like a place of not really giving any fucks anymore. But at the same time, like, I don't think that I mean, there's nothing about Karen Reed that tells me that she wouldn't know what to have expected it from this experience either. You know what I mean?
Interesting. So when you were putting this together and you were filming this, did you have any sort of opinion as to what happened, just based on your own research?
What we did is we really wanted to approach this in a very unbiased, very objective way. We wanted to tell both sides of the story. It was Karen and her attorney, Alan Jackson, who brought us in. They actually invited us to do this film about the pretrial and the trial. But you can't just tell the story of the defense without telling the story of the prosecution. So we really had to take out, there's so much content. This is such a complicated case. There's hard evidence, and then there's a lot of circumstantial evidence, and then there's just a lot of speculation
There's
around
no
this
hard
case.
evidence,
So
lady.
we had over
None.
we're not counting the trial footage. We have over 250 hours of footage that we shot in the war room, in their hotel room, in the car, in a lot of interview footage. So we had to sift through that and make the most balanced presentation we could of what the prosecution's main points were and what the defense's main.
She's really trying to sell that.
So
she's really trying to sell that. Like, we want to get the both sides of everybody. Hold on, there we go. We want to get both sides of everything. We want to get everybody. We want to be fair. She's really like selling that shit, and it's like, like, why do you need to sell that so bad?
When was this interview?
I don't know. I'm sure it was. Let's see. 3 days ago.
Okay. So she's selling it.
Yeah.
So you attended most of the first trial.
We did not actually attend the trial. We had a feed coming off of the camera that was in the courtroom, and we recorded that feed. So that's how we got our footage of the trial. Usually we would film with them in the morning on the way to the courthouse. And then while they were in the trial, we'd either be listening outside or we'd be doing interviews with other people that were involved in the case.
Okay, understood. I mean, when I watched this, and look, I'll be honest, I thought that there was a lot that the state did not prove in the first trial. I was kind of like, wow, when I saw, I mean, for me, it was Arca, it was Dr. Scorti-Bello. It was a lot of this, like, well, wait, this.
All right. Go ahead, man. Subscribe to this. At least I mean, if I want to hear, if there's any common sense shit, dude, there's like two things that somebody's going to fucking say that's going to make me go, all right. They're at least thinking. And that's John O'Keefe's injuries not being consistent with the vehicle, not being consistent with a vehicle collision or whatever, and the ARCA experts testifying at the trial. Like that, I mean, come on. That's it. Like, and she named them ARCA. She didn't say, oh, the defense's experts, blah, blah, blah. This lady was paying attention.
For sure.
This just doesn't make sense, but I'm not necessarily buying into a conspiracy either, but I'm kind of like, I don't necessarily know if she hit him. And then it's like the whole, no one in the house saw him, but no one really saw him outside. Where did he go? What happened? So in my opinion, I kind of watched this and I was like, oh, I think that maybe Karen and her team decided to do this thinking she would be acquitted.
Now, I am going to say, though, lady, you just listen. I'm going to quote Biff. Since you're new here, I'm going to cut you a break today. Because I think if she is caught up with all of the motions, if she's paying attention to all of those things and she's seeing what Brennan has been doing and how Bev has been making these decisions, like the fact that she wouldn't let Bettero on, that's unheard of. That doesn't happen. Like that just doesn't happen. So that's suspicious in and of itself. If she's aware of the fact that Fanning, and if she's aware of the Sandra Birchmore case, she might not be, and that's understandable. I understand that. But if she was aware of the Sandra Birchmore case and she's knows who Lieutenant Fanning is, then there's a problem here that he was overseeing the jury. Anybody who's ever covered a trial or takes an interest in watching trials knows that that's a conflict of interest, knows that that should be right there. The case should be dismissed. It's insane that this is even going on. So
do you think this Terry lady is even paying attention right now to any of the hearings? Or do you think she just made her docuseries and was like, boop, and done?
Well, if Turtle Boy's reporting is accurate, which I've never known it to not be, but I don't know as far as she goes. I don't know anything about her. But if I read the article, I'm probably going to find some receipts. I would imagine so. And so, you know, I do trust Turtle Boy's integrity as a reporter. So, or as a investigative journalist. But her, you know, if what he's saying is true, then no, I think you're right. I think that she's like probably just, you know, did
job, took her check.
This right. Like paid attention to whatever she thought was going to be beneficial to the documentary, and that's it.
Not really interested in
if
Karen was framed or not.
Right. I mean, you'd think somebody's antennas would go up, and I guess maybe she's not lying and saying, "Okay, I tried to see both sides of it, and I tried to stay very neutral." But I would imagine that if you pay close enough attention to this case, and you know enough of the details, you can't have common sense, or you can't have integrity, and not start sniffing around that question of a conspiracy and not sniffing around that question of corruption, because there's too much to indicate corruption. So if you're just ignoring it and it's in your face, you're not doing your job. You know, I'm of the opinion you're not doing your job. Making it a point to stay neutral, whether even with that, now share all of the information. But if you're like picking and choosing information to try to make them both seem fair, then you're not reporting this correctly. Period.
Yep. Yeah.
You have any thoughts?
No, I just want to keep hearing what she has to say.
Okay.
Quit it. Do you think that is maybe their mindset? Because, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily want things that she said in this documentary to be out there in the public before my second trial.
I think they did feel like that she would be acquitted. In conversations we had, I definitely got that feeling. When we got closer to deliberations, and actually during deliberations, that's when they started to wonder if this was going to be an acquittal or not. You know, I think they expected a verdict to come in even that day, the first day, and then it didn't come in the first day, it didn't come in the second day, it didn't come in the third day, and then the interviews took a different tone, and you could see Karen getting more emotional, and the defense team getting more nervous about what the verdict was going to be.
So when this trial ended,
I don't know if I agree with that.
Nobody said to you anything like, hey, maybe can you take this out, or can you maybe not include when we said that, or no one said that. So it wasn't.
No, during the course of the filming, they would say something and they'd say, Terry, don't use that. And I told them from the very beginning, if they could call me 2 weeks later and say, I was thinking, don't use that, I would respect that decision. So there were times, in fact, even when they were driving to or from the courthouse, especially after, at the end of the day, they'd be talking about what happened in the courtroom that day. And I'd be following in the van, listening to the conversation because there wasn't enough room in the car from me and the DP. And they'd be talking. They go, Carrie, don't use that. They would be talking into the mic because they knew I was listening to everything they were saying. So no, so we respected that. If there's something that they didn't want us to use, there were times we didn't have full access. There were times when they said, you know what, we really need the room here, and so we would just quietly leave until they were ready for us to come back.
Right. Okay. And did you guys reach out to any of the witnesses?
We did. We did reach out to the witnesses, and I didn't speak to any directly. I spoke to the attorneys that were representing them, and they, for very good reason, they didn't want to do any interviews. I don't think they interviewed with anyone before the first trial, and I don't think they've interviewed since, because they know they have to go on the stand. And it's, as you know, it's been a very divisive case. It's been a very hostile case. They have been attacked verbally in pretty devastating ways, I'd say. So I think they just would like to avoid the media exposure for sure. If I were them, I would too.
Right. And it's interesting. And the first thing.
Okay, so I like to
guess who gets attacked every single goddamn day?
I like to just go
Karen.
ahead and
Ooh, you suck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That lady sucks. Sorry, I'm eating donuts, bro. That's what you get to do. You get to
gotta fuel yourself up.
On streams.
Yeah. Do you see everything that is on social media about Karen? But she's still speaking up because she's factually innocent.
Right. I mean, it's obvious. Again, it's like in your face. So here she is feeling sorry for the McAlberts, and this boils down to, and what it seems like is another case of turtle hate derangement, or whatever the fuck they call it.
Yeah.
And
I feel like they don't want to be held for anything that they say, the witnesses. They don't want to have it recorded with their faces, them saying it, to be used against them later.
Right. I mean, but
because you're going to be, it's all going to be lies. They want to know if you're having glazed donuts.
No, that was actually a Boston cream. Fucking love Dunkin' guy. Yeah, so here she is. I mean, she's sticking up for the McAlberts. Like,
another defense for the McAlberts.
Right.
Big, yeah.
Like, how can you do that? Like, knowing everything that you know, how can you do that unless you're just like an Aiden hater? You know what I mean? Like, because I see that happening a lot, and I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying that I see it happen so often that I understand it. Like, that's not my reaction, or most people's. But you get these people who just Turtle Boy rubs the wrong way, and then they dismiss facts because they don't want to in any way promote anything that he promotes. And it's like
feelings get involved. They're all of a sudden Aiden hurts their feelings or says something that they don't like, and then it's like their brain shuts off, and then their emotional side takes over.
Yeah, like, right. And then all common sense and logic goes out the window. And it's really, they don't understand that, like if you hate Aiden so much, why do you give him that much power? You know what I mean? Like, just like, like, why do you let him? Like, you're only like feeding into the thing that you say is the problem. Right? So, you know what I mean? Like, why do you just look at the facts of the case, and that's it. And be big enough that if you happen to agree with him, you don't have to like the guy. You just agree with him, like it's a lot of things that people who don't get along agree on, it's just really silly that this happens to be a pattern of behavior with so many people online. It's very strange.
Yes.
And of course it's this lady. And now I really want to read Aiden's article on it, especially now that I know she's defending the McAlberts. It's so pathetic.
First thing I thought of here is there is a motion for Hank.
What?
Girl,
Sorry.
she's still talking. Yeah, and we all get the brunt of what Aiden says and does. Like, don't all lump us into the same category or punching bag for you. Like, we are all different and we are all separate from him.
That shit doesn't bother me at all. Because I guess it's because I say enough to get myself in enough trouble. You know what I mean? So it's like, what's Aiden gonna say that's gonna affect me?
But for me, they're always
you know what I mean? Like,
for me, they're like, well, you did the rolling rally. Well, you yelled at the family. No, I didn't.
Oh,
I've done none such things. I came on this after all that.
but
So
who cares?
that's just the thing. They're just saying
You
that
know what I
all
mean?
free Karen Reed supporters, they think that's what everybody's done. And someone recently,
But the whole point of the rolling rally is even if you did do it, you didn't do anything wrong.
right?
You know what I'm saying? Like
Carson Boss was there.
It's perfectly in your rights to do everything that they charged him with. It's insane. And some of the stuff he didn't even do.
Yep.
But they decide to rename what it is, and it just boils down to, it's like, okay, well, your feelings are hurt, dude. No, that's not how the First Amendment works. The First Amendment is designed simply because you, like, my freedom to express myself verbally is not limited to how it makes you fucking feel.
Yep.
I am not required on any moral or legal standard to give a fuck how you feel by my words.
Yes.
You're responsible for your own feelings. I'm not. Period.
And I'll say, if Aiden is charged, well, what is it on? It's on Tuesday or Wednesday that he's in Stoughton.
Tuesday, I think.
Okay. And if bail is revoked?
I don't know.
I
mean, I don't think that's going to happen.
I don't
He
either.
he has two excellent lawyers, and at least that judge was good that last time. So hopefully it's the same judge. And I just have the utmost confidence in Bettero and Bradel.
Same. But what I'm saying is, that Monday, and I even went back onto my photos, because when we all went out to dinner, I found myself, I pulled up and I was like, sweet, parking spot right out front. And I parked, and then I looked to my right and I'm like, oh my gosh, there's D&E Pizza. And I couldn't believe that, like, they were still open. I don't know why. In my brain, I was like, oh, they're actually in there and it's open. And so I took my phone really quick because I was changing out of my slippers into my heels. Yeah, I'm one of those girls. And I quickly filmed the fact that I was there. Just so, I don't know why. It just, in my head, I was like, I don't know, might need this for later. So I
Okay.
filmed that I was actually there. So I have it time stamped, the date and the time and everything. And then later on that night, you and Maza walked me back to my car. We had a brief conversation. We looked around at my tires, make sure I was good. And then I hopped in my car and I noticed I was on empty. And my first thought, whenever it's
Yeah,
I don't know.
that was Monday night.
Yeah.
That was when we went to CF McCarthy's on Monday night. Can't
Yes.
believe I went to that place 2 nights in a row.
Yeah. You go hard when you come here, don't you?
I mean, why not? You know what I mean? Like,
I know.
I mean, I went a little too hard last time. I'll admit that. You know, like when you're when you're coming out, when we got to that courthouse, we found out a little earlier that Aiden had gotten charged. I think we were still at lunch. Somebody messaged me, and then I was like, nah, that's not true. And then when we went to court, you know, it gets brought up. Bradel kills it in the hearing, and it gets brought up at the end, you know. And of course, Bradel's like, come on, judge, like they don't even, it's just word of mouth. We don't even have any evidence. They don't have you know what I mean? It's just somebody saying something. And he's like, yeah, right. Okay. So we'll set a hearing for tomorrow, blah, blah, blah. And then, so Bradel and Bettero and Aiden, they make this great speech on the steps for everybody. And then, when it's over, Bettero's like, you come here. Get over here. So yeah, I got a little lectured by Bettero, but
What better person to lecture you though than Bettero?
right.
Like,
yeah, absolutely. Because I saw it coming, you know. I was just like, yeah. Sorry.
but yeah. So when I got in my car and I noticed that I was on empty, a woman's first thought is, where do I go? What do I and
A gas station?
yeah, but I also wanted to maybe just have like a little bit of a human interaction with, just to see if they are actually human or not, I guess. I don't know. Colin was at the door. So I rolled down my window and I yelled, do you know where there's a gas station? And he did you talking to me? Me? And I was like, do you know where there's a gas station? And he looked to his dad and said, she's asking if where there's a gas station. And so Chris came over and stuck his head out and said, what is it you're looking for? And I said, do you know where there's a gas station near here? I'm not from here. Like, I'm on empty. And he told me, like, just turn around, go down, and it'll be on your right. And I said, thank you. So my point is, we had a back and forth conversation. And I had no idea that it was being recorded.
Right. Yeah. Good point. Good point. Yeah.
So just saying.
Yeah. I mean, I'm yeah.
I don't know if they're gonna erase it
I'm
or
not I'm not really gonna talk much about, the thing that happened Tuesday night, but
Yeah, we
the
don't
only
have
thing
to. I
I'll
just wanted
say,
to get that out of the way.
yeah, I got you. The only thing I'll say about that is like, we were just being silly, like if I were to go back there, I definitely would not, engage in anything like that again, because now I know who knows what you do. You know what I'm saying? Like we were just being silly for the benefit of each other and ourselves. That was all it was. There was no malice there, or there was nothing like that. It was just, we were just being stupid, and that's it, just being silly.
And no one had any idea that your
and
voice
then Aiden still got charged, so it was just like, right, and so it was just like, all right, now, okay, I can see that it's not even worth it to just even joke around. That's crazy. I've never even seen, like, that's just wild, man. Like me growing up, man, I've been hassled by cops so many times growing up, but like that's in Miami and they let you go. You know what I mean? Unless you're like really doing something wrong. You know what I mean? And like here, you for making faces into a fucking camera, into a security camera. That's
I think
wait, what?
he's like really scared of Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Maybe.
Ooh.
Maybe. But I mean, geez, that's some fucking. Yeah.
All right. What is that lady,
shut up
Carrie or
about it.
whatever her name is? Let's finish that interview.
Hank Brennan to get all these transcripts that was granted, and everything she kind of said to you in this documentary or docuseries, I was shocked at some of these admissions. I mean, she admitted to having 6 drinks, which we had never heard before, Terry. It had been kind of up in the air how many drinks she had. And I guess whoever you speak to, you know, about this, everybody has their own thing they could say, right? It was 1 drink an hour over the course of X many hours. That's a lot of drinks for a small person. I mean, I think that alcohol plays a huge role in
Okay.
When someone says I had 6 drinks,
Right.
I don't think that actually means like I've consumed 6 drinks.
Yeah, it does.
Well, I
does.
like you can say I had 6 drinks, like she ordered 6 different drinks and maybe didn't finish them.
If she said I
left
had
one
6 drinks,
somewhere.
man. If she said I had 6 drinks, that means she had 6 drinks, dude. You know what I mean? Like, come on. Like, what are you split hairs? Like, no, come on. Liz, thank you so much. Now, I've always suspected that, of course, she drank, you know. But
with her condition,
I mean, but I didn't, you know what I mean? The thing is it doesn't really matter because nobody testified that she seemed intoxicated at all.
Right.
So, I mean, the very people that are trying to railroad her said that she seemed fine.
Role in this case with everybody involved. I mean, what did you make of that admission with how many drinks she had and just alcohol in general?
That was an interesting interview because she was very, very forthcoming, and she had, you can tell as she was speaking that she had put a lot of thought into how many drinks she did have and which one she actually drank and how many shots were put into that one. There was a lot of alcohol involved. John O'Keefe had been drinking. They had both been drinking. And the prosecutors.
John O'Keefe had been drinking all day.
Yeah, remember in that text?
Yeah, the whole text thread reveals that. Me and Melanie Little went over it. Like,
yeah, he was saying, I'm almost sober again.
Yeah.
Or I'm almost feeling sober.
Did a timeline of her alcohol intake in the courtroom, and he said 9 drinks.
Right.
Karen said 6, but 6 is a lot. 6 is a lot. The vodka soda.
I mean, that's relative.
Some people have tolerance.
That's relative.
She did go into a lot of detail about, you know, porn. That's what I was really surprised about. I was like, oh my gosh. I was like, oh, stop. But, you know, it was that, but it was also a timeline that I kind of put together in my head, which is, you know, and look, I think that the murder charge in this has always been a huge overreach. I never thought that this was a murder case. I really didn't, especially when it comes to Karen Reed. So watching this and seeing it all play out, Terry, I was like, well, wait, she actually said she was ready to take some kind of culpability at some point because she didn't actually know until I felt like the Commonwealth charged her with murder. And then her team gets this call and says, hey, look at someone inside the house. Well, how do you expect a defense attorney to ignore that when you've got a client that's being charged with murder, right?
Well, the second-degree murder charge happened after the informant came forward and said, take a look at the people in the house. So she hadn't been upcharged. She wasn't upcharged until after that happened.
Right. But that's not suspicious at all. These poor people who are getting insulted online.
Was arrested in February 2022, and then she was arrested in June of 2022. But then in May of 2023 is when I felt like that was when the whole conspiracy was pushed. So maybe the call wasn't made.
David Unetti talks about the call that he got a few days after that John was killed from the informant, and that's the first moment that he said, "Oh, you know what? Maybe there's somebody else who was involved in this." And Ted Daniel, one of the reporters we interviewed, he actually said, "You know, if that guy hadn't made that phone call, we might not even be here today." And so that did happen very early on. And Karen doesn't talk about thinking that something else had happened until that call came in.
Now, is it? Nobody finds it to be a little overly coincidental that this informant comes forward so early on, and then it just so happens a federal investigation uncovers all of these things, like Higgins destroying his phone and Brian Albert destroying his. And I mean, how is this not confirmation that your tip initially was correct. Because I've seen people on Twitter still argue that the guy who came in, or there was no tip, it's a lie, or the Scanlon guy never happened, and blah blah blah. But dude, like, how do you the federal investigation kind of confirms everything? You know what I mean? Like it uncovers all the suspicious behavior that takes place. So it's bizarre that anybody's like like as soon as David Yannetti started dropping those bombs in that pretrial about what they uncovered in the and Alan Jackson too, about what they uncovered from that TUI report, I was like, that's it, dude. That's fucking crazy. That's it. That's insane. All that shit that they uncovered.
Came in. She never said at the scene, or I don't believe later, well, he went into the house. So what happened? You know,
Right.
she never mentioned that, that I know of, that I'm aware of. She didn't say that to us.
Right. Okay. So, but I guess my whole thing was, yes, like Ted said, right? We might not be here if that call wasn't
Oh my
made.
God,
And also,
Romy,
I
gifted
felt like
10
when you're being charged
memberships.
with murder,
Thank you so
you know,
much.
you have to have some kind of a defense here because
Oh my
it's
God.
a murder charge, and you know, out of the thing. So I think that it was possibly a combination of the upcharge and of course the call, but that just got me thinking. I was just like, so right, maybe. You know, she hears this and she really didn't. She didn't think she did it, but she wasn't.
Let's take a break real quick and let's check out the fund.
My favorite
You
part.
have that here. You have that probably pulled up really quick. Do you have that handy?
Yeah.
By any chance? Yeah, pull that up and read them off. Anything glare related.
There are.
We got to add them up too, don't we?
Did I do it?
Oh yeah, you did. Holy crap! Look at that.
It's my thing. All right.
amazing.
So Claire Brown hit with a 25, sending love and support from Arizona. You got this, Karen. Free Karen Reed. Hashtag Glera live stream.
Hell yeah.
I've refreshed. There we go. All right. 15 from Knick-Knack. Knick-Knack's in the chat. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Karen, we love you. And we'll keep
Knick-Knack.
fighting alongside you. Free Karen
Thank you,
Reed and
Knick-Knack.
Turtle Boy.
Hell yeah.
Glera's Day 12-hour live.
Now I also have Turtle Boy's link in the description. So if you want to donate and help Turtle Boy out too, his link is in the description as well.
Yep, TB needs it too. 10. Oh, and did you hear Tom won the Bruins tickets?
Wasn't he the one giving them away?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
He won them, and he won the 2 hoodies. Yep.
All right, guys. I'm doing the Bruins tickets, guys. I'm doing the Bruins tickets. Holy shit, I won. Mike, you can't fucking believe this. I won. Mike, I won the Bruins tickets.
Yeah. That was awesome.
Oh, I love Tom
right.
so much.
10. Espinola. Okay, how do you say that last name? I always get them wrong.
Hold on, I can't see it. Where in the Espinosa. Yeah. I can't read it. It's too small for me.
Love and prayers for Karen and her entire family and friends. But it wasn't a glare or hashtag glare or anything. So do we count that? I don't think we count that.
Oh.
Remember, guys, write in the glare.
Yeah, because we want to keep track of how much money this stream raises.
Okay. 20 from Angela L. Glare 12-hour fundraiser. Keep your spirits up as this farce of a second trial draws near. Everyone knows Hank Brennan and the prosecution team are FOS. Okay, what's that?
I fucking love Joe Fliphead. Oh my God, bro.
Yes, you can keep
Joe
roasting me on that.
Flippin.
Dirty
Joe
little
Flippin. 6 drinks doesn't mean she had 6 drinks.
I just did the glare.
Oh my
All right,
God, bro.
guys, FOS. Am I too old to know what that is?
FOS. I don't know. I'm bad with the abbreviations.
Fucko shit. Keep the faith, Karen. It's probably something really sweet, and I just. Oh no, it's not, because prosecution team are full of shit. I did it. Thanks, Spring. Keep the faith, Karen. I firmly believe in you. Will be acquitted, is what I believe she meant to write. Claire Brown, 25, sending love and support from Arizona. I read that one.
Yep.
25 from Anonymous. It doesn't say Claire, but you want me to read some that don't?
I mean, yeah, read them. You know.
Yeah.
But
Let's keep going. I love this stuff.
But we only count the ones that have the glare.
Right. Right. 25 Anonymous. Praying for you, Karen. With every donation, please keep Karen in prayer. You got it. 10 Elizabeth Stevens. The Glare Fundraiser. Wish it was more. That's enough, hun. Happy St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah.
We all got your back. It's Liz. Liz 88888. Norfolk County and not proud. Ooh. Yep. We're working on it. We want to be proud again. 317 Patty Murphy. Thank you to the Glare for hosting a 12-hour fundraiser today. 12 from Anonymous, the Glare 12-hour fundraiser, free Karen Reed. 45 from Anonymous, with our support and prayers from Quincy and from Seeking Justice with Tommy and Boston Mike.
Fuck yeah, bro.
35 SDSD. Happy 35th B-Day to the beautiful, brilliant babe, Meredith O. March 21st, 4th. Come on, mouth. You can do this. March 24th is her big day, and I have no doubt that she will surpass her kitty cat's half B-Day total. She's already raised over 2,000 in 24 hours. Amazing. Let's keep the love.
Amazing.
35 Ryan Thompson. 4412 Adam Schumann. 350 Jerica Johnson. Meredith's birthday fundraiser. Stay strong, Karen Reed and team, all the way from Arkansas. Sending love and support. 350 from Anonymous.
I think he's read the Arkansas one already, unless it's another Arkansas one.
I think it's another Arkansas.
Or was it Arizona the first time? I don't know.
It was Arizona the first time. 350 Anonymous. 2 350s Anonymous in a row.
Yeah, man. These are awesome. These are the Meredith ones. Yeah, man. That's awesome that Meredith had that thing going on. That's fantastic.
Yeah, make sure to screenshot whenever you do a Meredith birthday and then send it to her so that you're in the drawing for that
drawing.
Did I say? What did I say?
Well, my name is Simon, and I like to do drawings.
Sing it some more and I'll dance to it. 5 from Anonymous. Happy birthday, Meredith. 47.
All right, let's watch this lady again. We'll come back to these.
Okay.
He wasn't ruling it out either, if that makes sense, right?
It does. And Alan Jackson and his team from LA didn't come in until later, as you say. David Unetti from Boston was her attorney up until that time. And I think it was in the time, you're right about that, when she got upcharged, that's when they said, okay, we need to bring in some additional defense help here.
Yeah. I mean, overall, Terry, it was really well done. I don't think she's going to be happy with what she said to you. I really was like, but again, it's her choice to talk. Me personally, I wouldn't have said all that, but also you could argue that she's an open book. She says she has nothing to hide. Right. So I don't know what to think. It's so confusing still.
Yeah. You could tell she really wanted to tell her story. And that's what she said.
It's not confusing. It's not confusing at all. Like I understand that there's a lot of information, but if you're caught up from the trial to first trial to this, like it's not confusing at all. Karen Reed is clearly innocent, and she's being railroaded. It's not even like a question.
Yeah, and everybody asks, why won't she take the stand? Da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da. This
It's
is
not
her
only obvious;
taking
it's
the
being
stand.
shoved in your face.
Says at the top of the series, this is my testimony. I know I'm not going to be able to probably go on the stand, but I want the world to know what my side of the story is. And she had done interviews, small interviews here and there, but she hadn't really told the full story. And then part of the story is the ups and downs of the trial. She didn't know what that trial was going to look like when we started filming with her. They didn't know, nobody did. They didn't know what witnesses were going to be called. They didn't know what evidence was going to be presented. It was all, we were all kind of in the same boat of not knowing where this is going, which was one of the things that made this such an interesting project. Is we didn't know what the next day was even going to look like.
I mean, watching his trial in real time, it was almost like, is this real life? Is this really happening? Especially with Michael Proctor. That, I mean, that it was insane. And that's when I kind of, with Proctor and in my opinion, the horrible investigation into the death of one of their own, I was thinking to myself, well, you didn't necessarily need to have this conspiracy, because I feel like maybe, you could have gotten off with just this crappy investigation and this investigator, excuse me.
Did it fucking occur to you that
we want to tell the truth?
Right. Did it fucking occur to you that the truth is the story, that Karen Reed not only is innocent, but is actually interested in getting justice for Boston police officer John O'Keefe? Did that ever fucking occur to you? Like, no, that's crazy. Like, everybody's just looking at her like there's this guilty template on her, that she's on. That's it. Like, that's what they're building their opinion off, this guilty template. And even if they're convincing themselves that they're being neutral or being fair, or it's you're screwing it up, even if you're telling yourself this, I mean, it's not in pursuit of the truth.
Right.
I
Sorry
mean,
that Karen was sorry that she wanted to get justice.
Right. Well, I
clear her
mean,
name.
it's just ironic. It's so funny because it doesn't occur to them that all they would have to do is think like, well, if I was innocent, what would I do? Or what would I like to do?
Right.
Or what would an innocent person do in this situation? If I'm sitting here and I'm judging this person for being guilty, this is what's really weird. It's like, normally if they're sitting there and judging the person for being guilty, even though there's a possibility that they're innocent, right, in their mind, but they're already pretty much guilty, they're going to go, see, look, an innocent person would be doing this, an innocent person would be doing that. Karen Reed is doing everything that an innocent person would theoretically do who's on trial.
Yep.
And so it's she has nothing to hide. Why is she making faces? Why is she looking so smug? Because she's watching the people who lied on her get grilled in cross-examination. I mean, why wouldn't she take pleasure in that? In having her moment where they get put on the spot.
Excuse me, that I feel like has a personal bias here. And yeah, so I just feel like the whole thing has gotten so out of hand and so convoluted and confusing. And it didn't have to be this way.
It is a very confusing case. It took us hours and hours and days, weeks, months to try and sort through all just the data that was presented in the trial. Even the reporters we interviewed, and I have to believe the jury, were just, the prosecution brings in a strong defense.
What's up, homie?
The defense brings in a strong witness or expert, and then the defense brings in a strong expert, and you're kind of left with, well, I don't know, I'm not an expert, I don't know. So I think Christina Rex, one of the reporters, she says, I'm not an expert, and everybody was trying to sort through that to try and land something. There were some points that I think that they did land, but it's a very, very, very complicated case, and it's like I said, circumstantial evidence, but also all the speculation that surrounds this case. I don't think there's anyone in Boston or the area that hasn't heard of this case. I don't know where they would have to be to have not heard of it.
I know. And that's why I feel like jury selection is going to be so difficult the second time around. But you're right. You bring up the experts. And I felt like a lot of this case was a battle of the experts that we saw because, there was obviously, again, I mentioned ARCA. I was like, wow, that was very compelling. And that is one of the things that really got me, as well as the medical examiner saying, we can't say that this is from a car accident and it was just very confusing. And I did want to ask you though, as far as contributors in the case, you guys did not talk to Turtle Boy. Was there a reason or just you approached him?
Turtle Boy is a part of the story. We approached him. He had a deal at the time, an exclusive deal with another
This is interesting.
producer. So he wasn't allowed to interview with us, but we felt like he's certainly a part of the story.
Oh, wait a minute there. Because according to Turtle Boy,
You're lying. And you're a piece of shit.
according to Turtle Boy, that's not true.
Oh, Terry.
That's just simply not true.
Story. So we feel like we represented him without having to interview him.
Okay, got it. I was just curious as to why, but that makes sense. And I think I heard that because I felt like the creators that were featured mainly were very anti-Karen. I don't know if you
the creators, what do you mean?
Or the contributors, like you
see, I'm starting to get the feeling that this creator, this person, whatever her name is, the creator,
Terry.
No, not Terry. The creator of the channel.
Okay, sorry.
Terry's the interviewer. She is she's interesting because she's talking about Plevin and Coffin Doofus. She's saying you seem to interview a lot of Turtle Boy like haters, people who, you know what I mean? Like, like she's kind of calling her out. It's interesting. So I'm getting the feeling that she's probably leaning more towards Karen's innocence than she's letting on. And just trying not to scare this woman off and keep her talking, which is actually she's doing a good job.
Smart. Yeah.
by Karen that were I think I heard that because I felt like the creators that were featured mainly were very anti-Karen. I don't know if you
the creators, what do you mean?
Or the contributors. Like you had the reporters, Christina Rex, Ted Daniel, and then like Jennifer Coffindaffer is very well known as being anti-Karen. Same with I don't know his full name, but he has the channel Yellow Cottage Tales.
Oh,
He's
Kevin Lenahan.
No, Plevin. His name is Plevin. Plevin.
Anti-Karen.
Right.
So I did feel like they were featured a lot. I don't know if that was just by chance or
we filmed with a lot of people who didn't make it.
And I have to agree with Aiden on that because I read that in his tweet that should tell you everything that you need to know. That should tell you everything that you need to know. If she featured that much of Plevin and Twattendoffer, like this lady is a clown. She's a clown. Yeah. Like there's no, that should tell you everything that you need to know. To give those people a platform and act like they make sense and they know what they're talking about, then you're a clown. This Terry person is a clown. Like I'm convinced of it now.
Get into the cut because there were so many people, but we feel like there was again in trying to achieve that balance. We filmed a lot with the pinks, we call them, the people that were out in front of the courthouse and the opening statements. We see the pinks. There was a lot of coverage, I think, in the series about the pinks, and we felt like we needed to balance that out. So we did have Jennifer and we did have Kevin. The reporters worked great for us because they would say, well, it could be this or it could be that. They would help us present both sides. And what was most important to me was getting John's friends. And they were wonderful. And I feel as many people do that John gets lost in all the noise around this case. And one of the things we tried to do is
she was fucking drowning and then she switched it to John's friends. Like when all else fails, let's make it about the victim and let's get off of this because yeah. Margaret, I was like, nope, I'm not fucking selling you that shit. Fuck off. Get out of here, lady. Fuck out of here, lady.
Is try and keep him as a presence as much as we could because there was a lot of content to cover in terms of the trial, but just have the viewers not forget that there's someone, a wonderful man who's dead in some mysterious way. And let's not lose sight of John. A lot of people do that John gets lost in, and it could be this or it could have been. The reporters worked great for us because they would say, well, it could be this or it could be that. They would help us present both sides. And what was most important to me was getting John's friends.
There it is.
And they were wonderful. And
I'm drowning.
Feel, as many people do, that John
That's
gets
what
lost.
happened right there. I'm drowning. Like you're confronting me with the fact that I had these fucking idiots on this documentary and let them fucking ruin it. Because I'm telling you right now, if they're featured as much as they are on there, they fucking ruined it. And why? Out of spite? Is that why this lady? I mean, this lady's a clown.
Lost in all the noise around this case. And one of the things we tried to do is
that's not true. John O'Keefe has not been lost in all this noise. I mean,
that's what they love to say about us.
We talk just as much about John's movements and behavior leading up to and all of that. We talk about the case. What, like, you expect us to do what? Just sit there and celebrate his life and start showing home movies of him with kids' T-Rex arms? And no, I mean, that's fluff. That's not getting anywhere. Like, we've done it and that's okay. And if I was making a documentary, I would absolutely have plenty of that in there. But when I'm talking about the case, I'm going over the facts of the case, and the facts of John O'Keefe are not left out. The relevant facts of John O'Keefe, which are indicative to the events of that evening, are not left out. They're discussed, and he's never in any way disrespected. And I'm not going to apologize for pointing out the fact that he was very cold towards Karen throughout those text messages during the day. I mean, when I think about it, he was kind of being a dick, but that's relevant to the case. It's relevant to understanding all of this. And I'm not going to ignore that simply because you think it might be disrespectful to the victim. No,
I guess you didn't get the memo about the 24-hour standout for John on the anniversary.
Right. Oh yeah. No, of course not.
Keep him as a presence as much as we could because there was a lot of content to cover in terms of the trial, but just have the viewers not forget that there's someone, a wonderful man who's dead in some mysterious way. And let's not lose sight of John. So that was really important. His friends were wonderful. Brendan and John and Tara. So that was really important.
Brendan Kane, actually, I've seen him in a bunch of different documentaries, and I said this one, it really, he cried, and I hadn't seen any of John's friends actually really break down, and that was such a special moment, and just hearing him talk about how, he thought about John's death, and it just gave him comfort almost to know that maybe he went peacefully. I had never heard that before, and again, it just made you remember that a great man is dead, a police officer is dead in a very mysterious way, and we need to remember that he was a human and he had family and friends and how devastating it is.
Everyone here fucking does. Everyone here does. But forgive us if we can't figure out why none of them actually seem to want to get to the truth. That's what's really interesting to me. Sorry, I'm not going to, well, I know I'm contradicting myself there, but I'm not going to apologize for that either. I mean, that is a fair observation. I don't give a shit what you say. You have all of this stuff that's in your face, and it's like they want to ignore it. And I'm sorry, I pity them for their loss, most definitely, because John seemed to have been a really great guy for sure. But I'm not going to apologize for seeing something for what it is and being outspoken about it, whether you are or not.
Yeah, it's so important. I worry that the family's never going to have closure. You know, and that John's friends aren't too. That we have a second trial coming up, but
You're never going to have closure unless Karen Reed is acquitted or or the case is dismissed.
You know, when they talk about, I think John's friend says the first thing I thought of was, oh no, the family's going to have to go through this again. This is really, really hard on them. And so your heart has to go out to them.
Of course. And did you reach out to the family? I'm sure they didn't want to talk, or
they actually they had an exclusive deal with a different production company as well. The family did, and they were John and Brendan when I interviewed them. I asked them, why have you been kind of quiet throughout this whole time? They just felt like they wanted to let the legal system do its thing and let justice be served, but they didn't feel at the end of the trial that the justice had been served. So then they said, okay, we've got to start speaking out now. So I think they did more interviews then, because they were on the quieter side. You heard, like I said, a lot from the Pinks. And they were out every single day in the morning.
The Pinks, not the Karen Reed supporters, the Pinks, like you're a fucking gang.
I'm a Pink.
You know what I mean? Yeah,
So,
you're a fucking like you're part of some sort of fucking insane militia. What's up, Liz Reed?
Hi, Liz Reed.
Of course.
The morning, all day long. But there wasn't a large contingent of the Justice for John O'Keefe folks out until the end. It'll be interesting to see how that balances out in the second trial.
Gee, that doesn't tell you something, lady? That the blue shirts were hardly, if ever, out there. And the pinks are always out there, like constantly. But you make it sound like they're just like they're just relentless, you know, like they're rabid, relentless gang. It's insane, you know. How about it's because common sense dictates that the consensus feels that Karen Reed is innocent, and so they support her relentlessly.
Yeah, I mean, oh my gosh, it's like I'm ready for the second trial because I do, I do follow both sides. It's so wild to say both sides, but yeah,
no,
that's the truth of it.
That's true. Yeah, no, I do too.
Right.
I do too.
Yeah, and so you're kind of just like, I wish a lot of the noise could be kind of removed from this, and we could just go back to the trial, focus on the evidence, and that's that's where I've kind of been sitting here, is like, let me see what goes on in a second trial, because I told you how I felt with the first, and then watching the docuseries, I was like, well, wait, so what exactly happened now? Now I'm confused. But there have been rumors going around, Terry, that Karen walked off of the set because she was upset. Is there any truth to that?
No, that's not true at all. I don't know where that came from. I mean, there were times when we had to. Karen was very involved in her defense, and she wanted to be with the defense team in that war room every single minute when she wasn't in the courtroom. So there were times, because they didn't know what their schedule was, where we would schedule an interview, like let's say at noon on a Saturday with Karen, and she found out that everybody was in the war room working on the case, and she was like, let's reschedule, because she wanted to be with her team. She worked as hard as they did. Every minute.
Yeah, she seems okay, Microdot.
And
I agree with you.
Late at night, putting this case together. So no, but that's not true at all. She never walked off.
Wow, a rumor. Could you imagine?
There are a lot of rumors to sort through. A lot of speculation.
I was going to say, can you imagine?
I still hear stuff, all day long about this and that. I'm like, okay, whatever.
I know. Trust me, I know. And there was a protective order that was filed the other day for, and it's really wild. It's never ending. But was there anything that you were shocked upon hearing that maybe you didn't expect to hear from maybe Alan Jackson or Karen herself, or anyone really?
Well, in the trial, I had not heard about Michael Proctor's texts. So that was a surprise when I saw him on the stand. They talked about Michael Proctor and how they were going to cross him when we were in the war room, but I didn't know all of that. So in terms of the trial, I think that was surprising. Most of it we knew what was coming, but there were really no surprises. We were just there trying to be a fly on the wall, just documenting what we could. In the war room, we would have 3 cameras, and they would just
so that we could cut it up and throw Plevin and Twattendoffer in there and make them sound smart when they're really stupid.
Silently move around the room while Karen and Alan and the team worked. I mean, I guess that would be surprising is how focused they could stay. I mean, we were pretty low key, but how focused they could stay on their case and what they were doing while we were in the room. And we had mics, they had mics on, or we had mics on the table, and the war room was all pre-lit. Or how much, I guess, surprising how much access they gave us. I'd say, well, could we come to your hotel room before you go to trial tomorrow? And sure. So we would show up with a camera at 7:30 in the morning, and Karen's making coffee and curling her hair, and Alan's getting ready for his day, or David. And, so I think that access, that they were in such an intense situation, but still giving us that access, it was incredible. And I think that's why the documentary feels like you are there, because we were.
Yeah, because guilty people do that, right? They give you that kind of access with her attorneys, right?
I know. And I think that is also what's so confusing about this, Terry. It's like you said, like Karen and her attorneys invited you in. She was an open book. She wanted us to hear all of this. She wanted us to, clearly. And that's where my confusion lies, I guess. And one thing I was disappointed in, and I feel like this is not your fault, because it's not important, let's say, to the trial or to John O'Keefe. So I want to respect that. But I was just curious if anybody was going to ask Karen and Alan about that little snuggle moment they had outside of the Boston restaurant. You know what I'm talking about? I mean, that picture went viral. People were trying to figure out if it was AI. I wanted someone to ask them about this so badly, but
we didn't feel like that was part of the story that we were telling. That, but I think that happened during deliberations. It was the very, very, very end, and there's a group of people that's been together day and night for 11 weeks, and it's a very close team. They worked really closely together. It's not my place to comment on that. I saw it.
But you just fucking did. Like, the implications there were gross, lady. Like there was I didn't see any indication of that, or blah, blah, blah. She's sitting here going, well, they are close, and they work closely, and they spend 11 hours a day together. And like, you're justifying something that's not true, like, which implies that it's true, and it's not. So that's highly irresponsible and manipulative on her part. I see through this bitch right now. Highly manipulative on her part.
And it's one of those things that I just let go. That's not part of our story.
I let it go. It's trash and tabloid. They have a personal relationship, but it's not my place to talk about it because we're professionals. Get the fuck out of here, lady. How about I didn't see any evidence of that? How about I don't know where those things come from. I don't know what's going on with that. We didn't even touch on that. Like, wow.
And again, I acknowledge that, but it's as a whole, when you're looking from the outside and you're experiencing media, like actual news shows, like News Nation, get an AI expert on and try to pick this apart. You're like, what is this case? Like, what is happening? It's a movie. Truly, it is.
Yeah, it's interesting that people are out there. Karen became so high profile even during the trial. I mean, she started off pretty high profile, but by the time we were finished filming, if we tried to film with her walking down the street, for instance, 3 people would come up. Oh, Karen, everyone knew Karen. And we were in a hotel in Boston, and the trial's 30 miles south in Dedham. So she became very, very high profile, so that there were people out there, taking pictures that they obviously they didn't realize people were taking. But it just, that goes to the buzz and the noise and how high profile this has become in that area.
Absolutely. And I could talk to you forever. I know you have to run to another interview, but I hope and pray that John O'Keefe gets justice and his family can put this behind him. And thank you so much for your time, Terry. And everybody can watch A Body in the Snow, the trial of Karen Read on ID on March 17th, which is Monday. And then they can stream on Max the next day. The episodes are released 2 on the first night and then 3 on the second. Is that correct?
2 on the first night, 2 on the second night, and the last on the third night.
Okay, perfect. Well, Terry, and where can anybody find you if they want to follow you?
They can't.
Okay, I saw an X account. I wasn't sure if that was actually yours. It was okay. So never mind.
No. I stay pretty low key. I'm not on any social media platforms.
You're a very smart woman. So
stay low key. So, but thank you very much for your time and for your interest in the case.
Of course, and congratulations on a great documentary.
Goddamn lie.
Thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much. So thanks so much.
You a goddamn lie.
So when did she stop filming? It was right after the mistrial?
I don't know.
Because there's so much more that came out. So, yeah. Oh, she owns Unsolved Mysteries.
Yeah. Like she's one of the co-founders, I think, or something like that. Kind of crazy.
Can you hear that?
What?
Okay, you can't. My dog is going to town on her paw.
Good. It's drowning out my chewing. All right. Let's see. I'm just finding something to watch here.
Do you want to read more donos?
We can, yeah, if there are more.
Let's go see.
Okay.
You'll give me one sec. Oop, I went to the wrong StreamYard. Oh, you found a Microdot shirt. Whoop, whoop.
What the?
Refresh this. Oh, we made it into 64,000. Oh, and I'm predicting.
Oh shit. Nan.
Yeah, you saw what I saw.
I saw it.
All right, so 317 Becky McElroy. In honor of Glare, St. Patty's Day, 12-hour stream, # free Karen Reed. Here's that Nan. 2,500.
Holy. The notorious Nan Gallagher, everybody.
Glare 12-hour live stream. And like Nan Styles, she did a quote of a song. Would you like to read it?
Let's see. Most days I try my best to put on a brave face, but inside my boobies moans are cold and my heart breaks. But all the while, something's keeping me safe and alive. But so many people are looking to me to be strong and to fight. I'm just surviving. I may be weak, but I'm never defeated. And I'll keep believing in clouds with that sweet silver lining. Keep showing up. Song credit, Kate Vogel. I don't know who that is, but thank you, Nan. Unbelievable, Nan. $2,500 smackaroos. And then under that, we got a hundo.
Yes, and Brandy, she wrote that this is for the Glare live stream. She just forgot to write it. So this is our girl Boston Brandy. Happy St. Patrick's Day, dearest Team Reed. May your troubles be less and your blessings be more. # free Karen Reed. Enough is enough. Life's too short for this bullshit. Yes.
I love it. We're only 2 hours and 15 minutes in, folks. And we've already raised close to what, 3,000 already? Probably not close to that yet, but like 2,700, I'd say, give or take. 2,800.
Yeah, with Nan.
With Nan. I mean, Nan is unbelievable, dude. Nan is amazing.
I know. She's like the fairy.
I'm trying to tell you, man, like she's the real deal. I got to spend a lot of time with her there in the last time I was in Boston, and she's just like that. She's just like, it doesn't turn off, you know, except I would imagine
unicorn.
Yeah, when it comes to like court, you know, like there's no way. That's what's really wild about her, is like she's literally the nicest person ever, right? Yep. But the thing is like, I would never fuck with her, dude, because there's no way that she has such a successful practice without being shrewd. You can't be. You know what I mean? Like, you can't be. So, like, yeah, she's
got the best of both worlds, all in that one little small body. She's just amazing.
Right. I imagine her like as being one of those like cartoons that it's like a real, like a real cuddly, cute little thing, and then like it's like in Men in Black or something like that. It's a cuddly, cute little baby or whatever, and then it like once she goes into a courtroom, I would imagine just goes turns into this big monster, swallows everybody up, and then just goes back to being this cute little, sweet little thing.
Cute, sweet Nan.
What's up, Dina?
Dina. I'm trying to think of what Care Bear stare she would be too, but shall we continue?
Yeah, of course.
Although hopefully I don't reread ones. Is this a new one or not? Casey Crowell, $12. Living in Norfolk. Nope. Okay, so living in Norfolk County has me outraged for what is happening to you, Karen. Stay strong. You have an amazing team, family, and support behind you. We have no quit. Hashtag $12 for Glera live stream. Free Karen Reed.
Hell yeah.
And I think I did Lisa Small. Wish it was more. No, I don't think I did.
No, not these. Yeah.
Romy gave memberships and donated to the defense page.
I love it. Amazing.
Romy's on a roll.
Romy's amazing.
$10 from Lisa Small. Wish it was more. $50, Romy R. Glare stream. Happy St. Patrick's Day. We have your back, Karen. Yep, and we to Knick Knack. There we go.
Amazing. Thank you guys so much. Keep them coming. I love it. You guys are great.
Let me refresh. I think that number is going to say 795 by the end of your 12-hour live stream.
Oh, yeah? Yeah. I hope so. Let's hope it's more. Let's hope it gets to 8. That'd be dope. If we break the 800 threshold, which wouldn't happen, but it'd be great if it did.
We got to dream big.
Amazing. We got to dream big. Right, exactly.
This community is full of amazing, generous, fucking kick-ass people.
Straight.
And I know they would do it.
Este's out here spitting.
If Will takes off his shirt, then maybe a 5,000 donation again.
Nope. Let's watch Larry's buckle up video on
you that guy?
Brian Higgins. Yeah. I love Larry. He's so funny.
Oh, look at Karen's face. Her eyes reveal all. Poor woman. Wait a minute. John passed away. Just that.
Oh, wait. Just a second, folks. We got Boston Mike in the house, y'all.
I got to put my lip gloss on now.
My boy.
Turn some lights on. Hold on.
I love it.
Happy St. Patrick's Day, Boston Mike.
What's up, homie?
Hey, Will, I just sent you some information that just got released. I don't know if you look at your XDM.
Oh, hold on. Okay, let me do that.
Give us the info.
Give me the 411. So there's another trailer that just came out, and then there was a couple of motions filed for some lemonade.
Okay. Yeah, sweet. All right. Yeah, we'll go over the new motions. Hold on a second here.
Hey, Esty.
Hey, Boston Mike. So, and Casey, keep them coming if you're going to be doing totalings. Thank you. So
Experience.
Casey says,
They are
sorry,
starting.
AJ. Wait. Live stream total is 2768.34, 2,768.
All right,
Wow.
that's I gotta jump the numbers up.
Fantastic.
I came out
Let's
at
do it.
2,700. All right,
Love it. Bro. You guys, all you guys and Nan, and we got plenty of time, dude. Keep it coming. We got plenty of time.
Go.
We're not even
2.5 hours in yet, folks.
I like this video that's you're about to show because it shows the boots on the ground and a little bit behind the scenes. You can see Grant Smith Ellis on the top left corner up there. You can see Dennis Sweeney right across, like in the middle of 12 o'clock. So
Yeah.
it's pretty cool. A lot of this right here you're gonna see is Tom CPU's coverage of his.
I love it.
His yeah, so this is pretty cool.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Starting next week. Apparently, we can't have any gear that says Canada.
Yeah, hold on, man. We got to give it up for my man. Scott. There it is, right there, bro. That's my man right there.
We basically are going to have to put duct tape over them.
Standing out in the rain, bro. I love it.
Judge Cannoni doesn't want any outside influences or distractions. She's got to make sure the case is tried within the four walls of that courtroom.
I can tell you from my experience with this community, they are not going to be.
Isn't that one asshole from fucking Court TV?
Yeah, that's Joe Krowski Jr.
That guy sucks.
You
That's
are
the
correct,
fuck you
Jesse.
guy's son.
Is he really? I didn't know that.
Yes.
Holy shit. Oh my God. I had no. What a small world. That's so fucking crazy. John Miller, thank you for becoming a new member, buddy. So the guy, okay, let's fucking, yeah.
It's
Let's
Stoughton District Court that walked by Tom and said, fuck you with Joe Daniels.
Right.
That's his son.
So this guy, Krowski, this guy is always on Court TV just running his fucking mouth about nonsense.
Yeah, he was
And he's
Paul
illegal.
Albert's lawyer.
Yes,
Dude,
he is.
yeah. And
Yes,
then,
he is.
and oh God, that guy sucks. And so his dad is the one when Tom was filming him, Jill Daniels' his lawyer. His dad is Jill Daniels' lawyer. And when they were walking into the courtroom, Tom goes, "Good morning." And he goes, "Fuck you." And then he goes, and then he realizes what he just did. And then he goes, "That wasn't very nice." And Tom's like, "What? Good morning or fuck you?"
That'll be a classic forever.
I know. I think the glare clipped it and slowed it down because you and Turtle Boy were watching it live, and you made a video out of it, and you slowed it down. You're like, "Fuck you."
That shit is so funny, bro. Like, oh
you-
my
and
God.
you and
I
John-
never clipped it, but I had it playing. So now I wouldn't even know where to find it because it's lost in hours of footage.
That was good.
Like it's lost in hours of footage. I have no idea.
That was one of the funniest things. Yeah, that was
All
funny.
right. Oh, I just got a message. I got somebody coming in 20 to 30 minutes who you guys are going to love. I promise.
More
love
friends.
Yeah. All right.
That's
Let's
the-
check this.
that's
Let's
the
check this
comp-
video out. Let's check this video out.
To be muzzled.
We were trying to figure out how we can get around that buffer zone, and everyone said we should wear a certain color. Karen Reed said, "I love pink," or something of that sort,
Oh,
and it
there's the
snowballed
Foro.
from there.
I love it.
Pink because it's Karen's favorite color.
Oh, hell yeah, man.
You love it. Free
I, I will give, there's Rita. I will give this documentary credit to in the sense that at least they they featured the supporters a lot more than the supporters in any of the other documentaries. They're giving each person of certain people individually a voice, which I've never seen them do. So this is great.
Karen Reed, let freedom ring!
I wanted it to be something feminine that they wouldn't confuse it with Justice for John either and think we're pro-prosecution.
You're looking down,
I appreciate that. Thank you.
There he
You guys
is.
look great in the pink. I love it.
And I do like the color pink. I don't wear it ever, but I like it. So I just said pink.
Honestly, we had no idea going into this how
Wow.
many jurors we were going to be able to find that could be fair
Yeah,
and
this is totally during the first trial.
neutral. Everyone's read the media about this. There's a lot of people who know what's going on.
How are you feeling about the jury selection?
We're very pleased. Yeah, we're happy that we have a jury, and we're looking forward to starting.
It's just bizarre. I'm facing life in prison, and now these strangers are going to decide how I live the rest of my life.
Arguably, I've said this many times, jury selection, that's your trial.
You will question the shoddy and biased investigation that was done, a faulty investigation that's led to Karen Reed sitting here today.
We're working on our opening statement, and we're all on edge right now. Like, this is showtime.
And you will reasonably doubt their case because Karen Reed was framed, and the evidence tends to show that.
Immediately off the top of my head, I don't ever want you or me or Liza or anybody else to say tins to prove that she didn't do it.
Yeah.
We're going
You see Alan's guns, bro?
Yeah,
we're not trying this case to a hanging jury.
What were you going to say, Esty? Go ahead.
Look at that arm.
I
Dude,
know.
he was
Dude,
doing,
look at
he
that.
was doing
Vascular and
push
shit.
ups in the corner. No, I did push ups in the corner before he went on film.
He's got some he's got some dumbbells in the fucking closet. He was like, "Hold on, before you start filming."
Yeah.
He started fucking pumping some curls and shit. You know he did that shit. Yeah. Hold on, I gotta get a pump.
Hold on, Q. Just dip bar
We're trying this case to an acquittal.
Yeah.
You sleep okay? Yeah. Did you sleep at all? I did. I watched TV and like chilled out. And then I got up at 4 and
Got up at 4?
like, ah!
Jesus
Big day.
Christ. There's no way that we could be more prepared.
I'm emotionally prepared. I'm not emotionally looking forward to it. And I know I'm going to have emotions that I'm not completely expecting.
Go get him, Karen.
But I've steeled myself for it.
Yeah,
And these
did.
last 2.5 years have prepared me for it. They say it's become a circus. It's not about justice for John. It's all about the Karen Reed case. I mean, it's my life and my trial. But the Karen Reed case is trying to get justice for John.
There you
the
go.
The case is about how he died. I think a lot.
I love how I basically said almost exactly the same thing, and I hadn't seen this yet.
Well, it's
that'll
pretty-
happen
I
a
mean,
lot.
It's so
you've lived it.
validating.
Yeah, you've lived this. Esty, you've seen this. I've seen this. This is what happened. This is boots on the ground. This is people's raw emotions. This is people yelling what they want. Now, I wanted to say one thing. The blue people were there for a reason that day. There's no doubt
Right.
about it. 'Cause
It was
we
the
never
one
saw-
day they showed up. That was the one day they showed up, and then they get camera time, which is telling me a lot about this Terry person. More
Thank
about
you.
this Terry person.
Thank you. Yes.
Yep.
A lot of people are going to be like shocked when they see the truth.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Love it, bro. Yeah, this is going to be interesting tonight.
I think it's gonna be dope, dude. You had Scott McGinnis on there. You had Reader on there.
I mean, yeah, it's just
Paul.
like-
Paul was on there. I mean, some people that were really
Midnight Mike, thanks.
engulfed. You know what I mean? They were embedded with the pink people. They were talking everybody up in the morning. They were lying and getting all the food ready, drinks ready, making sure everybody cleaned up afterwards. There was a lot of things that happened behind the scenes in the buffer zone area that a lot of these guys did. I mean, and we're going to standouts and donating money and having popcorn raises. I mean, just a lot going on. A lot.
Oh, we got a cupcake invasion, y'all. Melanie Little
We
sent
did.
all her folks over here. Thank you, Melanie Little.
All right.
And she has a link too, so hopefully she'll join us soon, which will be awesome.
All right, man. What do you guys think?
Well, I mean, I have to see the whole documentary. We just watched an interview with that Terry lady talking about this documentary, and the person interviewing her, I like her. She's got a smaller channel, but she's I think she's got potential for significant growth for sure. Because she conducted the interview very well, I thought. And she asked some pretty ballsy questions, you know. But she did point out, she was like, you know, you seem to give more time to the anti-Karen people, you know, like there were creators or people who talking about it, and she was referring to like Plevin and Coffindoffer. She even named them Plevin and Coffindoffer.
Wow.
She didn't call him Plevin though. That would have been awesome. But
someone Hank is saying we can't wear pink shirts anymore.
That's part of the motions that I sent over to you, signs and attire.
What?
Again, these aren't definite. These are just motions to be presented. So
right. She hasn't ruled on them yet.
Right.
So hold on, we gotta see this shit.
This is Hank Brennan being Hank, the real Hank Brennan right now, guys.
Okay, it's just a shot of what was filed.
Yes.
So what we've got is Commonwealth's opposition to this. It's number 610-611. Commonwealth's opposition to defendant's motion in limine to allow evidence of lack of bias. And then we have Commonwealth's motion for buffer zone, an order prohibiting signs or clothing in favor of either party or law enforcement. What the fuck, dude?
Even
so,
like all together?
No, that's inside the buffer zone.
Oh, look who it is.
Is that what I'm thinking?
Right on.
Right.
Pop Crime TV with Lauren Conlon. Yeah, we were just, this was the person's channel who we were just watching.
Yeah.
And I thought she conducted a fantastic interview. Make sure you guys subscribe to here. Let me click on her.
The pinks love you, Lauren.
And I think going back to why the blues got some time, I just think that the pink just overwhelmed the whole thing for days on days on days. And I mean, the support for the blue pro John, we're all pro John, but for that side to just show up in droves in one day and then not be there for the rest of the whole
and then just
trial.
happened to be the day that they're showing that they're featuring on that documentary, which is ridiculous. Like, forget all of the other every other day of every hearing of the past 2 years. Forget that.
Right.
Like, what, lady? Are you
So
talking about?
I'm interested in now to see if this actually rallies more of them to show up like we do, or does it stay the same? Complacent, you know, they just go by what's happening. They've had obviously a bunch of wrinkles with their internal camp, with Paul, with Mr. O'Keefe not being there. Carl Dougal. It's go on and on and on and on, but just the masses of people that believe in this movement, I just think is just overwhelming for a documentary series to try to get both sides of it. You got to have over here and you got to have over there. But what's like I look at it as 90-10. There's 90% pink and 10% blue, and maybe 5% at one time that's really just sitting back and doesn't want to be out there and be harassed or even look at anybody, so to speak. But they are content creators out there that do have a platform to voice whatever they want, but no one really gives them shit.
Yeah.
That's just a blatant motion to violate people's First Amendment rights in mass. Dude,
and that's not for the blue people. That's for us. That's totally for us. Because you see Scotty McGinnis, rain, sleet, shine, or snow. Scotty McGinnis is ready to go. I mean, he's there, right?
Right.
That's
every time.
Every single time.
Right.
And
Scott McGinnis, dude, like I have not, I mean, I've only been out there a few times, but
he's been there.
Never been out there. And there's been times where he wasn't there yet, but then showed up. It was like, I'm late.
I'm here.
But I'm here. I made it.
So the buffer zone last year.
Point.
Oh, sorry, good. Esty.
The film crew was there daily. They knew the blues hardly ever were there.
Right.
And the day that they all did show up and like stormed the castle, like it was TB haters.
Yeah.
that was made for TV.
Let me just interrupt just for a second, guys. I got a lot of people. Thank you, Cupcake Raid. Thank you, Melanie Little, for sending everybody over here.
Yes.
And all you guys from Melanie Little's channel that are here now. Want to just fill you in on what I got going on here. I'm going to be streaming for the next 9.5 hours. And we're going to be I got a lot of guests lined up. And it's going to be really, really interesting. I got one coming on in the next 15-20 minutes that you guys are going to absolutely love. And we what I got going on, I turned off my super chats. I do have a Venmo up in case you want to buy me lunch or whatever. But because some people are like 12 hours, we got to give you something. And I'm like, okay, yeah, you can do that. But I really would prefer everyone focus their generosity on the link that's pinned to the top of the chat, which is the link to Karen Reed's defense fund, because this is a fundraiser for Karen Reed's defense fund. And we're going to be going until midnight tonight, folks. And we're going to have a lot of guests, hopefully. And we're going to watch party the
first episode.
The first episode. Now we're going to do it. I can't stream it on YouTube, but if you're already members of my Discord, Cherry will be streaming it in there. You could watch it in there, but we'll be watching it in real time. I'm going to have it pulled up on a page open back here. And we're going to all watch it in real time, and we'll comment on it and whatnot. But yeah, I really hope that you guys stick around for as long as you can, because I've got fun stuff. Just pop in and out throughout your day. I realize it's Monday, it's still a work day, but it is St. Patty's Day. And this is a St. Patty's Day themed fundraiser for Karen Reed.
Listen to Casey Crowell. Casey Crowell says, everybody just donate 12 or more.
12.
Yeah. Or more.
we got
absolutely.
There's always room for more.
Of course.
Exactly.
There's so many jokes there. I won't touch it.
Let's watch DUI guys.
Did you watch Microdot yet? Did you watch Microdot?
We watched the trailer. Yeah.
Well, yeah. What'd you think? Nice. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm subscribed to his Patreon, so I have access to it. But I'm gonna wait. I don't want to. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna show it.
All right.
Yeah, once it's out for a while, that's when I'll cover Microdot stuff. But
there's a trailer out.
Yeah, we watched it. Yeah, we watched it.
All right, cool.
Let's
Happy birthday, Brian LTL.
Yes. Was it Brian LTL's birthday? Happy birthday, Brian LTL.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Evan.
Yeah.
You're not well connected. Well, you know him. Yeah. You know him. Yeah. And her. Yeah. You guys hang out. Yeah. And we go to the bar. Yeah. So you're fairly connected. You see how rattled Brian Higgins is getting? You see how on edge he is? Great job, Alan.
There's no wonder this dude has fucking 500,000 subs, bro. This guy is just solid. I loved talking to this guy the other day. He's fucking fantastic.
Yes, he is.
And he's the easiest going dude in the world. It was just so easy to just get him on here. It's just wild how it happened. It was very on the fly.
Good, man.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Buckle Up, It's the Law. Today, we are going to do something that we haven't done in a very long time. I was originally planning on doing this last year.
Stop what you're doing right now and give this video a like. I just dropped the link in the chat. Stop what you're doing right now and give this video a like.
But unfortunately it never came to fruition for one reason or another. Those of you who are regular followers know what I'm talking about. However, we are going to resume in anticipation of the new trial that is going to begin on April 1st, Commonwealth versus Karen Reed in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. We are actually going to restart some of the key witnesses in the first trial. And we're going to start with Brian Higgins. For those of you who are regular followers of this channel, know that I have a whole series already on my channel from last year's trial, namely the opening statements of David Yannetti and the closing arguments by Alan Jackson. And also, not only that, I also have the cross-examination of Jennifer McCabe, and I have a series on the cross-examination of Trooper Proctor. I will include the links in the description below if you want to go check those out. Oh my.
Why do I want to see this guy on Karen's team? Now, I don't know if he's good enough because I've never seen him as a lawyer, but hearing his arguments and seeing his smugness, I don't know if it would be the best fucking shit in the world. I feel like it would be good for us, but probably not for Karen and a jury. Like, I don't know.
Just
like the two, like him with Jackson, like the two of them, dude, that's too much. It's too much.
Oh my God, you guys, they're so juicy. And this is going to give us an opportunity to be able to, compare and contrast on what sort of things they're going to say in this trial. And are they going to contradict themselves? Because this trial is going to be filled with impeachments, you guys. Impeachments are going to be a dime a dozen, and it is absolutely going to be amazing to watch. What do I mean by impeachments? When you have a witness who has given a sworn statement under oath, and now they are giving another sworn statement under oath, and those two statements are contradictory and they don't match. What happens?
And I say this with love, dude, but he has the most cliche, sleazy lawyer look that
Like Billy Bob Thornton would play him in the movie.
Cliche shit ever, dude, and that's what makes his videos so good. Him with that personality and that look is just so funny.
He's got billboards. He's got billboards on the highway. Billy Bob Thornton would play him in a movie,
and I mean that in the most endearing way. There's absolutely no. This guy's charisma is
I love him.
A class out of its own. It's fucking hilarious.
Happens, you can impeach them. You can go back to the Old Testimony and say, this is not what you said 10 months ago when you testified in this case previously, have you? Or you have given testimony previously, have you? Because you don't want to tip the jury off that there has been a previous trial, which I don't know where they're going to find 14, 16, 18 people that have absolutely been living under a rock and have absolutely no clue about anything regarding this trial, who have not been reading the papers, who have not been watching the news, who have not been reading anything on the internet, who have not been following anything on X, who have not been following anything on YouTube like this channel. So I guess we'll see. I mean, it's not up to us. It's up to Auntie Bev and her crew to try and find an unbiased jury with the help of the defense, of course, and we'll see where it goes. So without further ado, I bring you the cross-examination of Brian Higgins by none other than Alan Jackson. Let's go.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready. Thank you, Your Honor. Who did you come here today with, Mr. Higgins?
Who did I travel to the courthouse with?
Who did you meet here?
An attorney, my attorney.
Is there a reason that you felt compelled to bring an attorney with you for your testimony as a witness in a homicide investigation?
By the way, right out of the gate, Alan Jackson is throwing punches. He's throwing haymaker right out of the gate. That is a way to get the witness rattled off their footing, and especially a witness you know is going to be like.
Yeah, I love that he points that shit out. Like Alan Jackson's strategies, because I love to see if I can catch those things when I watch him, and is this part of a strategy to get the fucking witness exactly where he wants him emotionally so he could fucking get him, to react the way that, you know what I mean? So Larry is really good at pointing that out. I love that.
That's cool.
Be lying through their teeth as they testify in anticipation of their lies. You want to just make sure that they're as uncomfortable as possible. So by leading with the question of, you came here with your lawyer, sir. Yeah, I came here with my lawyer. It seems innocuous, but the jury's like, why would a witness need to bring a lawyer? See, right out of the gate.
Right there. Right. Absolutely. A jury is absolutely going to be like, okay, yeah, you felt the need to bring your lawyer with you, because he's also laying foundation, because we know that he's laying foundation, because now that Jackson feels that he has the jury, looking at him side-eyed, looking at Higgins side-eyed. Then he hits him with those questions about the text messages. He hits him with the questions about his phone getting ditched, and you know what I mean? Like, and right there, a jury's gonna go, dude. You know what I mean?
Shady.
Shady.
Okay, it's a very good defense tactic.
Objection. Sustained.
Trial, I should say.
Sustained.
You brought your attorney with you who's sitting right behind you, correct?
That is not my attorney.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were his attorney. My mistake. Where's your attorney?
I don't know. He might be in the courthouse.
Is he in the building?
I don't know where he physically is right now.
Okay. Without telling me anything that you said to your attorney, did you meet with him this morning before your testimony?
Yes.
Did you meet with him during the break? In your again, don't tell me what you talked about, but did you meet with him during the break when we took a break a few minutes ago?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And obviously the subject matter, again, without telling me any communication, the subject matter was your testimony here today, correct?
No.
How many conversations have you had with Mr. Lally about your testimony or your proposed testimony in anticipation of you testifying today?
One.
When was that?
That was on Monday.
How long was that conversation?
I would say under an hour and a half.
In person or over the phone?
In person.
Where was that conversation?
That was at the DA's office.
Who else was there?
My attorney, a victim witness advocate, I believe her name is Kristen Collins, ADA McLaughlin, ADA Lally, and Lieutenant Brian Tully from the Mass State Police.
Anybody taking notes?
I did not. I don't know if anybody was taking notes.
Well, you were sitting there watching Lieutenant Tully. Did he take notes?
Not that I saw, no.
So you had an hour and a half long conversation with the prosecution team and a police officer witness, and you're telling me that you did not see anybody taking a single note down. Is that right?
That's correct. I did hand something to Lieutenant Tully, but he didn't take any notes in reference to what I handed him. I handed him
I love Larry, because you can't help but picture him sitting at that table. That's why it would be bad. Because and you also get the vibe that Larry like has this channel just as like a venting tool. Tool. He can't do that in a courtroom. Right, right.
Yes,
he can't do this shit in a courtroom, but you know he's dying to. Like,
Oh my
you
God.
know it.
He's
But
fucking funny.
I kind of have a sinking feeling that if Larry was up here right now, he'd probably be like, no, I do that shit in the courtroom.
I would actually like to watch one of his trials then for sure.
I would love it. I would love to see Larry in action.
Me too.
Yeah.
Yes.
I would love to see that.
A piece of mail that I got at my residence.
Oh, really?
Anything have to do with this case?
Oh, I believe so.
Was that turned over to Mr. Lally?
No, I turned it over to state police.
Your Honor, may we approach for a second?
Yes.
Okay, wait a second. I don't understand. He is receiving something in the mail and he's turning it over to state police instead of turning it over to the prosecution if it's related to this case?
Other than that piece of mail that you handed to Lieutenant Tully, was there any other exchange of documents or anything like that? Have you shown anything in anticipation of your testimony?
The only thing I can be recalled showing was a photograph of the exterior of 34 Fairfield Road in Canton.
What about the text messages that you just went over extensively? Were you shown those?
I was shown a pile of papers, and I was advised that those text messages were going to be, they were put into another format, so they were easier to read.
And these are the...
Listen, dude. I gotta
Wow.
get this. I can't look at this guy, bro. I cannot look at Brian Higgins without just picturing a fucking dude who grab asses with dudes when he gets drunk and has no idea how to talk to women. I just see a very just a pure cuck who like feels the need to wrestle, you know, like it's so I cannot take this dude seriously. Like this dude has a federal badge, bro. Like it is the weirdest shit ever. You're wrong.
Right.
You're wrong.
Right.
These are
This guy
decorated
is-
dudes. Decorated dudes. You're
You see
wrong.
he looks like bullshit. He smells like bullshit. You know, he's
Total
just-
bullshit.
He looks
That
like
guy. He's a pile of bullshit in a suit. Look at him.
That's all he is. This is like diarrhea coming out of his mouth. It's like, I'm trying to sound smart, but I'm really stupid. So
Clearly.
let's keep it simple. Yeah.
Oh, it's not at all. Yeah, total beta, Olivia.
How did he get his badge? What do you mean? How he passed the test? Jesus.
Right. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
How'd you
I mean,
even get that?
You just picture that guy sitting there doing fucking schoolwork, like being totally engaged in Fed school, bro. Just sitting there fucking. I'm sorry.
Somebody else.
What was that word again? What was that word again?
Oh God.
I'm sorry. Could you move away from the board, please?
No, you're right though. I'm just trying. He's like a bunch of like young bucks that are in who's going to be the number one buck in the whole group, and he's like in there jostling. He gets knocked down. He goes home, tells his mother. I don't know. He's just not that kind of guy. I mean, I don't. Ah, God, man, it makes me sick.
This guy sucks, dude. He really does.
Dude, I would take that guy's girlfriend in a second.
That's you almost have to, like, as a service to both the girl and him. Like, here, dude, this is too much for you. I've got you, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? This is too much for you, homie. And the girl, like, you're welcome. Come on.
Thank you.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah. Like, this dude, like, you're doing both parties a service by stealing his girlfriend, dude.
Yeah, totally take his girl.
100%.
Shots that you've just described on the exhibit.
Well, as I said, he showed me the stack, said they were the text messages. They were in a different format, but I'm assuming that's what they were.
What was your assignment with the ATF back in 2022?
I was assigned to the Bridgewater Field Office, but I was full-time with the United States Marshal Service doing fugitive apprehension.
And where were you physically officing out of?
Well, I continue to maintain the office at Canton PD.
Okay, but to be clear, you were a federal officer, not a Canton police officer on some sort of a task force with Canton PD, correct?
No, I was not on a task force with Canton PD.
But you did have an office at Canton PD based on a personal relationship that you had with the chief, correct? He gave you this office as a courtesy. Is that right?
So if I can explain.
I can explain. Yeah, dude, like Jackson basically just wants to know why the fuck Chief Rafferty has a fucking office for you because you're homies. What's going on with that? Like, you're a fucking fed.
It was Berkowitz first.
Oh, it's Berkowitz. Right. That's right. That's right.
Right.
But he still doesn't he still have a relationship with Rafferty? Didn't I hear that?
I think he still has an office there. He still have an office there. So Berkowitz's offices and his office were right next to each other. They could yell to each other. Did you use the bathroom? All right, cool. I'll be in and out. You know, that kind of shit. They were like bros.
They're like nothing shadier than all this shit. It's so crazy.
It's horrible.
So crazy.
Yes.
Of course you're going to need to explain that. You're given an office at Canton PD as a courtesy. Why would you be receiving that? Why do you need one? That's a little suspect. And Alan Jackson is doing a great job pointing that out. Now, of course, he wants to explain it.
Yes or no? Was it provided as a courtesy?
Well, working partnership, I would say.
And by the way, for the record, Alan Jackson does not have to give him any opportunity to explain himself. This is Alan Jackson's cross-examination. He gets to ask the questions. It's a yes or no. If you want to clarify anything on redirect examination with the prosecutor, Mr. Lally, you are welcome to do it, sir. This is not the time to try. Sometimes judges will be like, yes, I will allow him to explain because maybe the question is a little bit more misleading or leading or whatever that could confuse the jury. But for the most part, judges are fairly lenient, except for this judge, unfortunately. You can always, it's called curing the witness. Whatever damaging information you may have elicited out of them on cross-examination, the prosecution is always welcome to cure it on direct.
I can ask that specific question.
So what I find interesting too is like, why the office at the Canton PD? Like, it's already weird that a federal agent has an office at the local police station, but how many fugitives does he need to liaise with at the Canton PD? You see what I'm saying? Like how many fugitives does he need to come across? You know, and or how many drug cases does a federal DEA agent have to liaise with the Canton PD on to where he requires an office at the Canton PD? It's kind of weird. Like,
yeah,
I don't imagine that there's that heavy of drug trafficking going on to where there needs to be all this federal intervention to where the feds need an office at the Canton PD. It's weird.
Yeah. The only thing I can think about is just close to the highways.
Or ATF, not DEA. Sorry, ATF. Even still, I mean, what?
No, I mean,
gun runners?
We're just finding out about it though. We didn't know we even had an office until the trial. By the way, no one in Canton knew that a ATF agent acquired an office. And was he paying rent? Was he helping out with the budget? Was the federal government kicking back Canton at all for a space? Obviously not. It was a trustee, bro.
There's a problem. There's a problem with alcohol and firearm trafficking in Canton to where it requires a federal presence at all times.
Oh, he was attached to Berkey's hip. He ran Berkey's retirement party, so he was like really good friends.
Oh yeah, that's a personal thing. That's something I've never actually really focused on.
They're bros.
That's so that's shady in and of itself.
So let's talk about sharing information. What does he know that the Canton PD wants to know? That maybe he knows something that's going on in Canton, a drug bust. Let's say a Canton detective, I don't know, by the name of Gulio, was being looked at by the feds for OxyContin, and he was a Canton cop. Who would tell them that? I don't know.
Right.
Maybe a federal agent might know a little bit of something like that there was actually a sting going on in Canton, and it got leaked to Berkowitz, and then Berkowitz told the Sergeant Gulio, "What's up?" And they blew the investigation.
Right. I mean, stories like that, you can't help but wonder, because I mean, I have no evidence of it, but you can't help but wonder, is there some sort of tactical reason, like some sort of operation that's taking place to where there is this constant liaisons between this ATF agent and the Canton Police Department? Like, why are they working so closely, and why is he such good friends with Chief Berkowitz? Now, it's not weird that he's friends with Chief Berkowitz. It's weird that he's so close with Chief Berkowitz that he would have an office at the Canton PD. You know what I mean?
The information sharing, I think, part of it too. Let's just say Canton does have an oxy, which I think every town has an OxyContin problem. Maybe
sure, but that's a DEA thing. That's not an ATF thing.
But maybe a Canton resident is doing it, and it surfaced to Canton first, and they pass it on and make it a federal case, and then vice versa. If the feds know something about one of
they have a field office, man, somewhere close to there. So if they need federal intervention, they just contact that. Right. They contact the nearest field office. That's how I've always understood it to work. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But for some reason, Washington Street is, it's even though they're eavesdropping on everything that everybody's saying on Washington Street, there's clearly this terrible, crazy problem with alcohol, like bootlegging of moonshine and fucking firearm running in Canton, to where it requires this constant ATF
tobacco is illegal.
Right.
The 7-Eleven's got illegal tobacco. You get to hang out.
Dude's growing fucking tobacco. Like, I'm sick of these Boston prices for my cigarettes. I'm growing my own shit.
What do you mean they don't have the tax label on them? God damn it. I can only do this. They were drinking buddies. They went out on the boat together. They had an office together. Bros talk to bros, especially in that kind of field. Hey, what are you working on? Why are you going there? He's talking to Berkey. Berkey's talking to him. What's going on in the town or surrounding towns? Berkowitz do all the chiefs. Milton. They could put it all together if they wanted to. Just saying. You can't tell me I'm wrong, or you can't tell me I'm right either.
Or they fucking just trade baseball cards, bro. Like, That's listen. I'm gonna put you in an office in the station. All right, I'm gonna put you in an office. Berkey,
Right.
why do I need an office? I'm a decorated dude. Why do I need an office? I'm gonna put you in an office because I want that Jose Canseco, and I'm gonna have a card that's gonna be worth it. Okay, I want that Jose Canseco. I got Fisky too. I got Fisky for it.
Is it a rookie card? So hey, eight bodies in 9 years, man. That's all I can tell you. 8 bodies in 9 years in Canton.
What's up, Mizzy? Mizzy's in the house.
I don't know what to tell you. You tell me. You figure that one out. So yeah, I don't know what kind of information was shared.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
Tobacco,
Go ahead.
yeah.
You two talk it up. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. That's kind of a broad overlay of what's happening in the world. You could pick one of them and just go with it. But I definitely think it was an information on the down low, not a formal request. Hey, I need your help on this. Just hey, I got something going on in this part of Canton, or I got something going on in let's just say Randolph, and Berkowitz already knows the chief, already knows the players that are involved with the drug running or the firearms, and can help Higgins out with a direction to go in. That's what I take of it, but I don't know.
He's the one you call when you gotta hide a body.
Berkowitz, yeah, he knows where all the bodies are hidden. Yeah, and he wasn't joking about that, man. There's been 8 bodies in 9 years in Canton unsolved. I can go down the list.
Right now.
Yeah. So it's crazy. This guy here, if he ever decided to go the other way, has a lot to say. Hopefully he does. I can't say that he would, but it didn't go well last time for us. I mean, I thought we'd get a lot more out of him. And then the phone, the whole destroying the phone on the military base was so suspect. A day before the actual letter came out to preserve their phones was something I was just disgusted in, and really, it didn't hit home with the jurors, in my opinion. Like, okay, let's recap this. You had your Boston detective that owned the house, and the ATF agent that had means, opportunity, and motive at the house. Both of their phones, with all the data, is gone the day before the preservation order was gone. Those 2 phones would have given up so much information, but they got a heads up from the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office about getting rid of said cell phones. And he actually went to a military base. And then he goes to a kiosk at the ATF federal building and decides which text messages to take out and to leave in. But
Right.
it doesn't resonate with the jurors, which is my problem. Like they didn't take that in. Like they didn't realize that's reasonable doubt.
It's because it's a distractor. That's
Yes.
why. Because they
Right.
were instructed to ignore that and label it a distractor. So to ignore it, basically. Crazy.
Are you saying someone in the jury, the foreman, or someone inside that jury pool?
I'm saying it's naive to not speculate that that Fanning, that dirty motherfucker, didn't fucking influence whoever did have contact with the jury to instruct them to ignore certain things and to to try to sway them certain ways. I believe that. I think it's naive to say otherwise. I mean, and Cannoni knew that fucking Fanning was the head of the jury, was in charge of the jury, head of security for the jury. I don't even know how to say the title. It was so long.
Yeah, it was convoluted.
But
Yes.
Insane.
In a prior hearing, correct?
Yes.
In June of 2023, right?
Yes.
And you explained, look, there was a personal relationship that I had with Chief Berkowitz.
I did.
It was born out of
Tragedy.
a family tragedy that he was aware of.
Horrible tragedy. Yes.
And based on that personal friendship and that personal relationship, he offered you the
I
convenience.
mean, you sound like you're like ready to go with the answers, bro. Like, and you're really pushing for the narrative to go a certain way. Yeah. Like Jackson's just asking his questions all cool. You know what I'm saying? And then this dude's like, a tragedy. Yeah, it's a horrible tragedy. Right. Okay, dude. Relax, man. I ain't gotten there yet. Calm down.
I think it was his sister.
Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah. And she lived in Canton.
I mean,
I'm,
yeah, that's
I'm,
terrible.
I'm not one to talk, but yeah, that's what might have happened. That's what might
That's
have happened.
terrible.
Yeah.
Don't use that shit as some excuse for throwing away your phone, weirdo.
Oh, that was. I think that was for The Office. That's how
Oh,
they
The
became
Office.
really close for the close
Oh.
and like, hey, my
A
sister
horrible
passed away.
tragedy.
Yeah, right. And then she had kids. He's an uncle. They went with his mother. He didn't take him. Berkowitz went to the funeral. Blah blah
All right,
blah.
hey,
Well,
this is Uncle Berkey here. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put you in an office right here, and anytime you need a hug, you come on over. Anytime you need a hug. All right,
he's
my
the type
office
of
is gonna
guy.
be right there.
You got to give that guy a lot of hugs, man. He does not handle things well, right? That's exactly right, Will. If you're feeling down today, just come on over. I'll cheer you up. We'll go out for a couple of pops tonight. We'll see what's going on at the hillside. Whatever.
We're gonna put a nice beanbag chair here, so whenever you want to feel relaxed, okay, we'll give you some puzzles. Whenever you need, come on over,
Legos,
and I'll give you a
Legos
hug.
in.
I got plenty of tissue.
Oh, God. All right. Yeah, that's what happened. So he moved into the house that his sister had in Canton for a little while, and had an office in the Canton PD. Chat, correct me if I'm wrong, if anybody knows what I know. But yeah, he lost his sister to something bad, and he did not step in and take the kids. I don't know if he was asked to or what, but his mother ended up taking them. Hence the issue he had with breaking the controller at John's house. He was really upset about that. The nephew, remember? In his prior testimony, when he threw the remote controller, and he asked if he broke it.
What a
He was
fucking
really-
red flag that shit is. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? Like,
right. He was upset about that.
I'm at a I'm texting with your girl behind your back, and then I go to your fucking house, and
Break the
then
remote.
these
Yeah,
kids who are already coping with their own tragedy. Now, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna fucking play video games with them to try to comfort them, and then I'm gonna get mad when I lose and break the kid's controller on top of the fact that that kid's mourning his parents. Like, great,
Exactly right.
dude. That's
So he's
awesome.
he's projecting his own niece and nephew from his sister of what they felt. He almost broke down and lost it a couple times. He got teary-eyed when talking about the kids and stuff. So his loss with his sister and the kids, and then seeing John doing the right thing, he's a stand-up guy, he's a cop, upset him because he didn't do that.
Yeah.
But he was okay with ruining his phone
That's an
and
interesting theory.
throwing it away
Right. Right.
with all those pictures and memories in it.
So this guy,
Yeah, good point.
Has exactly. Has some really bad feelings about himself internally, and when he sees John happy with the niece and nephew, he's doing a good job, and he's a cop as well. And he's texting behind John's back just because the relationship is what it was. And when he broke the remote, I think he had a flashback and said, "Jesus, why aren't I doing these things with my nieces and nephews who need some guidance instead of my mother, their grandmother?"
Yeah, what was it? A Super Bowl party or something, right?
Exactly.
So, he's drinking. You know what I mean?
They were hammered. They brought the Hennessy bottle. Remember? They had Hennessy.
Right. Yeah. So he's drinking and he's all pissed off, and he has a moment. He has a moment.
He does, bro.
That's a good theory right there, my friend.
Thanks, man.
Okay, so we are at 3,000 since starting.
Wow, you guys are fantastic. $3,000. And guys, if you're keeping track, man, post that in the chat. I love it. I love seeing the totals in the chat. You guys are amazing.
Who's your rating?
And once he starts weeping a little bit right here, that's when Alan should have pounced. Because that's you kind of what your kids.
See, that's the thing is one thing that I theorize about the first trial, and a lot of people were like, why didn't they do this and why didn't they do that? There were so many like out of left field bullshit that was taking place that it's like, think about it. Like every single one of these attorneys on Karen's team have said, I've never seen any fucking thing like this.
Oh yeah.
Like all of them. You know what I'm saying? All of them. They'll all tell you, I've never seen any shit like this in my life.
Right.
So it's like the first trial. Imagine how many fucking things happen and that are going to confuse them, that when they're trying to stay on task, they're still thinking about what just happened. Like, why the fuck did Judge Beverly Cannoni like sustain that objection? What the fuck is going on?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
constant that shit, you know? So
Yeah.
they gotta juggle that during
Ask
this
him
really
to
high
give him
profile
the name.
trial
And
and
what I'm
deal with
telling you,
all
when
of
he
these
had-
liars,
I know.
one after the other. You know what I mean?
Right. Right. So he tried to get himself to look like a human, and I would never do anything like that to John Lee. I have emotions. I'm kind of losing it up here right now. You know, my niece and nephew were lost to my sister. You know, I should have, you know, in his mind, I should have been that guy like John. That is, to me, his projection about how he really felt inside. And it got to him on the stand. And if I was Alan Jackson has a moral compass, says the whole Reed team. They let a couple people go after they started crying. Allie, Kerry Roberts, a couple of people that, you know, as soon as Paul O'Keefe didn't really even cross him. Aaron O'Keefe didn't cross. I think you might see something different this time.
I'm of the opinion that they chose not to cross Paul or Aaron because they were afraid of how it would look to the jury. They had so much already on their plate as far as what they were trying to do with the jury that it was just too risky to in any way, shape, or form, to even appear like they were attacking victims' family members at all.
It was too early in the third-party culprit motion to get that going because you get Paul up there just to be sad about it. Even Paul was really no help for the prosecution. He said he looked like he went 10 rounds with Mike Tyson, not like he got hit by a car. You know, it was like, you know, and then Karen and Aaron's conversation.
And they didn't say anything really negative about Karen, which was really bizarre, you know?
Right.
So, like, publicly, they'll say, you know, they'll paint her out to be a monster. But on the stand, they didn't say anything very negative about her at all, which is very bizarre.
Right.
Like, isn't that where it matters?
So do you think they're going to cheat? You think they're going to change the questions for them this time?
I don't know. I feel like
all right. Let me ask it a different way. Do you attack Paul's character?
Do I attack Paul's, or should the defense attack Paul's character? Is what you're asking?
Yes.
Probably not. Probably not. I'm still of the now. If they choose to do so, I'd say that there's definitely a strategy behind it, and it's a branch of a tree. You know what I mean? I think that would be the only reason that I would think that they would. But other than that, I would imagine that they would still try to steer clear of it because there's already so much for them to work with that it's not necessary. You know, you don't really like, what good would it be to bring up Paul O'Keefe using, you know, the fact that even the fact that he admitted to being drunk during his testimony, that could still be twisted as to he's grieving. You know, this is, you know what I mean? You paint that picture in front of a jury and it comes off like you're attacking him for the way he chooses to grieve. He lost his brother and there's no answers and there's this trial and there's this turtle person out there, this mean, bad turtle person out there who's saying all these bad things. So, you know, it's very easy, and that's right up Brennan's alley to do that. Like, I think he's going to do that a lot. I think Brennan's strategy is going to really try to drive home the victimization of a lot of these witnesses.
I agree with what you're saying. My point would be too that Paul's only argument is that we had a feeling. There was no, like, you know, she came out and said it to us. You know, when they were in the house, she said sorry. It's the fact that she didn't say sorry. It's the fact that she left right away. It's the fact that she was acting kind of differently, I guess, in some people's minds. And if you bring up Paul's, let's not call it just loyalty to his wife, and you know, and he's not happy in the real world, and Karen's an easy target because he's friends with Tully, who played football together, in his head chirping. He's like the Jed McCabe of inside the O'Keefe's head, so to speak. So always try to like talk him off the cliff. Like, how could you think that way when you have all this evidence in front of you, and we're going to present it to you in a fair and equal way here, and not just say hey, it's just the way Karen walked out and didn't talk to us the right way. She didn't say goodbye or anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, but see, that's the kind of testimony, when I think about it now, that's the kind of testimony that works well for the prosecution, because they're just like, we don't know. I mean, we have nothing bad to say about her. We just thought it was weird that she just left,
Right.
And then, and so the jury's going to be like, oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, that might be weird. Yeah. Like, I mean, she didn't say a word, and she was practically family to us, and she just left, and blah, blah, blah. So they pull that shit in front of the jury, and the jury's probably going to, so right there is another reason why it would be very risky to attack Paul's character, because the jury already looks at Paul like he's just.
What if you could put a phone call to the O'Keefe's house at One Meadow before Karen got back there from the hospital?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
So if Jen McCabe was to say at 11 o'clock, 10:30, after she called Lang back and told him, I forgot to tell you something, I hit him, then makes another phone call to the O'Keefe's house and introduces herself, talks to Paul, hey, I just want to let you know this is what I heard, so forth and so on. Karen comes, leaves. Jen Jen and Kerry are talking all day for the first time, don't know each other. The conduit to the O'Keefe's is through Kerry Roberts.
Now, I'm hazy, but do we know that Jen McCabe called the O'Keefe's house after she called Lank?
She called Kerry Roberts' house. I don't know if she called One Meadows, but she definitely spoke with Kerry Roberts 4 or 5 times a day. And Mrs. O'Keefe told them, Jen McCabe and Kerry Roberts, to put a timeline together.
Yeah, I remember that.
All right. Just way too much stuff happening, Will, where there's a phone call with Kerry Roberts. They don't even know each other until after this happened.
Right.
So
all of a sudden, all of a sudden they're Nancy Drew. You know what I mean? Like they're Encyclopedia Brown and Nancy Drew and shit. Like, what the fuck is going on here?
And the only reason Kerry Roberts was even there is because Karen called her and told her. That's how Jen McCabe and Kerry got to know each other, was through Karen. And now Kerry Roberts is putting a whole neck on the line for this. And Kerry Roberts was chirping about this was said at the scene at 34 Fairview. Yeah,
so
I told you. There it is.
Yeah, there you go. And Joe Flipperhead is saying they spoke for 8 minutes. Now a lot of conversation can happen.
I'm getting good at this. I'm getting good at this.
Yeah. You are, my friend. You are. After she left the hospital. But so yeah, it's very suspicious.
I'm gonna go refuel, guys. I need to eat lunch.
All right.
You okay.
I'll be back in later.
All right.
So, bye, Esty. Thanks for joining.
Yeah.
I'll be back.
All right. Don't threaten us.
Don't threaten us with a good time. But my point being is that you're grieving. You've lost your son. Brian Tully. We don't know what Tully did with his phone, right? Maybe he called because they played football together. You played sports. You're bros, man. You trust one another, right? And all of a sudden you have a McCabe phone call and then McCabe talking to Kerry Roberts. I don't know the minutes, but it was 4 times during that day, 15, 20. And then days later, you have Jen saying
That's a lot of involvement from Jen McCabe. You know what I mean? It's just a lot of involvement. Like, why? Like, why are you so fucking involved? Like, all that tells those of us who are suspicious already that's suspicious and that you're quarterbacking something here.
Why does Jen McCabe call the O'Keefe's One Meadows number? In 8 minutes, they talk about, hey, here's what we know. We know law enforcement in Canton. This is what they found already. They found that glass at by 11 o'clock. They'd already found the glass. They'd already found other things. Don't forget, Proctor had this thing wrapped up before 3 o'clock. He knew it was going to be a homicide through the motor vehicle. Wasn't a DV anymore. So that is just going through their heads. I get why they're all fucked up. I understand why they're fucked up because they were given bad intel, and they made decisions before they made their own decision on emotion from people they trusted and loved, and led the wrong way.
And it's a strong indicator that Jen McCabe's unnecessary yet consistent involvement that day makes it seem like she was trying to control a narrative. Like, how else are you supposed to look at that?
Absolutely, my friend. Absolutely. And then if you know you have certain firefighters, a brother-in-law, or whatever you might want to call it, you have connections within the police department that can help you with this, makes it even easier. But then you have people preying on people's emotions at the time they need to be hugged, and you're giving them a narrative, they're going to bite it because they want something to hold on to.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. They're moldable. They're soft.
Right. And now they're in too deep. Now, like, I don't feel bad, but I think Kerry Roberts bit off more than she could chew. That's all I have to say about that. I don't know what she chewed
think
off
so
of.
too, man. Yeah, like,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't
She
I
wasn't
don't find her to
cross-examined.
be
Will, she was
wasn't
never cross-examined.
Right.
Why? Why didn't we go after her? That's gonna happen. That's gonna happen.
You gotta also keep in mind, that this defense, this is uncharted territory right here, right?
Right.
And there was so much they have so much shit that they could have picked from. They had to prioritize, because they didn't want to stray away from the
six facts that they had.
Right. And they wanted they wanted to keep that train moving. They wanted to keep that momentum going with the jury. You know what I mean?
Right.
And you have to make sure that the pieces kind of line up together, that those cars, if they're a train, those cars connect, man, and they head in the right direction, so there's certain cars that are going to have, a little too much weight on them, and they're going to slow the train down. You know what I mean? So don't connect those cars. So, I mean, that's the one thing I have to keep in mind when I start to ask myself what you keep bringing up is, why didn't the defense do that time? Why didn't the defense do this? Why did the defense do that? I have to come to the conclusion that there's just so much that they had to prioritize.
Right.
I mean, think about how long the cross-examination for Brian Higgins took. Think about how long the cross-examination for Jennifer McCabe took. I mean, it's a lot. So these were the ones they really wanted to catch. They were the ones with the most suspicious behavior, and they needed to really, really, really push that and have enough time with them that they needed in order to get to the truth.
Okay. Makes sense.
That's what I believe. I mean,
I get it. I'm just disappointed in the jury not absorbing some of the things. The six that we had for the defense was somewhat reasonable doubt through 1 and 3. It wasn't even funny, in my opinion. So now I'm thinking to myself, okay, we need to pick jurors from a different zip code with a different type of blue collar mentality. Maybe, I don't know what it is. You can kind of look at the household medium income and say, okay, I want these types, but for them not to pick up on some of this stuff, and I get it was long, but damn.
Oh shit. All right. I've got some motions coming in.
Oh yeah. Oh, good.
Give me 1 second. Mike, take over just for a minute. Talk to everybody.
Give me the wheel. Wow. Hey, it's Mike the Glare. I love it. Oh man. I don't know. I go off of these tangents about the phone calls. To me, that's inserting yourself, first of all. I don't like that Jen had to do that. I mean, did Jen talk to the O'Keefe? Did Jen ever talk to Paul O'Keefe? Did Jen ever know Peggy O'Keefe? No, she knew Kerry Roberts. And she knew Kerry Roberts was close with the O'Keefes because they were both from Braintree at one time. Okay. And she actually drove Mr. O'Keefe home after the hospital at Good Samaritan. So And if you remember, she testified that she did a 360 on the off ramp from Still Slippery Go. And then she turns around and goes to One Meadow, or she went home, and that's when her phone started blowing up from Jen McCabe about the story. And then you remember Jen McCabe saying, "Hey, guys, she's telling them everything," and she was all excited about it. Well,
Yeah.
What's she excited about? What's she excited about? That she's telling them everything. That your story that you planted in her head is coming out again to back your story up. And it's going to go the way you want it to go.
Or there's another perspective that could be approached. There is that Jen McCabe was texting. She's telling them everything,
right?
Because
it's the
remember
truth.
Remember she says that Carrie Roberts is a talker,
Yes.
you know, and she's kind of passive aggressive about it when she testified, right? And she's like, yeah, Carrie's a talker, right? So it's like maybe she's just maybe that was she was texting because she was worried that Carrie is saying too much, you know. But I don't know. You could be right. There's, like I said, there's another perspective that you just offered that it's just like, okay, yeah, she coached her and she's like excited and happy that, okay, she's telling them everything.
So once they get it on a police report, right? If you write it down, then it happened. If you don't write it down in the court of law, it didn't happen. So if she's telling them everything in a police report, yes, I heard it too. Yes, that is true. What Jen's matching up and saying, they're like the Canton PD and state police are licking their chops. Going, okay, now we got it. Let's wrap this up. Let's head down to Dighton and grab this car. It's for both reasons. Okay. No, there's no 50-50 split here.
Yeah, not on that.
You know what? The one thing I always think about is that John should be celebrating St. Patrick's Day right now. You know what I mean? He should be having a good time. He should be here. And that bothers me a lot. You know, and it took all this work to get where we are today. I just don't want to see this opportunity, knowing what we know, having another bite at the apple, and just don't leave a bullet in the belt and just go. Yes, emotions? Go ahead.
No, I haven't gotten them yet. I have. I just don't want to start talking about these just yet because I have another guest who is telling me that told me a while ago that they were going to join right around now, but they have not shown up in chat yet. Or not in chat, but the backstage.
You get a chat, smart dude. They Carrie changed the story when John's ring. Cam showed her and Jen not looking at the taillight. Yeah, they know, but they walked right by it, and that's what allegedly Jen said when they got to One Meadow to look for John again, like he was going to jump out of the fucking closet, you know, to kill time, so to speak. You know, okay, he's not here. Okay, well, let's go back to where we dropped him off then. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you know, like, I don't know. You get me going to this stuff, and I just kind of go, here we go. This is where we need to hit. This is where we need to go. You got to get Carrie Roberts to buckle.
There's just so much, you know.
You got to get Carrie Roberts to buckle. I don't care what kind of beer they were drinking. I don't care who called who a pussy on the phone. I want to get right to it. I want to get right to it. Now, do you think Lally was effective? Of course I do. Do you think Brennan uses the same tactic? How much snow?
No, I don't think that Brennan is going to do that. I think that Brennan is going to take a very, very different approach than Lally did. Definitely a more aggressive and I wouldn't say no, not factual. Definitely not factual. But I think he's going. Oh, he's been lying. What do you mean?
I know.
Like he's been lying pre-trial. So I think that what we're seeing a stark contrast between Brennan's style and Lally's style. And yes. You can just tell that Lally, I mean, none of these pre-trial hearings, Lally doesn't say a word. Nothing. Why he's there is a mystery.
Punishment.
So it's right. Like it gives off the vibe, man. That that Brennan is just like just sit up there and shut up and don't say nothing. I got this. I'm gonna fix this.
I guess you
fix
could
your
say
mess, and you got to sit here and watch it.
Your fellow brother from the first trial of the prosecution had mentioned this on like if they want to do a redirect for the defense and bring up something that Brennan might have said and refer to Lally while he's there, because Lally can get up and speak, I believe, if he's called up to or help Brennan with a response that they might be asking that he might not know off the top of the head. Especially McLaughlin will, because she's got that notebook bullshit. She went through the whole thing. I don't know. He's sitting there like he's pissed off, like he doesn't want to be there, and that's the vibe I get. And I don't know if Hank even wants him there. Who knows? Wouldn't Hank want somebody better, like another legal assistant that's came on?
Right. It seems like he's taken this all on his own.
Right.
Which
good luck
is also, but it's also shady because it's like, okay, well, yeah, I'm the only one here willing to risk my entire career on this, you know. And Lally, you know, this is your doing too. So you got to sit here and take the brunt of it too. Even though I'm taking the reins, you just got to sit there and get fucked in the ass like I am right now. You know, that's how it's coming off. I got a bunch of emotions sent to me just now. Some of them are, well, yeah, I mean, I could start on them. But but this person, like they said, like 20-30 minutes, but they also, you know, have things that might take up their time and make them late, which are understandable.
Yes, right. I don't want to butcher any of them because I'm not, you know, I don't really know what a lot of them mean. I haven't looked at them yet, but like the buffer zone shit, I understand all that stuff. But you know, I would imagine Hank is going to try to voir dire as many as he can, you know, and spend Karen's money as much as he can. But, you know, there's 12. She had 12 expert witnesses coming in. And then, you know, just to see what they're all about and see what their qualifications are, which I'm not worried about at this point because she let a non-doctor in already. I mean, I know it's her courtroom, but I mean, how can you not let somebody in now at this point if they have a fucking pulse and they have a website?
Right. I mean, and yeah, so we've got, let's see, we've got okay, cool. Some of these are just like really short things, and I'm not really going to go over unless there's something that comes up when in discussion, and then like somebody says, "Oh, there was a motion filed for that today," and then I'll go over it. But one I'm looking at here is Commonwealth's motion in Lyman E to exclude expert testimony of Garrett Wing.
Yes,
and that's a short one.
Yeah.
It says now comes the Commonwealth in the above caption matter and respectfully request the Honorable Court exclude expert testimony based on violation of Rule 14 notice. Another Rule 14 meaning he's just not qualified. Massachusetts Rule of Criminal Procedure specifies. Now this is the Commonwealth's motion. The Commonwealth's motion is let's see. Yeah, so they're trying to exclude Garrett Wing, which Garrett Wing is, and they didn't even put any effort in this. It's really interesting. So Garrett Wing is the guy that I think that Melanie Little had on her channel at one point.
He's the bike guy.
Right. So Massachusetts Rule of Criminal Procedure blah 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 specifies opinion and excludes the identity, current curriculum vitae, and list of publications of each intended expert witness and all reports prepared by the expert that pertain to this case. Here, the defendant failed to provide the Commonwealth with any report or with any basis for any opinion it intends to offer at trial. So this is more shit where the defense is basically like, we're not going to show you our fucking cards, man. You know what I mean? Like, fuck you, dude. Like, Commonwealth, any report, any basis for any opinion in regards to the above named expert wing, all of the Commonwealth has been provided with. It is a curriculum vitae. I don't know what that word is. The Commonwealth has no information as to the substance of Wing's testimony or any opinion he may render. So what? Like, doesn't that make it more honest? You know what I mean? Like, doesn't that mean like when doesn't it work better when Jackson is like, you and I have never had a conversation before now, have we? You know? So like, what's the problem with
So they I think just like kind of going through the standard motion with Brennan, like, I'm gonna voir dire anybody that you guys put in. I'm gonna spend as much money as I can in time. I want to know what he's gonna say through the voir dire. Like, okay, so this guy's been doing it for 20 years. He trained police dogs. All right, let's just do apples for apples. The prosecution has already been allowed in their non-PhD doctor bite expert who's going to mold allegedly from 2 years ago or a year ago, but that's going to be acceptable. But you're not going to let a guy in that doesn't have a PhD but trained dogs for 20 years for law enforcement.
Yeah, I mean, these are and I'm so glad I have people like
I
like
just said
Nan,
I said it lame terms.
yeah, no, and I love that because Nan, you know, these kind of things they let you know, like, it's an easy fix. You know what I mean? Like, okay, well, there's no report. We'll give you a report. Well, fine. You know what I mean?
So I think you're right. I think so. It's like a gentleman's game. It's not so gentleman anymore because they don't really like each other. So until you ask for that report, I'm not going to give it to you on my own free will. We have it, but when you voir dire them, I'll give it to you tomorrow. I'm not going to give you an extra day, 12 hours with this report. Did you do anything else until we're in court and it's so ordered that I have to give you that? And here you go. One for the judge, one for the prosecution. I'll make my announcement if he's allowed in or not. That's how I'm reading that one.
Okay.
Is that how you read it? Like, you know,
I mean, I'm just basically reading it like they're just going to they're just trying to chop the legs out from under Karen Reed's defense. That's just another tactic. This is all falling under Brennan's MO, in my opinion.
I agree.
I'm not even going to overthink it like a law tuber would, you know, because I'm just going to keep it simple. My understanding of it so far is just another tactic applied by Brennan to try to cut off Karen Reed's defense's legs from under them.
That's going to be his game plan throughout this whole voir dire and motion performance for the next 2 days. He's going to make them earn every witness to get up there and tell me what you know and what you can and cannot answer under your certain, distinguished careers and your training abilities. How many have you trained? So this is the information he wants, but like you said, the defense is not going to give over the report they have prepared today, but they don't have to do it till tomorrow. I have it; it's ready to go, but I'm not going to give it to you until tomorrow when you ask for it from me.
This is the part. This is also what we have to keep in mind. And this is the part of pretrial where motions are just dropping like crazy. You know what I mean? Like, you know, some will get denied, some will get approved. But you know, it's everyone right now just trying to like make sure that certain things, you know, trying to get certain things omitted to strengthen their own case. But it's just bizarre that the prosecution is just constantly trying to get anything defense-wise omitted. So it's just really bizarre.
Yes. They're trying to cut out the legs from underneath Karen Reed's defense team. 100%.
100%. Well, let me show this real quick. I was told specifically to go over this motion, but that didn't work. Okay, hold on a second.
Well, are you talking about the FBI guy?
No, I don't know what I'm talking about yet. I'm just told to go over this particular motion. So
at least you're honest, bro. You're honest. You know, you tell it how it is.
Yeah, I mean, What else am I going to do?
Right, exactly. You're not trying to bedazzle us with bullshit. You just here. I got to figure this out. I love it. Yeah, this buffer zone thing is a First Amendment right. Yeah, they can't tell us what to wear. That's fucking bullshit. The one that lacks bias. Defense motion eliminated to allow evidence that lacks bias is interesting. Don't know what that means.
Okay, here we go. Or maybe I can do it like this.
So you know about the Welch guy, right? The FBI guy. You guys talked about that already?
No, have not.
Okay.
No, what about him?
Oh, I know Flipperhead's crushing me in chat. He said, so they have another phone expert. Yeah, he's crushing. He loves crushing me. So they have another phone expert by the what last name? I just gave it to you. Was it Welcher? Yeah. So Easter's is the dog bite guy, right? Michael Easter is the dog bite guy. Am I reading that right? And then the Dr. Judge Welchler, MS, PhD, request for voir dire. He is the one that is, correct me if I'm wrong, guys in the chat, he is the one that can do the cell phones. Now, Green extracts them. This guy triangulates locations of your phone at times, where it was, what it was moving, and what day it was on. So he can tell you John's phone went up these 3 stairs. It was at 34 Fairview. Colin's phone wasn't at the Washington Street address. It was at 34 Fairview, going up the same flights of stairs. Not that it actually went up 3 flights of stairs, but where it was when it went up the 3 flights of stairs.
Okay.
Makes sense?
A little bit, yeah. Yeah.
So,
I'm a little confused because I'm distracted here trying to put this up.
All right. So if Colin was in the house and him and John were fighting, let's assume that happened, and they both went up the 3 flights of stairs. So Colin's phone's saying that it went up 3 flights of stairs, but it's not saying where. This guy's going to tell us exactly where it happened.
Okay, yeah. Easter's the retired FBI guy. Garrett Wing is the dog bite guy.
Thank you. Yeah, so this guy, you want to talk about methodology, Easter wrote the program for the FBI through his methodology. So I don't see him getting not in my opinion. Now, again, I've seen some crazy shit happen in this courthouse where he's not in. But if this guy was around on the first 1.0, I think would be a lot more clarity. Like, let's just say Jen McCabe didn't go into Lank's house the next day. Well, if Jen's phone went into Lank's house from the driveway to Lank's house, this guy can tell us that. John's phone, when they found it, they have John's phone. They can find out how it moved out to where the body was, or if it got flown in the air and landed on the ground before John did and landed on top of it. They can tell you how many steps, but where were the steps? We all know John's phone moved 60 or 80 steps, right? But it's going to tell us exactly how and where it went.
Right.
Which I think is going to be huge.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's the stuff that's going to be, that's the stuff that's going to be damning for the prosecution for sure. Because again, even at the very least, that creates reasonable doubt,
That's all you need, man. And when John walks into the house, his Bluetooth is trying to talk to anything that's Bluetooth compatible. Now, let's just say there was a speaker playing. John's phone's going to be looking for that speaker, but it also stores that speaker's information in his phone. So the next time he goes there, it knows it was there before. It'll try to connect to it. John's phone keeps a record of that. Now, if John's phone has records of a Bluetooth connection or trying to connect to a TV at 34 or a Bose system at 34, or even somebody else's phone that was in the house, because all phones want a Bluetooth with each other. This guy's going to tell us that. This is a bomb.
Yeah.
This is a bomb. This is a bomb. And they have John's phone, the defense. So if you're Hank Brennan, I don't know how you move across this, but that's just my opinion.
I mean, he's just going to at least try to do what he's been doing, which is bullshit his way through it.
Junk
I mean,
science.
that's
Junk
it.
science. Yeah.
So
Got
this is
treats
off.
the FBI.
This
Good.
is a little off the subject. This is involving the buffer zone. This is the one I was
Oh.
told to go over. So let's read this one. The Commonwealth's motion for a buffer zone and order prohibiting signs or clothing in favor of either party or law enforcement. Amazing. So even like uniformed cops, they don't even want uniformed cops in there. Like that's crazy. Like
inside in the courtroom.
Yeah, in the courtroom or even in the buffer zone. Like unless it's like, I mean, unless they're like, assigned to right.
Yeah.
So during the defendant's first trial, the court established a buffer zone in which demonstrations were prohibited within 200 feet of the courthouse complex. The Commonwealth requests that this buffer zone be reestablished for the defendant's upcoming retrial, but with two important modifications. First, on the western side of the courthouse facing Court Street, the extent of the buffer zone was inadequate to prevent such demonstrations from jeopardizing the integrity and fairness of the proceedings. The demonstrations could be heard inside the courthouse, including by the jurors during their deliberations. To prevent this from reoccurring, the Commonwealth requests that the buffer zone be extended to include the area encompassed within Bates Court, Bullard Street, Ames Street, and Court Street. Jesus. Second, the Commonwealth requests that the court buffer zone order expressly include a mechanism for its enforcement where a person is believed to have violated the buffer zone provision and has refused requests to comply. Law enforcement personnel should be authorized to use reasonable physical force and to arrest that person to ensure compliance. Wow. Additionally, the Commonwealth requests the court again order the individuals are not permitted to wear or exhibit any buttons, photographs, clothing, or insignia relating to the case or any trial participation in the courthouse during the retrial. So basically, before I even continue, basically they're requesting that Judge Beverly Cannoni, the Commonwealth, Brennan here is requesting that Judge Beverly Cannoni order where if you're wearing a pink shirt, and first of all, he's already proposing that the buffer zone is not that's already proposed is not far enough away from the courthouse. So he wants to expand that buffer zone, it sounds like. And then on top of it, he wants for the cops to be able to basically put you in a fucking chokehold if he sees you wearing a fucking PK Reed shirt. Like, what the fuck, dude?
Wow.
This is insane.
I wish,
insane.
And when you get a chance, Will, maybe later on today with another guest, pull up Google Maps and go around those streets they just mentioned and get like a view of what that really entails.
I will do that. Absolutely.
Later on, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Let's get through this motion and let's. That's a great idea. That's a great idea. We'll go over that.
Because you're familiar with the grounds over there now, so
I just don't know the street names, but I've been there enough to where I've got a lay of the land.
You're gonna be surprised how far away this is, man. I think you're gonna be like, holy shit.
So crazy, dude.
So you can't wear pink.
Insane. Dude.
So I guess my question would be that if we decide to go to a red, or is it just anybody that has a uniform color on? This doesn't make sense, man.
Right.
It's crazy.
Yeah, that's fucking wild, dude.
This
March
can't happen.
On March 26, 2024, the Commonwealth moved to an order barring demonstrations within a buffer zone of 500 feet around the courthouse complex and prohibiting certain items from being worn or displayed inside the courthouse during the defendant's first trial. A group of individuals moved to intervene in the case to oppose the Commonwealth's request. What? The American Civil Liberties Union of Massachusetts, oh, that's right, sought leave to file an amicus curiae memorandum currently in opposition to the request. The defendant took no position on this matter. Following a hearing on April 4th, 2024, the court denied the motion to intervene, granted the ACLUM leave to submit its memorandum, which the court noted it had read, and ordered that no individual may demonstrate in any manner, including carrying signs or place cards, within 200 feet of the courthouse complex during trial of this case, unless otherwise ordered by this court. This complex includes the Norfolk Superior Courthouse building and the parking area behind the Norfolk County Registry of Deeds building. Individuals are also prohibited from using audio enhancing devices while protesting. Wow. And no individual so no bullhorns, no megaphones, no bullhorns, no
photographs,
free
buttons,
Karen Reed music,
insignia. What the fuck?
Yeah, wild. And
Holy
no individuals will be permitted to wear or exhibit any buttons, photographs, clothing, or insignia relating to the case pending against the defendant or relating to any trial participant in the courthouse during the trial. Law enforcement officers who are testifying or are members of the audience are also prohibited from wearing their department-issued uniforms or any police emblems in the courthouse. So no visible police support for Karen Reed. I mean, none to oppose her either, but you can't have any.
Helena Rafferty can't show up in uniform.
Right.
Right. Okay. This is
Right.
This is so out there.
It's
wow.
All right, we're gonna put this on hold for a second. I got a special treat for you guys right now.
Are we in North Korea? Are we in North Korea? Because I'm feeling like we're getting just squashed right now. Are you kidding me?
The timing for this guest couldn't be better, Boston Mike, and you're going to be glad that you're here for this one, okay, buddy?
Oh, right.
All right, people. I give you the mighty Mark Betterow.
Hey, Gloria.
My man. What is up, homie? How we doing?
I'm glad I didn't wear that Irish Celtics St. Patty's Day hoodie because that was certainly.
You have one of these. Yes,
I do.
I have seen you in this.
That is a Celtics City Edition this year hoodie and very fitting for today. So
yes, and this was a gift from an anonymous local there, who an anonymous supporter while I was in Boston. So I'm very grateful for it.
We don't call them locals up there. We call them townies.
Townies, got it. Got it.
We got to get you in the local lingo.
I'm getting there. I'm getting there.
He's right.
I'm getting there.
You all right? You all right, brother? Yeah. Hey, I love the Red Sox yellow. By the way, I love that.
I have mixed feelings about it. I love the way it feels, but it's yellow. I don't know. I like it.
I like yellow. I like yellow. I think it looks good on you.
This same person who gifted me this also gifted me a Red Sox one that is extremely warm and comfortable.
Okay.
And yeah, it's great. It's great. Not much, man. It's great to see you, man.
Yeah.
It was great. Great. It was great to see you again on Young Jerks with Maz and Mike. Great to see the band back together.
I love the Calhoun sweatshirt last night.
Yeah. Apparently that was a curveball, but no, that thing is heavy in rotation, so it shouldn't have been as surprising as it was.
All right. I'm glad you're here, bro. It's nice to meet you, man, for the first time too. By the way.
Oh, you guys have never spoken?
No, but I call him Bunk. I call him Clipperhead. Clipperhead and I call you Bunk. I don't know why.
All right, this is your show, real quick, Mike. This is your show, so you and
but Bunk is a detective from The Wire. I'm not sure how I became Bunk. I love The Wire, but
he named you Bunk.
That's a flipper. That's some guy named Joe Flipperhead. You know, what do you want me to call you, Joe Flipperhead? That guy, you know, Joe.
I do know Joe. We talk all the time. He busts my balls constantly, but he does that out of love. He just does these things. He does it's funny. But then he comes up with these great mashups, as you will, like of testimony versus what they said in the stand versus what the police reports say. That's what I love when he starts getting analytical and he starts breaking it down with a good tune behind it, and then a statement, and then the police report and a timeline that doesn't match up. That's when he's really on his game. But then again, he messes around and makes fun of me. He makes fun of you, with the videos, and puts your face over Bunk's face from The Wire, or makes fun of your teams. Like, I'm a Boston guy. He's a Philadelphia guy. I mean, we can really go at it. But I just think your job was good.
It's what we call a ball breaker, but in a good way.
Yeah, That's right. Yes. But that's how you know he loves you. He loves you. If someone's busting your balls and it's funny to both of you, you guys like each other. It's kind of it's like a
well, that I guess this is the ultimate compliment I could pay someone. He makes me hate Philadelphia teams a little bit less. And that takes rare ability because I mean I hate the Eagles. They're just but I'm happy for him when they win. You know, I obviously we laugh at the 76ers, obviously. I guess we don't really care about the Phillies and the Flyers. Are they still around? I mean,
Hey, I tell you what, though, we did take a big tackle or an offensive line or defensive lineman from Milton. Last name was Milton. We paid him all the wood, though. We paid him all the wood. But I remember him playing in the Super Bowl, and he was unmatched. He's like 6'7", 275 man. I mean, it's like, yeah, okay, all right.
They're the worst sports fans, and they're worse than New York. I mean, I go to a lot of New York games, Boston games on the road, and a lot of Philadelphia games, and the Philly people are the absolute worst. The only thing that really was a close second was in the real heydays of the Red Sox Yankees stuff and 03, 04.
Oh, it was awesome.
Go to the old Yankee Stadium and sit in the right field bleachers, which if you know anything about the old Yankee Stadium, that's like third world country out there. And certainly, when you're wearing Red Sox stuff out there, you're putting your life in your hands. But went to a Celtics Sixers playoff game a couple of years ago, and the stuff that they were saying to my boy who was wearing a Larry Bird jersey, which ought to get you like a lot of force field effect everywhere. They were inventing adjectives and cuss words towards him that I didn't even know were in the English language. But, to a kid who was like 12 at the time. But that's Phil.
Aaron fucking Boone.
Mark, real quick, how much time do I got you for, buddy?
20, 30 minutes.
All right.
So you want to help me out here, and we're playing a little game here. This is a fundraiser for Karen after all. So how about if I take some questions in the donation from the donation link? Let's lay some ground rules. No Fed questions. You read the room from the Young Jerks stream from yesterday. No Fed questions. No Turtle Boy New Charges questions. Let's keep things just generally about the law. No information on the case. He's not going to talk about that stuff.
Nothing behind the curtain. No thought processes. Public record.
There you go. All right. So if you break that rule, sorry. But it is what it is. But you don't say that I didn't lay the ground rules to begin with. But Esty, can you pull up that website for me again? And then we'll get the mighty Mark Betterow to answer some questions from donations.
Tell you what, I'm gonna jump off for a while. Let you three handle it. You have another window up there to look at the questions, okay? I'll jump back on, Will.
All right, cool. Thanks, Mikey.
All right, Mark. Nice meeting you,
buddy.
Nice to see you,
Esty. Let's go. Race the money, people.
Bye, Boss Mike.
Love it.
All right, guys.
Mike is so fucking awesome.
All right, so people are putting questions.
Well, I just hopefully, yeah. So we got Mark for about 20 or 30 minutes. So we want to use this opportunity to raise a little bit of money for Karen and get some questions answered. Hopefully, as long as they play by the rules with their questions.
Hopefully, you still have all your credit card information there, so you can just quickly do it. Beep, bop, bop, bop. Refreshing.
Anything new? Nothing.
We don't have questions yet.
No questions yet.
But we do have donuts.
But Mark, I noticed. I was watching a little bit of you on Young Jerks yesterday, and I know that you you mentioned, because I was under the impression, and I know you talked about this already, but I was under the impression that due to this gag order, this would also prevent you from being able to discuss the case with Karen's defense team just behind the scenes. So they wouldn't be able to discuss this with you. Is that correct or no?
I mean, I can, in a literal sense, talk to anyone I want to. But as far as gag order, I mean, I'm not gagged because I never appeared on the case. I never got to first base, right? So I'm not gagged. They are, but I would never communicate with lawyers who are gagged and be their mouthpiece. That would be unethical. So,
well, of course not, right?
Yeah.
Of course not. But you're still able to just like in private discuss the case with them. That wouldn't be in any violation on their part, right?
No,
because
I mean,
that's, as I understand it, it's to prevent them from talking to the press or speaking publicly, right?
Yeah, I mean, a gag order is designed to prevent any risk of undue prejudice that might, influence jurors or potential jurors because the judge has made a finding that there's too much of a risk, people talking, whatever, but it gags the lawyers who have appeared on the case. So that's why, one of the things I said last night, this Proctor thing that you saw the other day, that doesn't violate the gag order. I mean, it may be stupid, it may be offensive, it may be, some people may seem to think it is designed to influence the jury pool, but it doesn't violate the gag order because he's not gagged.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's somewhat refreshing. It's, because at least, I mean, because I know
for sure. Let's be clear. I think it hurt, if anything.
Yeah, I mean, but you're like, me personally, I think, first of all, I got to talk about how it's absolutely ridiculous that Judge Beverly Cannoni denied the motion to allow you on the team. That's, I've never even heard of that. I mean, in theory, it seems like Karen would have the right to choose whoever she wants on her team and how many ever lawyers she wants on her team. Why is that an issue with Beverly Cannoni? That doesn't make sense.
Can't answer it. Don't know. Never seen it happen before. To the extent, we talked about this last night, if there was some perception of a possible future conflict, that was dealt with, dotted I's, crossed T's, belts and suspenders. She's the judge. So bottom line, that's the ruling of the court. I don't practice there. I'm not going to practice there in this case. I leave it to others to draw their own conclusions about why that is. But in terms of, have I ever seen that before? Of course not. Has it ever happened to me? No. Do I think it's ever going to happen again? Of course not.
Yeah, that pretty much answers my question. Now, guys, I'm knocking it up another notch, people. Like, things are about to get really, really heavy right now. So, people, give it up for the one and only Karen Reed. Wrong sound effect. There we go. Oh my God. I can't believe you're here. How are you?
Can you hear me? Good. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, Will. Hi, Mark.
Hello.
Hi,
Love
Esty.
it.
Hi. How's it
Have
going, guys?
you ever appeared on a YouTube channel yet?
No.
This is the first one.
I only
What?
got a YouTube account like a year ago.
Okay. Wow, right on. It's so good to see. How you feeling?
Overwhelmed, but not too much more than I felt a year ago, where we were at the same point in time with trial. It's lining up almost exactly. We're like 2 weeks off from start date of last year, which was, I think we started impaneling the jury on April 16th. So we're on the same track. Days are a little longer, temperatures are a little more palatable. And I just want to say to everyone listening, and the three people on this screen that I can see right now, and whoever's listening, that I could not be here with more
Oh, she's going through a dead zone there.
Experts, more attorneys fighting at the federal level, which is a whole other obstacle without this movement. Ugh.
Yeah, she's in a moving car, but we're getting the gist of what she's saying here.
Wait a minute.
Sorry about that, Karen.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're breaking up a little bit only because you're going through an area there, I guess, because you're in your car.
am going to Logan to get Liza.
Okay. Oh, right on. Tell her
So
we
I'm
say
under the
hello
harbor
and we
right
love
now.
her.
Yeah. I will. Why don't I just listen for the next 3 or 4 minutes, and then when you see it light, it means I'm out of the tunnel. And
Okay. Okay, yeah, let's do that. All right.
You'll hear.
Can you check I removed
Better?
it. Can you add that screen again, SD, and we'll take a Mark question while we wait for Karen to get out of a dead zone.
All right.
Because I also want to give these donors their money's worth too. But this would be the only reason this would be the only reason on the planet that I would ever interrupt Mark Bettero's questions for these donations. So let's see if there's any questions for Mark here real quick while Karen goes through a tunnel there.
Okay, these are new.
Okay.
Yay, Mark. It just seems Brennan is straddling the ethical line every time he speaks. Is this normal? Shouldn't he be sanctioned?
Well, let me be careful about this one, but nevertheless answer it. None of this is normal. Nothing involved in this case has ever been normal. As far as what is said in court, certainly what was said about me is offensive, untrue. Objecting to an attorney's admission by non-objecting but objecting is not normal. Throwing out ethical allegations that are unsupported by sworn fact or any fact for that matter is not normal. Having a lawyer whose services are sought denied based on those non-objections, if you will, is entirely not normal. So no, I don't think anything about this case has ever been normal. I don't think what Brennan had to say is normal. I don't think it was appropriate. And I think he's lucky he said it in a courtroom, because if he said it somewhere else, there might be issues about that. Should he be sanctioned? That's not for me to say. I'm not involved at this point, but no, none of this is normal. And certainly in my experience, most prosecutors don't practice the way that he does. So if that's what people wanted in this case, they got it. Good luck.
Karen, so
yeah.
Let's keep it easy for you. So how do you feel about this documentary that's supposed to start airing tonight? Do you feel confident about it, that it's going to air you in a good light, or?
Yeah, I don't feel overly confident about it. My relationship with Terry kind of broke down the deeper we went into this. Terry was supposed to be a fly on the wall, and she became kind of a fly in the ointment, and it was just a lot. She probably filmed, if we did back of the envelope math, 400 to 500 hours. And I've been in touch with several people who had a screening of it and relate. So I have not seen it, but I know people who have. And I would have hoped she would have used more of the access she had to us, and instead it sounds like she might have scraped the barrel in terms of opposition, because that's kind of all there is to speak against the FKRs. So I'm not optimistic. What I've heard is that it's not awful, but given what she had, I mean, she had us waking up, going to bed, arguing,
the car rides to and from court, dinners on the weekends, home with our families. I mean, she had it all. And my understanding is not much made it in. She interviewed people I used to work with. She interviewed former students of mine, relatives, people like the Roccos. I don't know if she interviewed Aiden. And every one of these people that I just mentioned received a notice from Terry's production company that their interviews did not make it in. And my understanding is people who are, what I'll say, easily accessible in media, social media, court TV, they all made it in. So it sounds like she went out of her way to strike a balance, but I don't really know how balanced it is. So I am not going out of my way to catch this. I have not watched my own Dateline, and I've watched about half of 2020. And part of it is a personal challenge that I have so little control over my life, and I'm a controlling person in a lot of ways, and I have so little control that it's almost like a game I play with myself. That if I'm skeptical about this or skeptical of how I'm portrayed on Dateline, I will not let it infiltrate me, and I'll tell everyone around me, I don't want to hear about Dateline, or I don't want to hear about the document. If it's negative, I don't want to hear it. If there's negative things that are important for me to know or I should be aware of, I'll find out about it. But I do take some pride. I'm picking up Liza, and as soon as she gets in the car, I'll have to leave, or else we'll be breaking the gag order, unfortunately. But Liza and I are going to go out to eat. Then we have a conference call. Actually, no, I take that back. It's not a conference call because everyone's here now. Alan's right behind her. David's at the hotel, and Bob's coming in. Bob doesn't really sleep, so he comes in the middle of the night. But we'll be discussing our strategy for tomorrow and just dividing and conquering these motions in limine. But I want to say before I went in the tunnel under the harbor that when the mistrial was declared, and then we engaged with Marty, which was at a discount, but still a significant expense to me. I never thought I could supplement or enhance my witness list, our case in chief, with what little resources I had. I sold my house, but the expenses that I've had to incur to get here long surpass the equity I had in my house, and that is solely because of the people watching, the people on this stream, the three of you who have helped raise awareness and have these shows.
Man, every time she tries to make this point, she goes into a tunnel. Hold on, let's see if we can wait, no, not that one. Not that one. Not that one. There we go. We lost her. She must have lost signal. Hopefully we'll get her back before she gets to the airport to pick up the amazing Elizabeth Little. But man, if there's one person who could steal the mighty Betteros thunder, it's definitely her. But man, is there any? Let's see.
Really don't want us working together. It's weird, huh? even the YouTube police, apparently.
Apparently, right? Yeah, it's like, dude, what in the heck? So let's see what else we got here for Mark while we wait for Karen to come back.
All right, Mark, what do you think is the most interesting motion drop today? The Easter guy? I'm so interested in what he's going to testify about.
So, full fairness, all morning I've been dealing with something else that's very important. I haven't really seen anything today. So I would need a 30-second primer on what's out there today. I don't even know, to be honest with you. What's the Easter motion?
He's the FBI analyst.
So an expert on the so-called pathetic investigation.
Now, I don't know. Is Easter? Who's the person who? Maybe I'm confused, but maybe it's the person who was the FBI expert who checked Jen McCabe's phone and determined that it was a 2:27 a.m. search. Is that Easter?
I don't think so. I
He's
think
a
I
digital forensic expert.
So he is a digital forensic expert, and he is a Fed. So that's probably why I thought that.
Ex-FBI
An
on crime scene.
ex-FBI. Okay. Easter is, thank you, Olivia. Not God, I'm so grateful to have Olivia Nile in the chat. And Turtle Boy is saying it's not him. So Olivia Nile saying Easter is a former FBI agent. That's the digital forensic expert. Former FBI agent. Got it.
I have to know what is he allegedly, according to the motion, testifying to. I mean, if it's public, it's public. I'm happy to discuss it. I just don't know what the proffered basis for his testimony is. I would doubt it's digital forensics, but I don't know. I'd have to see it. Do we have it?
The motion?
Yeah.
I'm just not sure which one it is. But
Okay.
yeah, I do have it. I was just sent a bunch of them.
4,178 guys. Keep going.
Wow, so far we've raised $4,000, dude. This is crazy. It's not even, it's only 4 o'clock. We're not even halfway through yet.
All right, while you're looking, I'll do
I think the Easter one was really short too. I could be wrong.
Yeah, Aiden did post. If you go on his X, he did post the whole thing there.
Okay.
He wrote like a whole article.
Well, hold on. Somebody just sent it to me. Carry on. I'll speed read.
Oh wait, Karen's back. 1 second. Because we only have her for a limited time. So.
I'm running my own fundraiser. Sorry.
No, you're doing. It's like you're saving it.
I don't know if anyone heard me or if it broke up, but I just want to thank everyone. I'm running on 2 tracks concurrently, state and federal, and facing trial and getting more experts. And I don't know where I said this. I think maybe it was on Ted Daniel, but this is your defense. It's mine, but it's funded by you. You have ownership in this, and we've listened to what everyone has said. We've listened to feedback. And tried to weigh it with, what the attorneys believe was the right approach as we retackle this. And it's a concerted effort. I could not afford any of this. I don't know where I'd be. I wouldn't be here right now. So I can't thank everyone enough. I just can't.
Well, I think I could speak for everybody when we say that we truly believe in you, and it is, and I speak for myself personally when I say that I've never been prouder to be part of something like this, because as much as I hate that you're going through this, I'm grateful to you for this, for you fighting like this and inspiring me to want to support you in this way. And I think everybody feels the same way when it comes to that. But no, you're fine. You're fine. I now yeah, and before you go, I just want you to go ahead and tell everybody who your favorite YouTube channel is. We all know who it is already, but make sure to let everybody know for me. Just go ahead.
I love them all for different reasons.
Right, the all of them named Clara. Got it. So, but no, thank you for everything you're doing, Karen. Seriously, and you've inspired so many people, and I am so grateful to be able to have your back in all this, because it is the most powerful thing that I've ever been a part of. And as long as you're in this fight, I'm in it. And I think a lot of people feel the same way.
Thank you. I want everyone to know, in addition to the financial support and the donations, I hate going to court. I never want to go back again after this is over, but it's quite the silver lining to pull up in front of the courthouse and see Kurt Maxon's truck and Dina directing traffic, and the Sweeneys with Dennis dressed like the judge. I wish I could go and just hang out with everyone and not go in the building, but
they all make it as happy an experience. I don't really want to use that word, but it's bittersweet. It's bittersweet, and I feel like this is what I was put on this planet to do, as begrudging as it is for me. But you all couldn't make it. You couldn't make it any easier if you tried.
Wow.
And
We it's, I could tell you, for me, it's absolutely effortless. I am proud to be part of this, and I'm grateful to you for inspiring all of us to fight in your corner.
You're in the
And
right
Clever
corner.
was saying hi. Clever was saying hi. I just want to let you know. And there's someone in the chat who hasn't been in here in a long time, and her name is Deets on the Streets. And I would be remiss if I didn't give her credit. She's the person who actually first told me about your case. So, and that was year and a half ago. And and I know that she has been supporting you for a long, long time. So I want to give her a shout out real quick.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Well, I'll see some of you tomorrow, and I'm fighting to get a fair trial. I was wondering, as I'm listening to you guys in the waiting room, has Brennan tried to exclude literally every one of my expert witnesses?
Sure seems like
I think he's like 12 for 12 right now. So fighting for a fair trial. They're not actually giving me one, but we'll grab it.
They're not. It seems like it's his entire strategy is to cut your legs out from under you.
I think it's the only one he's got. I
Right.
think it's the only one he's got.
That's my theory, is that he doesn't have a case, so that's his only strategy.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's dirty, but we won't get into too much of that. But we'll leave this on a positive note.
Yeah. Thank you all. Thank you, everyone. I'm going to keep watching from behind the scenes here. So thank you so much. Thanks everyone donating and just supporting it in other ways as well.
Thank
Bye,
you
guys.
so much, Karen, for everything
Bye.
you do. We love you, Karen.
Love you guys. See you soon.
Love you.
All right, Karen Reed, everybody. Amazing, absolutely amazing.
That's what it's all for, guys.
Yeah,
That
absolutely.
woman right there.
Yeah, for sure,
That
for sure.
powerhouse.
Mark, you got time for another question, or?
Yeah, well, I read somebody sent me the motion for this.
Oh yeah. Let's.
Agent. It's not about digital forensics that they don't object to. They want him, apparently, according to this motion, to testify on the atrocious investigation, just as a qualified crime scene investigator, to say they did this wrong, they did that wrong, and whatnot. And, you know, as seems to be part of the pattern in this case, the offense of the DA is to basically go on defense and prevent the defense literally from offering a defense. And it's pretty clear why, if you had a qualified expert to explain to a jury about basic entry-level police procedure on how to preserve evidence, take a freaking picture of evidence once in a while, document things properly, those sorts of things, why that might be very powerful for a jury to say, well, why didn't they do it here? So that's what they're attempting to keep out by just saying it's not necessary, and they're trying to somehow argue a third-party culprit defense, which again, that's really semantics. I mean, reasonable doubt is reasonable doubt, and if your position is that man wasn't killed by a car and the glass was planted in some other way and somebody else had to have done this, and the poor investigation could have stopped that, in other words, isolate what really happened here, to preclude that kind of evidence seems very silly. I mean, the reality is, if any expert who testifies and talks about crime scene preservation could simply say the most following simple point, which would make the case either compelling as to guilt or compelling in terms of not guilt. And it's really one simple thing that they could have done that they didn't do. And it's a very complicated concept. You don't have to go to Quantico to learn it. It's just simply, I don't know, preserve And it doesn't have to be with 37 agents standing shoulder to shoulder with guns. All they had to do was take a single police officer from Canton, from Mayberry, from anywhere, and just say, your job today, buddy, is going to be to sit in your car and literally sit right here and make sure nobody comes here, nobody touches anything, and you don't leave until someone relieves you. In other words, if they establish that the crime scene is secure from the time the police were there until the time that the first so-called real search was conducted later that night after 5:30, if they secure that crime scene and they have a chain of police officers to say nobody came in, nobody touched, nobody was walking around, nobody did a damn thing, and then they find taillight pieces with a secure crime scene, then guess what? They weren't planted. It's a pretty simple concept. They didn't do it. And it seems to me entirely reasonable to allow the defense to explain that point, amongst others. Explain why, if the whole issue in the case is the car, I mean, in essence, the car is the so-called murder weapon, right? I mean, it's no different than the gun in a shooting case.
Exactly.
And the car in this case, you have to kind of go one layer beneath that. It's the condition of the car, and more specifically, the condition of a taillight. And that tells you everything, right? It's either in a damaged condition as it appeared in a Sally Port a couple days later, as they claim, or it wasn't. And if it's not, then the evidence was planted. If it is, it wasn't. This is not rocket science.
Right.
And the best way to do that, other than secure the crime scene, was, are we allowed to swear on this channel?
Yes, as much as you possibly can.
Very simple. It's very simple. This thing right here, it's called an iPhone, or if you have an Android, if you're so inclined, you open it up, you go to the camera feature, and you do this very strong police investigative technique. You may have heard of it. It's called take a fucking picture. Okay. Picture of the taillight. It's also going to have this other dirty word in this case called metadata. You may have heard of that. And
all too many times.
If that picture is taken at, say, the time they arrive at the parents' house at 4:15, give or take, this is before the search. It's before the car gets in the Sally Port. And if you have a picture that has metadata from 4:15 and it matches the picture from the Sally Port a couple days later, then that evidence is implanted. It's pretty simple. And it seems to me reasonable for somebody fighting for their life and lawyers fighting, to defend a client's right to a fair trial and to present a defense, to articulate that point through somebody who is actually qualified to do that and is in a position to say these cops didn't. It's not rocket science.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the term chain of custody doesn't exist just to look good on paper. There's a meaning behind it. It exists for a reason. And the entire purpose of it is so that you can establish that these things were not planted. You can prove that they weren't planted because it is the prosecution's duty and their burden to prove this and not the defense.
No, you're right. And if they secure the crime scene, like we talked about, and they can prove that no one had access to it from the time the cops arrived until later that night, including people who lived in the house. I mean, you don't know, anyone could have been there. If you do that, if you preserve the other evidence, you take a photo, you do all of these things, and the entire trajectory of this case is different. There is no theory of an alleged cover-up. There is no theory of an incompetent investigation. You could still argue there's reasonable doubt, but how are you going to argue that the evidence is planted if you can conclusively establish that it wasn't? Might that also dilute the opinion of the ARCA people? I don't know. I mean, the science is what the science is. But the bottom line is they didn't do it. And you add one pebble on the scale that they didn't preserve the crime scene. You add the pebble on the scale, they didn't take the photo. You add the pebble on the scale, they did a search with unknown people who are not even a member of the search team, that's not proper police procedure. I assure you of that.
Right. They didn't do a wellness check when the first responders didn't do a wellness check. They didn't interview witnesses properly. I mean, who doesn't? I mean, in this day and age, you have this little fucking device right here, as you put it, that can record conversations and memorialize these.
It is entirely appropriate to have a qualified police officer, FBI agent who is familiar with crime scene investigation and has done this 100 times to render an opinion on that the procedures here were not followed, and then you leave it to the lawyers to argue the significance of that. And the significance of that is what we're talking about now. You don't know who had access to the crime scene. You don't know, there's never going to be a good answer for these state police why they didn't take pictures. There's no good answer for that. There's no good answer for why they didn't preserve the crime scene. And the answer that it was snowing out is not an answer. Officer down, right? Come on, officer down. Yeah. A little more important than.
Right. I mean, if I'm gonna move, if I'm gonna move somewhere to be a serial killer, I guess I'll move to Alaska. Because it snows a lot there, and I guess I could just get away with murder while I'm there, can't I? According to their logic, it's ridiculous.
Well, the concern, though, is every time the defense, and again, I'm just going on what's been publicly filed here, every time they try to introduce, or at least want to introduce, this type of evidence that would seem to be relevant and would seem to be certainly supportive of their theory of the case, the party that has the burden of proof, the party that wears the white hat, the party that is obligated not to seek a conviction, but to seek justice, whatever that means in any given case. Sometimes it may mean go get the one that's accused. Other times it may mean you have to follow the evidence. It may lead away from the person that's accused. That's why there's a Brady principle under the Due Process Clause. You have to be fair. They wear the white hat. And they seem to be spending a lot more time on trying to prevent the defense from offering a defense for a client who's facing murder charges than they are of actually establishing guilt beyond a reasonable doubt in a what I would call a fair fight. And by fair fight, I mean with respect to due process. Some, maybe I'm a little personal to this, some would say with the right to counsel of choice. Let's put that aside. But some would say double jeopardy. Some very much believe, where else but Norfolk County can you try someone who is acquitted for murder twice? You're about to see if it's Norfolk County, Massachusetts. We'll find out, I guess, at some point, whatever the First Circuit Court of Appeals does. But they have a right. Anyone has a right to put on a defense. And these are not outrageous asks by the defense to call these kind of witnesses. Okay. This is normal. This is a vigorous defense by skilled, competent lawyers who are doing it the way it is supposed to be done. And all they're trying to do, rather than prosecute the offense of alleged guilt, is play defense on preventing the defense from doing anything. And that is not how a trial is supposed to work.
Never seen that in my life.
Not like this.
No, this is crazy. Now, I mean, and to me, the deal breaker alone, I mean, there's a bunch of them that you could pick out of a hat that would be a deal breaker alone, right? That would be a dismissal, grounds for dismissal alone, right? You could just pick something out of a hat. The thing that I continue, the big ticket that I keep pulling out of the hat is Fanning having anything to do with that jury in the first trial. To me, that is incredibly shady. I can't find any reason why you could justify that.
I'm not going to touch that.
Okay.
I mean, a lot's been said about it publicly. A lot's been argued about it. I'm going to sit that one out.
Okay. All right. Let me hold on. Laferio. Yeah, I want to read now. The man did donate $2,500, so I want to read her question, but I don't see it. and I'm looking for it, but I just don't see it. Because this chat is kind of flying. So I don't even know where to look for it. Nan, if you could type it again quickly, that would be great. And I'll ask him.
You just wrote how nice and how loud do you really think I am?
Oh, okay. Was that the question?
Oh, that's probably directed to me. Well, yeah, I mean, you're Jersey, and we're New York, Jersey. Of course, you're loud. Ideally, when you're from Jersey, you can be nice and loud, and you are. So you're, what exit? That's the running joke in New Jersey. Where are you from? What exit? Right on the Turnpike or the Garden State Parkway. But that's how we are out here. Loud, sharp elbows, and I have a weird combo. I mean, I'm like masshole born, but New York raised as a lawyer, so I've got extra sharp elbows.
Right. If New York were the Outback, you would know your way around it, but you come from Boston. I get it. you would be most definitely well versed in the Outback there.
Yeah.
But which is a weird analogy. I don't know why I came up with that. Maybe it's subconscious Crocodile Dundee memories. I don't know. Him being in New York and all that.
Yeah. That's not enough.
Yeah, sorry. I don't know why my insomnia kicks in, and it kicked in last night, the worst night possible, because I am going to be doing this until midnight tonight. So this is going to hit me hard soon, especially after having both you and Karen up here. That's going to be and I have possibilities to where it wouldn't top it, but can keep up for the rest of the stream. I've got some backup plans, but it's just a question of if they can make it. But any other questions for Mark in the donos there?
Yep. Mark. Oh, this is from 150 from Jennifer Whitaker. Mark, I am so hopeful this trial, in a snowy Alaska trial, should sometime be spent on charge 2 and the lesser includes.
Yes, I mean, you obviously, in any case, have to be aware of any charge. And I mean, just by what you saw, the result of the first case, you saw what happened. It appears that count 2, which of course is the only one that involved alcohol to some level. I mean, so that's definitely something you would flag and focus on. But also, the defense here is an all or nothing. I mean, let's be honest. If there's no car accident, in the sense of the car did not cause John O'Keefe's injuries, and there's no strike, and the glass or polycarbonate or whatever the hell it is that was found there is not from a collision, then if you find that, then she's not guilty of anything, like literally nothing. So, but I think you do have to be aware of the second count, which has alcohol as part of it, and certainly I would expect, as based on what you saw at the first trial, and based upon the fact that, again, you're dealing with top shelf lawyering here with the advantage of a first trial, that there will be attention placed on the alcohol factor, which there was some in the first case, but you definitely have to pay attention to that. But you also don't want to lose the forest through the trees, which is no car accident, no crime. And that needs to be hammered home too.
Agreed. Yeah, the ARCA thing it's for me, ultimately, it's between John's injuries and the ARCA experts, most definitely, that just are screaming that she's innocent.
I mean, I know this triggers a lot of people for some reason. Or they get excited, or even people in court get excited. But there is exculpatory evidence which is favorable. And then there is exculpatory evidence like the ARCA evidence, which is exculpatory with a capital E and is absolutely compelling, where it's like what I would call point of no return evidence. If the ARCA witnesses are credible, that is as exculpatory gets. There's no case. It's over. That's just the bottom line. If you credit those experts who say it's our belief to a degree of medical or reasonable scientific certainty that the injuries on John O'Keefe were not caused by a collision like this, and the damage to the car was not caused by that collision. I mean, that's the physics fact. That's a science fact.
Sure.
Everything else literally is secondary to that. Everything.
Right. It sounds like that alone creates more than enough reasonable doubt.
And that's the key. That's by definition reasonable doubt if you credit it.
Right. Right. Wow.
Which is why they're fighting like hell to keep it out. Again, to go back to the previous point, I don't think anybody would suggest with a serious appearance that they don't have a right to call exculpatory witnesses who support entirely the defense and thoroughly contradict the prosecution. But some of the things you've seen in court over the past several weeks have been very vigorous attempts to exclude this evidence on whether it's what they perceive as a discovery technicality or the non-disclosure of evidence. The idea that you would try to give the defense the death penalty, and that's what this would be. Witnesses that compelling to the defense to be excluded because you perceive that there is, in the worst case scenario, a ticky-tack discovery violation, which I'm not suggesting there was, by the way, but we're talking as ticky-tack as a discovery violation would ever get. But you believe that warrants tossing off lead counsel and excluding witnesses of that magnitude? That ain't America. That's crazy.
Right. I have said it numerous times. If this kind of thing is allowed to happen in the United States of America, then this is not the United States of America, because this is one of the foundations of our of this country is our justice system. It's part of it's a pillar of our liberty, freedom. So it's scary as hell that this is happening in our country, anywhere in our country.
There is
why it's so important to fight it.
There is a reason why and in some ways it's kind of scary. It took until 1963. In other words, almost 200 years after the country was in existence, for the U.S. Supreme Court to make it the law of the land that when you prosecute, if you are aware of evidence that does not help you, but would help the defense, you are obligated, because again, you have to seek justice, not convictions. You're obligated under the Constitution to turn it over. And every prosecutor knows that. And, in this case, I've just never seen, I shouldn't say never. I practice in Brooklyn, so I shouldn't say never. But the point is the effort that has gone on to deprive the defense of the right to call witnesses who by themselves have the ability to kneecap the case. It tells you a lot more about the prosecution than it does the defense as to why they would do that in the manner that they did.
I completely agree. I think that the entire approach to prosecute, just the fact that this case is even still being prosecuted is very telling, much less the fact that it's being prosecuted in the manner in which it is extremely telling. And in the public eye, anybody with common sense is going to automatically give Karen the benefit of the doubt and say she's innocent. I don't see how you couldn't. If they had a case, why are we here? Why did it take this long? Why is this happening a second time? Why did it happen a first time? It goes back to another ticket out of the hat that you would pick is Judge Beverly Cannoni's, conflict of interest that may or may not be an issue. That should be enough for, you would think, for her to recuse herself. Why does Judge Beverly Cannoni have such a hard on for this case and is so determined to continue on with it?
Guardrails, Will, guardrails. I can't talk about that.
Yeah, I understand. I'm sorry. It's just, these are the things that frustrate me the most, And here I am laying out these rules, and I'm the one breaking them. Everybody with the dodos is sticking with the rules, and I'm the one breaking my own rules here.
It's still America. You have a right to be heard.
Appreciate that.
We have come here, girl. No, she left. Oh well.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna have to take Clever out pretty soon. But yeah, this is absolutely fantastic. Are there any more questions there, Esty?
There was one way down here, and it was about buffer zone, wanting to know, like, how can they legally do that? I just want to grab the person's name.
The buffer zone issue, and I know there was a motion filed about it, but I haven't seen it. So I don't know if it's just regurgitating what was filed last year. I mean, buffer zones are tricky. I mean, the freedom to gather and be heard and express opinion is, I mean, there's a reason why that's the First Amendment, right? The founders saw that first, above and beyond everything in the Bill of Rights, the freedom to be heard. And obviously nobody wants a jury to be influenced by what they call extrajudicial influences, things outside the courtroom. But on the other hand, you do have a right to be heard, and pushing these people away or telling them what they can wear and not wear, inside the courtroom, I've heard of that before. What's interesting to me, I guess, in the first instance, before you even get to the buffer zone, is when you talk about free speech or showing up and, trying to influence jurors or just pack the courtroom. It's a little side point to the buffer zone thing, but one of the things that is absolutely remarkable to me, having seen in my life, whether being involved in representing police officers or just being in court when there are police officer cases where someone got killed, police officer got killed. In this case, there's nobody there from the Boston police. And that is, I've never seen anything like that. And again, it doesn't matter whether a police officer is a victim or a defendant. I mean, I've represented police officers who've been accused of very bad crimes. I represented an FBI agent who was accused of helping the mafia kill 4 people. And when he was in court every single day, and those are very serious allegations, obviously, but we had every day 50 distinguished retired FBI agents. And these were the top guys that you've heard about when you watch these crime shows and you see them, the names. They may not be household names, but you know who they are. They were there. They were supportive through thick and thin. They were there for the arraignment. They signed for the bail. They did whatever they had to do. You've seen other cases where, I represented a detective who was accused of perjury for falsifying police report. He denied that. Every day there would be 30 detectives from the NYPD there. When the case got dismissed on a motion, they got loud, they get excited. When you see police officers who were victims anywhere in New York, you can't get in the courthouse or the courtroom because there are 100 of them, and the PBA president is out there with them, the union reps. And for some reason, that's not happening here. And I don't know what the reason is. That's not a criticism towards what anybody thinks of John O'Keefe, obviously. It's more kind of a question for members of the Boston Police Department or any other police department. Where are they and why?
Right. Yeah, I have so many questions, and I'm actually going to refrain from asking my next question only because, and it's rhetorical in a way. It just, I don't expect you to answer it. But
man, you never know.
It brings me to the question always. Why would these court officials risk their careers and even possibly their freedom for, moving forward with this case in the manner in which they're doing? I don't, like I said, I don't expect you to answer that. It's just because I can't even responsibly speculate on that.
Well, let me try this generally, without specifically talking generally. I mean, a prosecutor who does not believe that a defendant is guilty and should not prosecute the case. And there have been situations I have seen where individual prosecutors have walked away, yet the office continues, because if there's a good faith disagreement between whether there's sufficient cause to do it, reasonable people in certain situations can disagree. If they don't believe that there's probable cause to prosecute, then it would be unethical. It's actually in, what is it, Rule 3.8, special duties of a prosecutor. It is actually unethical to proceed if there's not a good faith basis to believe that you can satisfy, these evidentiary burdens. Do these people believe that or not? I don't know. For me, the issue when that rule would have come in play is when they got the federal materials, a year and a half ago, when they saw the ARCA report. And what was troubling to me at the time was what I think any good faith prosecutor would have done back then is timeout. That's all. Take a timeout, reevaluate, make an effort to determine, is there something here? Okay. Make an effort to interview those witnesses. Maybe the feds would allow it. If you say, look, I want to make sure I'm prosecuting a guilty defendant, I'm troubled by this report. Let's talk about this. You would think that would have maybe called you to reevaluate the theory of the defense. If the ARCA guys are saying no car accident, no broken glass, well, then how did the glass get there? The other alternatives they're kind of scary to think about. Maybe we should maybe we have to look into that. But by all accounts, they just showed up a couple of weeks later and said, we've reviewed this material and none of it's exculpatory or thereabouts. That's troubling. That's disturbing. So why are they doing it? I hope they're doing it because they think there's a good faith basis to believe that Karen is guilty, whether we all agree or disagree with that. But only they can know, only they can look in the mirror and judge themselves for what their motives are in doing this.
Thank you for that. I guess that answers Olivia Niles' question that I've got highlighted here too. More or less.
Well, as she's wont to do, she asks really good questions and makes really good observations. The prosecutor, it's very simple: seek justice, right? Again, wherever that road leads. The famous expression, in the old Manhattan DA's office from 100 years ago when I worked there, was seeking justice, not convictions. Now, a lot of times a prosecutor is seeking the conviction because it's consistent with justice. A lot of times people accused of crimes are guilty. I don't think that's, breaking news, but there's often a lot more nuance to that. And you have to follow the evidence and you have to wear the white hat. But the role of a defense attorney, you have an ethical obligation to a client. So the truth does not always literally matter, right? What matters is vigorously defending the client fairly and ethically. So there are still rules for the defense. You can't suborn perjury because you want your client to get off. You can't falsify evidence or present anything that's not true. But short of that, your job is to poke holes in the prosecution case as long as you do it ethically and responsibly. So when you see a lot of criticism online by, the Twitter lawyers or whoever, and say, this is so outrageous, the temerity of these defendants to suggest that somebody else might have done it. Well, logic would dictate, if your position is she didn't do it, that means somebody else did.
Right.
So
that's your third party culprit defense right there.
So it shouldn't be offensive that they have they're trying the case. They're not pleading guilty. So by trying the case, they're agreeing that we're going to attempt to try the case and show that there's reasonable doubt. And they are ethically entitled, indeed required, to pursue every avenue within the constraints of the law and the rules of ethics to do that. And that's why, it's more interesting on this point, perhaps, to hear from lawyers who may think she's guilty. I don't know many, but if you did, who are not involved, who think that she's guilty, to hear they're not going to fault the defense for what they're doing, because we all do it on a regular basis, because that's what you do. Okay. So suggesting that the police may be involved in a cover-up, that would be unethical if there was no evidence or good faith basis to believe it. But look at Proctor, look at the texts, look at how they found the taillight, look at the lack of pictures, look at the crime scene, look at the fact that they said the car was taken from Dighton at 5:30 when it was really 4:15. Look at what he wrote in the search warrant. Look about what he said about Karen Reed. Look about what he said about the guy's not going to have any trouble because he's a Boston cop.
Yeah.
Okay, look at the ARCA witnesses. Look at how they found 3 pieces of taillight after the Canton police allegedly searched it in the span of 10 minutes, yet didn't find any more for a couple of weeks and didn't go back the next day. You could go on and on. They're not doing anything wrong. They're doing what lawyers do. And my only regret is I'm not sitting there with them to help them do it.
Yeah. We all hate that. Like, we were all so excited about you joining that team, and we never even saw. I mean, the only reason that I would think that Bev would deny you being on that team was because Bev's Bev, and she and I was hoping to be wrong, So, but I think that, like, it's really interesting because it's everything that you were just talking about. Like, in a nutshell, I take that like, well, the system is designed for the prosecution to always be the good guy.
It is. And let me further that, because there's something that gets said in court all the time.
I can hear you. I'm just stepping away, but I can hear you.
That's really troublesome. The defendant, in any case, has a constitutional right to a fair trial. That's certainly embedded in the due process clause. But what you've heard again and again in this case is repeatedly the prosecutor attempting to equate that, their right to a fair trial. And the prosecution does not have a constitutional right to a fair trial. They don't have any constitutional rights at all. The defendant at bar, meaning the defendant at trial, has constitutional rights and the right to a fair trial. Most people would agree that the trial should be fair and that the prosecution should not be treated unfairly out of reasons that just deprive them the right to present their case. But every time this prosecutor tries to equivocate, our right to a fair trial with a defendant's constitutional right to a fair trial, that is absolutely, positively not true, inaccurate, and not the case. Okay, you as a defendant have a right to fair trial against the government that has endless resources and the ability to go after you, and they do go after you. But the government has zero constitutional rights, nothing. So, and anybody who takes constitutional law understands that constitutional rights here, other rights here. So the prosecution's right to a fair trial is here. Karen Reed's right to a fair trial is here. But he constantly tries to equivocate the two, and that is absolutely not accurate.
I found that left it. I mean, I wouldn't know that the way you would because you're an attorney and I'm not, but I've never seen a prosecutor whine about the prosecution not having a fair trial. Like, when I first read that in one of Brennan's motions, I was like, did he just really say that? Like, in writing and submit it to a judge?
It's like not written well because it's not accurate. Now, I get the point again, and I was a prosecutor, and look, a prosecutor prosecuting someone who they believe committed a serious crime should have the ability to not have their hands tied behind their back. And, we should not have a system that literally wants defendants to get away with things because they have rights and the prosecution doesn't. That's fine. So you want a judge to be fair. You want them to be equitable. You don't want them to favor one side, but never equivocate the prosecution's right to a fair trial, which does not exist in a legal sense, with a defendant's absolutely constitutional right to a fair trial. I mean, there's a reason why you can't try somebody twice after they've been acquitted, because there's a constitutional right for that, for double jeopardy. There's a reason why, in most cases, a defendant has a right to counsel of their choice. That's their constitutional right. The government doesn't have these rights, and it's not accurate for him to try to equivocate the two. It doesn't exist, not in America.
Right. That's what makes it so crazy. I keep on coming back to that this is not what's supposed to happen in America. Oh,
no,
wait,
let me just put a bow on this. That's not to suggest in any case that a judge should be so biased to the defense to say, I'm going to let anyone accused of a crime get their way. A judge has to be a referee and be fair. But when you're analyzing a right to a fair trial, that is a one-way street. It doesn't go in both directions.
Right. I completely agree. I mean, that's been my hang up this entire time.
Yes, and Hank will keep whining about it to make it feel like that's what he's supposed to be getting. If he keeps saying.
Well, I just keep coming back to, and it's like the Twitter trolls, when they argue something, the consistent pattern that I see with them is they seem to lack the understanding that the burden of proof is on the prosecution and that the rights belong to Karen Reed.
That's something else that I months ago made what I thought was kind of an obvious, just legal point from somebody who's been doing this a long time that was really quite triggering for some reason. I'm not sure why, but what I had suggested, and it really holds true in any case, when people are screaming and yelling, she's guilty. Oh, okay. She did it. Let's be clear. In any criminal case, the legal issue is not whether someone did it. The issue is whether the prosecution presents evidence beyond a reasonable doubt
that proves it.
They're guilty of the charged crime. And if you don't do that, but that's the way the system is set up to make sure that, try to avoid as much as you can wrongful convictions. But the sub point of that was whenever these people tell you, well, she did it or any other defendant did it, they're guilty, ask them to analyze it, not like that with these conclusory statements from the Twitter law school, but from a real analysis, which is tell me why you believe that beyond a reasonable doubt. And in doing that, how do you account for the ARCA evidence, the non-secure crime scene, the lack of the photograph, the this, the that, and say, don't just say somebody did it. Tell me how there's proof beyond a reasonable doubt with consideration of evidence that the defendant will offer that will show from their perspective that it creates reasonable doubt. It's not enough to just say conclusory, she was drinking and there's taillights, so she's guilty, and I don't want to hear anything else. That's not how a trial works in America. It never has, it never will.
Yeah, I agree. It's funny because in layman's terms, I've explained this and I've attempted to do this on Twitter, and I got frustrated quick enough to where now I'm sure you've noticed that I just resort to calling them retards. You're retarded. Shut up. Which is childish and stupid, but then again, so is Twitter.
I'm a big fan of free speech, as you know, based on a lot of things that I do professionally and personally. But I'm not a fan of that word. That's just me, though.
I understand. And what's funny is I justify it to myself because I know that I would never use that word to actually describe someone with an actual mental health or mental intellectual deficiency. I reserve that word for the willfully ignorant people who I know better, just for some reason, because they're stubborn or because something else is driving them, they refuse to listen to anything common sense and logical when they will eloquently put forth a completely ridiculous argument, and you're like, I know you know better. And then I'm just like, shut up, you're retarded. But I understand that a lot of people are not a fan of that word, but at the same time, I like the word too much. Sorry, Mark.
That's why my favorite emoji is that's my favorite emoji.
Yeah,
is better. Yeah,
Face palm to the forehead.
Agree, but see, that's the problem with this case. You can't agree to disagree because everyone, wants to attack and whatnot. But we disagree with about that. But you know what? I don't care.
Right.
I don't disrespect you.
Yeah. Right on. Yeah.
You like it. I don't like it. I'm still gonna hang up and eat dinner and do whatever I have to do, and I'll be fine.
Yeah, and out of respect for you, because we respect each other enough to have a decent conversation and agree that we can disagree on certain things, I will automatically, it is in my nature to just, out of respect, try not to use that word around you too much. Now, if you choose to listen to my shows when you're not on here, that's on you. But
fair enough.
But while you're on the channel, I will absolutely do my best to respect your feelings about that word. But are there any more questions that you could see for Mark? I'm sure they're flooding, but I got to point out,
it's fine.
I did see it was just anonymous, and they just wanted to
hit
see
over
if this was anything
$7,200.
you've ever seen before. Am I on mute still? No.
No. Sorry, I spoke over you. That's my fault.
Yeah, it's just they wanted to know if you'd ever seen a case like this or the Commonwealth railroading a defendant like this before.
Yes, in the sense, I've represented people who have been actually innocent or wrongfully convicted or have been victimized by egregious prosecutorial misconduct. I mean, I've had at least 2 cases that literally blew up in the middle of trial based literally on misconduct, one of which has a lot of similarities to this case. It related to a police officer's inappropriate text messages, which contradicted everything he said because he was, too dumb to turn his body camera off so you could actually see him texting. But so, yeah, I mean, it's not, the scary thing is it's more common than you think. I don't know that I've ever seen it to a level where a prosecutor will just dig in and dig deeper and just go to battle till hell or high water, no matter what. And I think there's a lot of problems with this, but I can tell you one thing I've never seen, especially in a case like this, is in a situation where there's going to be a retrial where the prosecutor literally has to put out an RFP for a new prosecutor unassociated with the office without alleging that there's a conflict of interest, because they're still there. The people from the first case are still there. And it just, to me, begs the obvious question, why the hell are you bringing in a ringer? I mean, you have an office of 50 to 60 people, and it makes you wonder if, they were looking around for someone to do it and everybody did this and looked down and there was nobody to pick. And now, just to add controversy to that, you can't find anyone. You bring in an outsider, but now you're also taking taxpayer money to do it when the taxpayers are already paying you money for your office of 50 to 60 people. So what are we doing here? Now,
right.
That has nothing to do with Brennan's motives. I don't know what they are. It's not my place. I don't care. I don't fault him for that. But the real question is why no one has ever asked the district attorney, you have an office of 50 or 60 people. They either are not competent by your position or they're not willing, which looks even worse. So why am I paying like double for this prosecution and paying an outsider what are we doing? I mean, that is something I've never seen.
Yeah, it's incredibly bizarre because it's like, well, you can't get, there's all these people in a DA's office, and that right there should be telling to the public that, you know, okay, let me put it like this. Let me ask you this, Mark, because you're an attorney. You're an attorney. So wouldn't, in theory, I would think, maybe I'm wrong, but that's why I'm asking, you wouldn't, in theory, a prosecutor jump to the opportunity of prosecuting a high profile case? Wouldn't an ADA see this as an opportunity for a career boost if they felt that they could prosecute it?
1,000%. If you are a prosecutor who is interested in justice and all of that, and then you get the opportunity to, I mean, this is Moby Dick. I mean, at this point, they've made Karen Reed the great white whale. I mean, it is, we're going to get her. And if you have a chance as a prosecutor to take a case that is probably the leading murder case in the country right now, and you're going to be, you know, on TV, in the news, all of that stuff, and you're doing God's work in the sense that you believe, I'm going to get her, she's guilty, there would be prosecutors stepping over each other in a stampede and elbowing each other in the throat to get ahead of the crowd and say, pick me. And the fact of the matter is they apparently have nobody who's willing or capable to do that, which leads to the question that nobody is asking, why do they have to go get a ringer without
And
a
right. And they love news cameras, don't they? You know what I mean?
Of course. And, you know, it's not just the public, though. The other people who I assume are embarrassed by all this are the people in the DA's office who are just normal, good people. And you shouldn't assume they're all bad. You shouldn't assume they're all corrupt. That's not the same way all cops that, you know, Michael Proctor is not indicative of the Massachusetts State Police. That's not fair. There may be other.
I have faith in every one of the ADAs that wouldn't take the job. You know what I mean?
But can you imagine being an ADA in that office and seeing what's going on? Again, whatever your view of the case is and what you're willing to do or not willing to do, when you see a situation where nobody in this office is either willing or able to take this case, so we're going to put the two first prosecutors up there to sit and stare at the wall, apparently. We're going to use taxpayer money to bring in someone else, okay, who's not a prosecutor, was certainly competent and capable of doing it, no question about that. But we had to bring in an outsider to do it. If you're in that office, I mean, the lack of credibility and embarrassment that I would assume everyone has would be high. And you would just assume that place is a sinking ship and that at some point, you know, the ship is going to crash into the wave trying to get Moby Dick, which it probably is not going to do.
Gosh, this is, oh my God. This is unbelievable. It's just unbelievable. I mean, just to me, that's, as soon as I found out that they were bringing Hank Brennan in on this case, I was like, how is this not more confirmation that there's something wrong here?
Here is what's, you know, again, I don't know the inner workings of this office. And I mean, it's a relatively small office. If it's 50 or 60, that's not tiny. But I mean, you know, where I worked, we had like 600. I mean, it was huge. But the point, 50 or 60 is big enough for the following. In a large office like the one I used to work in, and in certainly in other large, big city offices, when you would get a homicide case of this magnitude with these kinds of issues, they would impanel a committee, if you will, of the best and brightest and most experienced, okay? And they'd sit around a table and they would have regular meetings, and you would have, I mean, this was the brains of the operation. And whoever was handling this case, certainly in the office I came from, they would have all of these other credentialed, experienced people grill them on everything about what are we doing? How are you accounting for this? How are you going to deal with Proctor on that? How are you going to deal with this? Is this right? Have you considered this? And they would do this before they indict, not after, before. And they would go on, and as things came up, these panels and meetings would continue, and you would get to a point where if the case was wrong, you didn't do it for whatever reason. And the question I have is, do they do that in Norfolk County? And did they do it to the point where this so-called panel of experts that they have in Norfolk County told the district attorney, we can't do this? And his response was, well, thanks for your opinion and time. I'm just going to go hire a ringer from the outside who's going to tell me what I want to hear and do it that way. I don't know. But in these larger offices, that's what they would do. And that's how you would prevent, or try to prevent anyway, going down a rabbit hole like they're going down now that would appear to be destined for a pretty bad result, I would think.
Wow. Yeah. This is just crazy. It's absolutely crazy. I mean, and the thing is it's so funny because we're so far into this that, like, I'm finding myself about to ask you a question, and then I'm already like, that's not even, I already know what the answer is going to be, pretty much, you know. Like, I'm sitting here thinking, like, I mean, I want to ask, like, what do you think the chances are of Judge Bev granting this buffer zone? And, you know, me personally, I'm already like, I who could predict what she's going to approve at this point or deny? You know, I have I know what logically a judge, an ethical judge, might likely do, but she is absolutely a wild card. She's a total wild card.
Yes, I'm not going to get into the judge's ethics. I'm just not going to get into that. But in terms of trying to predict a ruling in this case,
that's all I'm talking about.
From firsthand experience, I have no freaking idea.
Yeah. This is so crazy. You know, and every single attorney that I've ever listened to or spoke to that's talking about this case will all agree that this is the wildest thing that they've ever seen.
This is, I mean, I'm, you know, from based on what I've seen publicly and what's been displayed, certainly on on TV, and some of the stuff you've seen online, some of the behavior by some of these characters who are obsessed with having Karen found guilty or other people associated in any way with this and doing things. The reality is this case is a national embarrassment to Massachusetts. Okay. The town of Canton, fairly or unfairly, looks like a laughing stock across America. You know, the whole Massachusetts court system, the way this has all played out, looks terrible. Everything about this case just comes off as, you know, you want people to know how the system works. You want them to be engaged. You want them to learn civics, how trials work and all of this. And this is exactly the case not to watch if that's what you're trying to do. Or if you're like trying to get somebody interested in a career in law or going to law school. This is exactly the opposite of what it is. And why that is, I don't know. But it's just embarrassing.
Agreed. Yeah. I mean, I feel like this is going to be taught. I mean, I never attended law school, but I assume in theory that this is going to be taught in law school, exactly that, as what not to do. Like, this is the opposite of, and make people write a paper as to why they think this was even happening. I mean, I feel like that would be an incredible training exercise for an attorney in training, is to try to actually speculate in so many words why they think that this was allowed to happen in the United States of America. I mean, it's wild. Oh, I've got somebody backstage here. Britt Happens right here.
Hey, Will.
What's up, Britt? Have you met Mark?
I don't know.
I've not yet had the pleasure.
Hello.
Very nice to meet you.
Do you know? Are you aware of Britt Happens' channel and her Twitter, Mark?
I've heard of it. Yeah, I'm not placing it, but I've definitely heard. Yes,
it's still a baby channel. It's in its beginning stages. So
yeah, she is very insightful. I really enjoy her content and her insight.
Well, thank you.
Is there any questions you have for Mark while he's up here, Britt?
Oh goodness. I mean, do you have all day?
I'm like over my time limit, but it's okay. I'm having fun. So they call me and give me like the sign for like it's time to eat and feed the dog.
Right.
No, it's fine.
The family.
That's a good question. That's highlighted right there on the screen. Believe it or not.
Mark talked to us about how representing an innocent client impacts a criminal defense attorney so deeply. That's a great question.
It is. It's a blessing and a curse. Okay. On the one hand, you want to fight tyranny, government abuse. And if you have a factually innocent client who's being persecuted and you can help them get past that, that's the best feeling a lawyer can ever have. And that's even stronger than being a prosecutor and convicting a homicidal maniac who's absolutely guilty, which is a very good feeling too. But somebody who's been wrongfully charged and is actually innocent. So that's the great part. The bad part is the terror that goes in that, and realizing that you better not lose. You can't lose. And that's going to eat your conscience for, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You'll be walking around doing nothing, and it's going to pop in your head. What happens if this person goes down on my watch? That's just the reality. Or what am I doing to make sure that doesn't happen? So it's very motivating. It's why you got into this business in the first place. Right. But it puts pressure on you where you rationalize when someone may be like very, very guilty, but you give them an ethical defense and you still try to prevail. There is a part of your brain that says, well, you know what? The system worked. I did my job. It's not an injustice, right?
Right.
But you represent someone who is factually innocent, is being persecuted by overzealousness, is potentially subject to misconduct, and they get convicted on your watch. That is the worst kind of pressure, but it also has potentially the biggest payoff, because to win, I mean, I tried a case like that last summer where when you win, it's euphoria. I mean, it really is great, but these clients are putting their faith in you, and they're expecting you, or certainly hoping that you win. And if you don't, you're going to naturally blame yourself, whether it's warranted or not. And you're going to second guess and feel terrible. But I guarantee you, I mean, knowing how these lawyers are wired and how they are and the skill level, that it's also motivating. Okay. I mean, if you don't think it keeps their motor running all day, every night, no matter how tired you are, no matter how just you need a break, they're not going to do it. They're going to fight like hell and fight to the death until they win. And it's going to be stressful beyond belief until you hear the words not guilty. But at that point, it goes from pressure to just, this is why you do this for a living. So it really is a blessing and a curse.
Yeah, I was going to say, because I've actually made that point before, where I thought out loud, like, man, this must be And I didn't look at the negative aspect of it. I just thought, this is one of those rare opportunities for a defense attorney to really feel like they're doing something good and fair and right. They have the motivation because they have an innocent client and they have the chance to actually see justice take place for that client. This is why you become a defense attorney. This is the kind of case you hope for. But at the same time, as you just explained, there's so much pressure because what if you lose? What if you're going to feel like you failed that client? And
listen,
can't imagine.
If you're representing someone who you believe in, like legitimately, factually innocent, all that, and the pressure, you could be sitting eating dinner with your family and your brain is going to wander to, I need to do this, I need to do that. How do we, and that's going to happen more in situations where you are personally invested in the outcome on a moral, a principled basis more than a professional basis. There are times where, you have a job to do and you do it. But, when you get those ones that come down the pipeline where you honest to God believe that you are not defending a prosecution, but a persecution of somebody who's actually innocent, and you're fighting the awesome power and resources of the state, that is going to wear on you. It just is.
Yeah, and I think it's extremely, and I heard this brought up on Young Jerks yesterday when you were on, how telling it is that Karen Reed's entire defense team is basically working pro bono. Aside from, obviously these donations are going to go towards expenses because a defense costs money. It's not just the time of the attorneys and the labor of the attorneys. It is the experts and the investigators and all of these things these expenses that come with having this effective defense. But for this team of attorneys, rock star attorneys, to feel like I'm seeing this through. This has to be done. I cannot just walk away from this.
Yeah, and
it's very telling.
It is, and you kind of need a perfect storm of circumstances for this to happen in order to do that. Number one, you need lawyers who are principled, okay? And number two, you certainly want to invest in the client belief of innocence, and you want to be motivated to fight the corruption, the persecution, whatever it is. That's certainly an attraction for a case like this. If you're going to do something pro bono, a 2-month trial, it helps to believe in what you're doing, right? Most people aren't just jumping in. And then the other part of this is you have to be successful and good for the simple reason, in order to have the time, effort, and energy to commit that kind of resource, you're giving up chances to earn income in other ways, which tends to suggest that you are earning income in other ways because people actually desire your legal services and pay you accordingly in other matters because they think you're skilled and good at it. So if you have all of that, you can jump into a case that you believe is interesting, exciting, and somebody is being wrongfully prosecuted, and you're willing to do that. But you can also see it from the lawyers in this case. You could see their ethics, you could see their motivation, you can see their sincerity, notwithstanding what other people may say in a courtroom about it. I've been doing this a long time. Obviously spent a little time talking to all these people. These are top shelf lawyers, 1 through 4.
100%.
Top shelf.
And let's use Alan Jackson for a very vivid example, right? Alan Jackson, think about what it takes. He's an LA-based lawyer. So he's literally making these plane trips on a constant basis from the most southwestern part of the country to the most northeastern part of the country. And these back and forths Why else would he do this unless he believed in Karen's innocence, first of all? And then there's this thing that I noticed when he's when he's cross-examining someone or questioning a witness, well, mostly in cross-examination from the last trial is something I noticed. It's like the way that he, let's say Trooper Proctor's testimony, for instance, his cross-examination, the way Alan Jackson handled that, one could argue and say, well, a defense attorney's going to be more dramatic when he says, "Shame on you, sir," and blah, blah, blah. A defense attorney's going to be that much more dramatic, and that's his job, blah, blah, blah. But in this case, when you're dealing with a factually innocent client, he's passionate about these things. He's actually holding back. He's holding back his emotions. Instead of being more dramatic, it's the opposite. And he's the dramatics that you're seeing are him holding back from being, because I've spoken to Alan personally.
This is a great.
I can see. I can see. Right. I can see Alan, like at times, having, based on the interactions I've had with him, watching him cross-examine some of these people, I could see him holding back and wanting to be like, "You are a piece of shit, dude." You know,
It's gotta be real. So when you believe in someone, you believe in the cause, you know, personally, you are kind of appalled by the case and you're just invested, that kind of emotion is going to come out. Okay. And it's going to come out organically. Maybe as opposed to some of the other, you know, faux indignation that you've witnessed perhaps in this case recently. But I'll tell you just personally, so one of the things that's frustrating to me is, so I'm wired the same way, okay? And I very much was looking forward.
And that's why we love you, by the way.
I really look forward to working in tandem with Alan, because my brain is wired the same way. But yeah, you see something like that, and that's all real, and it will flow organically and naturally when you believe in it, and it will come off as less contrived, again, as perhaps you've seen some recent.
Yeah, it's wild because, like, I've seen you in action with well, I haven't actually seen you argue yet in Turtle Boy's case.
Not much, no. That circumstances have not played out. I had something keyed up early that kind of got pushed to the side, prosecutorial, you know, team changes and whatnot. But there'll be plenty of time to deal with that.
Right on, yeah. But like, what I noticed was, like, I had the luxury of getting to see you gear up before you're walking into that courtroom. I've had the luxury of observing you get into mindset. Like, boom, I'm in full on defense attorney mode. Let's go. Right. And been social with you where we just have dinner and talk, you know what I mean? And there is a stark contrast, you know? But the passion is still there. Mm-hmm. And the same thing with Alan Jackson as well. I've seen, that's one of my favorite things, is to have seen Alan Jackson get mentally hyped up before he walks into a courtroom. Like, watching him walk from where we're having lunch to the courtroom, he's like boom, he switches, you know, he gets right back in it. And I mean, he's still on that point, because even when like, for example, I gave the example of having lunch, they're still strategizing 100%. Like, they're still like, okay, what's going to happen next when we go in there, blah, blah, blah. But he's in a more relaxed state in a bit. But when he's walking back into that courtroom, he is in Terminator mode. Like, all of a sudden, like, you see the red light and everything in his eye is it's on, you know?
You have to get in the zone, as they say. And you know, there's different expressions for it. Terminator mode. Some lawyers can call, you know, eye of the tiger, you know. Yeah. I mean, there's a million different ways. I know you're a boxer and all that Rocky shit, but yeah, no, you have to get ready, and but you're also right. When you have a case like this, you never stop thinking about it. Even when you're casual and you're just hanging out, it never stops. I mean, some of the best ideas or thoughts can come in the middle of the night, and you'll just, grab your phone and jot yourself a note. Don't forget that tomorrow.
That's what happened, and at least I believe so. I've never spoken to Karen's defense about this, but I was lucky enough to be in the courtroom for Buchanan's testimony. So his direct, and then the next day was the cross, right? And I remember sitting there in the courtroom and watching their AV guy like queue up the footage of the Traverse being bumped by Karen Reed's SUV, right? And the jury had not seen that yet. And the way that he had that, like he zoomed in on that tire moving, and I saw him setting it up and I was like, oh, this is going to be good, right? So I was really excited about that. And then I wasn't sure if I was have a seat in the courtroom the next day, and a couple of people were like, "You got to come back for Buchanan's cross," and they didn't even know what they were gonna do yet. You know what I mean? But then the next day, luckily, I was able to get in there, and the next day when they dropped that inverted video bombshell, it was like, "Whoa, dude!" And they left the courtroom confident, but also like on high alert. Like it was like Buchanan sat up there and lied the whole time. Like I sat next to Janet Reed and I was just watching her, very subtle, but quite visible reactions because I was looking for them to Buchanan's lies, because he was addressing the time where he went to their house to question Karen, and there was just, and Karen just kept looking back at them like, dude, are you believe this guy? You know what I mean? And then the inverted video thing comes out, and that happened overnight. They didn't know what to do. When they walked out of the courtroom, they were like, this dude is willing to just straight up lie. This is crazy. What are we going to do? And then the next day they come back with this inverted video proof, and you're like, whoa, dude. Like, and that just told me that somebody on that team, if not multiple people on that team, were just scouring that footage for something, for some irregularity, anything. And it's like, wait a second, it's backwards. We're not looking at the left side of the left tail light. We're not looking at the right tail light. We're looking at the left. This is very weird. And I would have never caught that. Never, ever, ever.
Again, there's so many oddities and weird things. I mean, for the life of me, have no clue how there wasn't a post Jeopardy attached mistrial right then and there.
Totally.
And by the way, that would be post Jeopardy, and that would have been a mistrial caused by the misconduct of the prosecution, which would have meant double jeopardy, no retrial. There would not have been what they call a manifest necessity. But my point is, this is part of, in my view, just the general embarrassment with this whole process. I mean, the video was offered as a fair and accurate depiction of what happened, which is bad enough. And that, that raises questions about the prosecutor who offered it. How could he not know? Certainly about the witness who testified to it. And then there was that little subtle part of it in which not only was the video not a fair and accurate depiction, but it actually couldn't have been more relevant, because it took the insignificant taillight and deliberately placed it in position as if to be the whole case taillight, which also had the added bonus of implying to the jury that the guy who happened to be standing next to the significant taillight, Michael Proctor, did not appear doing that, because according to the inverted video, that was in fact the right, not meaning correct, but right meaning direction, right taillight. So this was a material misrepresentation. This is no oversight. This is what lawyers call colloquially a big fucking deal. Okay.
Right.
And this is a major fraud that's perpetrated on the court.
That's a shell casing.
That is a big deal. And if it's bad enough, it never comes out on direct. At no point do they correct this error, which is also an ethical violation. You have an obligation to correct false evidence as a prosecutor. Certainly, the defendant has no right to present false evidence either. But then by the time the case does continue and, he does get cross-examined about this video, what does he do? He forgets who he was, who he identified a day or two earlier. He forgets Proctor, who he identified a day or two earlier, on the exact same frame or a second apart, and just says, well, I don't know who that is. And anybody who's okay with that needs to get their head checked. That's just, this goes back to wear the white hat, due process, prosecute, but prosecute fairly. Just do it fairly. And that's fundamentally not fair. And that it was an egregious violation of due process, and how that did not result in a mistrial right there is I'll never understand.
Well, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Bettero, but I think it's called the Blackstone clause or the Blackstone phrase where, and it wasn't just stated by William Blackstone, it was also like Voltaire and Benjamin Franklin, but it's better that a certain number of guilty people walk than that one innocent person suffers. And that's somewhat of the foundation of a lot of this stuff.
The famous expression, the system is set up, better 10 guilty men go free than one innocent be convicted. And that's just a philosophical system of fundamental fairness, because it's not good that guilty people go free, obviously, but it's worse that somebody who is innocent be convicted. That's as un-American as un-American gets. And, nobody would ever fault the prosecution for trying to convict someone they believe is guilty, but you have to do it fairly, and you have to do it in a way that doesn't deliberately misrepresent the evidence. And I don't know who would believe with a straight face that the people who presented that evidence and testified about it had no clue that that was not accurate evidence. And at a minimum, the reason why this should be so offensive to you is, at a minimum, first of all, most prosecutors would not offer that video for the simple reason it's not accurate, it looks ridiculous, and it's the wrong freaking taillight, and it looks like we're trying to, sneak a fastball on the outside corner. It's not right. But any prosecutor who is going to introduce that video, who is honest, who is ethical, and whatever you want to call it, would say and would draw out, is there anything about this video that is not a deliberately or an exact accuracy? And what any honest witness would have said, okay, the video shows the Sally Port, the car, but this is in fact a mirror image. I'm not sure why, but just so everyone is clear, what appears to be the passenger side of the car is actually the driver's side, and vice versa, and da-da-da-da-da. And then at that point, if you even tried to do that, most defense attorneys would stand up and say, I object to the admission of this because it's not relevant. The left side of the car shows me nothing. Show me the guy on the right who's behind the taillight and explain to me why the left taillight looks, for some reason, white. How did that happen?
Yeah.
Right. Won't a prosecutor generally decide what evidence they're going to present based on how they predict the defense is going to poke holes in it?
Let me tell you how prosecutors and defense attorneys who do this at the right level work. Especially on direct examination. Cross-examination by definition can be unpredictable, and things can go sideways if you're the prosecutor on cross, but you completely control direct. There's no secrets. You know what you're going to ask, and there isn't a prosecutor alive trying a murder case, in particular, a high-profile murder case on national TV, who is going to present a video of the so-called murder weapon going into the Sally Port without showing the witness that video in advance and telling him the questions I'm going to ask you and to build the foundation. And if you believe these people, that's exactly what they did. And so that would suggest they're either not telling you the truth or they're comically incompetent. Neither one is really a good outcome there.
Well,
Yeah,
and Buchanan also, he not only had a chance to admit to its state of mirroredness during the direct, but he was submitting some of that evidence himself. And like you brought up, he had plenty of chances to see that video beforehand. The rest of us, in a matter of a few seconds, were able to identify that that video was backwards and that other things were going on.
Putting aside, again, gross incompetence to a level that we can't even comprehend, there is 0.0% chance that the prosecutor did not see the video in advance, that the witness did not see the video in advance, and the odds that they did not see the video in advance together is very low. The odds that somebody didn't say, why is Canton going backwards, is very low. And then when you got to the cross-examination and the witness can't remember himself or his partner that he identified unequivocally a day or two earlier in the same frame, you're getting schnookered. You're being bamboozled. They're not telling you the truth. That's not difficult to see. It's pretty obvious.
Yeah. And then even to this day, their chain of custody for that video looks something like this. Right?
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, obviously you saw some of the recent proceedings where they're going to say that the video was in Proctor's back pocket for 2 years and the prosecutor didn't even know about it, which is also really hard to believe when prosecuting a murder case of this magnitude, that Proctor never told you, oh, by the way, there's video of us bringing the murder weapon into the Sally Port, and here's why you don't believe that. The timeline matters. They knew since sometime in early 2023 that the defense was going to allege that there was some kind of cover-up and that the taillight was planted, right? Early 2023, I think that came out. These are not inexperienced prosecutors, whatever else you may think of them. Once that happens, the most obvious fact of the case that becomes most important above anything else is I need to make sure that the timeline fits so that the taillight could not have been planted. Okay. And part of that timeline that would be so critical would be, when did they seize the car, which Proctor lied about under oath. We know that. And then claimed there were typos and Scrivener errors and all of that. Obviously, what time did they conduct the search? 5:45, 5:41, whatever. And then the third one is the one in the middle. When did the state police conclusively have sole possession of the car a couple of miles away? And if we can establish that fact, that may kill the opportunity to plant evidence. In other words, the point is this. The Sally Port video should have been important to the prosecution as early as 2023, if for no other reason than to establish that if the car was in their possession, then how does that relate to the timeline of getting taillight over to the house and it couldn't have been done? It makes no sense that they would have no intellectual curiosity about that. It makes no sense that the prosecutor who's been doing this for a living for years would never ask the Canton police, do you have video? It makes no sense that he would not ask the state police, do you have any pictures? Do you have any video? Right. And if you don't,
the crime scene, yeah.
Why don't
you have what your job is to provide me to do my job? Do you have any of it? Like, why isn't that happening?
There was an old expression by an old grizzled prosecutor in the Manhattan DA's office years ago who would, when complaining about what he perceived to be inadequate police work, would say, detective, go detect something. Right? I mean, that's kind of what's lacking here, right? I mean, These guys are trained homicide investigators. They don't take pictures. They don't document accurately. They don't share video. I mean, that's their position. We had the video for 2 years. We're just not going to share it.
Crazy. And in lieu of this subject, it's really important to point out.
Important. Again, you know.
Point out. It's important to point out that we now know that Michael Proctor is competent enough to conduct a sound investigation due to the investigation into the death of Anna Walsh. We know that he knows how to conduct an investigation. That is one of the most thorough, what was it, a request for a warrant that I've ever read. Ever. Like, he just had a timeline put together. Like, everything that you just said is what their obligation is to do. He did this. Proctor did this. We know it for a fact. He did this with the Brian Walsh investigation.
You have to put everything in context, and the word lawyers use is like marshal the evidence. And the problem for Proctor, amongst many things, obviously, is what he testified in the first case was he knew from the jump, if you believe him, that this was a car accident. And in fact, he claimed after he, spoke to the McCabe's or whoever, he knew that this was going to be a caller for a hit and run. And in fact, that he testified, he ordered a tow truck before he ever got to Dighton, before he ever saw the car. So he knew, bizarre, but for this point, he knew he was doing her for this alleged crime before he ever got there. So
he had her as a target suspect before he even had nearly enough information to logically.
The point, though, is he wants to lock her up on a hit and run for running over, right?
Right.
That's what. So then explain to me.
That's prejudice.
Logically, he's ready to do that. He goes down there. There's the car. And by the way, the car, if I recall correctly, is like ass out. It's not even being hidden. It's not even like in the garage. It's not facing the other direction. It's like right there.
It's just right there. Right. So Karen Reed is so worried about, being caught for doing something that she was so aware that she did, and she's trying to hide it. Why didn't she try to hide it?
So the $1 million question for this experienced investigator, which is why the defense ought to be able to call the expert to say how real investigators work, is if you were so into nailing her and knew you had her that you ordered the tow truck before you ever met her, before you ever interviewed her, before anything else, when you do get to the scene, you do see the car in plain view, which means there's no expectation of privacy. You don't have to open the garage. You don't have to ask permission. How do you not do this? If you knew, so you don't look at the fact in isolation. You go back to what he said initially. I knew this was a hit and run, and I was going down there ordering the tow truck. Why wouldn't you take a picture? In fact, why wouldn't you take a video? Why wouldn't you do any of these things?
Right.
He didn't do it.
They did almost nothing that was standard to memorialize their evidence. Almost
Even
nothing.
An insurance adjuster knows better than that.
Right. The tow truck drivers know better than that.
Mm-hmm.
But the point becomes there is literally, and I know that word gets overused because when you say something literally, I think it applies here. There is literally no credible explanation for going down there, ordering a tow truck in advance, seeing the truck in plain view, which means you can go right up to it and touch it, for Christ's sakes, if you really wanted to. You can look under it. You can look around it. You can do whatever you want. And not taking a picture of the broken taillight, which would have been the headshot to end the case if it were true. And he didn't do it. And there's no explanation for it. Zero.
Mr. Betterow, would you have hypothetically speaking, would you have cross-examined Barros, the Dighton officer, and just
Good
shown
question.
him a picture of the taillight when it was in the Sally Port and said, did it look like this?
It's a really good question, and I have a really good answer.
You can't give it to me.
Out of respect for other things and other reasons.
Understood.
Understood. No worries.
But
yeah, see, I
that's
am of the
conversation for another day, but that I just have to. I don't want to touch that right now.
Sure.
Well,
Good question.
In lieu of that, right? And I agree. I love that question. But in lieu of that, I will give my best answer, as worthless as it is. My whole thing with that is the I don't think that the defense knew that Barros was going to say what he said so quickly. I mean, this is the first thing that happened within the first minute of direct examination. So the prosecution, Lally, calls up Barros to the stand, and within a minute, he freely frees up this information, like the tail light was cracked, visibly damaged, but there was a piece missing. It was not completely damaged. Like, he volunteered this information, and in my opinion, because he felt that Karen Reed was being railroaded here, he knew something was wrong with that taillight because he knows what he saw. So Lally didn't ask him that question, so there's no way that Lally saw that question coming, and even less of a chance that the defense saw that coming. So now, could they have cross-examined him at the time, having heard this and gone, oh, wait a minute, we need to cross-examine and make that decision on the fly? Probably, but not if they already had a strategy blueprint played out that they wanted to stick to their priorities and keep this moving. Does that make sense?
100%.
That's my opinion. I don't know. I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but it's I see better. I see Bettero's over here biting his tongue, but that's all right.
One of my favorite things to watch with you, Mr. Bettero, just in streams I've seen you appear on in the past, is when you sip your iced tea, when you kind of shake your head, keep a closed mouth smile, and just sip your tea.
Well, sometimes you can say a lot more by saying nothing.
Exactly.
Yeah. And it's I got to admit, it's one of my guilty pleasures of talking to Mark, because when you talk to Mark, it's a lot of that, whether it's in private or on a YouTube stream, and I have to admit, it's a guilty pleasure because I'm just like, let me test boundaries a little bit.
You can try. I mean, there's no shame at all.
But I'm respectful enough to where I'm like, I know I don't want to, like, I'm not trying to trick him into saying anything. You know what I mean? It's just like,
sure.
Let me just see if I can elicit a lip bite there.
We all want to play by the rules, for sure. We want to know too, though.
Got to play by the rules, and these are somewhat weird circumstances, and they are entitled to do it in the best way to make sure they get the result they need. And I don't want to step on any toes or step over the guardrails.
Sure. Which I know that you're close to having to leave, but I do have perhaps one final question for you. You mentioned the uniqueness of this case. Should Karen be convicted, or maybe it wouldn't change whether she's convicted or not, what kind of precedence is this case setting for future defendants? I mean, there have been a couple circumstances that have been one of a kind. Is this going to affect in any way future trials?
Well,
I'm going to go take a nap while you answer this.
Now, well, the first thought is this. I mean, if you think this case is a disgrace or a national embarrassment now, if she's convicted of murder, if murder is a part of this case, and you have, forget the law for a minute. I mean, let's just speak real. The jury obviously acquitted. I mean, they've said that, and that's been accepted. No one's challenged that. If she were convicted of murder after being acquitted of murder, the level of laughingstock and outrage that has attached to this case hasn't even scratched the surface. And the amount of public attention and outrage, to the extent it's bad now, will probably triple overnight. So I think, I mean, in the first instance, that's the real question is, by the way, what if they're allowed to try her for murder if the federal habeas doesn't work? Just because you can doesn't mean you should. I mean, are they really going to do that given everything that is out there publicly? I would think that's going to make jury selection very risky. If you have people who say, jurors get instructed on what the charges are. I mean, I'd be concerned if I were the prosecutor, somebody raises their hand and said, wait a minute, I heard they found her not guilty on that already, Your Honor. And, now you have like a shit show in the middle of jury selection, and you may have the whole panel, poisoned. I don't know.
Right.
So, no, I think it would be bad, obviously. This is not, I don't think it's a conviction case just because there's reasonable doubt means reasonable. And all that means is plausible, a reason for which a doubt for which you can assign a reason.
Sure.
In other words, anything other than I just don't feel like convicting because I'm going to nullify because I don't care. That's a tough standard. And in Massachusetts, being that it's Massachusetts, they have that really weird jury instruction, which makes you wonder how anyone could ever get convicted in that state. That it has to be to a moral certainty, which is shocking only because it's almost appealing to the jurors' moral values, which strikes me as not appropriate, actually. That's not really what the standard should be. It should be scientifically based. Reason. Is there a reason? When you start talking about morality, you're actually, those are kind of a cross purposes.
Right. What I hear in my mind's ears is, would you stand before God tomorrow and tell him that this person is guilty? It does seem...
There is a reason that most states, if not 49 others, I don't know if that's accurate or not, no longer require that kind of language. When I first saw that jury instruction in Massachusetts, I fell out of my chair. I mean, that's a very high standard.
Yeah, incredibly.
Yeah, man. And is there any more questions for oh wow, there's a $1,500 donation there.
Wow. Thank you, Anonymous.
Yeah, Anonymous.
Wanted
Glare.
to stay anonymous.
Great job, Mike, Young Jerks, Claire, and Meredith. Happy birthday to anybody and everybody in the Commonwealth involved in the absolute travesty of justice can get fucked, especially Brennan. Keep your head held high and smile on your face. Have no idea how you can do it, Karen. We are all with you, even if we can't be there. That's well said. Thank you so much for that very generous donation. Like, you guys are amazing. I gotta say, first off, we are at the halfway mark, guys. We made it halfway, and it doesn't feel like it's been that long. Like, we have been here 6 hours. This is amazing. And we've raised how much so far? Just today, Esty? Do we have a total on that? I know it's somewhere around 7,200.
I'm not great at math, so I was hoping the chat would help us. So maybe they will continue to help us.
Yeah, the chat was. I'm not trying to math right now, but
I don't math.
You guys are
anytime.
Yeah, you guys are fantastic, man. You guys have been absolutely amazing, and I love all the questions for Mark. And Yeah, man.
Are you pulling Olivia up before I go?
I'm trying to. I sent Olivia a link. She said she was going to hop on soon, but I
I
sent
have
her
like
a link
10
a while back. 10 minutes, Olivia. You got 10 minutes on the Bettero clock. So
Can you do that math? It was over 7K in the last hour. I bet it's more than that. We just got $1,500.
Mm-hmm.
8,000? They're saying 8,000.
8,000.
At the halfway mark.
At the
Wow.
halfway mark, we've come up with $8,000
The
for
night
Karen
is
Reed,
young,
people.
y'all.
This is amazing.
10,983. 10,000.
10,900. Wow, 10,983. Jesus, wow. This
Amazing.
is going better than I hoped. This is amazing.
Yo, it's St. Patrick's Day. Start drinking and start donating.
Oh, that's yeah. Y'all can do that.
Yeah, no, I don't drink.
Yeah, I'm not drinking
You guys-
tonight. That's not happening.
You guys are amazing. Like this community, seriously.
And I still have a very special guest scheduled to come. They texted me, and they should be joining me around 8:30. That's gonna cut it a little close to the airing of the first episode of the documentary. But maybe I don't know. I mean, I think we'll still go over it, but I really want to have some time with this guest because it's a very special guest. It's going to be, I'll give you guys just a little peek into it. I'm not going to tell you who it's going to be. It's a surprise. But it's going to be someone who is not true crime, a very popular creator, but not true crime. And we're going to kind of simulate more or less the same kind of thing that we had going on with Hannibal and Monty. Same kind of deal where they've never heard of the case. They don't know what's going on, but I've seen this person react to crime cases and just get deep down a rabbit hole. And I know that this person has never seen a case like this. And I know this person well enough to know that he is absolutely going to be like, wait, what? I mean, so I'm really excited about it. And then there's another very special guest who I reached out to that may or may not make it. They have not confirmed, but hopefully that person joins, and that guest will absolutely blow most of your minds, most definitely. But this has just been amazing. Mark, having you is always great, man. Being able to pick your brain and give other people the opportunity to pick your brain is always beneficial, and how great it's been for Karen and raising money for her. This is I can't express my gratitude to you enough, man.
I know, that's why I go mouse when Bettero comes on. I go
yeah.
It's good to bring attention to how cases work, and the only caveat I would give you, if you haven't seen a lot of court procedure, specifically criminal cases, this is not how it usually is. So this is a fascinating situation, but this is not an indicative situation of how this usually is.
Well, what I really appreciated about what you've done for a lot of us is you've made it to where, at least you've helped make it to where the majority of us can't have the wool pulled over our eyes, really. And what I see when I look at the Commonwealth now is that they've been somewhat preying or feeding off of the, I don't want to call it ignorance, but the lack of legal know-how of its citizens for quite a while. And I'm almost positive it's not just in Massachusetts, but
I don't mean to cut you off. Go ahead. All I was going to say is I think a real interesting tell in terms of this is if you take away, lawyers who are biased. Now, at this point, admittedly, I count as biased. I mean, not in the beginning when I first, but I mean, obviously based on my role, I'm excluding myself. So take away all of the biased lawyers, but that also includes lawyers who have represented witnesses in the case that are, pro DA witnesses. Take us all out of the equation. Take out the lawyers who essentially take out everyone else. Find the other lawyers who are intelligent, not just criminal lawyers, but I would suggest start there, because no disrespect to other lawyers, but this is what we do, and you may look at it differently than other types of lawyers. But even beyond that, then consider other lawyers who just have legal training, knowledge, and understand these things, and ask what is their perception, unbiased, of course, of this case or not. And you're going to find 9 to 1 or even a higher percentage. They may not sit there and say, pin a medal on Karen Reed, she's wonderful, but they're going to tell you something stinks here really bad. And at least on burden of proof, this would appear to be, based on what you can see, as a not guilty case. And it doesn't mean that non-lawyers can't have educated opinions. Of course they can, and can have views. But when you look at people who do this for a living and just don't have a dog in the fight or care, and they're all skewing to one viewpoint of expressing concern for due process, shenanigans, misconduct, burden of proof problems in the DA's office, that should tell you a lot.
Yeah, and I also don't forget that Turtle Boy also. I wasn't even referring to Turtle Boy when I was discussing these other creators, but yes, Turtle Boy is going to jump on around 7 p.m. So I'm really looking forward to that too. Always awesome to have him up.
You make sure he behaves.
Yeah, see, that's your job, not mine, dude.
Hey,
that's your job.
I have 24 hours a day.
It's a full-time job.
Oh man, I regret nothing.
You're listening. Behave.
I regret nothing. But yes, I will. I promise that I won't instigate. Okay, I'll give you that much, Mark. I
don't know. Recent history, I don't know about that. Recent history suggests otherwise.
I confirm or deny nothing. I want my lawyer.
You know what we're talking about.
Oh my gosh.
I'd say, deny everything if there's no video. Oh, wait, never mind.
Oh my God. This is, I have never, I've covered a lot of cases on this channel. Never has there been one that provided so much experience, like things that actually happened, that I was there for, which is, this is the most, I don't have one word to describe what this experience has been for me covering this case and talking about it. I don't have one word to describe it. There's too many words.
It's one of one.
Unique would definitely be a blanket word to cover it all. That's for sure. It's a very easy word.
It's not normal. I mean,
no.
Reiterated, this is not usually how these things develop. It's not normal to have all these people screaming and yelling and agitating. Why that's the case, I don't know. Why a lot of those people are doing it from afar. I mean, they have no stake in the game. They have no interest in, when I say interest, I mean personal interest. They're not family. They're not friends. I mean, they're keyboard warriors from across the country that have nothing better to do than, act as the ombudsman of the internet over a Massachusetts criminal case. It's weird.
Yeah.
Unique. Yeah. It's weird. It's not normal.
And they're so mad, like we're the ones that should be mad. You know what I'm saying? They're so angry.
Listen, when I first somehow got dragged into this, if that's the right word, I was just an experienced lawyer with an opinion, and my opinion was this case is a dog. Just not I don't think that's a controversial opinion or take. And man, that's
not at all. There's no case. Like you say that, and they're just like, "What do you mean? She confessed." Blah blah blah. Okay, stop. Where it didn't happen.
I find that they should be more upset than the people on, I guess what I should say is our side of the argument are, because the way that they see it, a police officer was unalived by somebody who, supposedly was Karen Reed, and then this case got buggered up so badly.
That I've said this before, and that's a really important point, which is, if you accept the fact that whatever side of this you're on, everybody wants justice. It's just defined differently. Some people think justice means if Karen is not guilty, she should be acquitted. Some people think justice means, well, she must be guilty, and even if not, somebody has to pay for this, so it may as well be her. But the problem is, for the people who sincerely believe that the right person is being charged and ought to be convicted, their anger is really misdirected. The anger should be at the Norfolk DA, the Canton Police, the Massachusetts State Police, perhaps some of the civilian witnesses who did other weird things with their phones and this and that. But if their concern is that the guilty party is going to get away with this, don't blame her for vigorously defending herself in the right way, which is what lawyers do. Yeah. The anger has to be with the people who botched this, and that's the cops and DA. It is what it is. That's how it works.
100%. Yep, their fault. Olivia, good to see you.
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
We can.
How's it going, everybody?
Good.
Doing
good
well.
to
How are
see
you
you
today?
guys.
Happy St.
Good.
Patrick's Day.
I know. I was just picking my puppy up from the groomers. I've been running around like a crazy person, but I'm so glad I was able to make it on before Mark left. I was like, please don't leave, Mark.
I'm hanging on here. A little
I know you don't have
think guy about dinner, and I'm like, I'm almost. But no, I'm glad you made it.
I'm happy to be here with everybody. But yeah, I mean, I love Mark has been missed in the Karen Reed community, that's for sure. Last night was like, I was like, I didn't realize how much of a withdrawal I had from Mark Bettero's commentary on all things legal.
It's been a bizarre couple of weeks.
Hasn't it?
Very bizarre.
Yeah, I don't know. What do people want us to talk about? I'm like, I don't know what to say now.
Okay, well, I have a question for you guys. I've seen mixed feedback on the judge's decision not to allow Mark onto the defense team as to how that typically is procedurally decided. Isn't that normally decided by the client? The client is informed of any potential conflicts of interest, and then it's the client who waives that?
Yeah, well, I mean, I know Mark has talked about this, I think, a little bit earlier, but just from my perspective, I typically that's how it's done. And if you look at what Attorney Yannetti and Bettero did in this case, they took all of the necessary steps under Rule 1.7. They did everything. I mean, they went above and beyond out of their way to ensure that they had dotted their I's and crossed their T's. And usually, if from from what I've observed with judges, usually, like if you look at the Donna Adelson case down in Florida, the judge was concerned about a potential conflict with her attorney. And in that case, like as you guys probably saw in the filing here with Betterow and Yannetti, the attorneys will say, if there's a concern for a potential conflict, then we're happy to come in and do like an in-camera review or come in and answer any of the court's questions. And that wasn't even allowed in this instance. I mean, just from my perspective, it looks like a judge who is exploiting the leverage that the Pro Hoc Vice process affords them to preclude an attorney that they don't want on a case. And you have to wonder if the judge is aware of a conflict that exists that both counsel from both cases are not aware of. Is this because of some ex parte communications? I mean, this is certainly what the question that I have, because we all just found out a couple of days ago that Aiden is on the Commonwealth's witness list. But of course, that information wasn't publicly known before the judge's Pro Hoc Vice decision.
Right.
And so, because here's the thing, if Mark Betterow, if he was local counsel in Massachusetts, if he was barred in the state of Massachusetts, he wouldn't have to ask any judge for permission. He would just submit a notice of appearance and
Right.
he's Karen's attorney. So that to me is the way that you can really assess whether or not her decision was sound, because in that case, Mark would have to weigh any potential conflicts as well. And clearly they did that. They got signed waivers from both clients. They met with both clients. They went through the necessary steps. And so it's like, if Mark were a barred attorney in Massachusetts, he would be Karen's attorney right now. We wouldn't even be having this conversation. And so I think it's an abuse of discretion. That's just my opinion, but
let me just add, and I'm going to stick to what's in the public record without the editorial part, but this is all in the public record. You start with the premise that a client, certainly in a very serious case, has a constitutional right to counsel of their choosing. That's not a controversial thing. In a case like this, as it turns out, the vast majority of those lawyers are from out of state. That's not surprising either, given the nature of the charges, the alleged corruption, the alleged incestuous relationship between the town of Canton, the state police, the DA's office, and all of it. Then you add in that the lawyers who are being sought from out of town come from very, very large, big city legal markets and happen to basically be ex-prosecutors and criminal defense attorneys. In other words, everyone's qualified. The Constitution makes sense. Everything makes sense. But you do need to get Pro Hoc Vice, which in most situations is a rubber stamp. In fact, I've never in my life ever heard of it ever being denied for anyone for anything other than somebody who is foolish enough to apply for it with an ethical history, which you just would never do.
Yeah.
Why would you let someone in if you have bad ethics and there's a record of that? So the situation is, as is always done, a very simple affidavit by the sponsoring attorney is submitted seeking admission. That is as perfunctory, ordinary, normal as can be. And if you recall, and this is all public record, there was no written response opposing that motion. And the day that it was heard, the judge basically said, and if I'm wrong, someone will correct me because I know it's on video. She said, unless there's an objection, I'm basically going to grant this, but I need a beefier affidavit for whatever reason. And that's when the prosecutor stood up and gave what is called the non-objection objection.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, like just one thing I wanted to make you aware of.
And in that process, none of which was a formal objection, by the way, there were things that were said about me, which I consider very smearing, entirely untrue, deliberately misleading, which I think is a pattern in this case in the past few months. But, you know, you get what's called a litigation exception. You can say whatever you want in a courtroom, and there's no punishment for it. You say it on the street, you run the risk of other things. You say it in a courtroom or in a legal filing, it's okay. But after all these things were said, there was a non-objection. So what was done after that was the beefier affidavit that was sought was filed. And in that affidavit, which is public, so none of this is private, some of the issues that were addressed by the prosecutor were addressed. And the first and foremost, and this is before anything ever happened, any lawyer who recognizes a possible conflict, not an actual, a possible conflict or an actual that is waivable is ethically obligated to go through certain steps that you do. And the first thing you do is you address those possible or actual conflicts with both clients, and you make sure that they're okay with that. You give them copies of the ethical rule, and then you send them on their way to talk to separate independent counsel without you. So if they have any questions that they don't want you to hear, they get their own advice, okay? And then they go back, and if they're willing and aware of these things, it's deduced to writing. And you get very long, detailed, what lawyers call informed waivers. They're signed by each respective client, explaining what they understand, what will happen in this situation, what will happen in that. I can show it to my separate counsel, have them sign off on it, and then you have that in writing. All of that was included in the affidavit. At least one example of an inaccurate statement was pointed out. There was a suggestion of, I think, implying that I had or would leak information or act as a vessel between two people, which is unadulterated bullshit. That's not true. I've never done that, never would do that. There was an allegation that we had filed a improper motion in a different case for which sanctions would be sought. That was bullshit. No sanctions were sought because there's no basis, because we didn't. We did it by the book. Then something else that was very interesting that Olivia said was included in the affidavit, which was, to the extent that the court is troubled or has questions, I will meet with the judge ex parte. That means without the DA, because they don't get to hear it,
right,
which is something he agreed to, by the way, in open court. And answer any question that the judge, without getting into privileged communications, but anything that the judge believes would create either an actual unwaivable conflict or something that would preclude my involvement. And I was never taken up on that. So instead, there was a decision finding an unwaivable conflict, for which there was not, certainly that I was aware of. I'm not going to comment on Olivia's theory because I don't think I should, about whether people knew other things. I can't say that. There were informed waivers. There was no reason to prevent anything right then and there. I was not approached and asked to explain. And at the very end of the decision, there was language which suggested, well, in any event, she's got 4 lawyers, 3 of whom are from out of state, which, you know, to me was gratuitous and added nothing to the alleged ethical issue. Now, as far as what happens after, and it comes out that the client for which I allegedly will act corrupt with and violate ethical rules to help both people, it turns out that he's thrown on a witness list. You know, I'll let you analyze that. That's not for me to say, but I've never seen
Another
anything.
coincidence.
Listen,
Add it to the bill.
so I've never seen a lawyer denied pro hoc. I've certainly never been denied pro hoc. I certainly don't expect to ever be denied again. But as I said, this case is one of one. It's very unique for a lot of wrong reasons, a lot of disturbing reasons. But you know, the judges rule, lawyers comply. That's just the way the system is.
And that's the other thing that I completely forgot to mention that you went over that's so important to this whole everything that happened with the Pro Hawk is the Commonwealth didn't file any opposition. So usually if you're going to see a judge consider, you know, go through the steps and consider whether or not to allow a Pro Hoc Vice attorney, it's because the prosecution files an opposition, and which makes it particularly unusual in this case.
There was no objection, whether it be oral or in writing. There was a non-objection objection, you know, what I call musing aloud, but I don't care, you know, whatever. And then ultimately there was no formal objection. So in fact, the motion was denied without opposition, which makes it all the more curious. But
sure, if you don't want to be held accountable for what you say in this case, just don't submit anything in writing.
Well, you're supposed to respond to motions in writing for a number of reasons, one of which is to give the other side notice. I mean, you know, for
due
example,
process.
Yeah, it is due process. I mean, there could have been a response filed right away to address any of those issues. But again, I'm an outsider here, okay? I don't live there, and I sure as hell don't practice there on a regular basis. And, you know, they do things differently. And that's, hey, as I said, I don't practice there, so it's not for me to criticize. I've never seen anything like it. I don't think I'll see it again. And to me, it's just on to the next one. It is what it is.
And Mark, if there was ever any doubt in your mind that Judge Canoni doesn't like outsiders, that decision made it very clear with her putting the word affirmation in quotes, in my opinion. She's directly kind of taking a stab at, because in Massachusetts, affidavits aren't referred to as affirmations, but they are in New York. And I thought that was like her trying to take a little subtle dig at the fact that Betterow is from practices in New York. And I mean, we've seen throughout the proceedings in this case how she's constantly calling out how things are done in Massachusetts to the outside counsel, the Pro Hoc Council. So
it is true that in New York, lawyers do not execute affidavits. They are attorney affirmations. That's actually, you know, touche on that. That's and it was in quotes. And the other thing I would just add, again, because it's public and then we can move on from this, it doesn't matter. I mean, it's over. There was reference to the fact that the affidavit or affirmation, whatever you want to call it, from was submitted by someone other than me. I'm not admitted in that court, and I'm not the sponsoring attorney, so it strikes me as perfectly common sense that the submission to the court seeking my admission be drafted by the attorney of record from the home state. Why there would be any suggestion that, you know, why would you try to affirm through another person? Is that a way to get out of ironically admitting a series of facts when in the same affirmation affidavit, there is a paragraph that says, I'm here to, or he is here to answer any question that the court may have about a conflict, strikes me as just kind of logically inconsistent in the reasoning. But again, judges judge, lawyers comply.
What is I meant to ask you, Mark, what is your impression of Alessi? because he's probably the least known as far as who we're familiar with and their style and everything. I mean, we've seen him argue a couple of times, and I think he's brilliant. But I'm curious as to like if you've ever interacted with him personally and discussed the case, and what was your vibe from him in discussing things with him behind the scenes.
Brilliant, no question. Methodical and thorough at a level that is, at the top level of preparation and just linear and critical thinking. Tough. I mean, obviously very zealous. Look at that. Listen, he makes New York lawyers proud. Okay. This is, he's top shelf, and he clearly has a subset of incredible experience and brilliance as it relates to scientific experts. And that is a huge, huge asset to the defense for all the obvious reasons. So, I mean, he was an amazing pickup. He's a great guy to talk to, incredible lawyer, zealous advocate. I mean, it's exactly what you want. So, I mean, that was a brilliant addition.
Yeah, he seems, because Yannetti really built him up when he presented to Bev that he wanted to bring him onto the team. And it feels like as soon as I heard him argue, I was like, this guy is living up to every word, like as true as words could be that Yannetti said about him.
He reminds me of when I left the DA's office and worked at a large law firm for about 4 years. The partner I worked with, who was real similar in personality, presentation, and just off the charts brilliant. I should have told him this when I was talking to him, because it's just kind of, well, that's more a personal story, but he reminds me of this person, and just huge asset for them. Huge.
He's
incredible.
He seems to have this style of where he predicts what the argument or the whatever opposition argument is going to happen when Brennan is going to come up and argue his opposition. He seems to already have this keen foresight of what's going to be said, and he covers it and like leaves them no room. You know what I mean? To where it's almost strategic in the sense that like it leaves Brennan no choice but to lie. And then he gets to be like, you're a liar. It's unbelievable.
Listen, I can't say enough or more about the lawyers that are representing Karen. She's in very good hands. It's going to work out.
Yeah, I mean, we have to believe that, but I mean, who else is? I mean, I can't imagine. The only thing is Bev. That I'm like, I find her to be a wild card. That's and for the sake of being respectful to you up here, Mark, I will describe her as just a wild card, unpredictable, but it's when dealing with someone as unpredictable as she is, I can't imagine any other attorneys that I've ever seen cover or defend any other cases that could do better with what's going on right now. They seem absolutely beyond qualified to do this and equipped to do it and ready to charge, and they're passionate about it.
It's so important to have, obviously experienced people who worked in pressure cases, high stakes, big city, tough circumstances. And you can see how polished and skilled they are, because look how they handle the heat. Okay.
Yeah.
They never lose cool. They stay focused. They do it the way they have to do it. It's common for judges sometimes to, or people to think they're out to get you. I mean, That's not this case. That's, just the way it is. And look how professional under the heat they remained, how laser focused they remain, stay on point, stay on task, and do what they need to do. And that's just a sign of decent, intelligent professionals. And that's what you
It's
need
impressive.
Yeah, it is. It absolutely is.
We were talking about what does it take to fight or defend yourself against an entire local government who seems hell-bent on prosecuting you based on nothing. What does it take? You need a team like that.
Well, you do, but you need it at multiple levels, and they have it. So
right
before you get to the lawyers, you need a client who's steely and can handle it. Not everyone who's charged with murder and whatever is equipped to handle it. I mean, you have clients, and I've seen this, they check out mentally. They don't want to be involved. They're despondent. It doesn't mean they're guilty or innocent. The pressure's too much. She's wired in a way where, and maybe this is why a lot of them hate her, frankly, I don't know, where she takes it head on and is just tough customer. All right. Whatever you think. And you also need lawyers who are like that, who are ready to go to battle into the trenches, really good at what they do, sharp elbows when you need them, and know what they're doing, dedicated, and can work in tandem both together as lawyers with all the lawyer egos that go with that, and manage the client and keep them part of it. And they do it, and they do it well. So they're very fortunate in that they have kind of a perfect storm for that.
Yeah, I think it's really important to not underappreciate how important the passion that they have for this case is, because you think about some attorneys just seem like a public defender is like, think about any lawyer that has ever represented Sarah Boone, one of like the 8 or 9 that she had. You know what I mean? Those every one of them were just like exhausted and like didn't want to be there, completely disconnected. Whereas we're 3 years into this, and Yannetti and Jackson specifically, having been there for so long, and Elizabeth Little too, especially, because we're now seeing a lot more from her this time around, and they are not only unwavered and not beaten down, but they're actually more, it seems like the more injustice that takes place, the more fired up they get, the more fueled they get, the more ready to go they are. And that it's important to appreciate how easy it is for at least one of those attorneys to just be like, dude, you know what, man, whatever, dude.
Or the client. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the client has no choice, obviously. So, I mean, you're in it no matter what. But lawyers like this, again, if you know how they're wired, how I'm wired, how just people who do this are wired, the idea after a mistrial that any of these people were just going to walk away by their own choice. Now, listen, sometimes clients want to make changes. That's a client choice, obviously. But putting that aside, which is obviously not the case here, the idea that any of these lawyers were just going to simply walk away because for whatever reason it went slightly sideways, you just don't know how these people are wired. Especially, I mean, if you thought Jackson was not coming back, as some people mused, I can't fathom that was ever even a conversation or thought in that for a nanosecond. You have to understand how lawyers like this, like us, are wired. And if anything else, you're going to be more motivated. The battery needs to recharge. It's true. But then you come back and they're going to fight harder and even stronger than they did the first time.
Yeah,
Jackson's like that energy monster in the superhero cartoons that the more you shoot at it, the more fired up and charged he gets. Like you push Jackson, he's like just out of general principle, he's pushing back. You know what I mean?
Right.
And
all
you
of them.
just can't put a price on that. You know?
And the other problem is that in this case, I mean, while the Commonwealth clearly just desperately wants to not only get rid of Karen's exculpatory experts, but also it seems like her attorneys, they've made the horrible mistake of making everything about this case and everything about Karen's defense and her attorneys and everything so personal that like if you're an attorney and you uh are being smeared or whatever it may be, accused of ethically dubious things, that's only going to make that attorney want to even more so prove their
True.
case and win the case, if you will. And the other thing, speaking of what Mark was saying earlier, that I think is so important that like a lot of people probably don't consider with attorneys is that I'm not an attorney, obviously, but I've heard attorneys say this, that the hardest thing.
That's not obvious, by the way.
It's not obvious at all.
Yeah.
Disclaimer.
I almost suspect you're lying.
Anywho.
But what I've heard attorneys who are super passionate say is that the hardest thing that an attorney will ever have to do is defend an innocent client. It's easy to defend a guilty client, but defending an innocent client is something that keeps them up at night. And so it's like, imagine the burden, that all the attorneys in this case.
We talked about this earlier. Yeah, it's a great point.
It's a blessing and a curse. It really is. And it's true. It will keep you up. It does keep you occupied, and losing is not an option when you feel that way. It's just not.
Yeah. And I mean, at this point, like the stakes in this case are so high that, it's not an option.
No, losing is not an option when you think like that. And I mean, look, this thing
and
is
it helps that the world is watching now too. Like now they have like a whole
even
subculture
still, look
of
at what they're
people
doing.
going. You're right, exactly. There's a whole subculture of people now that are just like, we're relying on you guys to, so there's that pressure too that we're not really taking into consideration. And they're doing it so gracefully. It's
like it comes so naturally to them.
Yeah.
Listen, lawyers recognize lawyers when you do this for a living. These are the people you want to go to battle with. If you're in legal trouble, and if you're a lawyer, these are the people you want to work with. Like, they are the real deal. There's a reason why, they got selected for this, and she's going to be fine. But, you don't know that until you know it, but you got to get through it. But you couldn't have a better army to go to war with than these people. So that's, in that sense, she's in good shape.
There was a previous case in Massachusetts. This was over 20 years ago, but there were quite a few parallels. It was Commonwealth versus Sean Ellis, where the defendant was, the first outcome was a mistrial due to a hung jury. So it was a mistrial without prejudice. He was tried a second time, same outcome, hung jury, and then was tried a third time. And with each progressing trial, the Commonwealth, instead of adding more evidence, took away evidence. Largely because, very much like with this case, a lot of the so-called evidence had a lot of red flags and a lot of question marks to it. There was, a possibility of planting. And another parallel, the victim was law enforcement in that case. But do you think we'll see something like that this time around? Do you think that perhaps maybe, I mean, certainly not all of it, they have to try to use the taillight, right? It's the only thing that connects Karen to the crime at all physically. They have to, try to use a handful of other things. But do you think that the Commonwealth will try to perhaps pull away some of what they presented at the first trial?
I mean, that's kind of the open question. I mean, what do you do if you're them with Proctor? And by the way, as bad as Proctor was, a month ago, he's 50 times worse because he's now the patsy for the video. I mean, whether he wants to be or not, they've dumped on him as the video idiot. It's your fault. So they did right. So, do that. What do they do with that? I don't know. That's kind of a tough call. There's a lot of things that they could do differently. Some of it is just trimming the fat. I mean, I'm sure they're not going to call 57 witnesses to talk about the snow and what the band was at the waterfall. I mean, that's just silly. But, might they cut out the people in the house if they have no information? That's a tactic too. Make the defense call them. I mean, if they're going to say I didn't see anything, are they going to try the case defensively like they did the first time?
Right.
I don't know. I mean, look, the guy, whatever else
I
you
think
think
they're
of him,
going to do it more defensively this time. I mean, that's all they got. It seems like they have less of a case. And like, as I understand it, they're calling Trooper Paul back, but someone mentioned that I think I saw this on Twitter that Trooper Paul is being called on to say he made a mistake in how
please.
and how in the oh my God, what do you call it? The
Telematics vehicle
but
telematics.
Yes.
You see the pattern here. So they're going to call
or text stream.
They call him from the state police to say, I screwed up. I made a mistake. They have an excuse for the video. That's Proctor's mistake. Maybe the mistake is the whole case.
Right, but how is that even a strategy for prosecutions to be like, oops, are they going to bring in another expert that was like, he was there, but we just didn't call him to the stand the last time? Like, I don't understand what the strategy is behind it.
I mean, look, you have to try. They're trying to make filet out of ground beef, right? They have to deal with what can't be done. So you take like Trooper Paul, and I'm just going on what happened at the first trial. He is what I would call the albatross witness. I mean, what do you do? Just the albatross. Let's be honest, and let's not be mean for the sake of being mean. He was probably, without question, the worst expert witness that anyone who does this for a living has ever seen. It was cringe-inducing to watch. Okay,
it felt like an SNL skit. It felt like everyone in the courtroom was being punked, including Bev.
But you got to go to the dance with the one you brung, and that's their guy. And he gave testimony that this is what we think happened, and Lally went with that. So they cannot call him, and the defense can. They're screwed. Or they can call him and have him do a proctor and say, well, I made a mistake, I'm wrong, and then the defense is going to crush him. Either way, he's just an albatross. The case gets weaker and not stronger, the same way it gets weaker with or without Proctor, because now they're throwing the video on him, add in all of this other stuff with the Canton cop who, did his little investigation about the video, didn't tell anyone. Maybe you're the problem. Or I don't know what I should listen to my daughter with the Taylor Swift lyrics. Maybe the problem is you, or whatever the hell she said. You guys, I don't know.
Jackson's expressions, Jackson couldn't believe, you could tell Jackson kept getting stuck because he was like, is this guy for real? You could hear him thinking is this guy for real? Because he's asking him simple questions like what about the physics? I mean, what do you call the what do you call the study of like when something picks up speed and goes forward, and he's like, oh, you see, yeah, something about
Cinematics.
picking, and then he goes, and then Jackson's like, do you mean acceleration? And he's like, yeah, that's it. Yeah, and you're like, dude,
Metadata.
like this is where did they dig this guy up and decide to label him an expert and put this guy on the stand? What was Lally thinking? Was he drunk when he prepped this guy? What was going on?
Well,
Trooper Paul came from deep in the bowels of, I will get up on the stand under oath in front of America and the world and say that this happened. I mean, no other self-respecting expert witness was going to do it.
no, he drew the short straw. That's what I always say. I mean, he went up there. I mean, Alan Jackson, I think we talked about this, probably Mark and Mike we all talked about this in the Young Jerks. When you're an attorney, you're not necessarily an expert. You have to learn a lot of stuff. A lot of times you're probably even learning terminologies that are relevant to the case on a case-by-case basis. Alan Jackson, being an attorney, seemed to know, to Blair, your point, seemed to know all these terminologies better than the guy that was the expert for the Massachusetts State Police, which is just makes it all the more outrageous.
Basic high school stuff, like middle school stuff. He was like, what do you call the study of, and he was describing exactly what he was supposed to do. And he was like, what subject would you use to study this? And what would you apply? And he's like, I don't know, math. And he's like, what math? What about physics? What about physics?
Yeah.
What, dude? I could see Alan Jackson's brain like swelling as he's trying to talk to this guy. I mean, it was like masturbating with a cheese grater or Alan Jackson, dude. Like torture, like insane. I couldn't even believe. I watched Joe Flipperhead's video that he put, and it was just the most funniest thing that I ever saw.
Well, for what it's worth, from local attorneys in Boston and in the area who've either had Trooper Paul on cases that they've defended or whatever, they described Trooper Paul as a malleable witness. So I thought that was pretty interesting. But I mean, the other thing too about what you're asking, Britt, about like if they're going to eliminate a lot of evidence they presented at the first trial, I think something that is the most telling about the Commonwealth's case here, that it's interesting because you see like a lot of people who are either undecided or they think Karen Read is guilty, celebrating all of these new experts, this new prosecutor. And that's a huge red flag, because look at any other case where, there's not really evidence or suspicion of a cover up or corruption. And, it looks like the person who's on trial is the right person. Whenever there's a mistrial, the second trial, like usually you're not getting that much discovery before the second trial, because the case shouldn't be changing materially, because they have to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. And so if you're changing all of your evidence and all of your experts for the second trial, that's raising doubt, because you now are presenting a completely different case, a different theory.
Olivia, this is probably the part of the conversation where we mention that they're disclosing video after the trial that shows material witnesses at important locations at important times. So they've got first world problems about complying with discovery rules and preparing for a retrial before they figure out how the hell do we actually do this. I mean, when we talked about this case is one of one, I mean, they're literally disclosing video that's been in existence since 2022 that they claim they didn't know existed since 2024 because the soon-to-be fired trooper kept it in his back pocket. But nevertheless, even after they learned about the video that they claimed they didn't know about for 2 years, they still didn't disclose all of it until after the trial. And if you can follow all that, congratulations, because I think I got lost in it. But the point is, fiasco comes to mind as
great choice of word there. I mean, that's true. I mean, and that's kind of been their ongoing thing the whole time, even before this ever went to the first trial or even the first hearing. You look at the way they were collecting evidence and detailing the evidence that they found. It was always changing on the go. And to Olivia's point, trial to trial, it's still changing. Things are changing. They're constantly revising their story. I think it's like anything. If there's a crime that's been committed, you have the evidence, you establish what that evidence is, you make your case against the defendant, and you roll with it. You don't need to change things on the fly. You don't need to close a crime scene and come back 2 weeks later because you found more fragments of taillight on the front lawn and start coming up with alternative theories as time goes on.
You
just honestly.
Wait. I'm sorry,
surprised
guys. Sorry. I have to interrupt real quick because I have someone backstage who I have to bring up. This is a big deal because it has been years since she's been on this channel, and many of you already know her. Annie Elise from 10 to Life, y'all.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh my God, it's so good to have you back
Oh my
on.
God.
How are you?
It's so nice to do a live stream with you again. You're right. We haven't done one in years.
I know. We got to do a full one soon. I'm holding you to that.
I know. Sorry, I'm on my way to school pickup, but I told you I would try to call in, so I'm doing what I can.
Oh no, I appreciate it because I mean you've got all of this stuff going on already. You've got your podcast, you've got your channel, you've got your husband and your 2 small kids, and you're just a machine.
Man, you're
somehow,
such a good hype man. Thanks.
dude, man, like ever since I've known you, you're like go. Not enough on my plate. Give me more. And
Yeah, it's probably not healthy, but it's how I roll. So I caught a little bit of your guys' conversation leading up to me jumping in, but I haven't been keeping up 100%. So tell me, is this bullshit retrial still happening?
Oh, yes.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you bet. They'll go for a third one if they need to. I'm willing to bet too.
That is wild.
Are you privy to like all of the pre-trial stuff that's been happening? There's a lot, so I don't blame you if you're not.
I mean,
you cover every
not
other case.
Yeah, definitely not as much as you guys. I of course followed the initial case, followed the trial, followed a little bit of the retrial hearings and the motions, but nothing within like probably the last week, I would say, if there's been any other changes.
So I got to ask you straight up, since time is limited.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
I'm doing it. Guilty or innocent? Karen Reed, what do you think?
I'm going to say there's no way that somebody can convict her. They have.
With the evidence that they have. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. You cut out, but I got it. I'll take that.
Yeah. I'm leaning more towards innocent 100% based on the corruption, but like not a shot in hell based on what they have.
So you are convinced that there is corruption involved?
100%. Hello, I have guys. Like, what do you mean? Like, obviously, like, I can't believe that this is going to retrial, especially when the jurors have spoken out and like it's common knowledge and everybody's of the same basically decision that she cannot be convicted of this. Like, it's crazy. So to me, I think that the whole reason this is even happening is just these egocentric people who have something to prove, an axe to grind, and they don't want to admit that they fucked up.
Which is exactly the problem, because prosecutors ethically, you're not supposed to be pursuing a win, if you will, convicting somebody. And it's clear that they're personally invested in the outcome of this case, and that is antithetical to the pursuit of justice. So
you're right, and this is something, Mazza, you had started saying, and we got sidetracked temporarily. You talked about they're shifting gears for a retrial, and coming up with new theories. The problem is, and this dovetails on what Olivia just said too, they have a conclusion that they want to reach, you know, the round hole, and they're working backwards to find the square peg to jam into it. And that's not how prosecutors are supposed to work. And if that's what they're doing, then they really should just pack up their bag, tip their cap to the defense, and just leave, because that's not pursuing justice. If they're so easily willing to change theories and just try to make it fit this way, then they've lost their focus, they've lost their purpose, they've lost their prosecutorial soul. That's not what a prosecutor is supposed to be doing.
I completely agree. It feels like their vested interest in this is more so, again, ego rather than truly the pursuit of justice, which, I mean, I can't get on board with that.
What are your thoughts, Annie, on Hank Brennan being hired on as a special prosecutor?
I don't know much about that. Can you tell me?
Hank Brennan was Whitey Bulger's defense attorney, and Michael Morrissey hired him on as a special prosecutor because no ADA in his right mind would prosecute this case.
My thought is that everybody is just mishandling everything and bringing in people to try to save their ass. And I don't know. I think it's really, really messy and really dirty right now.
Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah, we've got to go over. It's too bad that you got to go, because later on, I'm gonna have the other member of our band that we got to get back together at some point. Josh, Dad Challenge podcast is supposed to come up a little later. That was supposed to be a surprise, but I wanted, since I got you up here. But so what I'm going to do is explain the case to him, and you know how he's going to react to this.
Oh yeah, he's going to be calling bullshit within the first 2 minutes.
Totally. Yeah.
No, gotta run.
All right.
This is very nice.
Enjoy those chicken wings, Mark. Enjoy those chicken wings.
No chicken wings, but 20 minutes turned into, no, this was fun.
Thanks for staying on, Mark. I appreciate it.
Seriously.
To talk to Olivia, definitely. So I appreciate that. And 5 hours. Good luck.
There you go.
The mighty Mark Betterow, y'all.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mark.
Bye.
Take care.
So that gentleman, Annie, was Mark Betterow, who was going to be on Karen's defense team, but Bev denied the motion to allow him on Karen Reed's defense team, which never happens in any case ever. Yeah, great question.
Because Judge Beverly, that's why.
Fair. Enough said.
Yeah, this is the most insane thing. Like, if you get privy to this, to everything that's going on, Annie, if you ever get the time, because I know time is extremely valuable to you, and you get caught up on this, you're going to be blown away and be like, I can't believe this. You're already like, I can't believe this is happening. But
I have no doubt. I would love it if you could make me like a flow chart or like a Venn diagram or one of those cork boards.
I'll send you a spreadsheet right now.
Okay, hit me with it.
You won't even believe the Brady violations that have come to light since the first trial with Sally Port video evidence. Like, they just withheld so much Brady evidence from Karen Reed, and the stories that they've come up with, Annie, I would love to see you do an update video covering that, because this saga of all of the evidence that they didn't turn over to the defense is just ridiculous. I mean, like, they're claiming that it's on a retired Canton police detective's iCloud, and then that changed to, oh no, it's actually in a paper case file, and that's why we didn't have it. Like, it's complete insanity.
Yeah, I would love to know what else has been coming out, because I do remember when I talked about it last, I remember the Sally Port information and how I remember, and you guys know much better than me, but the discrepancies of like when the vehicle was entered in, the footage that went missing, who was involved in all of that. And I just don't understand how, with like the chain of custody that everything went through, that all of the forensic data, the digital data, like how this is still moving forward. It's just, which I guess you could just say it's corruption, I don't know. It's unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's if there's one person that I would ever recommend you talk to about this case, it is Olivia, who's on the panel right now.
Yeah, I would love that.
She's extremely active on Twitter. And
You know
she
I don't
goes
use
by
Twitter. I'm way too old.
I
I don't know how to
zing.
use that.
Yeah.
Will have to connect us. I can send you some like flow charts and stuff with all the facts compiled, because I've kind of been a little insane with this case.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I would love that. I would love to
and I
connect and just get a full rundown of where things are now too. And I would love to do an updated video or episode on it too, just to get the word out if it's helpful, because I definitely believe the way things are being handled right now are very wrong.
plan
It's the
it.
next season of
Plan
American
that
Horror
one to
Story.
be
Yeah, pretty much.
plan that on being a very long video that you do.
Yeah, I don't know if I could do a 12-hour episode, but
No.
like,
This
maybe
is
we can do a condensed version.
this is all to raise funds for Karen's defense. But yeah, I did text you. Sleuth, a creator called Sleuthy Goosey created the spreadsheet, which is what I originally referenced to educate myself on the case, but she's kept up with it.
That's great too.
So it's amazing. And I texted it to you, so
Perfect.
you
Yeah, I'll
should
take a look at
find it.
that.
Yeah, you should find it extremely helpful. And I did share it in the chat as well. So everybody in the chat, it's public, so feel free to peruse that.
Okay, cool.
Will, I'm about to add the Defense Fund website for you to share on the screen, but we're currently at $773,000 or over that.
How much did we generate today?
I don't know where we were at the beginning of the day. If someone knows that, I can math it out.
Yeah, this is just wild, man.
That's gunning towards 800,000 too. I mean, this thing was at what, 700,000 just a couple of weeks ago, and all of a sudden we're $73,000 into that new
Yeah, we raised $10,000 in the last 7 hours easy.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
That's incredible.
Right?
Amazing.
This community is incredible. This is I'm telling you, Annie, if you can, you're gonna want to make a trip just for the benefit, even for your content. Make a trip to Massachusetts during the trial if you can make it.
I mean, I would love to. I don't think I'm going to be able to do it. I'm already planning Idaho for August, so I'll try to do my best because I know it's much, much sooner, but I don't know if I'll be able to get there.
Yeah.
$12,100 has been raised.
Wow.
Wow, that's incredible.
Wow.
And
That's
what's
crazy.
crazy when you think about it, like that barely even covers one day for a Dobert Lanigan hearing for Dr. Marie Russell. Like that barely covers that. So it's just it's scary when you think about the full weight and power of the state and all the resources that they have, the unlimited resources that they have. And that's why it's scary when they become corrupt, because they can leverage that toward somebody, who doesn't have that unlimited access and resources at their disposal.
Right. Attorney Mark Betterow was talking earlier on the program about how, Karen had the willingness to fight and how he's represented clients that usually, they really don't want to be a part of this. They have a spirit that's very much timid or, overwhelmed by the situation. But Karen, she's been such a fighter throughout all of this, but also from the get-go has been someone that had a very good career for herself as a professor, had the financial means to really give herself an initial level of defense. And even then, the expenses that have been accrued, regardless of that, have been astronomical. And very fortunately, this case caught fire, and so many people were able to participate and start to chip in and raise money for her to help her defend herself, because that's the hugest part of this whole thing. But it's just amazing that the attorneys now are essentially coming in and they're really accepting no fees, no attorney
they're all
fees
pro
right now.
bono now.
Yeah, that's huge. And this is just, this has become an absolute war. But again, I think at that particular point, this is just a situation where the first trial was not fair at all. We all know that. This was absolutely a rigged jury. It was a rigged jury, no question about it. And a lot of people
Oh
are looking to
yeah.
cover up their interests. And at this point, these attorneys don't want to have to drain our wallet with any more fees than they have to. So I'm really thankful for them and their attitude, because I mean, at this point, it's a passion project for all these guys, and it's just a matter of beating this whole entire system. And I mean, this has become bigger than Karen Reed defending herself against being accused of a crime she hasn't committed. This is basically a war against the entire system in the state of Massachusetts, and whether it's Norfolk County or levels of the state police or local police in Canton, or even up to the governor's office potentially, there's been no justice in all of this. And we have a woman that's clearly took this to the appellate court, the Supreme Court in the state, and had Weinberg essentially make a great case before the Supreme Court that, hey, look, this should be kicked back. This jury should be polled. We have jurors that have literally, Ronnie the jurors, come on multiple programs and declared that they said she was not guilty on 1 and 3 unanimously. And there's no reason why, even if this was going to a second trial, there's absolutely no purpose and no reason whatsoever why this should be for all 3 counts once again, and that they're having to basically start from scratch. You have a full witness list that just came out from the Commonwealth a couple of days ago. We're starting to kind of get a little bit of an idea of what the defense's witness list is going to be about. And all of a sudden, a year later, here we are, round number 2, the bigger, badder sequel, and on this whole thing goes to no end. And it's extremely exhausting. But for Karen, again, someone that's just has a reality where she's willing to take on this fight as long as it goes. And, she came on this program, it appears earlier today, and, had some strong things to say for herself, and is absolutely willing to get out there, fight a good fight, and continue to take this on as long as it has to. And again, it's just been a very frustrating process for her and everyone in her family and friends, of course. But I think the best thing that we got going right now is to, people that are doing standouts, big standout coming out at the end of the month, and then all the folks today that are raising a lot of money for her, just to help her have the financing she needs to continue to take this fight. Because again, the state has no limits. They can do whatever they want. If they want to try her 100 times over, I don't know if they're that crazy, but they might be. But they got a lot to cover up.
They are.
Yeah, they got a lot to cover up. Yeah.
Yeah, and Annie, I gotta just to re-spark your interest here. I know that you covered. You're one of the few bigger creators that covered the Sandra Birchmore case pretty early on.
I knew that was coming. Yeah.
So
that
there's
case
that.
is disgusting. Yeah.
Right. Now, do you remember the name Lieutenant Fanning of the Massachusetts State Police?
It sounds really familiar. Yeah. I'd have
Because
to
I'm
go
sure
back
it's
and
been
see
a while.
exactly the role. Yeah.
I'm sure it's been a while. Well, how would you feel if you knew that Lieutenant Fanning was also an investigator in the Karen Reed case, and turns out he oversaw the jury in the last trial?
I mean, I definitely wouldn't feel good about that.
He was the lead.
Well-
He was the lead investigator on the Sandra Birchmore case. Just FYI.
Was he the
Right.
one who helped out or like came to the scene?
I don't think he was first on the scene, but
okay.
he was the lead
I'm thinking of
investigator
somebody
on the
else.
case. So he's accountable for her death being ruled a suicide, which
Yes.
later on, obviously, the feds intervened and then conducted their own independent investigation and then arrested Farwell for her murder. Now, but Fanning also being involved. Now, clearly, there was all kinds of dirty stuff going on in that case, in that investigation. And this person his name comes up as a major player in the investigation into the death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe. And turns out he's in charge of the jury, which that's a whole nother thing. So in the last trial, he's in charge of the jury, which obviously is a massive conflict of interest. And on top of that, this person, there was also a juror who came out, because you already know the outcome of what took place in that trial. There's a juror that came out publicly, spoke with Turtle Boy first, and then he's done a few other appearances. And the way that he explains, I highly recommend listening to that juror's interview, because the way he explains what happens and his experience being on that jury is
Crazy.
mind-blowing. mind-blowing. Yeah.
Yeah, I
his
would love to
interview-
listen.
Yeah, his interview showed me just how much Judge Bev was responsible for the confusion of that jury. I always questioned it. I always, had my thoughts about it. We all saw all that nastiness with the verdict sheet. We all questioned the way that she was giving the instructions, but he made it abundantly clear that the way that those instructions were given had a lot to do with why it was not at any point recorded that Karen was indeed acquitted of counts 1 and 3.
Yeah, specifically, I think what he was referring to from the instructions from Judge Bev was she instructed them to not come to her, don't ask her any questions, don't come to the court, don't, say anything to her until they've reached unanimity on the charges. And, that's kind of vague or ambiguous because there's multiple charges and there's one charge that has lesser included charges. And so the jury, they listened to her instructions, and it sounds like the foreman on the jury also told the other jurors that they couldn't go and ask her questions, only he could do that, which I don't know why he took that liberty, but yeah, it just seems like there were a lot of problems. And at the end of the day, like those things created confusion for the jury. It does fall back on the judge. But just jumping really quick back to the jury tampering allegations, because I know Annie covered the Sandra Birchmore case. John Fanning, if you recall, Annie, John Fanning is the investigator who interviewed Matthew Farwell from his car in a parking lot.
That's right. That's right. Okay. I knew there was something close to it, like either on the scene or close to the scene, and that's exactly what it was. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that's one of those facts from that case that just stands out so much because it's insane.
Well, yeah, I mean, I would love to chat with everybody and like get a better understanding of where things have been the past like 60 days because as you know, I haven't kept up and I would love to educate myself further on it and then get like a full understanding and do an episode or a video or jump on one of these again. I'm at school pickup now, so I have to go, but I appreciate you guys filling me in on all of this stuff.
Oh, thank you. Sorry we bombarded you with it because it's just so
No,
much
it's good.
information.
Hey, this is
But-
no different than our other live streams where we would just have Oak Leaf rolling and flowing. So this is great.
Oh man, that's a throwback right there.
Oh my God. Well, thank you guys so much for having me.
Thank you for joining us. Annie.
Thanks for coming on.
I
Yeah,
know
we'll
how
talk
valuable your
soon.
time is. Thank you so much.
Oh my gosh, my pleasure. We'll talk soon about all this.
Hell yeah. All right.
All
Have
right.
a good one.
All right, you too.
My
Bye,
love to the
guys.
family.
I will. Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. Annie Elise, y'all. I mean, I'm all out of tricks except for
You
Josh.
pulled out a lot of tricks today. I'm impressed.
So yeah, we're 7.5 hours in almost. And we still got the watch party of the documentary first episode to go over. I just got to make sure. I haven't even tried to see if I could pull up ID on my computer.
Wait, are you doing that in this stream?
I'm not going to stream it. I'm going to stream it, but not on YouTube. I'm going to have it playing in a background page while it's playing live and everybody else is watching it, and we can just watch it in real time together and comment in commercial breaks. But also Cherry, for the people who are already members of my Discord, she's going to be actually showing it in the Discord. So
nice.
I was wondering where she's been.
Yeah, where she hasn't been. I haven't seen her in a while.
Yeah, that's
she's missed. We'll just
she's it's
we hope she's all right is all.
She's okay. There's a there's a gray area going on right now. That's all.
Okay. Well, good. We're glad she's okay.
Yeah, she's okay. But she's still very active in the Discord, and so she'll be running that watch party in there tonight for sure. Man, this has been absolutely wild. This is fantastic. You guys want to,
Karen, you pulled out all the stops today.
dude? I did not know that Karen was going to join. I did not know it. Yeah, I sent the link to certain people, and I guess it was shared with her, and she wanted to surprise us.
Oh, great.
And I'm just
Wow.
so blessed by that, that this has gone. I mean, what is that? I mean, what does that tell you? If you're wondering whether or not she's grateful, or
Mhm.
if you're sitting here and you're judging her and acting like she's, Miss Uppity, and oh, everybody's out here to support me and blah blah blah. No, man, this is she made the time to, like, call into the show and show her gratitude to everybody.
Yep.
Her parents have done this, her cousin, her brother, and they're constantly doing this. She'll show up to the standouts and say hello to everybody and thank them all and hug them. And this is someone who is fighting and knows that so much of her strength comes from her support, and she is beyond grateful for it, and she shows it.
Well,
I mean, I don't know what else it takes.
No kidding.
Right. I mean, it's like this is simply not how guilty defendants behave.
No.
And usually guilty defendants will go and hide and be evasive and not be forthcoming, not be open to interviews, questions, being put on the spot. And I mean, I think we all know, or we've all seen, who in particular seems to be doing that in this case. I won't name any names, but let's just say, Karen Reed has demonstrated to the public that she has nothing to hide. And that's pretty telling in
Agreed.
and of itself.
Yeah.
I
The
agree.
Commonwealth
And
has more to hide than she does.
real quick, because while it's fresh and a lot of people were asking who's Annie Elise, she's an old friend of mine, but she's just amazing at this. She is now at I should plug her stuff. She has a YouTube channel called 10 to Life. That's her most
She's a
early
machine.
project. She's almost, if not over, 2 million subscribers on her YouTube channel, and she also has a podcast, which at one point was, maybe still is, number one in true crime podcasts, called Serialously. And she's just a machine that just pumps out. I remember, let me tell you a little bit about Annie, because you see how I run my channel. I put no effort into it whatsoever. And she is the polar opposite, and she is the proof that it is entirely up to you as to how successful your channel is, because she told herself on a New Year's resolution, she told herself, I'm going to put out a video every day. She had she had just under, I think she had about as many subscribers as I do right now at the time. And then she was like, I'm going to put out a video every day for the next year.
Wow.
A pre-written, pre-recorded video. And you hear how she talks. She just spits out information.
And she does her research.
She's like Mazza, the way she talks and delivers,
instant speeches.
Effortless. Right. She's always been like that. And so, she captivates her audience. And so, when she decided to do this, that proved that what that does is it snowballs subscribers, man. It just does. Like, it just does. Like, how big your channel gets and how all depends on the effort you put into it. It really does. She's absolute proof of that, and I'm really proud to call her a friend, because she is one of the sweetest people that I have ever known. We have been friends consistently over the years, no matter how distance we became as creators. Like, she has always maintained a very solid friendship with me, and I'm so grateful to that. She's a wife and a full-time mom, and 2 small kids, and just runs this podcast, her channel, and she's just incredible. It's people like that are the kind of people you want in your life as an example. You know what I mean?
Yes, 100%. People who lift you and who keep you going and are just cheering you on
Yeah.
are
She-
Lead
important.
by example.
Mhm.
Yeah. Like, it's like she's the person you look at, and when you're about to make an excuse, so you can't make an excuse. That's Annie.
Holding you accountable.
Yes, right. Yeah.
Um,
No, like, she forces you to hold yourself accountable just by doing what she does.
Yes. Grand alert. We just surpassed $774,000 on the
This is
defense
wild,
fund.
man. This is wild. $774,000, dude.
Mhm.
This is
Unbelievable.
amazing. Absolutely. Let's try something fun here. Let's let's mess around a little bit here, because I got to see this. I'm pretty sure it was I tried to find it earlier, but I didn't see it.
Well, you're looking for that. I was just gonna say, it looks like the buffer zone's coming back, huh? No shock there.
Yeah.
Now it says law enforcement officers are authorized to enforce compliance with the order by using reasonable physical force and arresting any person who officers reasonably believe to be in violation of the order. Actually, I think that was on last year's too, if I'm not mistaken. But that's boy, that's
Can someone define
crazy.
reasonable?
Yeah, that's what I mean. What is the definition of reasonable? Well, I mean, those cops were, I don't remember hearing anything about anybody getting hit with a baton to the face or anything like that. And not like in the movie Ocean's 11, where the guy's robbing the casino and he runs out the front door and they hit him with the nightstick. No, I didn't see anybody I didn't hear anything about anybody getting tasered or pepper sprayed or anything like that last time around. And the the Karen Reed supporters are usually very, very organized people. They don't try to counter protest anybody and start arguments. So
Yeah.
but I guess that's probably more of like a formality language anyways, just to have it there just in case it's if they need to use any kind of force for whatever reason. That's that. But it looks like this out of this document, it looks like it's about the same distance as last time. 100 was about 200 feet, I believe. So I don't see too many changes that I see on that right now. So about the same thing. We don't know if the judge is going to rule something a little bit more drastic than last time. If she's going to add something to it in retrospect. So we'll see if there's anything to come from that, but we shall see.
Aiden is supposed to jump up at some point. He was in the chat earlier, and I sent him a link yesterday. Where is dude?
Speaking of Aiden, I hope you don't mind me sharing this, but next week, on my channel, there is going to be a Turtle Boy Defense Fund.
Oh,
fundraiser.
yes, right on.
I'll be having Michelle Littlefield on, and she's going to kind of tell her story. She used to work at the Stoughton District Court, and she's the one who did her job. Basically, she shared information, shared discovery from Turtle Boy's own case with Turtle Boy, and Morrissey saw to it that she got canned, and so she'll be on.
So messed up.
Wow.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I had been
Yeah,
looking for her for a long time.
Yeah. I may have met her actually when I was there.
Sweet lady.
Yeah. I may have met her. I'm just not 100% sure.
I think
But
on your recent visit, I think she was there for something. I seem to remember because she was
I'll
on
be
a
right
show
back. I'm
recently, I
listening. I'll be
think.
right.
Yeah,
Um,
she's very sweet.
that's just it's crazy what happened to her.
Well, I'm
Just
excited
crazy.
to kind of hear her share her story because I've always maintained that the buck with all this stops with Morrissey.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And he, you know, out of all the scoundrels involved here, I am of the firm belief that Morrissey is the dirtiest among them.
Yeah, well, I mean, the charges started with Morrissey, so and he has the ability to take them away.
Yeah,
And
anytime.
yeah, and the prosecutor holds the most greatest power in the land. I mean, even more than judges, I would argue.
Mhm.
And
I agree
this
that
case
Morrissey
really,
is definitely the the nucleus of the corruption.
Yeah.
the
Oh,
king
no
of,
question about that at all. That's exactly right. Because that's he's kind of the he's the kingpin of all this. Realistically, when you look at all of it, it all trickles right up to there. All the connections that whether it's in Canton, the county,
Turbulence in the chat. Sorry,
is that
JFK's in the
that's
chat. Turbulence in the
JFK's in the
chat.
chat.
Yeah.
That's good. But yeah, no, he's absolutely the kingpin of all of this. There's no question about it. I mean, this is a guy who a year ago, and Mark Betterow talked about this the other night, that made a public speech. You never hear about a district attorney making a public speech about an ongoing case that hadn't even hit trial yet and suddenly interjecting himself in that manner. That is inherently, by definition, suspicious.
Yes.
Right.
As soon as that video came out, it's like, well, there you go. I mean,
A
when do you
drop
see
in the
DA do
bucket
that?
of the a drop in
Yeah.
the bucket of the suspicious behavior. Diane G
Right.
gifted 10 memberships. Oh my
Woohoo.
god.
And he should under no circumstance have been sharing material facts of the case before it coming out in trial.
So unethical.
well, it's not even about sharing. So there's like, I mean, there's so many things wrong with that video. Not only did Morrissey break like multiple rules of professional conduct. I mean, he
Right.
definitely violated Rule 3.6 and Rule 3.8. He violated Karen Reed's constitutional right to a fair trial, her presumption of innocence. But for a prosecutor to go out there and record a video, a pre-planned video that they've like written a script out for, where they're commenting in any capacity on the credibility of witnesses,
Yes.
is so just beyond the pale of
Yeah.
I've never seen anything like that before.
You're pissing in the
And
jury pool too.
well, I
That's
mean,
what I mean. Yeah.
this is why it is so disingenuous, in my opinion, of people who complain about Karen and her team doing media and interviews and what have you, because the moment that Morrissey decided to record that video, not only record that video, but then
He gave the
distribute
okay.
it.
That's right.
Well,
And
he
he
distributed
opened
it
the
to
door.
every single local news media and then Court TV. He had like 8 people from Court TV in the top of the email list, by the way, which is interesting. But it's the moment he
Wow.
decided to do that, it's like obviously the only reason you would do that, distribute it like that, is a direct effort to taint the jury pool. And the moment a prosecutor does that, they've now opened the gates for, not that like the defendant needs the green light because they have a constitutional right to speak up, right, to defend themselves, but you cannot make an argument that the defense is in the wrong or that they should be gagged. And it's
Yeah.
unbelievable that the defense was gagged now. I mean, it's not going to have that much of an effect because the trial's about to start, but when a prosecutor who has that much power, and they also come from a place of having a lot of credibility, right? Like
Right.
generally the public trusts a prosecutor. And so when they come out and essentially say Karen Reed is guilty, all these people are innocent, all these people are credible, and he was trying evidence outside of the courtroom, evidence that was not in the record, the public record on this case, and things that are for a jury to decide, not for a prosecutor to decide. Once you do that, the defendant has every right to do every goddamn like news
Yeah,
show,
you're
interview,
right.
whatever they want to defend themselves, because they will never have the same power that a prosecutor has when they're making a statement. So of course they have to compensate for that, to balance things out. I mean, Karen Reed could do every interview that she wanted to, and she still wouldn't have the same effect that a prosecutor making a statement like that has.
Yeah,
And so that's why
especially the
it's
one that
like,
was actually elected too. Like this is not just a
mhm,
prosecutor. This is the
the
district attorney.
elected, yeah,
Yep.
the
That's
elected
right.
county prosecutor.
Right.
Sorry, that gets me
So,
like a lot
oh
of
yeah,
things
me
that
too.
gets
Me
me
too,
fired
Olivia.
up.
I love seeing you fired up. So, what do you think about the defense wanting to put his ass on the stand? Because
Oh, I would love that, but
No, for sure.
I don't know if it's
Whether they
gonna
actually do it or
happen.
not remains to be seen. But I mean, there might be an opportunity for them to make that decision. I don't see it happening. I mean, I'm not going to say that with absolute confidence, but I think that would be a rarity for them to really want to put a DA on the stand. But I think Olivia's point about the gag order is extremely sufficient, because they want to put a gag order now on the defense to speak to the press, which they've done right along, and now all of a sudden it's like, hey, you guys need to kind of can't talk to anybody, and because they don't want us, this defense team speaking to the public and influencing the public. But again, to Olivia's point, Michael Morrissey did that. Once he did that, that means it's okay. And these rules for thee, but not, rules for me, but not for thee attitude is unacceptable. And it only goes a lot further when like I said before, and I'll say it again, when we're all sitting around here and we're trying to point the finger at people that we believe are corrupt, we believe this is a cover up because we believe this is a frame job because, then you say to yourself, I think Bert, you said it moments ago, I've never seen anything like this before. And that seems to always be the case with this particular case, where things we've never seen before happen in this case. A DA speaks out. We've never seen that before. Jury instructions are inadequate. And then all of a sudden it ends in a mistrial because the jury was unclear. The defense doesn't have an opportunity to examine all this. Then the jury's ushered out the back door into the buses and taken away, and the case is closed. It's all unprecedented things that have happened, and they all happen to happen in this particular case. It's all stuff that never happens, and if it does, it's extremely rare. And whatever those 4 to 10 things are, they're all happening in this particular case, whether it be before the first trial, going into the second trial. And I'll say this too: who in the hell knows what the hell is going to happen in this second trial? If they try to do more again, and I think the defense will be ready for it this time. I think last time they were kind of caught off guard. They didn't really know what tactics that were going to be played, but that this time around, I think they're going to be more ready to take this on up front. It's going to be a lot harder for the powers that be that are orchestrating this whole nonsense to try to put one over again, because I think their eyes are a lot wider now as to how far these people are willing to go than it ever was before.
That's what I think. I think that that's one of the biggest things to take away as far as predictions go of this next trial, is that now the surprise factor of how low they're willing to go is now gone. They've climbed that hump, so now it's like, okay, we see that they're willing to get dirty, that we see they're willing to take nut shots, so let's be ready for it and wear a cup.
But it doesn't mean though that the Commonwealth is like, one of the big things at the first trial was the inverted Sally Port footage. And not only was that a big deal because of it being inverted and the Commonwealth trying to represent it as accurate, but the fact that the defense, they weren't even made aware of the existence of any of that evidence until right before trial, when they found out from, I think, the federal TUI evidence. But it's like the Commonwealth deliberately withheld that. Who knows if they would have even turned it over if it weren't for the federal investigation exposing that. And so it's like, what other evidence? It really makes you wonder, how much more evidence, Brady evidence, exculpatory evidence, is out there in paper case files at the Canton Police Department or in some retired detective's iCloud that we don't know about, that the defense hasn't gotten? I mean, you know,
Right.
the Commonwealth
Now
still could ambush them.
the possibility of that now is infinite, now that we know that just with this Canton Police video footage, just that alone creates the possibility of other exculpatory of an amount of exculpatory evidence being almost infinite. You know what I mean?
It shows they have the propensity to withhold it and not be
Sure.
forthcoming.
Exactly. Right. And that's on them to do it. So it's like it's safe for the defense to assume that they're just withholding everything.
Yep.
You know?
Right. Right. Yeah. If you're going to lie about that, then what else are you lying about? What else are you hiding?
Right. Exactly. Exactly. You guys want to watch this Trooper Paul video?
Let's do it.
Yes.
Oh God.
Is this
Then there's the
work of
Proctor
Joe
family one
Superhead?
too. Sorry.
Oh
The
yeah.
what thing?
Didn't they just give an
Be
interview
taking out the
today?
Yeah. Yeah, I've
showing
seen
that
it.
taking out the infotainment system.
The what system?
Infotainment system.
Infotainment. What in carnation?
Excuse me. Commonwealth would call Trooper Joseph Paul to the stand.
Get the Larry David Curb Your Enthusiasm music going there.
I know.
Entertainment.
Oh my
Joe
God.
Flip ahead.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks, Anthony.
Come on, Mr. Jackson.
What?
Ask the appropriate part of the question, you'll get it.
What did you mean by stuff?
I don't know.
What? He's already at this point said, fuck the world, bro. I don't know, dude. Like, whatever.
Indicated, quote, yeah, there's certain calculations we can do with that, but figure out if the car backed up, hit somebody, and then they go a certain amount of distance, and it's based on miles per hour, speed of the vehicle, striking vehicle, and stuff. Remember saying that?
Yes.
Could be a crackhead who got hold to the wrong stuff. And it told him to get up in a tree and play a leprechaun.
Right here. This is a special leprechaun flute.
Oh my God, bro.
No, dude, we cannot calculate anything from this collision.
Say that one more time.
Dude, we cannot calculate anything from this collision. I'm sorry,
Calculate?
the role we
Calculate. The editorial we, man, the royal we, man.
About me, I want to talk about number one on my
Oh my God.
I'm sorry, me, the role we, me. I'm just responding to what you said.
Look at Jackson, dude. He's just like, dude, is this guy like he's gnawing his jaw, he's grinding his teeth at the frustration of having to talk to this guy.
Oh, for
And
sure.
trying not to laugh.
Look at Karen. You
It's
know,
like this is not a real person.
right. Like even the people on
the girl
John
back there.
O'Keefe's side, even people on John O'Keefe's side are like, what the fuck is going on right now?
Yeah, this lady's like got her hands behind her head, like, oh, what the
Oh, I've got something we're gonna go over after this too. We're good. We've got stuff to go over. This is great.
No, but I'll ask another question. No,
Hold on, what do you say?
no, I don't. But
I'm sorry, me, the role we, me. I'm just responding to what you said and trying to make sure you understand what I'm saying.
no, I don't. But
By the crime scene.
Wait, what?
As crime scene that was there, it says his glass from the cup.
So he's the crime scene whisperer, Trooper Paul. The crime scene sweats me.
Which crime scene
Yeah,
though? Was it the actual crime scene or was it the Canton Police Department?
right. Which
I mean, remember
which
that
crime scene,
dialogue? Like first of all, he goes into passive language where it was told to me. And then Alan specifically asks, told to you by whom? And then he doesn't say the crime scene at first. He says crime scene. That was the exact dialogue. So you mean like the name crime scene, or do you mean the crime scene department, like CSI?
You want to know what he?
Like,
Yeah, you want to know what I think he was trying to falsely imply there is I think he was trying to imply crime scene services told him,
precisely.
which, but I mean, crime scene services wasn't even, they didn't even respond. They didn't respond to the scene, period, but they also didn't even, they weren't involved in the case until days later. And I don't know, I mean, he's kind of, Cars is like, they were brought in with the CSSS, the crime scene services section. So yeah, I don't know. He's trying to like make it seem more legitimate and credible than like him being a crime scene whisperer.
Yep.
Right.
And then he just
And-
like slowly backpedals into, yes, the crime scene spoke to me. So yeah, I do think he was trying to falsely state something and then decided,
Yep.
you know what, I'd rather sound like a blithering idiot than
I mean, look, can we talk about my pause game for a second? You can actually see the shades go down between his brain and his eyes.
you know what,
Like,
you're right.
you can see it. It's there. Like, it's invisible, but you can see it. Like,
I can
just
see
Pretty
the lumps
amazing.
from the potatoes in his head too.
right. Yeah. This dude is unbelievably clueless. This is
My
why.
initial inspection, that's what it was on from.
What did you just say? My initial inspection. What?
What you just said. You said that's what was told to me.
Yeah, by crime. Like I said, by crime scene.
Wait, what?
English, motherfucker.
Yeah, seriously. Better off.
That's what was told to me is the crime scene talked to you.
Yes.
Wow.
Crime scene say anything else?
I don't know what else you want me to say.
No, I said did
Wow.
the crime scene. Did the crime scene say anything else to you? Was the question?
Name a better way to insult somebody in the form of a question.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Jackson's a master.
We don't need a narrative.
This is the best.
From your investigation,
Like, Bev gets pissy with him. It's so funny.
what, if any, conclusions did you come to as to where this collision occurred?
So, all right. So, on the night of Saturday, January 2022, at
You pause this
approximately
for a second.
12:45 hours.
Just for a second. There's no doubt that John O'Keefe was beaten down in this particular basement. When you look at all these weight benches, you see all the grooves on the far. See where the weights are. See where that window is in the upper left-hand corner, where it's all
Yeah.
basement window there. So look below that. See the grooves coming off the top of those benches back there. There's
Yeah.
weights. There's poles. There's all kinds of stuff all over the place. When you look at the gash on the back of his head,
that
Right.
could have hit any one of those things.
exactly.
Easily. Totally. That
Exactly.
could
No,
have
but
hit
they
the
want
edge
to
of the
bring a
bench.
They want to bring on a meteorologist to tell you that the ground is hard as a rock,
Right,
and that's
right.
how he. Except
Right.
you've got like pro figure skaters who fall on the ice. Who like you regularly see accidents where they fall on the ice, sometimes landing on their head, and they don't even get gashes like that from hitting
That's a
ice.
great point. That's a great point.
Yeah.
A 2021 Lexus LX 570.
Could you slow down, sir?
So, yes.
Your Honor, she really hit him. She really hit him with the car. Let's remember, she really hit him.
Yes.
So forget all that part,
Okay.
Trooper.
All
Just answer the question.
Okay.
Where did it occur?
It occurred in the area of 34 Fairview Road.
He's already tried and convicted her. in
Bev
his
gets
mind
so
and tried to
frustrated
do
with
it
him.
in this courtroom. Doesn't quite work
Holding
that
his
way.
hand.
Based on your expert
We're
opinion,
not reading a children's book.
you believe that he was projected through the air to his final resting place.
That's not what I'm saying.
What did you say?
Sorry.
You need a water break. You need a water break. Water is for cowards. Water makes you weak.
But you said there's no evidence that he
I
broke.
disagree.
And there's no evidence that he
I
flew
do.
through the air either.
Exactly.
Hey, Nan.
Right? Exactly. He doesn't get to convict my client by standing up here and pounding the table and saying, "Oh, she did it. She hit him. So let's just all get on with it." I will fuck you up.
It's not even done yet.
Yeah.
the bang bang.
Look
the
at how
bang, bang.
Jackson looks at him like
Oh.
as he's walking away. That shit is
Brooding.
brilliant.
He's brooding
Look at
right
this.
there.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Like, dude,
Oh my
get
God, that was
the fuck
good.
out of my
The bang,
sight,
bang.
dude.
Pull
Yeah.
up. The bang bang. The bang bang. Pull up.
By the way, sir, is this funny?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Trooper Proctor.
Look at this still
Thought that
shot
was
of the
funny.
drink. Oh my god.
So
So
do you
good.
have any, do you hold any degrees in the scientific discipline of mathematics?
I do not.
Where'd you learn that?
It's in my math class. Since we only use momentum for a vehicle to vehicle.
Math class?
The
Math class.
You hold
The
any
math.
degrees in the
And
scientific
this
discipline of
is to the
physics?
point here. This is the Massachusetts State Police's premier witness and expert on all this particular matters. And this guy, I'm not trying I don't wanna
on
beat
the
this guy up.
science, right? On
Right.
the science of the murder weapon, how it was. I mean, everything. This is their whole case.
I don't
And
want to.
this is the guy.
I don't want to pick on this guy more than we already are, but I'll put it this way:
Fuck that, I
mean,
will.
a 10-year-old
I do.
kid, a 10-year-old kid would have a better explanation for all this stuff than he would. This guy is the absolute best expert that they have to put on this stand and explain all this stuff. That shows you what a charade this whole thing has been.
Right.
Did you guys ever watch the movie Up, like the Pixar movie where
Yeah.
the little Boy Scout comes to the door? Good afternoon. My name is Russell, and I'm trying to earn badges for my Wilderness Explorers program. Do you need any
Yeah.
assistance? Because I have to assist the elderly. That's what I see in my
Yeah.
mind's eye when I see Trooper Paul trying so hard to read his notes, which he is not supposed to do, by the way. You are not supposed to read your notes verbatim
Right.
on the stand. You're supposed to recite them in your own words and kind of summarize. And
Right.
he's trying to read his little storybook up on the stand.
Yeah, you know what I think was going on there when Will was calling out Judge Bev, who was because she was getting frustrated with Trooper Paul.
Mhm.
I think I mean, this is just my like the way I perceived it. He couldn't because Bev didn't want him to like go through this whole long. It happened at 34 Fairview, and this and this and this is what I was told to say. Blah 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 blah. She just wanted the direct answer. Like, give me the last part of that sentence. But it just shows you how rehearsed he was. Like he
Yep.
literally couldn't remove a piece from the long-winded sentence that he had, scripted and rehearsed for trial because he only remembered the whole long sentence. And it's like
Mhm.
if you're an expert witness who's here to testify about, the facts of your findings, you should be able to answer anything like out of context or it doesn't need to be in a sentence that you've memorized like a script. I mean, it's just I think the DA's office prepped these witnesses so much more than any
Oh,
of them
hell
ever. Yeah. Like
Hell
there's
yeah.
so much evidence of coordination and like they
Right.
even did things at the first trial where they would have the witnesses like the McAlberts because they knew that the McAlberts were going to have
I know what you're
major
getting at.
credibility issues.
Mhm.
And so they had them all
I don't recall.
testify. Well, yeah, they did that, but they also you guys you may notice this when you're watching the trial back. They had the McAlbert witnesses all talk about things that were totally irrelevant to the case. Like was not necessary. Why do we need to know this? We don't need to know this. But they had them all. There were a few different kind of storylines that they used that they would have them all tell to bolster those witnesses' credibility. Because if they're all consistent in telling that same, irrelevant fact, then it's like a subconscious way of bolstering their credibility. Because obviously
Right.
those witnesses have the biggest credibility issue in this case.
For sure. 100%.
They do.
This is and Christine, welcome as well.
And then you also had 10 gifted memberships by the what was their last name? The Goodmans.
The Goodmans. I love that. Thank you, the Goodmans. Oh my God.
I do not. The Searle formula, Searle throw formula.
A what formula?
Searle.
What does that mean?
It's a type of formula that would use for a calculation of post-impact.
So
Did he
speeds
just
of
say
pedestrians.
formula?
that includes
Yeah.
certain principles of physics to
Yeah.
calculate that, right?
What do you mean?
What? What?
I'm sorry?
What do you mean by certain forms of physics?
So many degrees in the scientific discipline of biomechanics.
No.
How about in engineering?
No.
How about in kinematics?
No.
Hold any certificates in the specific area of kinematics?
Yes, it's covered in the basic crash investigation class.
The rate of velocity. What's another word for that?
The rate of velocity?
Right.
This is my favorite.
I mean, it deals with the motion. It deals with forward, and also deals with speed. It deals with travel and speed. If something's moving, it also has a speed to it.
Hold on.
With,
88 miles per hour.
I'm gonna play this a couple of times because I want you to have a chance to look around the room and look at everyone's fucking reactions.
Also, he what is his problem with pronouncing words? Like,
right?
Is he
so
saying
bizarre.
force or forward? He's like
Right.
Ford. What are you saying, dude?
Yeah.
I really like formula.
Formula. Yeah, he's got a lot of words like that.
Olivia's a lot tougher now than she was a year ago. Olivia, you're a lot tougher now. Like, you're a lot more outspoken. I love it. I appreciate that about it. I don't remember you being that way a year
I
ago.
mean, it's ridiculous what they're doing. How could you not
I
be?
agree, Mazza. She's
I know.
definitely a lot
Yeah.
more extroverted
Oh, yeah.
these days.
Oh, for sure.
Look at Eliza Little.
I
dude.
like this,
Look at
Olivia.
Eliza Little space.
Yeah.
The rate of velocity?
Right.
I mean, it deals with the motion. It deals with forward, and also deals with speed. It deals with travel and speed.
Even
It deals with
Peggy
flies.
O'Keefe just hung her
Right.
head.
Like she's like, look at this lady right here. I love her. She's
Yeah.
just but Janet is my favorite.
Oh,
Look
she's
at-
the best.
Like, look at her face. She's just like, is this happening right now?
If something's moving, it also has a speed to it.
Right. The word you're looking for is acceleration, correct?
Sure.
Sure, I guess.
What role does acceleration play in the field of kinematics?
Adam Court Reporter, shout out.
What role?
Look at and the core of this lady is like, dude, this guy's giving me a headache because she can't understand the fucking thing he's saying, and she's got to like.
What role does
Watch, look at her.
acceleration
Fuck
play
my
in
life.
kinematics?
That's what she's-
What
one
role
more
does
time. One more time.
So what role-
In the field of kinematics.
Sure.
What role does acceleration
Fuck
play
my
in
life
the
right
field
now.
of kinematics?
Jesus Christ.
What role does so what role does acceleration
Are
play
you for real,
in
dude?
kinematics?
She has to
Okay, so you
repeat
took
what she
class.
says into
Right?
that.
Look at
Yeah.
Jan-
I know. Janet's bothered. She's bothered.
He's-
She's like, this guy.
Trooper Paul.
Janet is
I mean-
priceless right here, bro. Like, this
Dude.
is the best shit ever. And Bill's just like, what is wrong with you, son? Like,
He's got to be the worst witness for the court reporter though, because like the guy can't even pronounce half the words he's saying. So like, how does she know what word? I don't know what word he's saying. Was he saying forward, or force? I have no idea.
Yeah. We may never know.
Bill's like, do you need a tune-up, son? What do you need? Can I help you? What? And Janet is just like, what? How is Alan dealing with this right now? Like, look, Janet is amazed, bro.
Look how
This is-
high Alan Jackson's eyebrows have raised
Yeah.
at this
Yeah.
point, too.
Yeah,
Unbelievable.
At multiple classes.
The highest degree that you do hold, sir.
I have an associate's degree,
In what?
administration of justice.
Yikes.
Oh my God. I passed. I passed. Oh man. I got a D plus. I'm gonna graduate.
Wow.
Looking for some hot stuff, baby, this evening. I need some hot stuff, baby, this
Oh, yeah.
evening.
Go ahead, Bro.
You did it, buddy. Stuff, baby, this evening.
Look at this guy.
Oh, this video.
Here I finally graduated.
Yeah, and just a shade under a decade, too. All right.
You know, a lot of people go to college for 7 years.
I know. They're called doctors.
It's possibly it could have been his hand, it could have been tucked next to his clothing. Did
you say tucked in?
I mean, like, could have been next to his body. So when he projected, made the glass was with his body as it was also flying. So There's number of reasons why.
I need to know. I need to know. Physically speaking,
Oh
how do
God,
you
bro.
tuck something next to your clothing?
Yeah,
Instead
he's
of
talking about
in
the
your clothing?
glass. He's talking about the glass. Like
But I'm talking
Jackson's
about
like,
prepositions. How do you tuck something next to your clothes and not in your clothes?
yeah.
Ah, this
He
is
didn't
making my
he
brain
didn't
hurt.
take the preposition class.
No.
Jackson, I have again, my pause game is Jackson's face screaming, "Am I being fucked with right now? Is this all a fucking dream, dude? Like,
Oh
what did,
man. Like
like, am
that
I being
Ashton Kutcher show?
totally,
What's it
yeah,
called?
Tongues.
Tongues. Yeah.
yeah. Am I being fucked with right now? Like, is there a conspiracy just to fuck with me and put
Yeah.
me in this position? I just defended Kevin Spacey and got him off, bro. And I'm here doing this with this guy.
Mhm.
Like, what is going on?
Yeah.
Why?
The cell phone was found under his torso, under his body. What's your theory?
Cool.
On how that cell phone ended up flying 30 feet with him?
It just did.
Just did.
So it looks like his arm is more kind of like this. If I can try to get that.
You're indicating
It's almost like it was placed there.
Yes.
All right. And the tail light would have struck his arm, right?
Yes.
So
Wait.
he gets hit by the car, not his torso, just the arm. The taillight cracks, and as it passes by, his arm stays with it long enough to get striations, those scratches that you see, those lacerations. I'm sorry, those abrasions that you see, right?
In a sense, yes.
And at
In
the
a-
same time,
What? So right there, Jackson spells it out. He's like, you're telling me he's standing there, the taillight hits him in the arm and moves his arm, but all of the taillight scratches all of this up his arm in that one impact. And he's like, in a sense, that right there is that's reasonable doubt right there. Right there. Just the way he answered it is reasonable doubt.
Right. And then, not even taking into account beyond any flesh wounds caused by, obviously a dog. What about the bruising? No bruising to the back of the head, just bruising to
No
the
broken
eyes, no
bones.
bruising to the arms, no broken bones, no fractured bones, no maybe bone scraping, no back, his whole lower back,
ridiculous.
pelvis, all that stuff would have been bruised when it hit the ground on impact. But yet none of that occurs. These are all essentially mostly clean wounds. The arm, clean scratch wounds. The back of the head, laceration, a clean wound. The bruises very easily could be seen for punches to the eyes. The arm, clearly a dog expert, just came out and said that one that's going to be brought up as a witness for the defense had said that, dog expert had said that he's absolutely sure that this was an animal attack. Dr. Murray Russell, expert on this stuff, also concludes animal attack. And they want to get up here. And I think that's just, another thing too that needs to be brought out is where are the bruises? If you're hit by a vehicle, you're more likely to bruise than you are to have any gashes on your body in a standard situation. Right. We can take the whole taillight factor, shattering or not shattering, out of the equation. Just think about getting hit by a motor vehicle. First and foremost, you're going to get hit by the vehicle. That's going to cause bruising. You're going to land on the ground. That's going to cause bruising. So if all that happened, then why is the body merely just cut and scrape with nothing more than maybe 2 bruises on his eyes? Very suspicious, and no one's buying it. And that's why most people out there with a discerning mind are able to conclude that Karen Reed didn't do this. And furthermore, the fact that he was even hit by a vehicle is just as absurd.
And then the
Agreed.
stark contrast too with the extreme trauma that his head suffered. I mean, and it was more than just one place on his head. He had temporal contusions, not just the back of the head, both eyes. I mean, this was not a single blow, guys. This guy took a walloping to the head. Okay.
That
no
really
way.
hot tattoo doctor, that brain doctor.
I
forget her
Dr.
name.
Well, now that you bring
Renee
her up,
Stonebridge.
Stonebridge, thank you. Yep,
Yeah.
the sleeved queen.
AKA my wife.
Yeah, but I
A
mean,
glare
she
girl.
said that there were more contusions just to the side of her, just to the side of his head than she could even count. She gave up counting those, and I'm gonna cite Nurse Kim on this because she pulled that testimony back up. But and some of that is caused by the swelling that had taken place, but there's no way that you see that much trauma to the head from just one strike to the head, and then again in comparison, nearly nothing on the body anywhere else.
Right. Right.
Right. I mean, question, guys, when you usually get into a fist fight, are you usually punching someone's stomach and thighs and knees, or is it usually pretty targeted and concentrated around the head and the upper torso, like kind of like where you see the concentration of injuries in this
Right.
case?
So yeah, so you're right. So more than likely it's going to be upper torso. Now stomach shots, body shots, certainly, shots to the rib cage, lower stomach, abdomen, all that stuff would usually come into play in any kind of fight or even a spar. But like you said, to your point, and the more hip range, pelvic range, thighs, knees, realistically, you may take some kicks there. You could take some kicks there. That could happen. But in most cases, most people are going to go, if someone's involved in a shootout, like with with guns, they're usually going to go for the torso. If it's a fist fight, they're usually going right for the face. Most people are going right for the eyes. It's usually a right-handed punch if they're a right-handed puncher, and they're going to throw with that right hand right at your face. And in this particular case, Paul had 2 bruised eyes, significantly bruised. And, it's my estimation he could have been punched in the face and fell backwards, and that's when he hit his head. He could have been, any kind of variation of that.
But even that other doctor did say that those black eyes could have came from his blunt force trauma to the back of his head.
Back of his head, correct. Correct.
Could have.
Well, it's all in play. Yeah, it's all in play. One way or the other, correct, is I'd say everything's in play here. It could have been punches to the eyes, but then to Glara's point from the expert, those bruises could certainly take place because if you are hitting the back of the head hard enough, there would be a reaction in the front of your face where you would actually bruise. So I'll say this, there's no right or wrong. I will say this, these are possible theories that are all in play. That's the best way to answer
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree with that as well.
I mean, look, if the medical
I just want to
exam,
say real quick, I've got this thing pulled up in the background already, so we will be able to watch it, but there's about 53 minutes countdown till this special starts. Now, here's the thing. Since I'm not streaming it directly off of Investigation Discovery, I'm wondering if I should take the risk and
do it on YouTube.
Right, because I'm streaming it off of a kind of a bootleg site.
The only concern is that if they flag you, they might shut the live stream down.
That's what I'm worried about. But
Yeah.
I'm wondering if they'll still flag me using that site. If I'm not streaming it directly off of Investigation Discovery. But
And you don't have the video monetized, do you?
No, I don't.
Okay.
So it would still strike, not strike, but it would definitely flag me for not being eligible for ads for sure. That would happen. But I'm already not making money off of the ads because I turned off the monetization on this stream. I just don't know how to turn off the membership. So people are becoming members, and I'm just happy about that. Thank you for that.
Well, let me ask, do you have any other strikes right now?
No, I have no strikes. This wouldn't copyright strike me. It wouldn't copyright strike me. But it's better off as I'm weighing it out. It seems better to not even try it because I want to go this full 12 hours. I don't want anything to mess it up. And this is going
Shot
all
Glass
through.
is saying it would be a content match. They can flag you.
Okay, yeah, I figured.
And then
So
with your guests too coming.
right, exactly. And I want to be able to now I'm gonna kick y'all off. Well, I'll leave Olivia and Mazza up here.
I'm about to actually jump off the show for the evening. Actually,
I gotta go too.
Then Okay, then I'll leave
gotta sleep.
Olivia and Britt Happens up here because I just don't want it to be crowded when Josh is up here,
Yeah.
so it's not too
Right.
much information. Because we're gonna do with him the same thing that we did with Hannibal and Monty, that I did with Hannibal and Monty, and it's easier when it's not so many explanations all at once. Because
Right.
I could tell that Annie was still a little overwhelmed because we were all just like, "Oh, what about this? What about this?
And
What about that?"
Yeah.
So I don't want that to happen with Josh. But this thing is going to start at 9 p.m. So I don't know if we'll really be able to get into all that with Josh tonight. But he's going to make it here as soon as he can, and I don't want to rush him. He's Dad Challenge Podcast. He's a dad, as being a dad comes first.
Well,
That's his whole thing.
Well, I have to go. I have to add the cabbage to my corned beef and cabbage.
There you go.
that I'm
Okay.
making for.
I'm jealous.
I'll send pictures.
Festive.
There you go.
I'm excited. It's my first attempt at it, but I appreciate you having me. I will be in your chat later on. And Olivia, it was so nice to meet you. I've met everybody else
too.
up on the screen right now, but it was great getting to chit chat with you and get
I
some
was
of your takes
watching
on this
you
stuff.
the other day when you had Miss McKinney. You were playing Miss McKinney's videos on your channel.
Oh,
I love her.
I can't wait till you get her on your show. I'm really excited about that.
I know that's gonna be awesome.
Well, she's coming Sunday. This coming Sunday, the 23rd. She'll be on the show. Yeah, this past stream, I gave every single video that she did, like just to show her whole journey from when she first started watching the trial to
She's
the
incredible.
end.
She
is.
Yeah, such a breath of fresh air.
Where's
Such
she
a breath of
from?
fresh air.
But
I'm
yeah,
not sure.
2 o'clock on Sunday, the 23rd. She'll be coming on.
Dope.
Can't wait.
Dope.
Well, thank you all so much. It's astounding how much you've been able to raise today.
We all did it. I mean, you guys, thank you guys so much for your help today. And I mean, every bit of this I found to be insightful. And I mean, this was a very productive stream for having lasted 8 hours and 15 minutes so far, 16 minutes so far. It's been incredibly flowing and insightful, and the guests, all of you guys, have been amazing. And we still got a few hours left. And we've raised over $13,000, dude.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Amazing.
That is
Stellar.
crazy. And
Stellar.
I mean, Karen Reed making her first appearance on a YouTube channel, dude. Like, how huge is that? Just to say
That's
thank
awesome.
you.
That's really
You know?
awesome.
Amazing.
Pretty epic.
I couldn't be more grateful, and Annie just stopping in to say hi, and so we still hopefully will have Aiden pop in. Maybe he'll do the watch party with us. Who knows? And then there's Josh. But maybe we'll have to do. I mean, I'll let Josh up here, but maybe we'll have to do. I want to have more time with Josh, but we have to watch this thing because it's airing. But I'll have him up here, but we'll probably save the really deep dive into the case for another stream, just him,
Yeah, that's a good idea.
like I did with Hannibal and Monty, because I mean it took me 3 with those guys, you know what I mean? Like
They were
Yeah,
fun.
you're probably not gonna have as much energy toward the end of this thing. You've been going all
Right.
day.
I can't believe it because I'm on no sleep, dude. Like,
Oh,
it's
boy.
crazy.
Damn.
I had insomnia and I just laid there, like I was saying earlier in the stream, like Edward Norton in Fight Club, just like a zombie catching up and finally finishing Yellowstone, which I'm kind of glad I did because it was great.
Yeah. Good show. Good show.
right.
Landman's pretty good. Landman's pretty good. So I just finished that up.
Landman is good.
Yeah.
All of Taylor Sheridan. I mean, Taylor Sheridan is a machine, dude. Like
Oh,
that
yeah.
guy's as far as creating TV shows, like I'll give you one guess as to what Taylor Sheridan's probably doing right now. Writing.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah.
Just considering all of these shows that he's put out, like he's writing right now.
Oh, yeah.
If you guys
guaranteed.
want to see a little bit of a darker side to Taylor Sheridan, Mayor of Kingstown
Oh, great
is,
show.
Okay.
Yeah.
is really good too.
Jeremy Renner. Yeah, Jeremy
Yep.
Renner. And I'm enjoying oh my God. Tulsa King as
Yeah,
well,
Tulsa
just
King's
because
great.
I'm a big
Yep.
Stallone fan.
Same here. Yep.
And it's cool to see Stallone as like a mob boss.
Yeah, Kingpin. Yeah.
Like
Yep, yep.
It's cool. to see it
Paramount
like
Plus is awesome. They got all, Yellowstone, Landman, Tulsa King. There's some of the actually probably my 3 favorite shows right now. To be
and
honest.
then there's all those Yellowstone spin-offs that I
Sure.
can't even keep up with, dude. Like
1923.
1923.
Yeah.
Like insane. I'm just like,
Yeah.
oh, that's too much. I can't do all that.
Yep. Absolutely.
But
All right,
yeah,
guys. Well, I'm
All right.
hopping off. Thank you again for having me. You guys have a great night and free Karen Reed. Happy St. Patty's Day.
you
Absolutely.
too, Brit Happens. Thank you so much for
Brett.
joining us.
Have a good night.
Absolutely,
Fantastic.
you too.
Brit Happens is great.
All right, I'm out of here now. I'm checking out too. So you guys have a great night. Great job raising the
Mazza.
funds. Free Karen Reed.
Thank you, Mazza, for joining me. And I had a great time as always, man. You know,
Yep.
you're always welcome up here anytime.
Appreciate it, brother.
All right,
Appreciate it.
man.
You
Have a
guys
good
all
one.
take care of yourselves. Have a great night. All right, take care.
Good night.
Bye.
Mazza Media, y'all.
Yep.
This has been
I'll say adios myself.
oh okay.
I'll
And then
be
there were 2.
trying to do math.
And make sure, guys, subscribe to Esti's channel. It's just Esti. And she she goes live every Monday and Wednesday at 10 a.m. and 100% of any funds raised goes to Karen Reed in her defense fund.
Wow, that's amazing.
She just does it for that. And yeah, she's just amazing. So thank you so much for everything you do, Esti, and thank you for all the help you do in my chat. It's so helpful.
You got it.
You're amazing. Thank you.
Okay.
Esti, everybody. All right. Amazing. So let's see. We've got it's still a commercial.
You're really good with these freeze frames.
Oh yeah. Here we go. Let's keep this going.
Look at Unetti's face,
Does a
dude.
pirouette
I know.
and flies 30 feet to his final point rest.
It just did. That's the evidence at the scene. I can't.
It just did.
Unbelievable.
Very extremely scientific right there.
So eloquent.
I know.
I didn't put the evidence there. So
Well,
Jackson's
you
like, well,
didn't.
you didn't.
We were all thinking that. Let's be honest.
Exactly. I remember streaming this live and thinking exactly at the same time as Alan Jackson say, you didn't, maybe, but somebody
And
did.
of course, Bev has to call him out for it.
Yeah.
he didn't.
Never been a nigga this good for this long, this hood.
Lep I had. Oh my God. Oh man. So we got, let's see. Yeah, we've got 38 minutes.
So apparently there's some interviews that just came out with Proctor Trooper's wife, and I don't know if his sister did them, but
Thank you for reminding me. I was planning on going over that. That was sent to me. Let me
I got
pull
you.
that up. You are amazing. Let's go over that while we wait. This is fantastic.
people get out your popcorn.
Oh my goodness. Okay, hold on. Let's just watch the news clip first. Let's see what we got here.
So much for
Yeah,
that
yeah.
gag order.
Right.
They're just like,
Proctor
F
got
that.
a call to investigate a body in the snow. His wife Elizabeth and his sister Courtney say they had no idea how much their lives and their families' lives would change, including for their young children.
But that's sort of what breaks me is when I see them playing and so happy, and I'm like, God, they have no idea that their parents' world is crumbling.
Karen Reed's defense has accused Proctor of trying to frame her for the death of John O'Keefe, including by planting pieces of her SUV taillight at the scene.
Is there any doubt in your mind that Michael Proctor might have framed Karen Reed?
No doubt whatsoever in our mind. No doubt whatsoever, and the evidence shows that. The investigations show that.
Except
During
it
Reed's first
doesn't.
trial, Proctor did admit to writing
I
insulting
know.
text messages about her,
You're a
including
little
that he
cunt.
hoped she would kill herself.
Because the evidence pointed to this woman killing a fellow Boston police officer. So he was angry. He was upset by that. So I understand the need that he had to vent to friends, whether it was appropriate or not.
Elizabeth and Courtney Proctor say those messages do not justify the harassment they say they've received from Reed's supporters, including rocks thrown in their yards and anonymous voicemails like this.
I'm going to be your kid's new mommy, and I'm taking your kids and I'm taking your dogs.
Can we
A blogger
pause?
named Aiden Carney, who goes by the name Turtle Boy, has been charged with witness intimidation in this case. But
Did they really just cite rocks thrown in their yard as
Yeah.
an example of harassment?
Let's hear it one more time.
Taking your kids and I'm taking your dogs.
A blogger named Aiden Carney, who goes by the name Turtle Boy, has been charged with witness intimidation in this case, but the Proctors say he's not the only one responsible.
It seems like Karen Reed and Aiden have been conspiring and colluding.
Oh my God.
Oh my
Stop
God.
it. Stop it, you dummy.
Now, prosecutors have said that Carney and Reed have been communicating, but at this point, she
And of course, it's Channel 5.
is
Of
not
course,
charged
yep.
with witness
Brian
intimidation.
Albert's
Recently, the
attorneys
prosecutors confirmed that a federal
channel.
investigation into potential misconduct connected to the Reed case concluded without charging Proctor or anyone else. His family say that the feds checked 5 years worth of personal emails and text messages and found no other problems. Live in
Are you-
Canton, David Beanick,
Oh,
WCBB
oh my
News.
God. Oh my God. I have so much to say. Like,
Please.
first of all, I love this new line that Courtney Proctor and Elizabeth Proctor have been running with, that the state police and the federal authorities federal investigators have both investigated and they found no corruption, no cover-up. They found that Karen Reed didn't murder John O'Keefe.
Right. Yeah.
So
what
what
are you
does that
talking about?
mean? Like, it's like, yeah, the feds investigated and they also found zero evidence of Karen Reed's guilt. So
Yeah,
is your
like-
husband just totally incompetent or is he corrupt? Because, by the way, both options means he should not be a police officer.
Completely and totally agree. Y'all, things just went up a notch, my friends. There he is, folks. What's up, buddy?
What's up, buddy? How are you?
How we doing? Doing good, man. Doing
All
good.
right, how about you? Oh, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Of course, man. You're
Is that
always
Olivia I
welcome.
see
You're
there?
right. That is Olivia. You're on with
Hello.
just being Olivia right now.
Hi, Olivia.
Oh, you're going through a tunnel or something, man.
Did I lose you guys?
I can hear
sorry,
you
is it
now.
bad? I'm driving right now.
I was
It's
gonna say
better
the
now.
connection's almost as good as the time that the only other time I think we've spoken on, which was on your live stream, Glare, and it was when right after you had been put in jail.
Jail.
You remember that?
Yeah, I remember it well. That was day 25. Day 25 of jail.
Oh, that's
It was
right.
I was so
Wow.
worried. Yeah, I was
That's
so worried I
right.
was going to lose my phone privileges after that.
Yep.
Tim Brady wasn't too thrilled with that. I'm like, I don't fucking know. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going live, you know.
Yeah. So, Bettero was on earlier and I let him know that you were going to jump up here and he was like, tell him to make sure he behaves. I'm like, that's your job, motherfucker. You,
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm going to turn him loose.
I don't make shit easy for them. That's for sure. They get their money's worth from me. Yeah. But yeah, that was pretty cool that Karen Reed came on earlier. That was amazing to see, actually.
Yeah.
So, like, full video, that's a first.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was I felt so grateful that she took the time to show gratitude to all of us for
I think vice versa.
this.
I think she came on because she's so grateful and wanted to express that gratitude to everybody. So
That's what I meant. That's what I was saying. Yeah. That I was grateful that she was so grateful to to come on here and tell everybody. It was she does that, and it's really refreshing.
Nah, like her positivity infuriates them the most. You know what I mean? That she'll go on there and, because murder defendants don't typically do that. And so it's
Right.
but this is obviously very different. She's not your normal murder defendant. That's why there's thousands of people outside supporting her. And there will be, by the way, at the next trial too, even with this stupid buffer zone that's Spanky. I mean, this guy realize have you read the new buffer zone thing that he wants?
Insane.
Yeah, I read about half of it, and then guests started piling in. But yeah, it was insane, crazy.
Yeah, so like basically how he wants the ability for cops to like rough people up now, and he wants more importantly, we all gathered by that area by the church, like on the public sidewalk. Like so they set up this buffer zone, 200 feet. Okay, fine. We will literally camp out right next to it, and nobody fucking violated this. Not a single person from our side went inside the fucking buffer zone and said anything Free Karen Reed related. Nobody fucking did that. The only people who ever violated the sanctity of the buffer zone, to my knowledge, were JLR, that woman Jill Dunmead Albritton, who was Joe Krowski's cousin who yelled at Karen Reed, and the Food Stamp 5. Those are the only ones that violated the sanctity of the so-called buffer zone. And so they put us in this, we went to this area, and you saw where we were over there in that area, harming no one. You know what I mean? A bunch of people watching the trial. There was barbecues every day, catered. Like, everybody came together. It was a beautiful thing. And it was on the sidewalk that abuts the church. So, like, we weren't on private property. We were on the public sidewalk, whatever. So now Spanky doesn't like that. And he's using this Ryan Piotrowski foreman guy who said in his fucking affidavit that, I could hear people outside. That's not what Ronnie said. Ronnie said he could only hear people when Karen Reed was coming in and people were cheering. So it's like there was no rowdy crowd outside. So Spanky is using that to extend the buffer zone on that side of the courthouse so that we can no longer be anywhere near that church. It's like, bro, people aren't going to go away, right? Like, they're still going to be, we got to go somewhere. So now you're forcing people to go the other way towards the center of fucking town. You think all those businesses in the center of Dedham want hundreds of people milling around? Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you're not solving any problem. Like, I don't know how to make
You're creating other problems.
Yeah. In case you haven't fucking figured out yet, we're not going anywhere. That's not happening.
Right.
So like if you think that's going to accomplish this, then you're fucking wrong. Like, it's just going to cause more problems for somebody else.
The bedlam, as Hanky would say.
The bedlam. Yeah, there's bedlam outside. It's like that pisses me off. It's like I'm there every day. It's a bunch of women and children asking me to take selfies with them, and Rita with her pom-poms, and like that was the fucking bedlam that she was. And Dennis in a fucking dressed as Auntie Bev, and Dina out there, and Erica Walsh, and all these great boots on the ground people, and Scott McGinnis, and I could go on and on and on with the list. I don't want to leave anyone out. But it's like
how many hours does Tom alone have documented of just being outside that courthouse? Every hearing, think about that.
Mm-hmm.
Every hearing, and like there's no incident. Like it is memorialized that there is nothing wrong going on outside that courthouse.
Right. And by the end, I had almost established a relationship with the people I call my babysitters, the state troopers who were on full-time Turtle Boy duty. And, we got along with them. Like we saw them every day for 3 months. And Murph, the lieutenant, everybody liked him. Nobody liked Sergeant Hardo. And like we knew like we could shoot the breeze with some of them, and everything was fucking fine. Like, so this idea that this like we were this rowdy crowd. It's a lie. Everything this is slimy, greasy, nerdy motherfucker says is a lie. He's such a fucking filthy piece of shit. And at the end of the day, he's gonna lose, and he's got to go back into private practice. And I just want to let Spanky know, though, this will not be forgotten. What you've done, Spanky. There's like you want. Okay, I don't want to say too much. I'm just gonna leave it at that. I don't want to get Bettero in trouble. But Spanky knows what that means. Okay, Spanky knows what that means. And once there's once you can no longer hide behind this witness intimidation bullshit that you like to do, and once the trial is officially fucking over, and you're just your average run of the mill mob lawyer piece of shit, and I'm just your average award-winning journalist, just understand that things are going back to normal. Okay, because right now it's not normal. Right now it's like I'm always on thin fucking ice. I can't say anything. You know what I mean? I can't be myself around these people. I always got to worry about it. But it's not going to be. I'm going to be back to full Turtle Boy when this is all over.
I love
There's
it.
that. Yeah.
I
I
love
mean,
it.
Hanky he wants to call it bedlam. He should look at what was going on outside of the courthouse at the Daniel Penny trial. If he thinks this is pink pom-poms are bedlam,
yeah,
he needs a real reality check.
Yep.
And by the way, there was no buffer zone for the Daniel Penny trial. And you want to know a fun fact? In Norfolk County, there hasn't been a buffer zone instituted since I think it was 2016, I want to say. And it was for, oh gosh, I'm forgetting, the puppy doe trial. This guy abused a puppy. Okay, so there's all of the PETA and animal activists outside the courthouse who are protesting the defendant, obviously. This is very different. In Karen's case, there's not protesters who are I mean, yeah, now there's a few who sometimes show up, but there's not protesters who are anti the defendant, right? But with the puppy doe trial back in Norfolk County, in 2016, in that case, the defense asked for the buffer zone because the PETA and animal rights activist protesters obviously would be prejudicial to their client. But I couldn't find in that case, it wasn't the prosecution asking for it. And the notable difference is that the reason it was being asked for is because the protesters were prejudicial to the defendant or the defense. Everything is completely the opposite in this case.
Right.
I mean, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way it normally is. Usually it's the defendant who needs to be ensured a fair trial. Now it's the Commonwealth constantly whining about, well, we can't get a fair trial. And then they mask it in we need to make sure Karen Reed gets a fair trial.
Exactly.
Fuck about
It's
that.
disgusting.
Yeah.
They use that to justify them robbing her of her rights and robbing everybody else out front of their First Amendment rights.
Yeah, it's like one of their in limine filings. They like you always say, Aiden, they love to hide behind the kids. And in this one filing where they're asking to keep out bad character evidence, they make the filing so that it's to keep out bad character evidence about the victim and the witnesses. And it's there was never any bad character evidence about John O'Keefe. So why are you even including that in this filing? Because you want to conflate it with your witnesses who have major credibility issues and a lot of bad character evidence. Nobody was ever talking badly about John O'Keefe. But if you include that in your motion in limine filing, it suddenly becomes sympathetic, right? I mean, it's so disingenuous.
Yeah, this idea that we're standing outside, they're booing the O'Keefes, doing all this. It's just a fucking lie, and it's infuriating because the judge will take it at face value, anything that they say.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just and there's nothing you can do about it. It's we all know it's a lie. The whole world, the internet knows it's a fucking lie. But the person who matters, the person who has the power, is sitting there, and she doesn't give a fuck. And that's kind of the theme of the whole Karen Reed trial to begin with. Everybody in America believes Karen Reed's innocent, 95% of the public. But yet the people who have the guns and the power are yeah, but what are you going to do about it? We have the guns and the power, so fuck Karen Reed. That's kind of what they've done. So Anyway, I'm really looking forward to this. I'm after seeing these two witnesses today that Hanky opposed to. Oh boy, do I feel a lot better than I did before, because they are coming out guns ablazing. Talk about two perfect witnesses. You know, like everybody's been saying that Karen Reed needs somebody from law enforcement who can testify that this was not a normal fucking investigation. That it was it was bad by design. You know, and the Garrett Wing guy, we all love that fucking guy. He's amazing, and like. They will have
amazing,
and you have to wonder who are the other 6 witnesses that we don't know about yet. That the expert witnesses, they're probably going to be fucking awesome. And Spanky's coming back with Judd the Chud, who he referenced his goddamn PowerPoint like it's freaking 2006 doing goddamn PowerPoints. So he's going to show us in a PowerPoint how Karen Reed ran John O'Keefe over a car. Can't wait to see it. Can't wait.
Right.
So we got him. We got Man Shannon, Bits and Bites, and then we got. The new guy, the dog guy, YouTube dog boy, Jimmy, Uncle Jim. So we're gonna have all those guys, you know. So Crosby, that's right. So I'm not worried about those guys at all. I'm worried about how Hank will portray them. But I think that these new witnesses are just going to be so fucking effective. And so, like, God bless Dr. Russell and God bless Dr. Sheridan, but they're old. You know, and it's like they don't have the fight in them. Like that guy Garrett Wing's got the fight in him. You know he's going to be great. You know he's going to be unimpeachable. You know he's going to just have perfect answers for everything in response. He's not going to get flustered. It's going to be awesome.
All right, while I got you on here, Aiden, let me shift gears, but spark another rant from you here.
Okay.
So we're a little under 20 minutes away from this new documentary from starting. And we watched an interview with this Terry person.
Yeah.
And I know you wrote an article about it. Any thoughts that you want to share with everybody about
my
this
thoughts
person?
are kind of in the article. I did not.
I didn't go over the article, so I just figured while I got you on here.
Yeah, it's a good time. So, Terry lied. That's what pissed me off that made me want to write it. I read her Hollywood Reporter thing, and she acted like she didn't have me in the documentary because, of my charges and I'm damaged goods, and like she was too good to have me on. That's a lie. They pursued me. And I got the receipts. I showed the emails. Like, these people wanted me on there badly. And I didn't go on. And,
why didn't you go on?
Because I was under contract with another fucking documentary.
Oh, that's right.
I mean,
that's
honestly,
right.
I was a little upset with Karen when I got out. And I'm like, I thought it was a bad business move on her part at the time. And I think I've been proven right with that, because I'm like, her and I realistically should have signed a deal with the same fucking producer, because your value to streaming services that way. It's like, I got exclusive rights to Turtle Boy and Karen Reed. Like, whoever that producer was would have unlimited bargaining power with every streaming service available. But because she went and did her own thing and I'm doing my own thing over here, it's like, well, we're weaker that way. You know what I mean? And it's like, and so now she kind of rushed into it and she got stuck with this woman from Unsolved Mysteries. Like, what's next? America's Most Wanted? Like, was John Walsh busy?
John Walsh.
Yeah. So like Unsolved, like, what is this, 1996 Unsolved fucking Mysteries? Anyway, so like she signed with them, and I wrote about it, the anecdote in my story, but like she had told me something like the day before the final day, and she told me that there's only 3 witnesses left, and I'm like, oh, cool. And then she came up to me and she's like, wait, I wasn't supposed to tell you that. You can't repeat that. And I'm like, I can't unhear that. I'm like, I'm a reporter you told something to. We're not best friends. I don't owe you anything. And then she's like, you're going to do me like that? And I'm like, what? And so I protect her anyway. So I went up to Dave Yannetti and I was like, hey, Dave, how many witnesses do you have left? And he's like, 3. I'm like, okay, cool. Who are they? So like, I got out of it. I got her out of a jam, and she didn't appreciate it. And I'm like, you fucking, she was still mad at me. And so before that, she was kind of kissing my ass, trying to get me in the documentary. So her going on there, just saying that, pissed me off. And I know that she had a falling out with Karen because she was under the impression that this would be an acquittal like everyone else did. And when it wasn't, she was like mad at Karen's team. Like, I thought you said it was going to be an acquittal. Yeah. And so And so after that, the documentary, that's when she had not interviewed Plevin or any of these motherfuckers prior to that. So
that says everything that she
Yes,
interviewed
that's-
Plevin and
and-
Klottendorfer.
That's it. That's all you need to know. And Tara Kerrigan, Lost at Sea, that one. Like they're all douchebags. Like we know what Brendan Kane is gonna say. John was a salt of the earth guy, great guy, awesome guy, took care of his kids. Same, we all agree on that. Doesn't like that is such a talk about distractor. When they start talking about what a great guy John was, that is a distraction from the issue here. We all agree John's a great guy, right? The issue here is who killed him, and it wasn't Karen Reed.
Right.
And so stop fucking saying that. You know, it's like they say nothing of substance, these fucking people, and they're not interesting, any of them. I mean, Plevin's a joke. The fact that that's the best they could find. Although I am enjoying the fact that has created drama in their little subset of the internet, because Kevin made a comment, I guess, saying that like I was the only one out there speaking the truth, and now like the wine lady and all the others like we were fucking on the train too. You know, like we actually were hating on Karen Reed too. So I am enjoying watching them fucking get mad at each other. But yeah, I mean, Plevin is just, you know, I'm not a grifter while I go on every fucking podcast. You know what I mean? Like,
then is writing a book about the case.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. What's up, Melanie?
It's a party now.
Oh,
it's a party now.
Hello.
Slancha.
Wow.
If you don't have a purse that's shaped like a beer, what do you have for St. Patty's Day, my friends?
I'm trying to tell you, dude.
What?
This is wild,
No
man.
way.
Uh-huh.
We're
Way.
8 hours and 45 minutes into this live stream, man, and I'm feeling good. And I'm on like no sleep, but for some reason, man, I'm good to go for now. Yeah, I mean, it's just been great guest after great guest and great conversation after great conversation. Karen Reed showed up. It was Annie
Saw that.
Elise from 10 to Life showed up.
Oh, she was on too.
Yeah.
She was on this shit early on too. You know what I mean? She made that video. She's excellent.
Right.
Yeah.
And she covered Sandra Birchmore early on too.
Yeah. She's just like, when you watch her thing, you're like, you can't stop watching her.
But she's not caught up. She's not as caught up on this as we are. So we kind of like bombarded her with all this information. She was just like, you know, like she's like, if I had some sort of, I was like, oh, so she's got a spreadsheet. I'm going to send it to you. She's like, yeah, I'm definitely going to catch up on this because this sounds insane.
I can't wait to see her update video.
If you don't keep up with this in real time, you're going to get lost, especially if you're covering other cases as much as she does.
Think of just the last like what 24 hours, how much has happened. Like it's just every day, you know.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy.
I saw Karen smile for the first time today on your show, for the first time in like maybe ever. Maybe one other day in court she smiled when like something good happened, but you know, she's got to really watch her facial expressions in court because, you know, everyone's going to pick on every expression she makes. But I screen recorded it because when I saw her come on, I rewound it and she smiled so much when she came on the show earlier when she was sitting in the car. So good on you guys for making her smile, because nobody deserves to smile more than she does. And finally, when this shit show, if it's ever over, there's gonna be a lot more smiling than that.
I know. I think about that a lot. I think about how good it's gonna feel.
Yeah.
It's gonna be one of the best feelings.
Yeah, and you, Aiden, you've put so much into this, and you've sacrificed so much, putting so much into this that feeling is going to be that much sweeter than everyone else's.
Yeah, it's the mental aspect of it, man. It's just
right.
Like that's what I'm looking forward to. Not being on bail, not constantly being worried about like what's Brian Tully trying to jam me up on today. You know, not. I mean, Karen Reed, like, think of what's not having to see Auntie Bev next week. Like, it's been her life for 3 years. And so it's like, we could all use a break like this to end. Like, the train needs to stop. Like, it needs to end. And hopefully, within 3 months, it will be ending for her and maybe for me, too, if these charges are dismissed. But it will be the biggest freaking relief, man. The biggest relief.
Have you guys talked about...
Sorry, real quick, Melanie, just real quick. Guys, Aiden's defense fund link is in the description. I have Karen's pinned to the top of the chat, but Aiden's is in the description. So if you want to show Aiden some support, I mean, he's going through a hell of a lot too. So if you guys can find it in your hearts to throw Aiden some support, man, I would personally find it very appreciative.
It's cool. I don't want to divert resources away from Karen Reed like that. You know what I mean? It's like she's fighting a much bigger fight than me, but I appreciate that.
Yeah, man. Yeah, of course.
Did you guys see the new buffer zone motion? Because did you see how they worked Aiden's new charges into that buffer zone motion as an excuse for needing a new buffer zone? And so, Aiden, I just want to say that number one, I want it on the record that if I was with the two of you guys at CF McCarthy's, I would have grabbed you both by the ear and I would have yanked you the hell away from that place. And first of all, I would have said, let's not even go to CF McCarthy's in the first place. For the record, number one. Number two,
unwise.
It makes me feel like these charges were brought against you for this sole purpose of making this buffer zone motion because...
Well, that's pretty good luck. Don't you think?
Right?
Well, you know what your problem is, Melanie, is that you don't appreciate good T-Rex arms. You don't appreciate good T-Rex arms.
That was really funny. That was funny, but
boys, it seems like this charge was brought because they're so desperate to use anything to revoke Aiden's bail, and what better a time than when the trial's about to start.
Oh yeah, you read his report. He wanted me arrested that day. Luckily, the clerk turned him down.
Unbelievable.
Because he knew
bizarre.
He wanted me arrested as I walked into court for my motion to dismiss. He wanted the optics of that.
Oh yeah, that was the whole idea. Like cuff him on the way out of court.
Yeah,
that's exactly what they wanted.
I didn't give it to him.
And you're back tomorrow, right? You're back tomorrow
at noon tomorrow. I'll be in Stoughton District Court for my arraignment. We don't know, what they're going to do. My lawyer doesn't think that they're going to try to revoke bail, but you just never know with these guys. And we'll fight it if they try. So keep me in your thoughts.
Well, it's Stoughton, so those are all the judges that were on Michael Morrissey's private burner email account, right?
Well, it's Judge Walsh, normally the guy there, and he's the one that dismissed the charges against Schiffer and denied the Jennifer McCabe order.
Oh.
He's on vacation this week.
Oh, shoot.
I got a wild card judge tomorrow, so.
Oh, fuck.
But no,
that sucks.
It'll be fine.
I mean, the charge is ridiculous.
The charge is ridiculous.
And the statute's pretty clear about revoking bail, that you have to be a threat to the, a physical threat to the victim. So like when I had my bail revoked, even though it was untrue, on paper, I'm charged with assault and battery on a pregnant person. So it's like, that's what the judge sees. With this, I mean, the judge is going to be like, so he's playing grab ass and talking to a camera to another grown man. Like that's the
no, take the grab ass out of it.
Wait. They for that, when they revoked her bail that time, they said not only was it assault, but also on a pregnant person. So it was like fake victim and also fake pregnancy.
Yeah,
right.
Olivia, not only that, when we appealed it to the SJC to try to get early release on there, that's what we argued, that I'm not a physical threat. And so Judge McCollum had to respond to this, to the SJC inquiry, and he wrote why he revoked bail. He said that because he assaulted a pregnant woman, and it's oh my god, it's just that was his justification for that, because he had to rationalize it, So
I didn't know that they had used that enhancement. I thought it was just the assault thing, but they also added that enhancement in. Wow.
Yeah, that was to keep me in, and because they wanted to make me sound more dangerous than whatever. It's just tomorrow there is no charge of that. There was no charge of assault tomorrow. I wasn't arrested. It happened 2 weeks ago. How serious could it be? If this is so, and we have a motion to dismiss filed. So we'll see. I just want to. I'll feel a lot better when it's over, and I can take a deep breath and focus on the Canary.
And Bradel did a brilliant job of arguing that motion to dismiss when I was there. That was just amazing.
He's amazing.
That was, I thought that went very well, that hearing. I think that when I rewatched it, I was too messed up mentally from the new charge to really enjoy it at the time. But the rewatching it, and you're like, oh wow, that actually went really well. When you listen to the questions that Judge Doolin asked, It was like he was giving Bradle softballs to just hit out of the park that he just knew all the answers to. And then he's asking Cosgrove, like he started with the Buchanan one, you know, he's like, and even Cosgrove's like, yeah, that one's kind of borderline.
Can you imagine a prosecutor admitting in court, like,
Yeah.
that one, that one's not it. That one's kind of a joke.
Yeah.
I mean,
Doolin gets it
wow.
though. I like him. I like Doolin. I think he gets it.
Yeah.
And I think he's, all about the First Amendment. I think he thinks the whole thing is BS. And I think you have a good shot of getting that case dismissed.
I think the longer it takes, the better, because that means he's coming up with something really profound and writing it. Like it's been almost 2 weeks now. And so every day I check, but because this is, I mean, getting rid of felony indictments is, you got to explain yourself if you're going to do that. So, whereas like, I feel like if he wanted to reject our deny our motion to dismiss, he could have done that by now. It wouldn't take much. So the longer, the better, as far as I'm concerned.
It was so refreshing, though, hearing a judge finally asking the pertinent questions. I mean, it's like with Judge Bev, she has grave concerns over the things that are not consequential or material to the case, but she's not asking questions about all the Brady violations, all the Brady evidence that just seems to keep coming in, and there's no explanation behind it. Hearing Judge Doolin asking all of the pertinent questions was very refreshing and reassuring.
Now we got 5 minutes till this thing starts. So again, I'm not going to stream it here on YouTube, but we are going to watch it together in real time. So you'd have to play it on your own device, and we all just kind of watch it, comment on it here and there.
Is it only streaming live on Discovery ID? Because when I went on to Max, I didn't see it on Max.
No, it's Discovery ID. I could send you a link to what I'm going to be watching it on here.
Okay, cool. I have it. I mean, I have it on my television, but it's like behind me. So
okay.
I'm taping it.
But
I don't know if is Discovery ID. Do they have a website too that you can watch it
on? No, this is like a bootleg website.
Yeah, I don't want any sort of viruses.
No.
I'm good.
No, okay. All right.
Kidding.
But you don't have to download it.
My computer is slow enough.
Yeah, you wouldn't be downloading it. It just streams.
All right, I may jump off and watch it and then come back and talk about it with you.
Okay.
But it is on. I have FiOS, and so they have it. Does Max doesn't? Max isn't streaming it.
Max is going to stream it tomorrow.
Got it.
We can hear you, Aiden. Okay, he can't hear us.
I do. I'm taping it. It's on my DVR. It's my DVR.
Okay.
I'm actually gonna have to run in like a minute, but you're gonna keep going here, right? Like in this, you're gonna keep this.
Yeah. It's just that people in the chat, anybody who's got investigation Discovery that can watch it live. I mean, it's gonna be commercials too. But dude, so far, real quick, we've raised almost $20,000 so far, people.
Amazing.
This is amazing.
Yay. Yay, everyone, for donating.
Yeah, I gotta give us a round of applause.
These experts are expensive.
Yep. Nice work. Nice job, Will.
This has been an amazing live. I feel so blessed to have been a part of this with everyone, man. Like, this is great. And we still got 3 hours left.
How about Garrett Wing? Oh, Aiden's gone. I was going to say, how about Garrett Wing, everybody?
Amazing, amazing, Melanie.
Great, right?
Shit, yeah, we did lose.
Very excited to see that.
I'm honestly so excited about that, because after seeing him, thanks to you on your channel, I found him to be incredibly compelling. He has like the perfect background. His background is shaped in such a way that makes him perfect witness or perfect expert for this kind of thing. And he works with the same type of dogs, German Shepherd. I love the amount of nuance he got into with like how the bites differ if there's clothing in between, or if there's no sleeve, or if there's a thick sweatshirt. I mean, that kind of stuff matters here. And so that is very exciting.
Yeah. And that was I interviewed him in January 2024. And you know why I did, right? Because Jennifer Coffendorfer tried to make me look like a jerk on Court TV. And I'm like, I got to find somebody to show that she's a jerk. And so I did.
It's amazing how she like walks back everything that she says. I mean, back when you guys were both on Court TV together for that
Mhm.
segment, she was like she was like laughing as though, oh, how ridiculous of you to say that those could be dog bites. Like, I'm not believing it unless it comes from a qualified expert, like a medical examiner or a doctor or a dog bite expert. And now, how many we've got, like Dr. Marie Russell, who's a former pathologist, emergency doctor, and expert, wound identification specialist.
Mhm.
And then we've got Garrett Wing, and then I mean, also I think Frank Sheridan even testified to it at the first trial. But
Yep.
now Coffindoffer moves the goalposts, and she suddenly thinks that Crosby is, the the end all be all.
Well, did you see how she started protecting her Karen Reed tweets? Nobody's allowed to comment on them anymore unless they're tagged.
Oh,
But she
really?
says, "Oh, you guys are
Wow.
probably blocked, so you can't see."
Yeah,
But
I
she
am.
said, she's like, "Oh,
Coffindoffer?
yeah." If
Yeah.
she's blocked all of her Karen Reed tweets, but she says in her tweets, "Oh, if anybody wants to comment, just let me know, and I'll let you comment." So, but
What?
yeah,
It's so bizarre.
Wow.
it's so
Like an echo
bizarre.
chamber.
None of her other tweets are protected or whatever they call it when you don't let people comment.
I guess she
Only the
just
Karen
thinks
Reed ones.
that's her way of like, I guess celebrating that she's hot shit on this documentary or something.
No,
I
because
mean,
she's afraid of people, I guess, attacking her
right.
about Karen Reed because people have had enough. People have
What'd you
had
It's
go on
enough
not,
of her
it's
TV?
just,
What'd you fucking
bullshit
go
that
on
she's
TV
spewing.
for then? Yeah, what'd you go on TV for if you can't handle the
Yeah.
criticism?
well, if she allowed people to comment, then other people would see that she's full of crap and that
Mhm.
the stuff that she's saying in her posts is just not true, misinformed,
Right.
and you can't have that. I mean, the DA's office, they were so excited about her huge following and how she was, debunking parts of the conspiracy theory.
Yep.
So, God forbid you have people confronting her with truth in the
It's
comments.
starting. Okay, it's starting. So you're not going to play
Here
it
we
though,
go.
right? Everyone's saying that it's starting.
No, we're
Okay, I'm
just
gonna
gonna
sneak
listen.
off.
Okay, I'm going to sneak
Okay.
off too. I just want to say they asked me to participate in this documentary also, and I was like, yeah, no. No. What's in it for me?
Okay.
Like, what are you gonna do? I have no like say over the final edit, and you can you can cut it to say whatever I say, like whatever you want. No, I'm out. And they
Wise
wanted me to come
move.
to Dedham on my own time. I mean, no, I didn't do it. So
Right.
anybody who was cut out of it, just count your blessings. You were probably very, very lucky. Good luck. I'll come back to you. Bye, Olivia. It was good to
All
see
right.
you.
Bye,
All right, bye,
Thank
Will.
you,
You're
Margaret.
guys.
on your own,
Thank
kid.
you,
You're
Will.
on your
All
own,
right.
kid.
Thank
Bye.
you. Like Hillary Rodham Clinton. Look at Nathan, dude. It's so wild to see them as kids. I just realized that anybody watching this on a replay is gonna be bored as fuck. T-Rex arms. Yeah, that's why I'm not streaming it. Damn bummer, JFK. Sorry, man. Oh god. This lady. Look at this photograph. Oh god. Didn't she date him for like a week or some shit? No, you don't. You do that just to fucking get fucking attention. Yes. If you guys are if any of my members are in Discord, Sherry's streaming it in Discord, so you can actually watch it. I'm just staying live, and we'll comment some more when it's on commercial break. But yeah, if you're catching this on a replay, this is gonna be completely boring because you're not listening to this in real time on another device. Wow. It's kind of fucked up. You gonna put my man out there like that? Yes, I'm fully aware that I'm live right now, but I can't play this the special. Like, you guys are gonna have to listen to it in real time on your own device because I can't stream it. So I'm just giving commentary. Like I said, if you're watching this on a replay, it's gonna be really boring because okay, so it's commercials now. Yeah, I mean, the thing is about this is, like, it's gonna be, it's gonna basically just be, stuff that we know already. Most of it's gonna be stuff we know. Um, so, and it's really important that they, really, paint a very vivid picture of John O'Keefe, who he was, because at the end of the day, this is why we're here. We want justice for John O'Keefe. Um, the justice starts with Karen Reed, being free. Um, but you know, it's important to keep John's memory alive and keep him in mind when we're wanting to get Karen Reed exonerated. Let me see real quick where we're at. I don't have a total, but I mean, well, I have a total. I just don't have a total for how much we've raised today. But we're at $780,560. This is wild. And then I'll just keep refreshing it. Commercials are stupid. Yeah, no, I realize that, but I mean, I'm gonna be quiet and just kind of sitting here because I'm listening. So like if you're in Boston, then you're watching along with me on your TV or a secondary device. Um, but yeah, Oh yeah, we've guys. I know that we've raised almost $20,000 just on this stream alone. Um, mind blowing. You guys are fucking dope. Like, you guys are amazing. This has been a hell of a stream, and I'm really glad that we did this. And there's not a group of people that I would rather do something like this with. You guys are incredible. I am so proud of my community, and I'm so proud of the entire Karen Reed Turtle Book community. This is just, yeah, it's a hell of a thing to be a part of, and I'm really grateful that you guys let me be a part of it. I don't know why my sound is fading in and out. It could be the sound from this. Um,
Homicide Hunter, American Detective. American Detective.
Hold on, I'm gonna refresh. Okay, that should be a little bit better. The sound may still be a little wonky, but I turned down the mic a little bit so that it's not picking up. That's what's happening. It's picking up the speakers from my headphones. See, I will say that this is the first time they're showing this stuff. I mean, that's true. I well, no, I didn't drink the first time I went to Canton. This is on ID channel right now. Investigation Discovery. Yeah, you could watch it on HBO Max too, probably. Right. Oh God, shut up. $20,000, guys. We hit the $20,000 mark, people. I mean, that is incredible. I've never even seen $20,000, bro. Oh, I'm behind. Coffin Doofus hasn't come on yet. I see it in the chat. Yeah, I've got a delay. Jesus, dude. Have they showed Yannetti yet? I just want to be where everybody else is at. Yeah, because I got it without commercials, so I pulled it up on HBO Max. Fuck the world, since I'm not streaming it. There you go. Yeah, right now Karen just brought up Kevin Spacey. Yeah, if you're watching it with commercials, I'm ahead of you. If you're watching it without commercials, I might be a little behind you. Now here comes Alan Jackson. No. Yeah, of course he wasn't hit by a car. The war room. Like they're totally like that. Like Alan Jackson's always busting Karen's balls. It's fucked up. Like constantly. It's really funny. Oh yeah, everybody's all over the place right now. There's no way we're all watching this in real time right now. Close enough. A guilty person doesn't question herself like that. I mean, look at all those cops, and none of them go to court. What does that tell you? Well, that's great. Where are they now? Wow, dude. All right. So if you're a member and you're not in my Discord, email your membership proof to this email. I'm dropping in the chat, and you can watch it live with Cherry in my Discord. Riveting content, y'all. You get to watch me eat a donut. Wow. This is crazy. Now, I know I'm going to lose some of you viewers, but I've got Gonzo backstage. And I'm going to bring him on. So I'm going to watch the rest of this later. We got Gonzo. What's up, buddy? Oh, wait, your sound's not connected. I thought you were ready. My bad. You're muted. He's not ready yet. 1 second. He even told me to keep him backstage until he was ready. I thought he was ready. My bad. Yeah, so this little watch party didn't work out exactly how I wanted to. Because some people are watching it on Max without commercials, some people are watching it with commercials, everybody's behind, some people are ahead. So we're just gonna go ahead with the stream, continue with guests, and keep this fundraiser going. Yes, we can hear you. What's up, Godzo?
Let's go. I'm talking
Yes,
about.
Yeah, man. How we doing, dude?
Good, man. I'm really good. Looks like I might be lagging a little bit. Is that right?
You don't seem like you're lagging at all.
Okay, cool. So I was kind of intimidated to jump in when you had all those smart people. I'm glad that there's nobody on right now, so the IQ is at my level.
Yeah, well, right now most people are watching. I had 3,000 people strong in here for hours and hours. Crazy stream, man. But
yeah, I was watching that. Yeah, it was good stuff, man.
Yeah, I'm so grateful. And but yeah, we were watching this new Karen Reed documentary that aired tonight, but you could stream it on Max and you can watch it live on ID, and some people are doing one or the other. And so so if you guys really want to watch it right now, if you're a member, email Cherry. Here's the email. I'm dropping it in chat again. Send your proof of membership to Cherry, and Cherry will send you an invite to the Discord, and you can watch it live at a watch party in my Discord right now. And but in the meantime, I'm gonna hang out with Gonzo. We're gonna talk.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah,
What's
buddy.
up, homie?
Dude, I'm telling you, I can't believe how much stuff is happening lately. And it's hitting us from every direction, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's kind of hard to digest everything that's coming down the pipe, right? And thank God for people like you and people that are streaming that break it down for us guys and ladies and gentlemen that don't quite understand what's happening, but they make it to where you can bite into it and digest it and it makes sense. And everything that I've been watching and watching the prosecution, it just seems like they're really trying to muddy the waters even more for the
Right.
potential next jury pool, you know?
Right. It seems like that's what's so back-asswards about it is why is the prosecution trying to muddy the water? Shouldn't they be the ones trying to get to the truth and keep the defense from muddying the waters? But what they're doing is the defense are the ones that are trying to get evidence. They're trying to get to the truth, and the prosecution's muddying the waters, and yet they're calling it the defense muddying the waters, which is super bizarre.
Now, listen, I wouldn't put it past Hanky Panky to use that as a strategy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's what he's doing.
I hope, and correct me if I'm wrong, Blair, but I hope that the defense uses a lot more visual aids, especially when it comes to like the ARCA, if they're allowed to come through and present their evidence, use more of eye type of stimulants, right? more tools that people can remember, because people remember things by looking at things, see how
Right.
things got processed. So I hope they bring a lot more tools to the table so they can really break it down for the jurors and say, hey, look, there's no possible way that this type of injury happened by this vehicle. You know?
Well, yeah. So you're saying specifically the ARCA guys,
Yeah.
paint a more like use visual aids when explaining. Yeah. I could see that absolutely, because I know like the defense did a really good job of this throughout their case. Showing the video footage of Karen Reed's SUV backing into John O'Keefe's Traverse, the Sally Port inverted video, which was submitted by the prosecution. But they pointed these things out, and that was working real well to paint a good picture for the jury. But you're right. The ARCA experts being who they were, I think that played into being a problem. But I think the biggest problem with that was that they weren't allowed to say that the FBI hired them.
Well, that's the problem. When you are fighting a fight with one arm behind your back, you're not going to do too good. You might be okay, but the odds are against you. And it seems like the prosecution is always trying to dribble something new to the defense, right?
Yeah.
Throw a monkey wrench into the machine, right? So it's tricky,
Right.
and it's strategy, man. It's all strategy.
Yeah, it seems like Hank Brennan's entire strategy is just to try to cut the defense's legs out from under them. And that's really telling. When you don't really have a case, and that's the only strategy you seem to have, is to try to disable the defendant's defense, and you're violating her rights in the process. It's a big problem, on top of the fact that they're not only violating her rights, now they're going after her support and trying to violate her support's First Amendment rights with this latest motion.
Yeah. Dude, that's dirty. That's dirty, man. It's dirty fighting, dude.
It is. Like, they're talking about, like, Brennan's motion says to use physical force, to give permission to use physical force to anyone who's beyond the buffer zone wearing a Free Karen Reed t-shirt or a pink shirt, or that's crazy. That is just pure insanity.
You know what is happening? He's trying to save whatever jury pool there is out there, because it's dwindling fast, especially with all these little documentaries that are coming out where Karen Reed has the opportunity to say her side, right? That's what he's trying to do. He's just trying to make sure that there is a few people out there that will still be on his side when the shit comes down.
Agreed. And for those of you who don't know, this is Gonzo. He's from a channel called LV Cops TV. He's a retired Las Vegas police officer. Him and Brian and Steve is their producer, and they are absolutely fantastic. Like, I love hearing you guys talk about what you guys would have done had you gotten a call about a police officer in that situation, dying on someone's lawn in the middle of winter or whatever time of year. What you would have done and how you would have handled that. And it was, I've said this before, where I found you guys so refreshing, because in theory, I'm like, well, why didn't they knock on the door? Why didn't they rope off the street? Why didn't they, and you guys were like, this is exactly what we would have done. A dead cop, we would have blocked off the entire block.
Well, here's the
no one in or out.
Here's the problem, Claire. It's Cop 101, and they didn't do anything remotely close to that, right? If we would have learned at the scene that he was supposed to go into the house, right, and a couple of the first responders said that he looked like he was in a fight. Well, that would tell me that something happened in that house. Okay.
Exactly.
So now you're going to
Exactly.
do, now you're going to do a safety sweep of the house, right?
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's common sense. I'm not even a cop, and I know that the procedure generally would be, okay, there's not even, I mean, especially a cop, but it doesn't have to be a cop laying there. You're immediately what you're going to do is go, I need to find out if everybody else in the house is okay.
Exactly.
Find out if anybody else is hurt. Like
Exactly.
you're in life-saving mode. You're not in arrest mode. You're not even in investigation mode. You're in
Yep.
life-saving mode. So you see
Yep.
someone who needs critical medical attention laying on the lawn. Immediately, what you're going to do if you're a good person and your job is to preserve life, protect and serve, is to make sure everyone in the house is okay. And you're going to do that. You're going to knock on that door and you're going to go, I'm sorry, I need to come in and make sure everybody's okay.
Yep. And if nobody answers, you're booting the door in, right? Because you don't know,
Right.
you don't know the condition of the people that's in the house, right? Let's say hypothetically they open the door, right? You go in, now you're still, like you're saying, in rescue mode, but now you had reasonable suspicion to go into the house, right?
Right.
Now you're in the house, you're looking around, see what's a fray, see if there's like any chemicals that have been used to clean the house, right? At 2 o'clock in the morning, which they shouldn't be doing. Now you're building probable cause, right? You get probable
you're
cause.
trying to smell bleach or something to that effect, or ammonia.
You're using your five senses, right?
Right.
Use your five senses. Once you have enough evidence, probable cause to say, hey, something nefarious happened in this house, you freeze the house. You get everybody out. You call the judge. Hey, this is what we got. I need a search warrant. Done deal. Right?
Yeah.
Either
Yeah.
way, you can make entry to the house. So
it seems almost as if all actions were to deliberately avoid going into the house. That's what it seems like. I you know what I mean? I don't know what was said amongst everyone, but considering how long it took to actually take statements, considering that there was no effort to really memorialize these statements that were taken, and in the time frame that they were taken or not taken, even. I mean, you're looking at, you take all of this information and you're like, it seems like they were avoiding that house and speaking to anyone in it. Why? And it starts there.
Yeah.
And then it expands over the next 3 years. If you think about it as a whole, from an aerial perspective, right? You know, metaphorically speaking, you're looking at why is everyone protecting, even down to the judge? It seems like everyone is protecting the people inside 34 Fairview. Why?
That's
why is the DA? Why is the judge? What is going on? Why is the owner of 34 Fairview so important to protect?
It might be the secrets that he has.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Because the more and more I think about it, because I don't have any evidence, but what does that tell you instinctively as a cop?
Don't you dare speculate. Don't you dare speculate.
Sorry. But I mean, instinctively as a cop, wouldn't this raise your suspicions? Like, what is, maybe not, maybe if you're a detective, but instinctively, it seems like if you're looking at everything from as a whole, you know what I mean? It feels like, everyone seems to be somehow protecting in their own little weird deflective way, trying to protect someone in 34 Fairview. Even the people in 34 Fairview that night seem to be protecting Colin. Now I'm not saying that's what everyone's doing, but they're definitely protecting 34 Fairview and someone inside that house, and Brian Albert seems to be able to have those strings to be able to pull. He was the most cold sitting on that stand, which I found very strange.
Let me say
Uh,
this. Let me say this.
and had the
This
least to say. But
well,
go ahead.
this is remember, this is the first time this is brought to light, right? Maybe this is the normal standard operating procedure for this department. Let's protect our own at all costs,
Right.
right? So by them not doing what they should be doing, it's maybe that's how they do. Maybe that's their protocol, right?
Well, we all know it's no coincidence that Brian Albert and Chris Albert are brothers. Chris Albert is Canton Selectman. Well, he wasn't at the time, but you know, I mean, he became Selectman, so you know he had some kind of connections in the town. You know, some kind of pull, some kind of weight. And then you have Kevin Albert, who's a member of the Canton Police Department. You have Ken Berkowitz, who's buddies with the Alberts, and then you've got Brian Higgins, who's buddies with the Alberts, and he's buddies with Ken Berkowitz too. I mean, there's just all of these different, you know, it's what, you know, is commonly known as good old boy bullshit, but Massachusetts style.
Let's not forget about Morrissey. What's his involvement? Right.
And we were talking about this earlier when I had Mazza and a bunch of other people on here. Morrissey is what I referred to as the nucleus of all of this, the nucleus of the corruption. It all kind of stems out from Morrissey. You know, he's the one with the power, with the strings to be able to pull, you know?
Yeah.
But who's pulling his strings? Because it sure hell seems like Chris Albert has a direct line to his office and can kind of sick the dogs on him, being the Massachusetts State Police, on whoever he wants.
Well, we had some corrupt commissioners here in town, right? And when they
Not
went
Vegas, no way.
Yeah, for sure. And they were the old dudes, man. I mean, they were there for a minute. So you know that they had some dirt on other people, right? So I could see how if Morrissey was the godfather per se of this whole operation, when you have that kind of power, you have secrets. And you do what he says, or those secrets are going to come out, or you're going to be indicted on some other charges, whatever the case may be. But power is evil, man. It really is.
Right. Wow, only $145 away from 20,000, guys. I thought we hit. I'm just gonna listen to SD from now on. But $145 away from $20,000 raised in just under 10 hours, guys. This is crazy.
Dude, that picture of her looks just like her. I saw her today. I'm going, holy macaroni.
Yeah. Oh, look, they're busting your balls about not wearing green. Hey, give Gonzo a break, okay? Close enough. He's dressed like a tablecloth at an Italian restaurant. Leave him alone.
I'm not Irish. I'm Mexicano.
Yeah, there you go. He's a Chicano.
I should get you guys in trouble when you're celebrating Cinco de Mayo when you're not Mexican. How about that?
Yeah, exactly. I totally agree. Because it's just an excuse for us to drink a lot of tequila.
Exactly. All good though. No,
I celebrate your independence, Gonzo.
Viva Mexico.
Viva Mexico.
No, I appreciate what you're doing, Blair, and I think Mazza's going to do another run as well, right?
Yeah, Thursday. So I'm really excited about that. I'll be a guest on there. He does his a lot more organized than I do. I just throw links out to everybody. I'm just like, jump on when you can.
Hey, there's nothing better than free balling it, bro. Nothing better than free balling it, man. I'm telling you.
It's worked for 10 hours so far. I got to tell you, it's raised almost 20 grand.
Nice.
I've never even fucking seen 20 grand in my life. This is amazing. Like,
well,
it's
you'd
one of the
be
most important
surprised
things I've ever done.
You'd be surprised how much money flows through the tables of Las Vegas, my guy. I'm telling you.
I would imagine. Yeah, I could imagine.
Crazy. So I don't know. I think Brian might jump on a little bit later. I think he's got take care of some stuff at home, and then he'll jump on, help you carry the torch, right? Who do you got slated? Who you got slated coming up? Anybody later? Besides,
I still got Nan Gallagher scheduled to come up. soon. She's just taking care of her mommy and wifey business.
Yeah.
And then she's gonna jump on and hang out a little while. And maybe go over some of the motions. But man, the last couple of hours of going through motions after being live 10 hours, man, that's gonna be rough.
Yeah.
I might have to find a video to go over and just try to like find something to laugh at just so I
Yeah.
can stay up. Because I didn't even sleep last night, man. My insomnia hits me sometimes, and then it just of course happens the night before I got to do a 12-hour stream. So but I'm hanging in there, man. I'm hanging in there.
You gotta fight Mr. Sandman, dude. Don't let him creep up on you.
10 hours, only 2 hours to go. We're in the home stretch, baby. We're doing it.
This is what I want to know. What's the cost? If maybe the chat knows, but what's the cost to this point?
And Nurse Kim is coming too. So I forgot Nurse Kim is coming too. I'm sorry.
Oh,
So
let's
what's the
go.
cost
Of the Commonwealth's bill for this whole trial?
That's a great point. That's a great question. It's definitely however much that is, it's that much too much of the taxpayer dollars of Massachusetts. It's bad, you know. I mean, yeah, like it's so crazy. And Spanky got another, I think another 75K raise or something like that. I don't know what it was, but
yeah,
I forgot what it was, but he got more money, and I don't even know why. To do what? And like it's getting to a point, like I've seen comments of people who don't even really follow this case closely, who are like, you know, who actually believe Karen Reed actually did it. And they're like, all these taxpayers, all these taxpayer dollars wasted on a hit and run. Are you kidding?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, so even people who think she's guilty, who have common sense, who just haven't been following the details of the case, who just assume she's guilty because it's how people think sometimes, they're still, an anonymous person just got us to $20,000. Awesome.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah. And so those, I mean, they're even still, they're saying, why is my tax money going to this shit? It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Oh, Olivia says Spanky's getting paid $225K at this point.
Wow.
Dude.
The coffers of the Commonwealth must be deep, my guy.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, what in the fuck is going on?
Dude, there's a lot of cops up there that are getting paid over $200K. I'm moving to Canton, dude. I'm gonna come out of retirement and make me some money over there, son. Telling you.
I mean, dude, who knows what you got to do for it?
Nothing.
Nothing. Well, that's kind of my point. Even that is unacceptable for you. You're gonna be like, dude, like at least let me sweep the floor or something, bro. Like, what are you doing? Like, anybody with the slightest work ethic is gonna go, dude. What is this? What am I doing here?
Exactly.
Oh my God, the Goodmans gifted another 5 membership. Thank you so much.
Let's go. The Goodmans.
Now remember, if you guys
get
a membership and you guys want to watch this thing in real time, email Cherry with your proof of membership now, and she'll email you an invite to the Discord. And you could watch this thing live in the watch party.
You know, we've had some incidents here, Blair, where the public's been divided, pro police, pro, victim, right?
Right.
But it was short-lived. Once everything was brought up to light and whoever was guilty, right? The masses swayed to the other way. Yeah, okay, sent into prison, or the victim is like, oh my goodness, she's guilty at 100%, or whoever the victim is, right? But you guys over at the Commonwealth, Canton up there, they're so divided, and I just I don't understand what they're seeing that I'm not. The evidence doesn't support anything, right? Op work was shitty all the way.
Right.
How do you justify that?
They just pretend like everything was done right. That's what they're doing. It's the craziest thing. This is why It's like a surreal dream. That's why it's like Twilight Zone shit. Is because and it's why I word it like this, because it is accurate. Karen Reed is defending herself against an entire local government that is trying to railroad her. Like they're all acting like it's all legit. It's bizarre.
You know what you need to do? Your little picture back there that has number 24, Frico. You need to have a little eye chart and have it say "Free Karen Reed" in smaller text. And if you can read it, you stay on the channel. If you can't read it, you get the boot.
Well, I'm sorry, but that's an autograph. That's an autographed Bertie Federko jersey, a Hall of Famer of the St. Louis Blues. I'm not doing that. But
no, what I'm saying is get an eye chart. Get an eye chart, right? That you get from from the eye doctor, and have them put on their Free Karen Reed and see if they can read it.
Right.
Oh well.
One of those, where they get smaller and smaller and smaller.
Yeah. Shoot. Yep. I'm telling you, man. I'm curious to see what's going to happen in 2.0. I think it's going to be a word. It's going to be a play on words, and it's going to say, well, Jackson said this. What did he mean by that? Or Hanky Panky said this. What did he mean by that? It's going to be a tug of war is what's going to be, honestly.
Yeah, I agree. It's just going to be a whole bunch of like defense against defense. Really weird. Esty, thank you so much for everything today, man. She hung in there all day with me, man. Thank you so much. So yeah, big round of applause for Esty. Dude,
Give her a shout out.
And don't forget to subscribe to Esty's channel. She'll be live Mondays and Wednesdays, 10 a.m. like clockwork. And she's not monetized, but she shares and tracks the Karen Reed fundraiser. So she's always raising funds for Karen.
We should get her monetized, bro. We should get all of our people to jump on her stuff and just watch it and get her monetized.
She's not interested in getting monetized.
All right.
That's what's cool about it.
All right.
And look, Steve is like, I can come on at 12:30 a.m. Yeah, you do that, buddy. You come on at 12:30, buddy, and see how that works out for you. You've got a link.
Could be an empty channel.
Yeah.
But listen, buddy, I'm gonna step away for a bit. I'm gonna get some food. I haven't eaten all day. But if I see that you're by yourself, I'll jump on and give you some support, my guy.
I appreciate it, man. Yeah, worst case scenario, I'll just go over some more videos too. That's what I do.
Boy.
It's all good, man. Yeah.
Adapt.
Until always, man. I'm here till midnight, dude. I'm committed.
Adapt and overcome, right?
Agreed. 100%. That's it. Resilience, my friend. Resilience. And I've got Nan coming up soon, so that should be good. And Nurse Kim coming up soon, and it's definitely going to get stepped up a notch when that happens. Gonzo, thank you, buddy.
Thank you,
Appreciate
buddy.
you, man.
Hey, chat. Keep up the good work. Keep those questions going for Blair. Keep him on his toes.
They do always.
All
Thanks,
right.
Gonzo.
Kick me out, buddy.
All right, buddy. Later. Gotta love Gonzo, dude. The LV cops are tops. Let's see what we can come up with here. Let's see what we can come up with here. Nan says about 5 minutes, y'all. About 5 minutes. And Justice Served TV, I invited them too. I'm not sure if they responded. There's so many. Hold on a second here. Yeah. Oh shit. What the fuck? Damn, man, I missed that long ago. Shit, I feel like a dick. I'm sorry, Justice Served TV. I'm gonna have them up here one of these days. But I didn't realize they were waiting for me. I sent them a link. I figured they would just pop up. But it was my man Michael. And I thought that, I guess he was waiting on me to respond to him, I guess to give him an okay to come up, but I guess he didn't realize how we do shit around here. But I'll make it up to him for sure. And we're gonna have hopefully an episode, if they're not too mad at me, hopefully an episode with Justice Served with Michael and Linda. Because I really am interested in talking to them on my channel. I've been on their channel and it was absolutely fantastic. Oh, what's up, baby boy? People are asking for you. You want to come up, say hi? Come here. Come here. Say hi. Good boy. Try to find something here. Sorry, I'm just trying to find something to watch here and kill some time. We got 2 more hours. If you guys, again, feeling generous, man, hit up that link at the top of the chat. You guys are amazing. I can't believe that we raised over $20,000 already, dude. That's fucking crazy, dude. That is even better than I expected. Oh my God, dude. All right. We got to check in on my correspondent here. We got to check in on my correspondent.
Whatever.
MC Frosty, y'all.
Thanks to those
My man
people
MC
who have
Frosty's
contributed.
live.
Appreciate it. So now the plan.
What's the
is
plan,
to
MC
save money for May and June.
Okay. Save money for May and June for a new door frame
and hopefully get my own place, a 2-bedroom place.
Okay. You don't have, okay.
For July.
Got it.
Now, the prices right now range from like, let's say $1,200 to $1,500 a month for a 2-bedroom place in town. I found one place that's like $1,300 and everything included, utilities included. So that means I'm going to have to pay first and last. That's, if I got something similar to that. I think rent prices are going down though, guys. But that's 20.
All right, MC Frosty. I need you to shut the fuck up now. Okay. Yeah, that's great, buddy. Hold on. Let's go over some of the pictures that LV cops here's oh my God. All right. This is me and Bettero wasted as fuck at the fundraiser a few months ago at in Boston. There's Bill back there just looking at us laughing. And I'm just like oh my God. Bill's just like, look at these clowns, dude. Oh my God, that's so funny. We got some more pictures here. Hold on. Oh, they get even better. And this was the morning of that. This was the morning of that fundraiser, because we were all staying in the same hotel, and I went to the gym to work out that morning, and Gonzo was sitting at the table, and we went and I sat down with him. He was having breakfast by himself, and then Steve came and caught up with us, which is awesome. And yeah, that was awesome. And then there's this is the first night. Yeah, I had just gotten into town, and they were like, "Yeah, we're out having dinner." So there's Kelly and a bunch of other people, and yeah, man. We yeah, man. The LV cops are just dope, dude. They're just cool dudes. And this is just a great fun picture. That's me and Microdots and Steve from the LV cops. Microdots is just the fucking coolest dude in the world. Richie's just so cool. And then, oh yeah, this is a great picture too. So that's me just photo bombing, because they were like, "Get in here," and I'm just like, "Where?" So there's Steve, Karen, me, Mark Betterow, Bill, Brian, and Brian, LTL, Brian with a Y, Brian with an I. Fun times. Fun times, most definitely. And this is a little closer of a shot here. Oh my God, what good times, man. What good times. Dude, how dope was it that Karen came on? It's amazing. This is the creme de la creme right here, y'all. This is I don't know if you notice, guys, but when I drink, I get a little touchy feely. Oh my God. So it's so funny. Like me and Betterow and Britt and Olivia, like Mazza, we all had this amazing conversation. And this is us sloppy as fuck that night. Fun shit, dude. And this is after Betterow called me a pussy. I have blacked out at this point. No recollection of this moment. Because as you can see, I'm drinking whiskey now instead of beer, because I switched it up because Betterow called me a pussy. So yeah. But guys, without any further ado, people, we have got the notorious Nan Gallagher, folks. Thank you for being here so much.
I'm up.
Oh my God.
Bedtime.
Oh my God. And I appreciate it, because I am fighting this now. I gotta tell you. Yeah, it's catching up. It's catching up to me
You
now.
needed a dose of adrenaline, so Dr.
A little
Gallagher
bit.
is here.
I love it. Fantastic. And hopefully we'll get Nurse Kim in the house too soon.
That's great. What's
But
going
yes.
on? Congrats on all of your wonderful fundraising. I've been watching and working, and it's been so entertaining to watch, which, I always try to circle back and say, this is one of the reasons I've gotten so caught up in this case, is because I find watching the creators so entertaining on such a really dark issue and really scary issue when we talk about all that Karen is facing and Aiden is facing. So it's been a really entertaining fundraiser.
Yeah. I feel so blessed because first of all, I want to thank you for your as usual amazing generous contribution to how much we raised today.
I don't know what you're
amazing.
talking about.
Whatever. Anyway, but we whenever this is the second time I've done this, and I always expect I'm like 12 hours, and I try to visualize what 12 hours is gonna go like. And I always think, oh man, it's gonna be tough because I know there's gonna be like 2 or 3 hours where I'm just like, I got nothing going on. You know what I mean? Like I'm really fighting to like fill time up here. And that didn't happen. That has not happened. We have had consistently amazing guest after amazing guest all day. This went even better than I could have ever possibly imagined.
I'm so happy for you. I'm happy for Karen. I was tickled pink to see that she appeared, which, it's got to be hard for her not to be able to comment even on things like human appreciation, and it's so humbling. And I had spoken with her a couple weeks ago when she had invited me up to Massachusetts, and she was so graceful and grateful to everyone that,
Yeah.
and I've only met her once, but what she exuded through your stream, it seemed extremely genuine to me just based on my interaction with her. So
She was just so awesome, man. Like to show up and do that. I mean, that was just so nice of her to do that. Like, and I mean, I got bragging rights now too. Like I am so far the one and only YouTuber that she's actually joined. The one and only YouTube channel that Karen Reed has joined and commented on, and I'm stoked about that. Now, not if you count Tom, because he catches her walking into the courthouse if she acknowledges and says hello and whatnot. So big shout out to Tom CPU and what he's always gets out there. But to have her deliberately like make it a point to call into this show and thank everybody and express her gratitude for all of the support that you guys are giving, man, is just it just made everything that I do here beyond worth it. It's already worth it. It's beyond worth it already. And then it's just like, how can I get even more rejuvenated about what I'm doing here? And there it is,
Yeah, there it is. And this is my own opinion, but I truly think she's hit the level of fuck it. I mean,
Totally.
obviously recognizes that she has a right to remain silent, but I think she just kind of says, fuck it. I can't not be a human being and show simple gratitude, which I know means so much to you in your life paradigm and the way you comport yourself. And, as an attorney, I embrace her emboldenedness. You know what I mean? She's fed up, and I was looking at, and by the way, damn you if you make me go over emotions past mommy's bedtime. But
I'm good on that right now, dude. Like,
yeah,
I'm good on that shit, dude. Seriously.
yeah, no.
I'd rather just talk. And,
Yeah, let's talk or fun of people, or we could re-implement the swear jar. That's always good for a laugh.
The swear jar. I forgot about that.
I think she's just hit a point where she's like, I can't, like one
right.
thing after another. And as Mark Better
Now, every time, real quick, I got to fill people in on the swear jar. Every time Nan slips a cuss word, one of you guys got to drop $2 on Karen Reed's defense fund, at least a minimum of $2
no,
to Nan's swear jar.
Then they're going to have to file for bankruptcy like I'm going to have to, because I make no promises. I get punchy after 10 o'clock.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
No, but and trying to keep this entertaining at this hour, and while you're probably running on fumes, I will say though that when you think about all that is dropped today, and even what Mark Betterow was saying earlier, like can we just have a legitimately fair prosecution where no one's hiding the ball, no one's sitting saying we're coming at Karen and we're just going to try to knock out any potential defense she has. I mean, it's ridiculous. I don't want to get into the weeds because I think your audience would just glaze over. But anyway, it's maddening to me. It's really maddening to see that that's the way that the Commonwealth prosecutes cases. What they should say is, let's roll up our sleeves and let's prepare cross-examinations for these completely qualified witnesses. And they don't do that. So that tells me everything I need to know about it. And these witnesses, I have not really been on Twitter much today, but I don't believe there's been any real revelation as to everything that these experts are going to discuss. But they have legitimate bases for their opinions. And, Hanky can ask for Daubert hearings, which I think is ridiculous and is going to end poorly for him. And he got what he wanted. He got Crosby in. I can't remember. Is Gilman in, the weather guy? By the way, someone's handle is rock hard, which I think is amazing. That's not a swear jar. That's not a swear jar, Dono. But anyway, these witnesses that the Commonwealth has produced are completely ill qualified and have no methodology. But, Karen produces real qualified experts who know their shit. And that is a swear jar. But anyway, they know their shit. And at this point,
God.
if I were trying this case, so, what are we on March 17th, by the way? Happy St. Patrick's Day to any people of Irish descent out there. But if I were trying this case by March 17th with an April 1st trial date, I would be in the bunker trying to just huddle down and do my cross-examinations. You plot, every good trial attorney will plot them out. And, it reads like a script. And that's not what he's doing. He's sitting here. It's gamesmanship. And by the way, it's my opinion that it's all McLaughlin in the backdrop drafting all of these bullshit motions. So, at this point, I'm of the opinion that he's wasting his own time and taxpayer dollars. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, exactly. And I completely agree with you. And I know somebody else who agrees with you. The amazing Nurse Kim. What is up?
Hi guys, how are we?
We're doing fantastic. How are you?
Babes, I'm jaw dropping right now watching this.
Me too. I have to say real quick before you continue, Nurse Kim, the two of you right now are looking really hot. Both you guys. I'm just saying. I mean, the chat is going to agree with me. Nan's got this new thing going on with her hair. Don't think I haven't noticed. Kim, you look like you're just glowing today. You look amazing. I'm digging this whole shoulder hanging over the sweater thing.
Oh, listen, I give a little peep. You know what I'm saying? I hit him with the shoulder.
Maybe I should give a little shoulder too.
Oh, absolutely. Listen, Nan. I love to hit him with a shoulder. Okay, no one can complain. Some people do. Sorry, if my shoulder offends you. I've got something in my pocket for you. No, just kidding.
Your shoulders are distracting me. I'm really liking this. The next
it up. I'm going to be on St. Patrick's Day. I will be an Irish Catholic mother of two and put that shoulder away. I did want to say that I got this. I think I only premiere new technology when I'm with you, Will. We know about the shrew, which is a sure, not a shrew. And then some young man at Jimmy told me I looked gray and old in with my regular camera from the desktop. So I got this.
Did I not? Oh my God, if I forgot to send Jimmy a link, I'm gonna feel like such shit because we just talked about getting him on.
Well, why don't
And
I send him? Why don't you're talking about Auntie Deb?
I could have sworn I sent him. No, I did not. I feel like such a dick.
You also
Oh
didn't
my
send
God.
me one.
Jesus Christ, there's so many people that I sent shit out to because I'm so disorganized. I waited till the very last minute to even plan doing this, and then I waited even longer to start sending out invitations. And I was just like, did I send them out to everybody? And then and now as I'm doing this, I feel like such a dick because I texted with Jimmy the other day. We were just talking about getting him on the channel, and it never happened. He wants to have me on his channel at some point too. And I feel like such an asshole. Jimmy, just please don't be mad at me. I hope he's not like watching this and being like, why the fuck didn't I get a link?
I just sent him, if Jimmy, if you're watching, I just sent you a link in Twitter in your messages.
Yeah, man.
If he's awake, sometimes Jimmy likes to do what we call the 24-hour siesta.
Okay.
And when he does that, do not be alarmed. He might not answer a text, but when he gets up to pee, he will text Kimmy.
That's how I plan on spending all of March 18th.
Yeah.
So you know.
Please send some proof of life. Please send some proof of life, Will. Okay, that's all we ask.
That's all. That's all. Just something that says, I'm alive, bitches.
I'll do my best. I'll do my best. So please, Nan.
Oh, I was just going to say, Kim, it's great to see you. I miss you. I enjoyed being on your show, and also I just wanted to get your take on how you thought the day went for Karen Reed.
Oh, today, meaning yes, I thought today was I saw all the motions. Very interesting. Super fan. I'm sure that you've gone over this 47 times, but I kept going back to that Melanie Little episode with Garrett. He's the man. And this particularly got me psyched out of my friggin' mind, okay? To get, 2 new names for the defense that we haven't seen. And, of course, the Commonwealth is going to go ask, to Tea Kettle with trying to not have Karen Reed provide a vigorous defense for herself, right? And game the fuck on.
Exactly.
Oh, I agree.
Right?
Yeah.
Did you see Kim? Sorry, Will, did you see that Karen showed up on the fundraiser?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. And now I know who the favorite is. And that's okay. That's all right. That's all right, Will. I accept that you are, definitely one of my favorites too. But I said, son of a bitch bastard. He gets Karen live through a tunnel. But I mean, incredible. How awesome that, she was on her way to go pick up Liza right at Logan. And, teams here, babes, we're in crunch time. We are war room crunch time. And, season 2 is going to be, in my opinion, the trial of the century. And
Agreed.
I thought that the first one was, but giddy the fuck up, babes. Pardon me, it's after 10:30. You know where your children are. I hope they're in bed because we're going to say a couple swear words.
Oh yeah, Kim,
my
we're doing a swear jar right now while
are
we're
we
on.
doing? We are.
Yeah. So every time, I guess both of us drop cuss words, people have to donate $2 to. I mean, if they want to.
They want to. Yeah, I don't know.
And I will too. I will pay for my potty mouth tonight.
No. Everybody else has to cover it, not you. That's the whole point. That's what makes it more fun.
No, but I'm so jealous, Will. Like, not jealous, but like I'm so thrilled for you, right? That this was such an incredible, your live streams. Listen, takes me 10 days to get Nick Rocco. Nikki Haircuts. What the fuck are you doing?
Nikki fucking Haircuts.
It's my guy.
It's my guy too. Nikki fucking Haircuts.
I love
Got
it.
a picture of him, 18 years old, with what? A mint green wife beater on, okay,
Ooh.
and that's not the appropriate. It's a tank top, I guess nowadays. But
Wow.
he had that on and just was showing off a watch from Olin. Like it was incredible. It was like an Olin Mills special that he got done because he didn't like his. Oh, he can't believe Jimmy did that. Oh, he did it, babe. He did it. Brought it right up.
I need to see that.
Oh, it's so good. He looks so beautiful. He looked like a fucking shamrock shake. I couldn't handle my shit. I was like, this is beautiful.
All right, it's the Nan and Kim show just for a minute here.
All right.
Goodbye.
Yeah, goodbye. How are
Girl
you?
talk. What's up, Nan?
Girl talk. It's so good. It's so good to see you. And I definitely want to catch up with you on some of the medical testimony, because we never got to do that. And I think it often gets overlooked a little bit in some of this, because we talk about ARCA, we talk about, how the injuries don't match up, etc. But there's some issues that have popped up, at least in my mind, with respect to, looking back at Scorty Bellows' testimony and Stonebridge's testimony. I really think with your nursing and medical expertise, a good pass through some of the prior opinions, especially in light of what I anticipate to be some new opinions coming down in expert reports, which we haven't seen from the defense.
Right.
I think it's a good refresher.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely, Nan. And I know that that's your legal specialty too, right? And that's where I just came to life, because I'm a nationally wound certified RN as well. So
Yep.
like for me, I was like with that arm, and then to hear Coffin Doofus tonight. Oh, God bless her soul.
What?
I go,
I'm gonna have to watch that.
I
she
did not hear that part. What did she say, Kim?
Yeah, she just went for the gusto a bit and said that it was clear. Now she's just the first 20 minutes of episode 1. And she goes, yeah, it was clear from, the first, when the EMTs were at the scene, that Officer John O'Keefe was hit by a car.
Oh my
And I
God.
go, oh, are you out of your tits? First of all, there was no EMT, right, that wrote it in any report, anything about Karen even saying, I hit him, or did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Did I slap him in the face? God only knows. But there was no documentation from anyone as an EMT. There was no handoff documentation to Good Samaritan Hospital, and Officer John O'Keefe, unfortunately, as we know, was pronounced at 7:50 a.m.
Right. I mean, I did not hear that part. I did my virgin run on Discord tonight, and I was like, wow. And in fact, Will, I don't know if you know this, but I was like unmuted for part of it, and people heard me making my children's lunch. I was talking to my kids about what they wanted to eat for lunch, and everyone's like, who's talking? It's Lothario. And then people were placing lunch orders with me. But anyway, I'm a human being. I make lunches at night. But you know what's interesting, as Will, you were going through, I forget who was on earlier, but you were kind of going through the dog bite or dog puncture wound injuries, and like how the accident could have taken place, but we all know it didn't take place. And I kept thinking, and I really couldn't remember back from 1.0 if this was a very big stress point. But if John O'Keefe's arm sustained those abrasions, punctures, etc., on what I believe is the outside, right? The interior and outside of the right arm.
Mhm.
If that's the case, but Karen's rear passenger taillight is what caused them. Somebody think for a moment, even in the chat, and say, how did that happen? Think about that. It's his right arm. I mean, unless he's kind of bracing himself, getting hit, and then doing the infamous pirouette, wouldn't it make more sense, just from a commonsensical standpoint, that if this accident really did take place, wouldn't the rear passenger taillight have hit his left arm I don't know. I mean, I get punchy and a little weary after 10 o'clock at night, but just
I'm running on fumes right now. Like,
doesn't
I'm telling you.
is this driving? Are you picking up what I'm putting down? How the heck did that
Not really.
arm get hit by that tail light? It just
Yeah, it
doesn't seem.
didn't. It didn't, and that doesn't
Because it
make sense. And if he
didn't. Right.
braced, right? If he braced, then he would have had what, Nan? Fucking
Bruises.
bruises.
Yeah.
Hello. He would have had it across his chest from that impact. It was a quote alleged side swipe, where we know the Commonwealth had initially stated that there was a 3-point turn that occurred, and then it happened, but then they knew, oh shit, we can't get a 3-point turn to have enough speed, which they don't have enough speed anyway, but you know where I'm going with that one. So yeah, no, that doesn't make, there was no other impacts. There was no other, signs and symptoms that would allow you to believe that an extremity was placed on one's trunk, their chest, so it doesn't work.
I agree with you, Kim, and I agree with myself. I don't agree with Will because he's zoning out at this point. But no, I'm kidding. But I look at this and I say, when you
sorry,
think,
I was ignoring you. What?
that's fine. When you look back and you think of when Eliza Little was questioning, I think it was Scorty Bello. And I think it was her questioning. And she was going through the types of injuries and what parts of the body, and she got the doctor to agree where injuries were or were not. And when she was going through that, and she's like, and there was no bruising, et cetera, or any bruising that took place was related to, IV placement or CPR related efforts. But if you go down that path, I think.
Oh my God.
I think it might help her. Oh, thank you, Romy. Hi, Romy.
Love a Romy with cheese. She's still up. Hi, Lovey.
Thank you, Romy, so much. Amazing.
She's up late too. She and I were communicating early this morning. But if you go down this dark path I'm going down, you kind of have to say to yourself, maybe a little bit more emphasis could be paid on the cross-examination of Scorty Bello on the issue of no bruising. Like really drill it into the jury's minds, because Will, when you took a little break just for a moment ago, I was telling Kim, like, I really think some of the medical evidence in this case, it kind of takes a second chair to the science and ARCA and all the 227 web Google searches and the deleted data, etc. So like, I really think the
and I think the medical stuff is probably a little bit harder for the jury to follow.
Maybe.
In comparison, I mean, I guess it depends on the jurors' backgrounds and you know what I mean. But
it is, but they're not calling Sheridan anymore, and I thought he fell flat. He was their medical expert. I don't know who, and I don't think I saw a defense list. If that got posted, somebody let me know. But he could stand to have been replaced. He fell a little flat for me.
See, I loved him. I love an old doc. Listen, you shitting me, an Irish old doctor? I'm like, yes. Just tell me more. It's like it brings me back to when I was a baby nurse. But what he provided was really good. Do you know what I mean? But was it what he was so fucking cerebral, right? Like he's like, being like, yes, well, then I think that it could have, but of course not. And this, also donkeys, right? At dawn, and I'm like, oh, what the fuck? What are we talking about, my guy? But he was spot on. I thought that one of the biggest mistakes, in my opinion, was the not cross-examining of Stonebridge. I've pounded this on like every table because she gave us everything wrapped up in a beautiful bow, and to have a jury understand.
My wifey. Yeah. The one with the tattoos.
Oh, yes. Your green goddess. Yep. Sleeves. Yep.
Yeah, that's my wife.
Yeah, she was a hot shit. Quadruple board certified. Don't fuck with her, okay?
I didn't hear a fucking word she said. Like, I'm not even trying to lie. Like, I'm not medically inclined at all, and I was just like, wow, she sounds really smart.
You know what's
And
funny though? I have a few of my physician clients are female and tatted up like that, and they're badass doctors. They're just, I'm old enough now to represent doctors who are a little bit younger and more open with tattoos and expressing themselves. And I kind of agree with you, Will. She's pretty hot.
Oh, she's hot as shit. What are you kidding me? I made up a story. She had a Harley, right? She has like a place. She has a timeshare down in Boca. She goes to fuck around during bike week. I was like, she is everything. We did a Who Is She on my show.
Y'all don't even know, man. Like a hot doctor with daddy issues. What am I mean, that's it. I'm done. That's it.
Yeah, but they need to cross her though. They do need to cross her. But this trial is going to be just a different look. It's going to have a makeover. I understand as the lawyer in the group that there was plenty of reasons why the defense said, we're not going to cross-examine these people like Kerry Roberts or Stonebridge or others, Nicholas Barros from Dighton. But now, in light of the mistrial and maybe even some insights gleaned from some of the jurors, especially Ronnie, they're probably like, we're not going to rest on our laurels. We're definitely going to take every opportunity to flesh these things out. But I will say it was probably the only trial I'm aware of in my career that the defense was able to get so much substantive, affirmative, positive evidence in for themselves just by crossing witnesses. Well, so they only had, what was it, 6? I think that they called.
Total. Yep.
But out of all the people they crossed, they landed so many punches, it's unheard of how much they were able to accomplish. It's only going to explode this time around. And now you throw in the fact that I think there's palpable anger, but not in a bad way, motivational anger on the part of the defense.
Right. Yeah. They're invested, and they're, we were talking about this with Bettero earlier too. He was, this observation was definitely the general consensus. What you're pointing out here, Nan, is now there's, we know that they're doing this pro bono, and there seems to be just this, this personal thing with Bev. And what that's doing is making Karen Reed's defense just be like, all right, you push me, I could push back. I could push, I'm going to resist. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like, we're in. You want to, this is the craziest thing I've ever seen. So we're going to ride this out. We're going to see who comes out on top, because the truth is on our side.
Yeah, and also I think now that the defense, as well as a lot of your audience and the rest of the world, are seeing that there's such an imbalance in her rulings and a bias that's very palpable, I feel that not only is the defense like angry, and the lawyers will use that to fuel themselves and to, strategize and motivate them to ask their questioning of witnesses. But I also think given her imbalanced rulings, the defense is probably just going to say, we're not pulling any punches here. We're going to ethically engage in some of the shenanigans that Brennan's getting away with. They're consummate professionals. They're not going to violate rules of professional conduct. But if they can raise concerns that might be worth the court noting without submitting proper paperwork, or if they can, push the lines of questioning, get evidence in, even if she's going to sustain objections from hanky spanky, just land the punches and, what's the term? Turnabout's fair play, and just really say, all right, we're going to fight to the death, so to speak.
Right.
And I don't mean any offense to Officer O'Keefe when I say that. So I'm here for it.
I totally agree.
I know I would. And I've had adversaries over the years who really have gotten me highly annoyed. And that's really not a great thing for a lawyer. Like you have to put your feelings and emotions aside. But sometimes getting fired up like that is the best motivator. I know I saw it in
And I think
Alan
that's
Jackson.
right. And I think that that's part of Hank Brennan's strategy too. Like he's just blatantly outright lying because he knows he can get away with it. And blatantly outright lying in these arguments and knowing that he can get away with it is a hell of a thing, is a hell of a angering thing to have to deal with if you're on the opposition. So just like you're just watching this guy lie and get away with it, and you can't do anything except argue against it. So then it's like, okay, well, fuck that. I'm the better lawyer. You want to try to play dirty? I'll still beat you. I'll still hit you with an opposition that's better than what your bullshit motion. And that's what we're seeing from Alessi lately, which is hyping everyone up. Is Alessi is just like I'm just gonna dissect this asshole.
Well, what's interesting, Will? I found it interesting that Bettero, I think it was Bettero, said Alessi doesn't really, or maybe Karen said it. Someone said Alessi doesn't sleep much, so he'll drive up through the night. Yeah, Karen said that. He'll just drive up from New York to Massachusetts overnight. And it made me think of you, Will. I was like, all right, he's ready to, embrace his insomnia and just anger or rage drive up to Massachusetts.
There's
I'm here
people
for it.
like that, man. There's people that function like that, man. It's crazy. Like Cherry doesn't sleep like ever.
Yeah.
She just doesn't.
Okay, that's not good. Everyone, I love you. I love you so much. We can't get 4 hours of sleep a night. We want to increase it to at least 6, just from a medical standpoint. But I will say that, I'm the same way though. You know what I mean? Like my brain will run till 1 o'clock in the morning and I'm up at 5. So
can't be healthy.
I had to wedge a nap in. Like when I went to Massachusetts, God bless all of you guys up in the Commonwealth. I don't know how I operated on such little sleep. And even at one point, Will, like you were like, you're right. I'm like, I need a nap. I had to wedge a nap in just to keep going. Meanwhile, everyone else is just running around doing stuff. So I was feeling my seasons up there.
No, we're just all a bunch of wackos ourselves and are just go. Like, I don't know what to do. Like if I don't have something to do, I'm uncomfortable. And that is just like, I think from maybe like how I grew up, and then like my kids have been so active and my jobs, I work multiple jobs. So, it's just like, I'm always like, if I'm sitting down, I'm like, where am I supposed to be? Where's the calendar? What is happening? I'm not doing something right now, but hopefully I'd like to slow it down a little.
I usually get lots of sleep. I mean, usually I get lots of sleep, but last night for some reason I just could not sleep. And I was watching Yellowstone, but I was partly captivated by that because I've been dying to watch the rest of those episodes, and they finally dropped on Peacock, and I was just like watching them, but still hoping to fall asleep. Like that kept happening. I'd finish an episode and then I turn it off, and then I just like.
Do you ever do the thing, Will, where you're watching something and then you'll look at your phone or a clock and you'll go, if I go to bed right now, I have 5 hours and 34 minutes to sleep.
I did that at 7 o'clock this morning.
Oh,
yeah,
geez.
it was rough. Yeah, and I was like, I gotta go live at noon,
wow.
and the thing is like Clubber and Drago sleep through the night.
Yeah.
So now they're like, Drago's still a kitten and he's just all over my bedroom, just destroying it and grabbing everything and jumping on the curtains, and Clubber is just like looking at him, and then like he'll try to catch him. So then as soon as I start to go like this, Clubber will chase after Drago, and I'll be like, fuck, dude, please let me sleep just 1 hour, please.
Oh, you're gonna sleep like a baby tonight and tomorrow.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Just
yeah.
definitely send proof of life to your following.
Will do.
Hey, I don't know if you had a discussion about this, Will, but because I think it was kind of at some point kissing up to maybe when the Discord, I guess when people, I didn't really understand how that was working. Like people were watching on Discord and you were still going, and then I would look and I wouldn't see you on the screen here. So, but did anyone on this fundraiser talk about feelings about some of the things Karen was saying during this documentary? Like Hank's going to be,
No,
he's going to be all over her.
Yeah, we didn't get around to that. I didn't really watch some. I mean, there was some stuff, and that's the stuff that the trolls hang on to.
Yep.
But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what she says. The science dictates that she didn't do it. It doesn't matter.
Totally agree with you. The other side of the movement will jump all over some of the things she said, but it's as raw and candid as she could have possibly been. And when Karen was speaking with you earlier, she's basically like, I think it was you. I get so confused as to who she was talking to, but she was basically at some point
she was addressing everyone pretty generally.
But she basically said like, no, like we didn't let them film what they're going to film. We didn't. Oh, you know what it was? It was the interview of the producer, the woman from Unsolved Mysteries.
Yeah.
She was like, oh, the family didn't ask us not to include anything specifically, or, they didn't sign off on the content or not. Like, because the Reeds, specifically Karen, they've got nothing to hide. They'll tell the story.
Karen said she was meant to be a fly on the wall, but turned out to be a fly in the ointment.
Oh, yeah. It's a good analogy,
Yeah.
But
it's a very
well,
Karen
and also though, I find it so weird. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So Karen, but I just find it so odd, honestly, that every single, docuseries or show that we've seen, whether it's Dateline, 2020, or now ID, I watched the entire first episode for ID. I'm saying not bad, babe. Okay. Second episode, like I said, I'm only a couple minutes in. David Yannetti, Alan Jackson, murking it. Okay. Doing what they do best. Showing us things, to see those clips of Karen and Nathan and their other sister. She doesn't really like to go, her name, but their little sister and Mr. and Mrs. Reed, like, that's an incredible family. The O'Keefe family, they had, like, to see Kristen and her husband, who tragically passed away, and that Officer John O'Keefe took those beautiful children in and raised them as his own. Karen comes in as an incredible female figure to be a love and a just an additional bonus love of the children. And when I see the interviews from the opposition, it really hurts my heart, because damn right well that Karen was incredible to those kids. Everybody has said it. Everybody on the stand said it.
And look who they got.
Didn't have to do what she did. Yeah, and when I saw Will, what did I lose my shit seeing the girlfriend from 25 years ago? It blacks me out every fucking time. Now, I was at court. She was there, right? She's sitting there clutching her fucking.
I've seen her at court too.
Plate. I go, oh. And I mean, like, listen, and I'm not trying to be fresh at all, but like, if you're that, if you're very involved 25 years after you dated someone, I mean, what kind of pipe was someone laying? Because that is just very, very uncomfortable. Like, aren't you married? Don't you have anyone else? Is your husband not weirded out by you wearing a nameplate and being at court? I'd be a little weirded out.
Yeah, like
I would.
Nobody knew dick all of who this lady was until she just started showing up on these fucking documentaries. Look, I have his badge number around my neck. Like,
Get the
lady,
fuck over it.
shut the fuck up. You sound like a psycho. Like,
It's so weird. And I just wanted to say about Spanky Babes, just before we move forward, about Hank Francis, as I call him, Hank Francis Brennan. Don't know his middle name, but Hank Frank makes sense.
It fits.
Yeah, it fits. Hey, Hank Frank, he like clutches 12
Like
number
it
twos
eerily
at a
fits.
time. Yeah. So, like, the only thing I was a little bit pissed off about was, right, he's had 3 strikes he's out in my book of getting up in front of the court, making material misrepresentations, if you ask me. And, you know, the backlash that the Commonwealth has received is 0, right? There is no accountability. There is no punishment. The defense takes everything on the chin all the time. And, you know, him being paid $225,000 now for this case, when Adam Lally made $149 in all, $149,000 in all of 2024, and Miss McLaughlin, who really runs the team, let's fucking make sure that we are noting that, she only made $119,000 for her entire caseload in 2024. So this was all a PR stunt, and it was all put into motion, in my opinion, by Michael Morrissey, because he knew that he needed to get that, you know, poison the well however he could, and still, because he's he's litigating something in court, he's not going to get, it's not an extrajudicial statement. So you know, it's a fine line, and we know how Bev rolls.
Hey, you know, speaking of knowing how Bev rolls, I'm interested, as I'm sure all of you are, in terms of seeing how she rules on these stupid motions, which we've all agreed, Kim, like, we're not getting into them at this hour. But
no, God,
you know,
no.
wouldn't it be unbelievable? There will be such an uproar in this movement if she does anything that would completely fly contrary to what she's done with, like, people like Crosby, who just gets to come in with his unfounded opinions. So this is a huge moment for her to redeem any shred of credibility that she has left, in my opinion, because it's so imbalanced at this point. It's horrible. Yeah. And I saw Nick Rocco had said a short while ago, like, the defense experts are really good. That's great. Like, I'm very interested in learning more about them. And Will, also, before I forget, when you were going through that video of Trooper Paul, which was just meeting gold, you know, I was watching and I'm going,
I can't even think about that guy without laughing, dude.
It's so bad. And, you know, I was putting in your chat, I'm like, this judge was assisting him. She was assisting Trooper Paul in his testimony. Like, oh, you can look here, or you can answer this way. Like, that's not what judges are supposed to do.
No.
But he was so ill qualified. I'm interested to see why
Jackson's face the whole time he's talking to him, just like in disbelief. Like, his facial expression doesn't change. He's just looking at this guy as he's talking to him. Like, are you fucking serious right now?
Yeah. And I mean, you gotta keep, like, as the attorney, you gotta keep yourself, like, composed. Like, I couldn't tell if Jackson wanted to laugh, like, just say, what am I doing? Like, why am I here defending a client if this is the guy who ties everything up in a neat and tidy bow? Like, the O'Keefes should have at that moment been pissed off that that is the individual presented by the Commonwealth to try to, pardon my glitching, to try to tie this all together. But I am curious to see why Trooper Paul's still on the witness list. Like, if they have their replacement reconstruction expert.
Someone said he was there to to say that he was wrong about the telematics or the schematics, whatever the fuck.
Maybe,
Like
maybe.
he was there to like backpedal. Like what? How is that a strategy? Or you're calling this guy up to backpedal? What?
When there's another theory I have about it, which is, and as you all know, we don't get to see the reports. The reports don't come into evidence. The testimony of the expert does. But maybe the report of the new reconstruction expert, who's, I don't know his name or her name, but I think he's from Aperture, which has a connection, by the
Judson
way.
B. Welcher.
Oh, is
Yeah.
that Judd the Chud or whatever Aiden's calling him? Throw it in the swear jar. No, anyway, when you think about it, maybe Judson has to have had relied upon some findings of Trooper Paul to formulate his own opinions. And the way law works, you kind of have to build in building blocks. So if Judson reached conclusions based upon things that Trooper Paul concluded, then maybe Trooper Paul becomes a witness as well. But
Trooper Paul didn't conclude anything.
Oh, I
how
agree.
How could he have concluded anything if he had if he didn't even come close to making sense and explaining it on the stand where it matters? What is the point of being an expert, applying your expertise, applying methodology to come to these conclusions, and you cannot explain them on the stand in the trial? That's the whole purpose.
Yeah.
So
I agree. I think he's traumatized. Paul has to be traumatized from that experience. Like I can't even imagine his life right now.
He was way out of his
Yeah, I feel like I read him as someone who was incredibly anxious, incredibly nervous, incredibly uncomfortable on that stand. And babes, all we can really say about that is that shows his confidence, right? In the information he was given. Because I feel as though, he tried to make something out of nothing, right? Or out of what he was told by the crime scene, but also by Proctor and Buchnick. So like he's getting all of this information and he's like, fuck, I got to make green means go here for all of us. But the real concern was that he never, in my opinion, what I was like, this just impeaches the shit out of him. He never requested that goddamn Toyota Tech Stream until February of 2023, after Karen had been arraigned on February 2nd of 2022, and then her charges were upped in June of 2022. So you mother truckers did not have that goddamn information. That is what the jury ate, hook, line, and sinker. Right? They were like, oh, the text stream said that she went back in reverse for 24.2 miles an hour. And I was like, no, the fuck she didn't. But they, like no one can, but all right. And they just really were like, that's what stayed with them. This is what the data is. Well, she was charged, indicted, arrested on the charges before this came to light a year after.
Oh, I totally agree.
Right. What? Right. What?
Insane.
We all like look at this case through different but similar lenses. And I think this level of frustration it's only growing exponentially. I don't know about you guys, but I was on the outside looking in before 1.0. You guys really, obviously I was watching all the creators, but you guys were really digging into all of this and communicating with one another before 1.0. Do you feel that it's a lot more escalated now? Like, with a retrial after a mistrial, you feel like a fever pitch? Yeah. Me too.
I think that, speaking like somebody who's been interacting with like Nurse Kim and all these other creators, I wonder if Nurse Kim will agree with me. Like, a lot of the reason why, the irony of all of us coming together on all of this was just a lot of it was just to simply validate each other. Like, yeah, I'm not crazy, right? A lot of that shit, I'm not fucking crazy, right? You know what I mean? Like, what is going on here? Am I crazy that this is happening? And then there's just all of these different creators going, nah, dude, that's what I'm talking about. All right, it's not just me, and then this just snowballed into the first trial, and then at that point we were all on the same page, basically here.
Yeah, I feel like there's definitely in light of all the recent rulings and the fact that, even just with the buffer zone nuances now, that the additional pieces to it, and with Aiden's kind of, it's unrelated, but it's running concurrently issues, like all of this is just throwing gasoline on a fire. And, I think it was in the documentary. I think maybe I only saw the first, or was listening to the first part, because it was when I was trying to put my kids to bed. But Alan Jackson said it seems binary. Either you think she did it or you think she didn't do it. But it's actually, there's some more nuance to it. And when people who watch this fundraiser, and hopefully that grows exponentially as even in the next 2 weeks, I hope more people start looking at this with a very, very critical eye. Like the people who blindly listen to and follow mainstream media. That's why I thought it was so great that Justice Served was really brave and bold enough to come there in person, really assess, take the temperature. They had been following the case from what I gather. Then they're talking to you, Will. They're talking to Aiden. Linda is very ballsy on Twitter.
Yeah.
Like, I love that about you, Justice Served. Like, seriously.
Me too. And I love that they were so Michael had really spent a lot of time assessing for himself. He took advantage of being there, and he took advantage of the best part and the most interesting part, which would be interacting with all of the supporters. And he gave everybody a voice and gave us all a chance to talk to him. And that was really that went a long way with the supporters, because they were like, okay, at least this guy wants to know our side of things and why we're out here supporting. Nobody asks us this shit, and when they do ask us, they don't air it, or when they do air it, they chop it all up.
Yeah. It's that chopping up that disturbs me. I mean, I obviously know that you can't take all raw footage and just show it to everyone, because there's hours and hours and hours that do have to fall by the wayside. But
But
show
he
the
did that the whole
sport.
time we were at the
Yep.
we were at the basement of the what do you call it? I forgot already.
Registry of Deeds.
Registry of Deeds. While we were there, he filmed it. We all talked. Everybody was really respectful of each other and giving each other a turn to talk. And then after, he said, this is great, and I'm going to put this out, and I'm not going to edit it at all. I'm putting it out as is. Told everybody there that.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what he did.
That's amazing. And by the way, I was looking at your chat, and Nick Rocco and others were saying, like, this is personal now. Like, I completely agree with you. And it's not my personal fight, although I take it very personally, but the people who are up there and just, experiencing law enforcement, experiencing this day to day, doing all the fundraising, running all of the events, trying to keep things organized and orchestrated and motivated, growing the movement, like it's got to be personal, and it is, I'm sure, for her attorneys. Like I said last week when we were talking, Will, like, they were all jacked at that lunch right before they went back for the afternoon session of the motion to dismiss. Like, it's really personal for the lawyers and the locals up there, and then that grows exponentially, those who are beyond the bounds of that geographic area. Like I'm really hoping it just continues to grow, and I'm really hoping for some key jury selection, because that's going to matter. That's going to matter here.
Agreed. 100%.
Totally agreed. And I thought it was so weird, though, also that Karen told us, right, that they didn't use the Roccos. Speaking of Nick being in the chat, you know, like the people who had reached, who were, you know, allegedly, or I hate that it's like sides. Do you know what I mean? Because it's not, because we all are fighting for justice for Karen, which is justice for Officer John O'Keefe, right? So, but like when they're saying the Roccos, they were not included. Who else was it, Will? There was like, if Turtle Boy was outreached, he was likely not included. Like everybody was saying, she was like, you know, then you get that feeling where, oh shit, we're going to be unbalanced here, because now we have two friends that were John's friends. We have the 25-year ago girlfriend thus far from what I have seen. And, you know, it's always very similar when you see them. It's like very emotional, and like some people do not respond after they've been, I don't know, fighting for their fucking life for years.
Exactly.
You know, with let me continue to cry on public television. Like I think that Karen, in my opinion, and I have never said or asked her of this, so this is not from her, it's my opinion or an observation. It's that she has to compartmentalize and keep fucking being a warrior. It's like, I need to keep going, and if I stop, I'm going to be vulnerable, and I have no time for that, right? Like I have to keep going, in my opinion. And that's why, look at this, Jody, $21,000. Will, in 11 fucking hours, you have raised $21,262 for Karen.
We raised it. We all raised it.
All of
you all did. This is insane. I am so proud of you.
Yeah, this was a good day. This went even better than I had hoped. I had
Luck of the Irish, baby. We're coming in hot, Karen. We got you.
The only thing I'm sorry about is that I wasn't able to get the Justice Serve TV folks on here in time. I missed a message that I think we just had a miscommunication of how we were going to do things. And of course, Jimmy, Auntie Deb, I wish that I would have had Jimmy up here. I feel really, really shitty that I didn't send him an invitation in the heat of everything, because we've been really talking lately about, you know, why haven't we done a show yet either? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But,
I just, so you know, I did sent him the link, but it doesn't look like it's been viewed yet. So he might be sleeping, taking a siesta.
Yeah. So that's the only couple of kinks that I wish I would have gone over to make it the perfect 12-hour stream. And DCP never made it. He was supposed to be here. But maybe he heard, but he never messaged me to let me know that he wasn't going to make it, which is kind of a bummer. But he is a family man, and I'm sure he had a good reason, because he did say at one point.
Is James Jackson in your chat?
He was way earlier.
I think he's back. Back.
But yeah, JFK was streaming the thing, but he got dinged. Like they cut off his stream.
They always
gotta
do,
be careful.
yeah.
You gotta be careful with that. There's James Jackson. He's there.
You should throw
baby James.
Throw him a link.
I don't think I'm in direct contact with him. I don't think I have a.
Right. Hold on.
Yes, if you are, send him a link. He's of course he's welcome up here. JFK's welcome up here too. always.
Wait, who got dinged? JFK got dinged for
For if
Well-
you're doing the ID, yeah, they'll when
Oh.
you
Yeah.
that unfortunately,
They'll just snipe your stream and cut it off. Like,
yeah.
I mean,
Me
you
and
won't get a
Dave used to
copyright strike,
watch
but
it.
yeah, like they won't give you a copyright strike. They'll just cut off your stream. YouTube will just
Oh.
end it. Yeah.
We had a couple of uncomfortable streams, me and Cullinane, when we did Dateline and we did 2020, and we'd watch it for 15 minutes, no talking, and then we'd come back and talk shit during commercials. I was like, we're so dumb. We should have just done a recap. Oh my God.
It's so interesting. I've never done like watch parties and stuff. Like I'm usually very regimented. Like I'll watch this, then I'll watch that. It was a lot.
I did it once and it worked out really well because it was only playing on the one thing. It was a long time ago where I did it with another creator where we streamed the Chris Watts Lifetime movie that they made. Because we were just like, yeah, because we were all really into that case, and there was like, well, let's watch what this shit show is going to be because it's a Lifetime movie. We know it's going to be fucking ridiculous and totally overblown and dumb, inaccurate, dramatic. And so that worked out because everybody was just watching it in real time on Lifetime. But the plan was to do that because I didn't think that it was going to be on HBO Max until tomorrow, so I thought it was just airing live on ID channel by itself, but everybody was like streaming it in a different way. The times were different, and I was like, this isn't working. And then Nan came in and Gonzo came in and saved the day, and I was able to talk to Gonzo and then you, and now this is gonna work out because we've only got another 40 minutes left, just about.
You know what? I'm not telling you what to do, Will, but I don't think you finished. Maybe you did. You were showing an interview of the Proctor ladies earlier.
No, I showed that. Yeah, it was only a short segment. It was only a short segment. Yeah.
Such BS.
Yeah, ridiculous. I mean, dude, if you support Michael Proctor, you're a piece of shit. I don't give a fuck who you are. Like,
I agree.
There's no excuse for that. For the way he conducted that investigation, we know that he knows better because of the way he conducted the investigation into the death of Anna Walsh. And on top of that, look at the text messages that he sent Karen. Like, that's, oh, he's gone through such a hard job and blah blah blah. Get the fuck out of my face. Like,
well, you know what I thought was like, also, even if we're going back to the ID too, Will, is like, I had never seen, now correct me, babes, if you have seen this, or the chat tell me. I had never seen, I saw the pictures of Karen when the up charges happened, right? Where she's in her, shorts, and she had put on a cardigan and she was like basically in her PJs, right? The June arrest. Well, sure as shit, you hear the body cam footage today of what actually was said. And Karen says, may I please go in and put pants on? Like, I need my medication. I need, this. And they go, no, your parents can come and get your stuff. James!
What's up,
Hi,
buddy?
lovely.
What's up?
Yes. Hi, James.
Oh, I'm
How
sorry.
are
I'm
you?
sorry. I was chatting.
No.
Chat.
You
Go
were,
ahead.
no,
I
you
don't
were,
want-
you
no,
were
I just-
making a point.
I
Finish your
saw
point,
you,
Nurse
but yeah,
Kim.
finish. Yeah.
You were talking about Karen
Proctor
Reed's
and Buke.
one
Yeah.
of-
And so then so she's got these, like, she's literally, guys, in just her PJs at her house all alone. They've got like 5-6 cops. It wasn't a friggin' baker's dozen, but like, all these cops are coming to the house. And she says, like, I didn't even have my undergarments on, right? Like, a brassiere or, she was in her PJs, legit.
Yeah.
And she goes, well, I'd rather not. Like, the last thing for her to be like, may I please get pants? They said no. And she was like, well, I don't want to walk through, like, do this walk and Channel 4 be, watching me walk in, like, in just so disheveled, right? And these mother duckers, both of them, they're talking back and forth on that body cam, and you can hear fucking Proctor say, oh, and all she gives a shit about is, what news is going to be there. How
Oh
about
my
I'm a
God.
woman? I'm a
Yeah,
woman
bro.
and I'm not wearing my underwear or a bra, and you've come to my home and said that my fucking parents can go get it. How about you get a life, you
Whip it out,
garbage
Kim.
pail?
Whip
That
it
was
out.
so offensive to
Right.
me.
Oh,
Well,
me
their
too.
health
Oh,
issues
yeah,
too.
I got something.
And you're accusing me of murder in my parents' home.
Right.
You
Yes.
know, like
Yes.
That
what
is
the
the type
fuck?
of like that alone is something that it can tie itself into a future civil rights action. It's like a,
Oh.
it's
Oh, Karen's gonna own
objectification.
Massachusetts, dude.
Yeah.
Like,
You
I
know,
mean,
aside from the text messages and the inappropriate content of them, it's this she's been targeted and just dehumanized. Like
There it
that's
is.
a basic
There it
human
is.
right. I mean, look, it wouldn't matter so much to a guy. No offense, James, no offense, Will, but like if you're a female and you're getting dragged out, like there's a certain level of just privacy and dignity to your anatomy, and it has nothing to do with what news outfits are outside, but that's
Well,
so unfortunate.
doesn't she also have I'm sorry, doesn't she also
Yes.
have like health issues and stuff too?
Yes, babe.
Right.
Yes.
yeah, she was asking for her
Significant.
medication, and they were like, "Oh, your parents can bring them. You can call your parents down to the station and bring them." What if I need them now? What if
That's just the way it goes,
You know what
though.
I'm
Once
saying?
you're in
Like-
once you're cuffed, you know this now. Once you're in handcuffs, that's
You're
it.
done.
It's
Well, but babe, James, she wasn't though. Proctor had her arm and he was trying, and she was like trying to be like a little bit like not like a resisting.
Oh, I should
She was
say
like-
disclaimer. Once they
Yeah.
grab your arm, once they grab
Yeah.
you, it's a wrap.
Well,
What
that's
James
so
is referring
rude.
to
You're
is-
at my
yeah.
fucking house. If I want
It
to, like,
doesn't-
hey, let go of it.
Well, they aren't there to be nice to you either,
Right.
and they aren't there
You
to be
know.
nice to you. But at the same, I mean, and she is being arrested for murder of a
Right.
police officer. So these cops aren't going to naturally have much sympathy for her. But at the same time, knowing what we know about it,
Right.
I agree with Nurse Kim. Like,
Right, knowing
these
what we know
fuckers
now.
right. These fuckers were just being malicious pricks, you know?
Yeah.
No, I agree. So, by the way, someone just said, Kim, don't ever get arrested. I think you would give
Right.
the cops a run for their money.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just kidding.
Yeah. That's some
Sorry.
body cam footage I would pay to see.
Oh, yeah.
What
And
would be the first
not
thing
that-
Nurse Kim
Not that I
grabs?
would want you to get arrested, but I'm saying if I found out that Nurse Kim gets arrested, I'm like, dude, get me the fucking body cam footage because I know she's gonna give these motherfuckers an earful. I
Shit.
can't wait to see that shit.
I got protective custody when I was 18 because I made a poor choice and was opening a beer can, and we were at Tewksbury at the Motel 6. Don't judge me. Oh, we were making choices, and so we had a tub full of beer, and I go to the next room, and there was police in there, and I said, "Oh," and he goes, "Let me see your ID," and I was like, "Oh, sir, I don't have that right now. I left it like in the other room."
Here's
and
my
he's
ID.
like, but I got to sit in the front
Yeah,
seat,
for real,
and they
right,
let me
Claire?
change the radio. So I got to pick he didn't actually. Well, he was mad at me because there was a girl. I think she was on. I don't know what she was on, the poor sweetheart, but she was maybe back in the olden days, like you used to take these little Superman ecstasy. I don't know what she was on, but she was doing
Olden days. Stop it.
where she was on something, and she's like, "Kim, don't let him take me." And I go,
Superman's were
"Him?
good, man.
I just meant to
Those
go."
were good- those Supermans were good shit. I remember those.
The Supermans.
I did those a lot. I did a lot of those.
Oh man.
I'm even trying to lie. Those are
Supermans.
just good old times.
Trying to
Are
think what was the
You're
other
you're
ones.
redeemable. You're
Are
redeemable.
you gonna put handcuffs on me, officer?
Shit. Disclaimer, right? Someone said disclaimer.
Yep.
Sorry.
Yeah, did you see Proctor's wife trying to justify why he was singing that shit?
Oh,
It's like,
oh
come
yeah.
on.
Oh yeah. But and I saw someone put in the chat like she was saying, "Oh, he followed the evidence." It's unbelievable. And then I kind of I had put something on Twitter yesterday or the day before, like responding to Julie Carpenter, whatever her name is, like her post. I
God.
stand with the Proctors. I have gotten so much hate messaging from trolls as a result of it. But
Game
it's
of Thrones.
unbelievable. Yeah, yeah. So, I've seen so many people dissect her statement. And I think the best I saw was Aiden doing it, which was like perfect, chef's kiss. But it was such a failed PR stunt. And if
Yeah.
they put that out there, I think personally, I think they did it for two reasons. To do it at this time, one, it's because he's getting fired, like it's not that's going to happen. I do a lot of administrative proceedings. And two, to try to put a little bit of to bolster the Commonwealth's position with the trial coming up. But he's irredeemable at this point.
Totally.
Frankly, a piece of shit as far as I'm concerned.
He's just a piece of shit, dude. There's no sugarcoating it. Michael Proctor is an absolute and utter shitbag. Fuck Michael Proctor and fuck anybody who defends him. Fuck you. You're an awful person.
Three. Punch a Proctor.
Fuck you.
It looks like Proctor headbutt the back of her windshield. What happened there? Damn, Proctor.
He's fresh. That's what he did.
But it was some, and I do get confused at this late hour, but someone, and I don't know who said it, but someone was saying, like, we know he knows how to do investigations properly because he handled, was it the, what's Brian, whatever his name is?
Brian Walsh.
In a Walsh case, yep.
So we now know, like with certitude, that he completely fucked this up. Like that is clear evidence to someone like me who would have to like cross-examine him. I would say, but you did this in that case, you did this in that case, you did this, but you didn't do it here. Like that's the kind of correlation that a lawyer will pose to him. So, I don't understand how his wife or his sister can come out now. Holy shit. Wow. I don't understand how they can come out now and bless his
great job.
And bless the work he did. He should be ashamed.
Yeah.
Great, Will. Look at that.
Does that now and then would his work become questionable, like the arrest and everything else?
You mean other cases?
Other cases, yeah.
Yeah, like
people that he's locked up. Well, people he's locked up.
Oh,
well,
yeah.
Yeah.
Will have to be disclosed in, a variety of different future inquiries from other counsel, even if this is post-conviction on all of those matters. It has to be turned over as Brady evidence. Like there's a certain, I don't know what they call it up in Massachusetts, but there's a certain list that has to be provided to criminal defendants if there's like a questionable issue involving law enforcement involved in a case. And in addition to that, I think there have been already pending requests. I know in the Walsh case.
Really?
Yeah, in the Walsh case, those attorneys are really trying to get their hands on things involving Proctor and probably others. And that's why, and I promise I'm not going to bore your audience at this hour with motions, but that's why some of the pending motions are kind of important because the Commonwealth doesn't want the defense to get into any of that stuff. They don't want there to be any cross-examination about other bad acts or bad conduct or any of that. So it's hiding the ball and more of that kneecapping that Betterow was talking about.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
It's kind of important to touch on Michael Proctor's credibility. He's the lead investigator. He's supposed to have the utmost example of integrity in this whole thing, and he's conducted this investigation in all the wrong ways. And it seems like the prosecution's going to have him fall on his sword. But the problem is it's not just him. Tully knows better. Buchanan knows better. The Canton PD knows better.
Yep.
The Chico knows better. Fanning knows better. You know, I mean, they all know better. So stop it. Stop it.
Stop that shit, as you say. Stop
Right.
that shit.
Stop that shit. Higgins knows better. All of them. Brian A.
Higgins.
Right. Like this whole individual sitting on the stand and playing stupid act, like, oh, but I don't know.
Like Tristan don't know shit. He forgot everything.
Yeah, honestly though, like I don't know if it's because he intentionally forgot everything or if he's dumb as a box of rocks. But either way, you know, he doesn't get enough criticism in this. I think he just wanted to keep his
He's got
head
the
down.
moves like Jagger.
Yeah.
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 He's
Who are we talking about?
Tristan.
Tristan Morris, Kate.
Oh. Oh, that fucking guy. Yeah.
Yeah, I think his job was to go pick up Chloe. He picked up
too.
yeah, because there's no way that Chloe didn't hear all that noise, all the fuckery outside and everyone. There's no way.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards that Chloe wasn't even in the house anymore by the
No way.
time that the first responders got there.
Well, yeah, because Jen McCabe went upstairs, remember, guys? And she said, I burst into my sister and brother-in-law's room, and Alan Jackson did hammer that home of where was Chloe? Did Chloe bark? What did she
I
do?
didn't see it.
And they said, she said, I don't recall seeing her.
Mhm.
And I was like, oh, because Brian had said, remember, when they got home from the bar, he had to hold her by her collar all the way down and brought her outside to go do her business. And she knew all the girls in the house, right? So she knew all of little baby Brian's friends. And he still felt the need to, you know, hold her by her collar while she's walking by them. And then he said he brought her right back upstairs. Well, babe, if she wasn't upstairs that next, 6 hours later, where was she?
Right.
Right.
I was in my mind, I thought that maybe Allie McCabe and Colin Albert had something to do with it, or I thought it was Tristan Morris related. But while on the subject of Allie, does anyone have any feelings as to why she's not on the witness list this time around? I'll give you mine, which I've heard people say like she wasn't helpful to the Commonwealth, but I actually feel like it goes beyond that. I think there's something there with her.
Me too.
And
So for me, it's the text messages, right? It's the Colin Allie 1-page, no date change, weird ass that text string, right? Between those two. And I have a feeling now, do I know anything? No, it's just, Nurse Kim Unplugged at 11:35 p.m.
Oh, shit.
But would I say that there was maybe a something that was found in that Life 360 data?
Yeah.
And would David Yannetti and Alan Jackson be able to provide concrete proof that she wasn't home until 1:30? Instead of being picked up at 12:10 as indicated.
Right. They know that that's something that, I mean, Yannetti tried to drive that home in cross-examination last time. They're probably not calling her up to the stand just to avoid having to face that Life 360 data that's going to be that she's going to be confronted with by most likely Yannetti again.
And the defense witness list has not been posted.
No, I haven't seen it.
I don't think so. Yeah,
Right.
I don't think
I've been either working or just watching this fundraiser most of the day. So I'm interested to see if the defense puts her on their list. And there's risks to doing that. Okay.
Mhm.
Because if, besides the fact that you can only ask her direct questions, and obviously she has access to, and there's no way to control the influence of Jen and Matt McCabe over her. But Allie also, if you recall, gave negative testimony about the harassment and, she through questions to her, it opened the door that the defense didn't want opened, that allowed evidence of, witness intimidation, etc. But I think the Life 360 data is so important. It's so important. You know, I mean, is Life 360 always
it's
reliable?
data. Yeah, it's data though, and it sure as hell sounds a lot more reliable than Allie McCabe's testimony or word in comparison to, I mean, when you consider the fact that she's supposedly best friends with one of the EMTs who just coincidentally happened to be one of the very few people who heard Karen Reed say, I hit him. How convenient is that? You know, I mean,
Allie wasn't her friend. That was Caitlin.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Good.
No, I'm just saying, just for you. I know you know that. I just wanted to, in case someone was like,
No, I'm glad you corrected me, because I might just get names confused at this point in the evening. We got 20.
What, in your 19 minutes left after raising $22,000?
Seriously, Will.
That's crazy. 22, huh?
God damn it, Will. Now I'm gonna
everybody.
I'm getting OnlyFans. That's it. We're gonna have to do, and I need anyone under the age of 40 to throw in a foot picture.
Well, we're talking 12 hours, man. You know, it's and this was a hell of a I got really lucky in the way that the stream just flowed. Like, people jumped on at just the right times, and conversations were natural, and everything was insightful, and just kept flowing and flowing and flowing, and it flew right by. So, you know, I believe there's blessings in everything, man, and I think it was just worked out that way for, you know, for Karen, and to have all of these people chime in when they did, and how they did. You know, Betterow spending so much extra time than he planned on here, and Annie Elise calling in for the first time. I haven't talked to her on a live stream in 3 years at least.
Oh yeah.
You know, that was just fun for me, because I miss her so much. Yeah, like this was just I'm really glad that we did this, and I'm super grateful to everybody for everybody's contribution.
It flowed
much.
so, you know, as just almost a strict viewer of or listener of most of it, it flowed so nicely, because I had a lot of flexibility, and you were nice enough to invite me whenever I wanted. But I kept saying to myself, I'm not going to pop in. He's got this going on and this going on. And he's got Betterow on, and Olivia and Turtle Boy and Annie Elise. Like, it was so jam-packed for someone who just throws out a StreamYard link and doesn't put a lot of planning. You know, it's amazing.
Huh? Karen Reed on.
Yeah,
I'm even Steven, bro. What can I say? It's like,
yeah, you're just
I'm like Jerry Seinfeld, an Even Steven episode. Like, yeah, it just works out, you know. Fuck it.
It's amazing.
Thank you for having me too, Will. I really appreciate it, and I'm so proud of our community. I'm so proud of every single.
That's why it worked out. That's why it worked out, Nurse Kim, is because we're all like-minded people. We're all gonna, you know, have, no matter who ends up on this panel together, we're gonna have a constructive conversation about this case. You know, it's not that I ran this great stream. It's just that, you know, like-minded people got to be on this panel and have a great discussion, and one discussion evolved into another one, and it was just really, really wonderful to experience today, and I'm really glad that we got to do this.
That's awesome, man.
That's great. You know, it's really fun to watch all of you. Like, you all entertain me and keep me very interested. And I'm sure I'm not alone. Like, look at that. You got so many people watching you as midnight approaches.
You hit it, Will.
I can't believe that there's still almost 3,000 people in here, and it's 20 minutes left. That's crazy. The only reason we went down from 3,000 was because of the Karen Reed special that came on.
Unbelievable.
It's wild, crazy. This is
Someone
fantastic.
sent a thing in the chat, Will, that it was 20. You just hit 22K.
Wow. Where is that?
Oh snap!
She was above, and that is just unbelievable.
That's amazing.
There we go.
Yeah,
That is,
that's amazing.
God is good all the time, and all the time God is good. We all keep our faith. We keep our, just our prayers. Our action is in motion, and we will continue to lift others up and continue to spread truth and justice as we are in the pursuit of those things, right? And this is
100%.
Will, you literally are taking my breath away on this one, and I'm so unbelievably proud of you and all of our humans that showed up. Wow.
JFK, Dolly Vision can't do 25 push-ups. That's just so funny, man. Like,
Yeah, we had your back on that, man. Me and
I
JFK.
appreciate it, man. I mean, you didn't have to. I literally,
do, man.
I mean, it's so funny because I was so drunk. So drunk.
No.
And it
you
was,
weren't.
but it's so funny because for some reason I didn't black out. It was like a different kind of drunk. Like normally I would just be like, I don't even remember that even happening. I don't know what the fuck was going on. I actually remember it vividly, and I remember having the argument in my head and I couldn't get the words to come out of my face. Like once it got to one point where my brain wouldn't process to become verbal. And I can see myself bombing and in this argument about this case that I'm so well versed on to this fucking moron, and I'm like, yeah, it's crazy. Totally.
What are we talking about?
Yeah, Kim, you look completely befuddled.
What are we talking about, babe?
I called into this idiot show the other night, and I had just drank 2 bottles of wine. And
Starting out great, okay, and then what happened?
And then this dude started talking. He was live. He had an open panel, and he brought up something, or maybe I commented in his chat. I don't exactly remember how it ended up coming to be that I called into the show to talk about this case, and I couldn't fucking do it. I just couldn't fucking do it.
Yeah, part of me wants to tell you to play.
Did you hang up? And Glare hung up and was like, I just debated the shit out of that guy.
No. I mean,
he was like winning.
I finally
got him.
No. What was really funny is I finally started to get I finally started to get my momentum. Like, okay, now it's happening. Now my words are coming out. Okay, let's go. But I had already looked like a complete and utter ass in a chat full of 1,500 people.
I can't with
1,500 dickheads who love to exploit missing kids. So it was just the worst.
Oh,
yeah, complete fucking just 1,500 people.
You
just made up of assholes who fucking find it entertaining to shit all over fucking parents of missing kids. And I was all stoked about fucking making their fucking master look foolish over this case, and it backfired 100%.
Babe, I love you, but wine, if you drank 2 bottles of wine, that's what I like to refer to as the cuckoo juice, okay? And sometimes what can happen is you get into that, what it's called is it's the pause, babe, right? So your brain is working, it's saying it all. It's pausing right there and can't make its way out.
That's what was happening. I was just like, and I was also distracted by my thoughts of why can't I fucking talk? You know what I mean? Like I'm in my head thinking why the fuck can't I talk? Like this guy is sitting here saying the most stupidest shit in regards to this case, and I'm going. It was.
Oh my god! Did you sounded ham boned? Oh shit! I gotta go watch this. I gotta go watch it. Who's the person?
It was like sleep paralysis, dude. It was
what
it was like.
You're taking an Ambien. and a bottle of wine, and then he was,
But I
ordering
didn't
on
take any
Amazon.
Ambien.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Yeah. No, I'm
Oh my
not
God,
even
I'm gonna
gonna.
cry, Will. I can't believe that you did this. And I know that it's not all you, but that is, that this is really, really, really good for Karen, and she needs us. Oh my God. Oh my
You're
God,
not.
that's so good.
How is that good, Kim? You got to explain to Will how. Or were you talking about the money, or are you
I was
talking
talking about the money.
Oh, okay.
I can't believe you did that. 22,283.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Oh my gosh, Will.
It's
Will's-
unbelievable.
Glaver's raising 22 G's and Dolly can't do 25 push-ups. That's
Exactly.
crazy.
It was a lady.
Yeah, this guy is just.
Let's get to 25,000.
You know what though, Will? I watched you, on that program, and I have to say, like, the movement and the supporters, that first of all, they don't give a shit about that, and they love you regardless. You're just a passionate, knowledgeable, analytical wordsmith beast who could
Not
run.
on 2 bottles of wine.
Well, yeah, but you know what? That's someone put in your chat. Shit happens. But aside from that, I don't know that.
Man, this wine had screw bottle tops, like no
shit.
cork. Yeah.
Oh, but it wasn't
Oh,
boxed. It
honey.
wasn't boxed
It wasn't
wine.
boom.
Yeah, right.
Boone's
Nurse,
fine.
You
right.
felt like
It
a
was.
bag of dicks the next day,
No,
didn't you?
oh my God! For
Calm
like 2
the
days. Like 2 days. Like
2 days.
It was.
Sorry,
yeah,
James.
this-
Sorry, James.
This wine was one shelf above box. Okay,
Right.
just
Okay.
one shelf above box. It is definitely not one of my shinier moments.
Okay, but seriously though, I don't know that gentleman. I'm not even going to give him the courtesy of saying the name of his program.
Right? Yeah, don't
Okay,
even bother.
but
Oh, I thought it was
with
a
that-
lady. Oh, okay,
No.
it's a man.
No. It's
Dolly
a
is a
grown
man.
ass man. He
Dolly?
calls himself. Yeah, he's a grown ass
Dolly
man.
Parton.
But
Oh.
with that said, anybody who is trying to engage with someone who's clearly intoxicated but much more intellectually knowledgeable on a subject than he's sitting there thinking, oh, I'm winning this argument. No, it's like trying to beat up someone who's completely loaded. Like, you're
Well,
not winning.
that's what was annoying about it too. Is just that was his argument. Like,
That was his thing.
Have another
Step on
drink,
my head.
Claire. Have another drink,
Yeah,
Claire.
yeah.
Blah blah blah.
Oh.
And I'm just sitting there going, "Fuck! I could fucking mop the floor with this guy if I could just talk." Like, what's going on in my head the whole time? It was crazy.
Son, you got to watch it, Kim.
Sorry.
It's worth a chuckle.
Oh God, yeah. I mean, it is what it is. Yeah, like we're all accountable for our actions, and it's an embarrassment I'm just gonna have to live with. It just
Well,
is,
it's also a little bit not for nothing, but if I thought that maybe you're not friendly with this person, we're not friendly with
No,
this person.
yeah, no. I've always given them. It's weird. I give every YouTube creator, even when I disagree with them, some
Mhm.
little amount of respect. Just I still have this sense of community. It's really weird. I can't explain it, but I always still have this sense of community where I will still invite him on this channel to talk about the case.
Of course,
I'll still do that, but if he probably won't take it because he'll just look at it like I got the win, so fuck him, you know what I mean? But
is it a win if someone's got two hands tied behind their back? And I also
Right.
would, if I
No.
liked somebody or I didn't, it would not matter to me if I ever heard somebody and I could see like, oh, okay, this was an impulse decision. I'll talk to you another time. I would not put another human in that position personally, but
I
some
agree.
people have different values.
It's like step on my head
Raza!
while I'm drowning.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then I get these comments, dude. Like the next day, that was just the most annoying part. It was just like people who are like, Glarer, that shit you pulled on Dolly's channel, you're making the movement look bad. You're making Karen Reed look. How the fuck am I making Karen Reed look bad? And to who? You know what I'm saying? Like, if you knew anything about these fucking idiots, you know what I mean? I didn't do anything to hurt anything. And I'm
I
not
agree.
No, of course not.
I'm not. And who the fuck put that on me that I'm a spokesperson for Karen Reed or Turtle
You're
Boy
not,
or
babe.
anybody else, dude?
We're not.
I have my opinions on the shit, and that's it. I only made
Yep.
myself look stupid, and I owned it, and I still own it, and that's it.
Yeah.
That has nothing to do with anything.
No.
I think you handled it with grace when you discussed it on the stream you had right afterwards when you were not under the influence. Like I think you handled
I
it.
wouldn't call that grace, but
Oh, I think it was very good. That's we all do things. We
How
all
funny too. The next creator's name was the DUI guy, wasn't it?
yeah.
The DUI guy.
Oh.
After the next show.
Larry.
I can't wait to get that guy up here again, dude. That dude is my fucking spirit animal right now, dude. That guy's fucking hilarious.
He came to real prominence during the Depp v. Heard trial, and he would fly out to fly in. Where was it? In Virginia, I guess it was. And he was great then early on. There's some like famous pictures of him in the back of the courtroom in Depp v. Heard, just kind of going at some of the evidence that came out. He's a good guy.
Yeah, and I love because I love this community, like this Boston-based community. It's such in a class of its own in comparison to other YouTube communities, because every other YouTube community that I've ever been a part of would have just been like, oh my God, fuck the Glare. He's a sloppy drunk. I'm done with him and unsubscribe and blah, blah, blah.
Right.
But my Boston people were like, nah, man, Will's one of us, dude. We're good, bro. Like,
He's all right. We'll pick him up from there.
Listen, you're our cousin, Will. You're our fucking cousin. We're like, yeah, all right, shut the fuck up. We can make fun of him. You can't.
Right. It's totally, I never felt more like adopted by a community of people in my life, where it was just like, yeah, he made himself look stupid, but fuck you. He's
It's
ours.
a good feeling. That must feel good, man.
It feels amazing because the loyalty, you don't get that kind of loyalty in a YouTube community. You just don't. This is the first time I've ever seen this. And it speaks a lot about that Boston nature that people have. And I love it.
And loyal to the end. Yeah. All, except Whitey, but.
And I just want to chime in on that. I just want to chime in on that point, Will. Like for me, just doing a quick little visit up there, the people whom I got to meet are so genuine. They're just so genuine. That's what I think back to what Aiden was saying earlier about they're not being bedlam outside, and it's people. There's people and their kids, and everything's peaceful. And it was for me. It was really just a day and a half for me. And then I met other people while I was up there. You don't have that from where I come from. Everyone's very, very salt of the earth. It's a genuine movement that I feel very honored to just have touched and stepped off of. So I